Chapter 1 Prologue. The Strange World of Cultivation. Location of Internal Data Storage. Reply in the book review. The Black Forest mountain range stretches for thousands of miles with countless high peaks and deep valleys, strange mountains, and unusual waters. Many places shrouded in mist all year round, rarely visited by people. It is precisely because of this that countless rare treasures, exotic beasts, and spiritual herbs have been nurtured in these deep mountains, becoming a paradise for cultivators too. Train at the entrance of the Black Forest lies Qinglin Town. Most cultivators who venture into the Black Forest for training will enter from here. When cultivators enter the Black Forest, they usually replenish their necessities here, and when they come out, they will also sell some spiritual herbs and exotic beast crystals. At this location, over time, a market naturally formed, and Qinglin Town came into being. The town gathers many loose cultivators and training teams from sects, as well as a few ordinary civilians who have yet to establish a foundation. In the back mountain of the small town lives such a civilian boy that he did not stay here for the convenience of entering the Black Forest, but purely because there is a suitable cave for living in a rock on the back mountain. This cave is located within a large, smooth, dark-colored boulder. Although the entrance is narrow, the interior is quite spacious. This moment, the boy, who is sound asleep in the cave, is suddenly awakened by commotion outside. Who the hell is disturbing my sweet dream? The boy rubs his mouth, cursing angrily. In his dream, he was frolicking with his sidekick, Fuguei, getting into all sorts of trouble. Fuguei's excited voice of young master still echoes in his ears. Fuguei, it's your young master. I'm useless. The boy trembles his lips, blinking his reddened eyes, letting tears fill his eyes. He can never forget that honest and lovable sidekick who grew up with him. When he was down and out, Fuguei never left his side when he was in danger. Fuguei rushed in without hesitation, ultimately being devoured by a soul-eating evil spirit. As the saying goes, what one thinks about during the day, one dreams about at night. Although the sun here has never set, it doesn't stop him from daydreaming. The boy gets up, gathers his blue long robe that was laid on the hay, brushes off the dried grass and dust, puts it on, and messily combs his disheveled hair before gloomily crawling out of the cave. Soon as he comes out, he is blinded by the sunlight. After adjusting, he sees a group of cultivators not far away, looking up at the sky and discussing animatedly. At the forefront is a young man in fine clothes. Next to him is a youthful girl in a purple waist dress, and a few young men and women follow a little further behind. The boy in blue also curiously looks up, and to his surprise, the sky today is extraordinarily clear. His brows furrow, feeling an inexplicable irritation in his heart. Since he arrived in this world, the sky has always been gray, never looking like it does today. The sudden change feels unsettling. Senior brother, could it be that the spatial barrier has opened? The girl in purple naturally hugs the arm of the young man in fine clothes. The spatial barrier she mentions is not a secret. It is said that this layer of spatial barrier cannot be crossed by anyone, and even the aura from the outside world cannot be felt. Of course, the blue-clad boy only knows this through hearsay. It has nothing to do with him, a civilian boy with no cultivation ability. However, the girl's voice caught his attention. He found it very familiar. He turns his head to look at the girl in purple and sees her slim waist, jade belt, and skin like coagulated fat, especially her curly black hair flowing like waves, leaving a deep impression on him. The boy is instantly stunned, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Isn't this his fiancée, Shuya? After many years, she still looks stunning, pure, and otherworldly, making his heart flutter. But he knows that the previous engagement has long been invalidated, and Shuya has already become part of his past. Recalling the situation back then, she looked down on him quite a bit. Not to mention now, in the world of cultivation, a civilian boy who cannot cultivate who would look at him. The boy's unusual gaze attracts Shuya's attention. She glances at him and pulls the young man in fine clothes a few steps aside. She does not recognize the boy in blue in his current disheveled appearance. Even his father probably wouldn't recognize him. What are you staring at? Get lost. Seeing the boy in blue staring, the young man in fine clothes immediately became displeased. He casually lifted his foot and kicked a stone the size of an egg toward the boy's forehead. The stone made a whistling sound as it cut through the air, moving as fast as lightning. If it hit, it would surely cause a fatal injury. And as the young man in fine clothes turned to look at him, The boy sensed the malice from him before the young man even kicked the stone the boy had already moved his body to. Dodge. The stone grazed his shoulder and flew out, hitting a tree trunk behind him, shattering it, and the dense canopy crashed down. The young man in fine clothes exclaimed in surprise, his face turning slightly ugly. A civilian boy actually dodged his lethal attack, causing him to lose face in front of his junior sister. He glared at the boy, slowly raising his palm, a faint spatial ripple appearing in his hand as he prepared to unleash a palm strike from a distance to kill him. However, just as the boy in blue dodged the flying stone, he suddenly sensed a strong wave of malice. This malice did not come from the young man in fine clothes. Who is it? How can there be such strong hatred? Is someone trying to kill me? Ever since Fuguei died, he's been living alone in the cave, rarely having conflicts with others, and he cannot think of anyone with whom he has deep enmity. He looked around but found no source of malice, then looked up at the sky, which was unobstructed, yet the malice intensified. This made him even more puzzled. Could the malice be coming from the sky? The boy in blue is naturally sensitive to this kind of perception, able to detect danger and malice, and foresee the opponent's next move. Just like this time, he foresaw that the young man in fine clothes would attack him, so he moved his body early to dodge that lethal stone. However, the intense malice he feels now is not from a specific source, and he cannot sense what will happen next, which makes him extremely uneasy. That he suddenly recalled the disaster from another world, during which he was inexplicably transported to this world. At that time, he also sensed malice but could not find its source. A chill surged in his heart. Could it be that the heavens are brewing a big move again? The boy in blue looked at Shuya again, wanting to warn her, but not knowing how to start. He could only awkwardly say, danger is coming. Far beyond that disaster. Hey. The boy secretly shook his head, sighed imperceptibly, and tried to hide his helplessness and frustration. Sigh, Shuya, I don't know how to help you. I can only hope for the best, wishing for good fortune to favor the virtuous. His eyes became moist, and his heart felt bitter at the moment Fuguei faced the soul-eating evil spirit alone. He couldn't lend a helping hand and now, facing an unknown danger, he is equally powerless to help Shuya. Chapter 2 Prologue. Celestial Anomalies, Sudden Malice. Although the boy's mood is low, he never shows a weak side in front of others. According to his usual style, his head can be severed, blood can flow, but he cannot lose face. He rubbed his face, wiping away the lonely expression. With a step forward and arms crossed, he instantly regained his spirit. Who just made a move? Step forward. I made the move. What are you going to do about it? The young man in fine clothes was about to unleash his palm strike from a distance, but Shuya tightened her grip on his arm, blinking her dark eyes, pulling him aside. The young man in green looked up at the young man in splendid attire, habitually flicking his hair back. Damn. It wouldn't budge. His hand got stuck in his hair. He couldn't maintain this facade anymore. He raised his middle finger and said, "Let me tell you, you're moving your feet. Today's grudge of one stone, in the future I." But upon realizing the other's cultivation level was actually at the spirit liquid realm, he thought perhaps he had been a bit hasty. He swallowed hard and continued, "I'll think it over. I'll retreat for now." He had intended to leave some harsh words, but his strength wouldn't allow it. Moreover, with the unknown malice growing stronger, he couldn't care less about that. Before he could finish his sentence, the young man bolted towards the rocks, diving head first into the cave. The onlookers by the roadside saw him fleeing in embarrassment and immediately burst into laughter. This he thinks hiding in a cave will keep him safe. How ridiculous. This rock does seem a bit unusual. Might be hard to break. What's so difficult about it? Senior brother just needs to cast a fireball spell to roast it like a pig. The crowd forgot about the strange phenomena in the sky and pointed at the rock where the young man was hiding, chattering endlessly. Shuya, however, frowned, relishing the phrase far surpassing that natural disaster. Was he referring to that disaster that occurred in that world? It was a calamity of unprecedented scale. She even doubted whether there were any surviving humans left in that world after the disaster. Shuya recalled the way the young man in green flicked his hair. Why did it feel so familiar? Could it be him? Yes, it was him. This young man in green was her former fiancé, Xiao Jian. Tears streamed down Shuya's face as she released the arm of the young man in splendid attire and hurried towards the rocks. But just a few steps out, she suddenly stopped. Xiao Jian's situation made her heart ache. But she knew she was powerless in this strange world. She could barely protect herself, let alone help Xiao Jian. Furthermore, both of them had their own lives now. What could she do upon their reunion other than adding to the awkwardness? Ah, everyone look, the sky seems to be cracking. Suddenly, a shout pulled Shuya from her hesitation. She looked up to see a pitch-black crack traversing the sky. Crack, crack, crack. After a thunderclap, several more cracks crossed the sky. The heavens began to shatter like glass under impact, making a crack-crack sound. As the cracks in the sky multiplied, the gravity of the earth gradually disappeared, and a mysterious force from the heavens rushed towards them. In an instant, the world turned upside down. The ground became a bottomless cliff, while the sky morphed into an abyss. Everyone felt their bodies lighten, and they began to float slowly. They looked in terror at the ground receding further away, feeling a bone-chilling cold and an unprecedented sense of death looming. The moment Shuya left the ground, she couldn't help but remember Xiao Jian's words. Danger is coming. Far surpassing that natural disaster, she suddenly regretted it. Perhaps this was her last chance to see Xiao Jian. She felt she should give him an explanation, a closure, and not leave this regret behind. No longer hesitating, she shouted loudly towards the rocks below, Xiao Jian. I am Shuya. Xiao I. Her voice grew fainter and more distant. Meanwhile, in the cave, Xiao Jian had already blocked the entrance. He couldn't hear Shuya's voice. The gravity of the earth continued to lessen while the sky's pull grew stronger and the ground began to tremble violently. The rocks started to sway and float towards the sky. The sea transformed into a vast waterfall, resembling a monster with bared fangs lunging towards the heavens. The earth trembled. The sky changed color. Xiao Jian, along with the rock he was hiding in, plummeted towards the sky, and the wood blocking the cave entrance was also sent flying. Through the cave entrance, he saw countless terrified people floating by. They seemed to be drawn by some force, gathering towards a certain void. Helpless, they waved their hands, trying to grasp something, wanting to break free from this bondage, but all efforts were in vain. The cries and screams sounded pitifully small amidst the howling winds and the booming thunder. At this moment, status and wealth were no longer differentiated, and cultivation levels became irrelevant. Everyone gathered together in the same void without exception. This was an extremely mysterious void, devoid of anything but the multitude of humans. The rocks crashing wildly and the omnipresent seawater, despite clearly colliding with this void, would appear on the other side the next moment. Xiao Jian stared in horror at this void, his tightly pressed lips revealing a trace of blood. This void sent chills down his spine, and he clutched the rock crevice tightly, fearing he too would be sucked into it. He sensed that this was a dead end. Once pulled in, there would be no chance of survival. Indeed, his intuition was soon confirmed. Just as everyone was still in panic, the bottom of the void suddenly lost support, and the dense crowd plummeted like hailstones towards the ground below. However, when they were still some distance from the ground, they transformed into wisps of blue smoke and dissipated with the wind, leaving only the crystallized cores within, their bodies pouring down like a torrential rain onto the plaza. The cores gradually piled up like mountains, occasionally mixed with dazzling golden fragments, fluttering down like autumn leaves. Several fleeting, ghostly figures darted through the rain of cores, collecting these fragments and carefully placing them into exquisite jade boxes on the plaza. More ghosts wielded giant shovels, gathering the cores into containers. Xiao Jian stood there, dumbfounded, staring at this scene, his mind blank. Since he was transported to this world, he sensed that it was filled with malice. Today, he seemed to have found some clues. However, even knowing the truth, what could he do as a mixed spirit root? Although mixed spirit roots could also cultivate, compared to pure spirit roots, he had to put in 32 times the effort at the same level. Shuya, it's my fault. I can't help you, nor can I take revenge. Xiao Jian choked on his words, tears streaming down his face as he shook his head in despair. He slammed his fist against the cave wall, filled with self-blame and helplessness. He even doubted that no matter how high he cultivated, it would be of no use. He felt that the water here was too deep. It was unimaginably deep. Chapter 3 Prologue Time Reversal. Starting over soon after, all humans in the airspace disappeared, and the square was devoid of any objects, with even the ghostly figures no longer existing. The cracks in the sky slowly vanished, the gravity of the earth gradually restored. and the objects floating in the air began to slowly descend. At that moment, the originally dim sky suddenly fell into darkness. Xiao Jian looked up, his mouth agape, as a shadow much larger than the entire cultivation realm floated in space. The lightning still flashed in the night sky, illuminating the bottom of the shadow and reflecting a metallic sheen. Just as he was staring blankly at the shadow, it suddenly shrank in size, revealing its full shape. It was a flattened sphere, the bottom of which was pitch black, and the vast flat surface was empty, giving a feeling of immense oppression at a mere glance. However, the upper part of the sphere was entirely different, filled with lush greenery and bustling with human figures, a scene full of vitality. Just as Xiao Jian was astonished, a beam of light shot out from the sphere, and a magnificent girl ascended slowly from the beam like a fairy. The girl wore a light and flowing pure white long dress, radiating a golden glow, with her dark hair swirling like clouds, making her appear noble and transcendent, instilling a sense of reverence that deterred any thoughts of defilement. She stood above the sphere, looking back at the kneeling subjects on the sphere, her deep black eyes, like a starry sky, revealing endless sorrow and reluctance. Xiao Jian stared at this scene in a daze, rubbed his eyes, and said in disbelief, "Am I really dead?" He was confused. The flattened sphere was so far away. How could he see it so clearly? Xiao Jian stretched his head out of the cave entrance and looked around, only to be shocked to find that, at some point, the giant rock that was originally falling was now stationary beside the girl in white. He looked at the girl in white with a shocked expression, unable to regain his senses for a long time. Did the fairy sister save me? He was completely unaware of the movement of the giant rock from such a distance. Spatial teleportation. Xiao Jian's heart jolted. A thought emerged in his mind. This was the legendary spatial teleportation skill. He shrank his neck, feeling a bit wary of the girl in white's mysterious cultivation level, and his gaze toward her held a bit more awe. Xiao Jian's murmurs naturally could not escape the perception of the girl in white. She turned her gaze toward him and immediately showed a hint of surprise. With her divine sense, she could not even sense the situation inside the cave. Suddenly, a translucent figure appeared beside the girl in white with a poof. She was dressed in gray clothes, her physique and appearance indistinguishable from the girl in white. The gray figure had a cold gaze with a strange red glow flickering in her eyes, looking down with disdain at Xiao Jian, who was crawling by the cave's edge. "Humph. Everything today is inextricably linked to you." She snorted coldly from her nose, and a sudden sense of oppression pressed down on Xiao Jian, making it hard for him to breathe. Xiao Jian's legs trembled, confusion filling his eyes. He truly did not understand why he was being implicated when he had done nothing at all. What did I do wrong? The dark gray figure opened her mouth as if to say something more, but a flash of dark light enveloped her, merging into the body of the girl in white. "This is not your fault. You don't need to blame yourself." The girl in white, feeling her emotions spiraling out of control, quickly spoke to explain. She frowned, her face full of helplessness. Xiao Jian stole a glance at her. The dark gray figure was clearly her negative soul, and she was evidently very conflicted inside. When a cultivator reaches a certain realm, their soul can split, and the dark soul is the embodiment of negative emotions. "I know you're under a lot of pressure." "But, Sai," the girl in white sighed, not continuing further. She understood that no matter how much she said at this moment, it would be of no use. A hint of loneliness appeared in her eyes, her emotions becoming very complex, filled with helplessness and regret, along with a touch of disappointment. This boy was their chosen candidate for cultivation, but he was truly not a suitable choice. He was a complete wastrel, a rich young master without any ambitions, unable to bear the pressure. If there were a choice, she would replace him without hesitation. However, the unfortunate fact was that those with perceptive abilities were already rare, and those with full spiritual roots were even more so. Currently, he was the only one found. She regretted not having placed a guardian beside him earlier, which led to losing track of him after he arrived in the cultivation realm. It was only when the spatial barrier here broke that she sensed his position again, but it was too late. By now, he hadn't even completed his foundation establishment. Cultivating perceptive abilities required relying on soul-devouring evil spirits to reach the pinnacle. But this place had been completely destroyed. Without the crystal core of a soul-devouring evil spirit, he could not cultivate to the level of decomposing all things. And the Guardian's counterattack plan could no longer be executed. Xiao Jian was naturally unaware of these thoughts in the girl in White's mind. However, seeing her expression, he inexplicably felt a tinge of guilt. He thought to himself, could it be that I really did something wrong? Just as Xiao Jian was lost in thought, a slender and dazzling beam of light suddenly shot from the distance, drawing a straight light trail in space. Boom! The beam struck the surface of the sphere, and a dazzling white light erupted violently, immediately enveloping the sphere in a layer of soft halo. The girl in white no longer paid attention to Xiao Jian. She looked up toward the depths of space, her eyes revealing a clear and bright light, sparkling with a translucent radiance. Xiao Jian couldn't help but gaze into her eyes, where several black dots began to appear, growing larger and clearer, gradually transforming into uniquely shaped disc-like objects resembling beetles. The backs of these discs were raised, with a flat bottom and a cylindrical object flashing with blinding white light, very eye-catching. In the center, surrounded by numerous disc-like objects, floated a massive long object. The elongated object was flat, looking like it was made up of many square tubes pieced together. The entire head was topped with a heavy protective shield, which sloped backward in the center, smooth as a mirror, adorned with a bizarre pattern. The pattern resembled an hourglass, with a bright spot at the narrowest point, and completely symmetrical black and white ends. The tail was embedded with 4 enormous square tubes spewing flames, exuding a sense of powerful strength. The top of the elongated body was boundless, with countless protrusions resembling hills on the vast flat surface, crisscrossed with grooves. The entire object appeared formidable and heavy, with sharp angles and no embellishment, looking terrifying and fierce. Compared to this monster, those beetle-like disc objects seemed like gentle and adorable little babies. Xiao Jian's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. The beam of light, just now, was it emitted by these insects? This completely overturned his understanding. Finally, he could not hold back any longer and cautiously asked, "Fairy sister, what kind of bugs are these? Cosmic battleships and what you call flying saucers?" The girl in white did not turn her head, still fixated on the distant fleet, as if confirming something. The cosmic battleship mentioned by the girl in white must refer to the massive, elongated entity in the center, while the flying saucers should be those disc-like objects. Flying saucers? Xiao Jian was even more bewildered. In another world, when he was very young, he heard hunters in the village say they had seen flying discs, and some even had close encounters with them. Everyone called them flying saucers. What puzzled Xiao Jian was how the girl in white knew that name. Had she been to that world? Had she visited his hometown? Or perhaps the flying saucers seen by those people were the vehicles she was aboard. "Fairy sister, have you been to our place?" Xiao Jian's courage grew, and he could not help but ask his doubts again. The girl in white is very gentle when her emotions are stable, or rather, as long as her gray-suited soul doesn't come out, she is very gentle. Unfortunately, just as Xiao Jian finished speaking, the gray-suited soul jumped out again, still wearing that fierce and intimidating expression, speaking disrespectfully. Isn't it all because of you, useless? You." Before she could finish her sentence, she was pulled back into the body by the girl in white. "I'm sorry. I lost control. After this, both you and I will lose our memories, so saying more is useless." The girl in white apologized for her negative soul, which could be considered an answer to his question. From the words of her negative soul, it was evident that they had indeed been to that world. But what puzzled him was that they seemed to be there for him. And what did the girl in white mean by losing memory? Just at the moment when the gray-suited soul jumped out, the girl in white's eyes clearly showed a hint of fluctuation. In fact, the appearance of the gray-suited soul was caused by the girl in white losing control of her emotions. She stared at the fleet of warships deep in space, clearly having her own purpose, and Xiao Jian dared not disturb her any further, quickly closing his mouth. Deep in space, the cylinder on the flying saucer seemed to be gathering power, its inner white light growing brighter and more dazzling. The strong light illuminated the surface of the cosmic warship, reflecting a golden glow, appearing extraordinarily dazzling in the vastness of space, making one feel breathless. Immediately after, more beams of light followed, and suddenly, the surface of the sphere was filled with radiance, like a calm lake rising with monstrous waves. These attacks were only coming from those baby-like flying saucers, while the menacing one in the middle seemed to be waiting for something and had not attacked at all. One could only imagine what would happen if this big guy unleashed its power. At this moment, the girl in white seemed to finally confirm something. She withdrew her gaze from the depths of space. Her expression visibly became frustrated as the first modified warship from the other side had already been deployed. With the materials successfully harvested this time, they would continuously modify more warships, easily invading the positive universe. The positive universe, whether in terms of cultivators or hard technology, could not contend with them. The positive universe would be utterly crushed. She raised her eyes, and her gaze suddenly became incomparably deep, as if the entire universe was contained within her eyes. She vaguely saw the scene of the positive universe collapsing. The moment the core particles of the positive universe were taken away by the other side, the positive universe rapidly shrank. Countless celestial bodies vanished without a trace, and countless races turned to ashes. The entire universe transformed into a hell. Seeing this, her face suddenly became exceptionally resolute. No longer hesitating, her long, jade-like hands waved forward, and a light curtain suddenly shot out from her hands. The light curtain instantly enveloped the already shattered cultivation world, and then, centered on this, rapidly spread toward space. Xiao Jian saw this and knew the girl in white was about to unleash a powerful move. This was a rare opportunity. He climbed out of the cave entrance, leaped onto the giant rock, preparing to sit on the surface of the rock and watch her performance. But just as he was about to leap onto the rock, he was mysteriously frozen mid-air, maintaining his jumping posture, but his body remained motionless, as if time had stopped. Everything around him rapidly retreated like a film being rewound, leaving one dazzled and overwhelmed. The lifeless ground began to undulate, turning lush and green, filled with the sounds of people, mesmerizing and dizzying. Meanwhile, the flying saucers and warships deep in space also mysteriously vanished, leaving people incredulous and exuding an aura of mystery. As time reversed, the previously shattered world restored to its vibrant past, showing no traces of any apocalyptic disasters. The once massive sphere in the sky was rapidly shrinking, its lush surface disappearing, becoming desolate and lifeless. The light beam shooting towards the girl in white gradually dimmed and shrank. Ultimately, the beam completely vanished, and the sphere had shrunk to the size of a watermelon. At that moment, the sphere suddenly exploded and the splintered fragments, accompanied by a sky full of black mist, scattered in all directions. The girl in white turned to look at the dissipating sphere, her eyes filled with disappointment and nostalgia, and 2 lines of silent tears fell. Then, her physical form transformed into specks of starlight, fluttering like fireflies in the air, slowly dissipating into the night sky. In the darkness, a transparent soul suddenly split into 2 phantom figures. One gray phantom flew towards Xiao Jian, who was frozen in midair, following a piece of the sphere's fragment. The other golden phantom flew towards the distance, where a blue planet lay. The Guardian cultivation plan had completely failed, while the other side's harvesting plan was completed as scheduled. And the entire positive universe faced a catastrophic disaster. Everything seemed to be beyond saving. At that last moment, they activated the time reversal program, using all the energy of the refuge for the time reversal, including all the biological energy of their kin. When the energy was almost exhausted, the refuge finally dissipated into the void. The Guardian race that had protected the universe for countless years thus turned to ashes, trading the extinction of their entire race for a chance to start anew. We must never forget this great race. Excerpt from the Heavenly Tablet. Must read. Explanation for the first 3 chapters. Some friends seem to have some confusion regarding the first 3 chapters, so I will explain here. The story of the first 3 chapters actually happened. It was a failure caused by the mistakes of the Guardians. To salvage the failure, the Guardians initiated time reversal, taking time back to a previous point. The subsequent story begins from this point. Of course, due to the time reversal, people's memories of this period were also restored. I have always felt that our fantasy novels are indeed well written, worthy of being called the best in the world. But there are very few science fiction works that can provide inspiration. Most science fiction novels are not much different from fantasy. In this novel, a significant part will also be about cultivation, but I am merely using cultivation techniques to unveil some cosmic mysteries. Its essence remains hard science fiction. Chapter 4. The sudden appearance of the pendant and the rocks. This chapter starts with a lot of groundwork for the following plot, and I hope everyone can read patiently. The structure of this novel is too large, and I have to do this. The following will be even more exciting, and I will not disappoint you. The main text begins. Boom! A thunderclap suddenly woke Xiao Jian from his nightmare. He felt a splitting headache, and his whole body was drenched in sweat. Xiao Jian sat up on the rock, took a deep breath, and looked around in confusion. Not far down the hillside was the official road from Xianrenping to Huzhou City. With a carriage parked by the roadside, he looked up at the sky. The sun was setting in the west. The sky was clear without a cloud. And this was still the familiar Huaxia country. Sigh. He patted his chest and let out a long breath. Fortunately, it was just a nightmare. But the fragments he vaguely remembered from the dream still sent chills down his spine. Huh. His palms slapped against his chest, suddenly feeling a strange object causing some pain. He looked down and found that a black pendant was hanging from his chest. The pendant had an irregular shape, its surface glossy and black with jagged edges, rough like it had been chipped off from a rock. What is this? He was instantly bewildered. When did this pendant hang on his chest? He frowned tightly, staring hard at the pendant, filled with confusion. He was sure he had never seen this pendant before. For a moment, he felt incredibly eerie and strange. Young master. Just as he was in a daze, a somewhat simple-looking young man was leading a horse, shouting and running towards him from a nearly dried-up waterhole at the foot of the mountain. The honest young man arrived on the official road, tossed the reins, and quickly jumped beside Xiao Jian, his hands exploring all over him until Xiao Jian broke out in goosebumps. Hey, Fuguwei, what are you doing? Xiao Jian kicked him away and looked at the honest young man. Young master, have you been struck by lightning? The boy named Fuguwei, not caring about the kick he received, anxiously circled around Xiao Jian. Cough, just now I saw a big ball of thunder and fire strike here. It didn't hit right, that's good. He patted his chest and coughed a few more times, catching his breath before calming down. But he continued to look at Xiao Jian's chest. Spit, are you cursing me? You're the one who should be struck by lightning. Xiao Jian quickly turned to the side, feeling guilty as he touched the pendant at his chest. Could this guy have seen it? This spit, young master is blessed. Even lightning can't hit him. Young master is handsome and mighty. Next time it's still 1T hit. Saying that he had cursed the young master made Fuguwei immediately anxious. His face turning red and his neck thick, he kept spitting and couldn't organize his thoughts. In the end, he gave up trying to explain this complicated issue, scratched his head with an honest smile, and calmly walked towards the carriage. After all, as long as the young master could still kick and curse, he would definitely be fine. Xiao Jian supported himself on the rock, feeling proud. I have to say, you this guy, though honest, actually have some insight. I think so too, especially about the handsome part. Just as he was about to get up, he felt a smooth touch in his hand and explored for a bit, suddenly looking down. What is this? His eyes widened, staring blankly at what he was leaning against, which turned out to be a black rock. The surface of the rock was smooth like glass, standing alone in a desolate land, resembling a smooth face suddenly sprouting a black mole, looking very out of place. But Xiao Jian clearly remembered that he had been resting against a tree trunk before, and there was definitely no rock beside him. Things were getting weirder. Xiao Jian cautiously glanced at the grinning Fuguwei, who had returned to the carriage and was moving a wooden stump to the ground. It seemed that this guy hadn't noticed the rock. The appearance of the pendant and the rock was too strange, and it must be closely related to him, so he definitely couldn't let anyone know about it easily. Fuguwei saw that Xiao Jian was still sitting there in a daze and shouted, "Young master, we can't play anymore if we miss your father-in-law's birthday. The old master will definitely scold us." In fact, Xiao Jian's father-in-law's birthday was still quite a while away. Even if they slowed down on the way, they wouldn't miss it. It was just that the thunder from earlier had really scared him. If another one came, it might hit right. So it was better to leave this cursed place quickly. This was exactly what Xiao Jian wanted. They were staying here, and Fugue would eventually notice the suddenly appeared rock. However, since Fugue mentioned the father-in-law, he still had to make some explanations. Fugue, after we get to Huzhou City, don't mention anything about a father-in-law. Just call him Lord Shu. He had no confidence in this marriage and didn't want Uncle Shu to feel embarrassed. Xiao Jian climbed onto the carriage and looked back at the huge rock. On the rock's belly, there was vaguely a round hole. He was somewhat curious. With the rock and the pendant appearing here inexplicably, could there be something unusual about them? The black rock was too conspicuous, incompatible with the surrounding environment, and not far from the official road, it would probably be discovered sooner or later. However, the rock was too big for Xiao Jian to hide, so he could only think of a way to get rid of it after returning home. Fugue usually didn't say much, and after the thunder incident, he was even more focused on driving the carriage. Meanwhile, Xiao Jian was deep in thought, occasionally taking out the pendant from his chest to look at it. The pendant was neither jade nor seemed like gold or iron, and it had an irregular shape overall. There were some white spots around it. Through these spots, he could see that the inside was not made of black material, but rather murky. Xiao Jian looked at it for a while, but couldn't figure out what it was, so he lost interest and leaned against the window, lifting the curtain. A gust of cold wind rushed in from his collar, sending chills down his spine. His face felt like it was being pricked by needles. It should have been the clear and bright festival with no snow and the grain rain with no frost, but even after the grain rain, the temperature was still as cold as midwinter. For several years now, this cursed weather had remained the same and seemed to be getting worse, with the sun being lazy and lifeless throughout the year. He tightened his clothes and looked out the window. From Xianrenping to Huzhou City, it was basically all flat land, with large fields visible around the official road. It should have been the busy farming season, but the field showed no signs of busy farmers, nor were there lush seedlings. Only withered yellow weeds and dry white land. All the way, he hadn't encountered a single passerby, occasionally passing a few villages, but the houses were already empty. Since the Xianren River in Xianrenping had dried up and boats couldn't pass, this official road had lost its pass bustle, and even bandits were nowhere to be found. It wasn't until he saw the towering city walls of Huzhou City in the distance that he heard the sound of horse hooves clattering ahead. Xiao Jian leaned out the window curiously to look ahead. He saw a team of 3 riding tall steeds coming straight at them. The first person had a hideous scar on his face, resembling a venomous centipede. Following closely was a burly man with a face full of flesh, wearing shiny leather armor and always showing a layer of cold frost on his face. The last one was a thin little man with eagle-like eyes that were spinning wildly in his sunken eye sockets, like a living skeleton. Suddenly, a series of horse whinnies erupted. The horse pulling the carriage seemed to be extremely frightened, suddenly rearing up and galloping wildly, causing the carriage to shake violently. Bang! Just as Xiao Jian was leaning on the window watching this horse team, he accidentally hit his chin hard against the window sill. The first 3 chapters can only be considered the pretext. It doesn't matter if you didn't understand them, as the main text starts from here. Chapter 5, Mysterious Horse Team, Magical Girl. Ouch, Fugue, you fool. How are you driving the carriage? He touched his chin, turned around, lifted the front curtain of the carriage, and looked ahead, right into the gaze of the burly man. Suddenly, Xiao Jian saw a captivating emerald light in the other's eyes, sending a shiver down his spine. Xiao Jian quickly lowered the curtain, his heart racing. No wonder the horse pulling the carriage was frightened. This horse team was definitely not kind. He frowned as he watched the horse team's retreating figure, instinctively reaching for the pendant at his chest. Fugue said that at the time of the lightning strike, a dazzling ball of light had fallen beside him. Such an anomaly in the sky could probably be seen for hundreds of miles around. Would it attract others' attention? This official road led directly to Xianrenping, with no forks along the way, especially since the Xianren River had dried up and boats couldn't pass, cutting off trade routes. It was even more desolate. The sudden appearance of a horse team made Xiao Jian uneasy. They couldn't be coming for the light ball, could they? The burly man in the horse team was certainly not an ordinary person, with such a conspicuous phenomenon of a descending light ball. It would be strange if they didn't pay attention to it. Ever since encountering the horse team, Xiao Jian had been restless, only regaining some calm when he saw the city of Huzhou. At that moment, there was a noisy commotion and scolding sounds from outside the carriage. Xiao Jian looked out and saw a piece of open land not far from the official road, where some extremely simple straw huts had been set up. Many emaciated people were lined up outside the huts, slowly moving forward, while a few bailiffs waved their whips, scolding and beating the disaster victims who cut in line. At the end of the line, several large pots were steaming. After paying the entrance tax, the carriage entered Huzhou City. Not far from the city gate, a subtle feeling suddenly surged from ahead, and he immediately became alert. This feeling was very familiar to him. He possessed this strange ability since he was young. Whenever someone harbored malicious intent towards him, an unusual sensation would arise in his mind. If the person was within his line of sight, images of their subsequent actions would occasionally form in his mind. This ability to foresee the other party's actions seemed more like an insight, but it was beyond his control. Generally, after sensing malice 3 times, a vision would appear once. However, as he grew older, this ability gradually strengthened, and the images he foresaw became clearer, with the frequency of their occurrence increasing. Xiao Jian was about to lift the curtain of the carriage to observe the situation outside when the carriage suddenly came to a halt. Without needing to look, he knew that someone with malicious intent had blocked his carriage. Holding a folding fan, Xiao Jian jumped down from the carriage and walked towards the front with a disregard for anyone. There stood a boy of about 14 or 15 years old, wearing a scholar's cap and a blue robe, proudly standing before the carriage, not glancing aside, with an expression that almost seemed to say, "Impressive." The scholar cap boy also held a folding fan, lazily swaying it. Xiao Jian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What the hell? Isn't he afraid of freezing to death?" Xiao Jian tapped his folding fan in his hand, pointed at the scholar cap boy, and boldly asked, "This brother, why have you blocked my way?" The scholar cap boy disdainfully glanced at Xiao Jian and asked, "Are you the notorious playboy, Xiao Jian, from Xianrinping?" "Damn, that's not a compliment." "He looking for trouble." Xiao Jian circled around the scholar cap boy and exclaimed, "Ah, no doubt about it. Your family must live by the sea, right? How do you know? Do you know me?" The scholar cap boy was somewhat surprised. He didn't remember having met Xiao Jian before. "Bah, you just have a wide mouth. With such skills, why don't you fly to the sky? Look, you've already made yourself look impressive." Xiao Jian snapped open his folding fan and began fanning it vigorously. The scholar cap boy looked furious and said, "You can fan all you want, just don't fan it towards me." "Oof. Shuya is not someone a merchant's young master, like you can aspire to. Take care of yourself." After saying this, he closed his fan, adjusted his scholar's cap that had been tilted by Xiao Jian's fanning, and walked away. He really couldn't stand being fanned by Xiao Jian. It was just too damn cold. Xiao Jian chased after the scholar cap boy for a few steps, respectfully fanning him as he ran, and thinking, "Look how enthusiastic I am. You don't even need to fan yourself, yet you just stay. Hey, brother, hi, don't go. Let us chat about some money. I don't have a surname, hi." The scholar cap boy quickened his pace and strode away. Xiao Jian originally wanted to insult him a few more times, but the target had escaped, leaving him with a belly full of pent-up frustration. With a few days left before Uncle Shu's birthday banquet, he had planned to visit the Shu residence directly, but after this incident, Xiao Jian changed his mind. The appearance of this scholar-capped boy was definitely not a coincidence. It might have been arranged by Miss Shu or Uncle Shu. Otherwise, how could they possibly know about his movements? In fact, what the boy said was not wrong. He really wasn't well matched with Shuya. The Shu family was a prominent official family, and Uncle Shu was the newly appointed governor of Huzhou City. In contrast, Xiao Jian's father was merely a merchant from an iron factory. When his father was young, he had saved Uncle Shu in the army, and they became sworn brothers. After a drunken night, the two impulsively arranged a marriage between their children, leading to the engagement between himself and Shuya. The two were indeed mismatched, and Xiao Jian didn't take the engagement seriously. He was only 13, and who knew what would happen in the future? Xiao Jian shook his head, brushing away the distracting thoughts. As the sky was turning to dusk, he decided to find an inn to stay in first. Crossing 2 streets from the city gate, He arrived at the famous Xingyue Lake, where most high-end inns in Huzhou City were built around the lake. Xiao Jian casually picked an inn to stay in. After several days of traveling, he was indeed a bit tired, and the next day, he didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky. After washing up, and by the time they finished breakfast, it was already afternoon. With nothing to do, the two strolled along Xingyue Lake. Just as they arrived at a bustling street, they happened to see the scholar-capped boy jumping down from a carriage. Huh, what a coincidence to run into this impressive boy again. Xiao Jian's eyes lit up. He had been holding in his frustration from their previous encounter and was determined to have a good chat with him this time. Just as he was about to approach, he saw the scholar-capped boy set up a stool beside the carriage, and then a maid-dressed girl helped a young lady in a pink dress out of the carriage. As soon as the girl stepped out, she caught everyone's attention. Her skin was fair and smooth, like congealed fat, and a light blue ribbon was tied around her slender waist, accentuating her graceful figure. Especially her curly black hair, cascading in waves, glimmered with golden light in the sunset. Xiao Jian was momentarily mesmerized. He rubbed his eyes and thought, what is going on? Is this a fairy descended to earth? The curly-haired girl noticed Xiao Jian's unusual gaze and turned her head to glare at him fiercely. Her large eyes were as clear as the bright moon, deep as the starry sky. When Xiao Jian's gaze met that of the curly-haired girl, he felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, surrounded by darkness where he could see nothing. Suddenly, a bright golden light flashed in the depths of the darkness, bursting forth like fireworks, scattering starlight all around. Instantly, his head felt as if it were going to explode, with an intense internal pressure that seemed to want to expand his space in his mind. He barely shook his head to escape this predicament, but his mental state remained sluggish, as if he were drunk. Xiao Jian was puzzled. Could it be that the dark abyss he just saw was actually his own mind? Was the burst of golden light in his mind caused by the girl in front of him? But even now, he hadn't sensed a trace of malice. Xiao Jian shivered. This curly-haired girl was definitely not to be trifled with. He cautiously glanced ahead, where the girl had already walked to a mansion's door. The scholar-capped boy was standing with a middle-aged man dressed like a steward, along with numerous servants, bowing at the side of the door to welcome the curly-haired girl into the mansion. The mansion's door had a plaque with the words Zhang Residence in gilded letters, indicating that this scholar-capped boy was likely the young master of the Zhang family. It wasn't until the gate of the Zhang residence closed tightly that Xiao Jian regained his senses, but he still felt exhausted. He had planned to take a night stroll by Xingyue Lake, but lost all interest. On his way back, he leaned against the stone bridge near the inn, letting the breeze brush against his face, and gradually his muddled mind cleared a bit. Chapter 6. The True Purpose of the Fortune-Telling Old Taoist Divining Yin and Yang. Discerning the 5 elements, understanding this life and the next. A shout came from behind him, and then an old Taoist in a gray robe with a goatee approached Xiao Jian, carrying a banner that read Divine Immortal Fortune-Telling. This young master looks fatigued. With a pale aura, perhaps he has encountered something unclean. Would you like to have the old Taoist tell your fortune? No need. Xiao Jian was naturally uninterested in these street tricks, waving his hand without looking back. Hearing the fortune-telling old Taoist's words, Fu Gue immediately showed an anxious expression. The incident of his young master being struck by lightning still made him feel jittery. Seeing that Fu Gue was somewhat moved, the fortune-telling old Taoist scrutinized him a few times and then muttered as he calculated with his fingers. If the old Taoist wasn't mistaken, the two were not locals, but had come from the southwest. Xiao Jian squinted at him, sneering inwardly. Even a fool could tell that they weren't locals, given how Fu Gue looked at everything with curiosity. However, Fu Gue was immediately surprised. Zion Rimping was indeed located in the southwest of Huzhou City. Wow, old Taoist, you're amazing. Quickly tell my young master's fortune. If it's accurate, my young master will surely reward you. The old Taoist glanced at Xiao Jian, who was still staring at the lake, then leaned close to Fu Gui's ear and whispered, looking at your young master's face. Could it be that he has only recently arrived in Huzhou City? Fu Gui, not very sharp-witted to begin with, was easily deceived by the old Taoist and hurriedly replied, Yes, you are so accurate. We just arrived in Huzhou City yesterday. The old Taoist straightened up, stroked his beard, his expression deep, and looked towards the southwest, as if he was discerning the past, appearing profound and inscrutable. I indeed did not miscalculate. Your young master has encountered unclean things on the way. Could you elaborate on what happened? Saying this, he took out a stool and a folding table from his back cage, set them up deftly, and inserted a canopy beside them. It was as if he was ready to sit down and listen to Fu Gui's recounting. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jian finally reacted. This was not fortune-telling, but clearly inquiring about the matter of the falling fireball. He immediately approached the old Taoist, tapping the folding fan in his hand. With a smile on his face, looking at him with disdain. We indeed saw dry thunder on the way, but the lightning seemed to strike deep in the North Mountain, far from the official road. This unclean thing should have nothing to do with that lightning, right? He said lightly, his tone laced with disdain and mockery. Yes, the lightning struck in the North Mountain. Fu Gui finally caught on. It seemed his young master did not want anyone to know that the lightning had almost struck him, and he immediately chimed in. But this support was worse than no support at all. Fu Gui was too simple-minded. If the old Taoist deceived him a few more times, it was likely he would reveal everything that happened that day, so they needed to leave quickly. Xiao Jian's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Who hasn't seen the lightning within 100 miles? Are you trying to deceive me for money?" Xiao Jian was very suspicious of the old Taoist's motives. He was clearly not trying to swindle money. Perhaps he knew the details of the fireball. Otherwise, he wouldn't be pretending to be a fortune-teller to search for clues. If he found out about the pendant, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Jian's gaze swept over Fu Gui, scolding, "You foolish fool. Others deceive you, and you are still unaware." After saying that, he flicked his sleeve and walked straight to the inn. Xiao Jian originally planned to wander around other inns before sneaking back. But upon further thought, wasn't that just a case of hiding without hiding? There were only a few inns at Xingyue Lake. It wouldn't be difficult to find out their whereabouts. Just as he entered the inn's lobby, the innkeeper approached him. He wore a loose gray-white long robe, taking small steps, modest yet dignified, with a face full of wrinkles resembling a colorful wild chrysanthemum. He walked while instructing the waiter, "You, Kai, serve tea to the guests." Upon reaching the front, he bowed to Xiao Jian and Fu Gui, politely asking, "Gentlemen, did you have a good time today?" Xiao Jian tapped his folding fan. Pausing for a moment, the innkeeper seemed to have something to discuss with him, ever since he exchanged a glance with the curly-haired girl in front of Chen's residence. He had felt unwell. He originally intended to rest early. Since the innkeeper had already prepared tea, he didn't want to embarrass him. Xiao Jian went to the resting area in the lounge, pointed to the chairs opposite the tea table with his folding fan, indicating for the innkeeper to sit down and talk. "Innkeeper, don't stand on ceremony. Is business here still good?" Saying this, Xiao Jian took a seat first, as if he were the host. The innkeeper sat across from Xiao Jian and poured him tea. He sighed, reminiscing about the bustling scenes from a few years ago, feeling a bit downcast. Xingyue Lake was originally a place for the nobility to play, but now, alas, with unrest everywhere, trade routes severed, every industry has declined significantly. Continuous droughts have created countless starving people and bandits, and with the rivers drying up and waterways obstructed, naturally, the trade routes have been cut off. When I entered the city, I saw many starving people queuing outside for porridge. It seemed relatively stable. Xiao Jian was about to inquire about Uncle Shu's situation, so he shifted the topic to governance. Uncle Shu was the newly appointed governor of Huzhou City, and everything here was related to him. Before Governor Shu took office, it was truly tragic. People were even eating human flesh. The innkeeper's tone was slightly heavy, and the atmosphere in the lobby instantly became somber. Hearing this, Xiao Jian couldn't help but feel sad. People were like grass. Uncle Shu was still a competent official. Xiao Jian felt a bit heavy-hearted, silently sipping his tea, waiting for the innkeeper to continue. The innkeeper rubbed his forehead and continued from the previous topic. This Xingyue Lake is also gradually withering. To boost popularity, we several taverns have collaborated to organize a poetry meeting. Each tavern can recommend one person to enter. I wonder if the gentleman has any interest? The innkeeper looked at Xiao Jian with great anticipation. His master did not reside in Huzhou City, and being a solitary person, he really couldn't find a suitable candidate. Xiao Jian felt relieved. The so-called poetry meeting was actually a routine. The entrance ticket could be given for free, but food and tea would cost money. After a poetry meeting, the merchants could earn a lot. Xiao Jian had no interest in composing poems or painting, but since the innkeeper had specially invited him, as long as time permitted, it wouldn't hurt to join in the fun. He set down his teacup, tapped his folding fan again, pondered for a moment, and politely said, "Thank you for your kind invitation. Such elegant affairs are indeed what we scholars yearn for. I wonder when the poetry meeting will be held." As soon as he said this, even he himself did not believe it, and he quickly picked up his teacup to conceal his awkward expression. The innkeeper's face instantly lit up with joy. He finally wouldn't have to lose face in front of his peers. The poetry meeting is scheduled for tomorrow at noon. With no set end time, the gentleman can leave at any time. Then he took out an invitation from the counter and pushed it in front of Xiao Jian, on which his name was already written. After another round of polite exchanges, they each went their separate ways. Chapter 7. Encountering the curly-haired girl again on the cruise ship afternoon. A red cruise ship docked at the pier. The cruise ship was large, over 10 zhang long and more than 4 zhang wide. On the ship was a 3-story pavilion built with carved beams and painted rafters, covered with blue glazed tiles, with a row of white columns on either side. Xiao Jian boarded the ship, handed the invitation to the reception area, and arrived at the empty area at the bow of the ship. This was where tourists enjoyed the scenery and socialized, with all kinds of exotic flowers and lush green bamboos complementing each other. Among the greenery, groups of young men dressed in scholarly robes, holding folding fans, were chatting and laughing. From among the flowers came a series of delicate voices. A group of young ladies dressed in brocade and satin were playing in the sea of flowers. Xiao Jian was surprised that the poetry meeting actually invited women to participate. Judging by their clothing and demeanor, these women were either rich or noble, especially the one dressed in a snow-white mink coat, exuding an air of nobility, was definitely not an ordinary rich girl. Her black and smooth hair was tied up with a jade hairpin, adorned with a silver butterfly knot, lightly applied with makeup, and the blush on her temples created a delicate and lovely appearance. The girl crouched down, focusing on a small flower, gently touching the pink petals with her jade fingers, tilting her head to observe carefully, then bending down to smell the subtle fragrance of the flower. "Ah, you are so cute," the girl murmured to herself. "If I wear you on my head, it must look beautiful, right?" The girl's clever gaze scanned the surroundings, confirming that no one was paying attention to her, and then she cautiously picked the small flower. Just as she was about to place the flower on her head, she suddenly saw a handsome boy smiling at her. The girl instinctively hid her hand behind her back, her face flushing slightly. Oof. The appearance of Xiao Jian made her feel somewhat embarrassed, giving her a slight scare. She patted her chest, then made a playful face at Xiao Jian and quickly ran away. Hey, what a cute girl. Xiao Jian's lips curled up, revealing a mischievous smile. His expression changed, pretending to be confused and helpless, looking around as he approached the girl, asking, "Miss, may I ask where the poetry meeting is being held?" The girl shot Xiao Jian a glance, pointing in the direction of the hall. "The poetry meeting hasn't started yet." She seemed to still be unsettled by what had just happened. Xiao Jian sniffed his nose vigorously and exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Wow. Can you tell me what fragrance you are using?" The girl took a few steps back, looking at him warily. Xiao Jian quickly explained, "I've been looking for this fragrance. My sister keeps pestering me to buy it for her. Can you tell me where I can get it? What is this fragrance called? Is it sold in Shangzhou City?" His barrage of questions eased the girl's guard. Hearing that it was for his sister only made her more sympathetic. "This is rose essence. It's hard to find. Not even in Shangzhou City," the girl replied confidently. Then her eyes twinkled with pride. "But I know who has it." Xiao Jian rubbed his hands together, looking very excited as he said, "Please tell me. If my sister knows I got her rose essence, she will be so happy. But forget it. I'll take you there. Otherwise, you won't even get to see her." At that moment, a curly-haired girl who had just boarded a boat happened to see Xiao Jian and the girl leaving together. She was momentarily stunned. "Isn't that the lewd boy from yesterday? What bad ideas is he plotting again?" She whispered something to her maid, and soon the maid brought over an invitation. The curly-haired girl took a look, and her face immediately turned pale, as if she had swallowed a fly. The maid noticed and quickly asked, "Miss, what's wrong? It's windy outside. Should we go to the hall?" The curly-haired girl shook her head and said, "This boy should be Xiao Jian from Zion Rimping." The maid was slightly surprised and turned to look at Xiao Jian. Today, Xiao Jian's outfit was quite distinctive. He wore a light blue brocade robe, with light-colored cloud patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs. He had a small silver crown inlaid with jade on his head, with a pure white jade hairpin stuck in it. His long black hair flowed smoothly behind his ears, making his handsome face with prominent features even more striking. The maid was mesmerized. What a beautiful young man. The curly-haired girl tugged at her sleeve, scolding, "Are you infatuated?" The maid's face turned slightly red. "Oh, miss, the young master is really handsome." "Oof, don't get carried away. Just a brocade pillow, a young master who does nothing." The curly-haired girl found him increasingly displeasing. Who among the talented people attending the poetry meeting wasn't dressed in scholarly robes? Yet he looked like a young master from a wealthy family, without a hint of a scholar's demeanor. "Miss, it seems the one with him is Jing Xian." The curly-haired girl replied with a slight thinking that Xiao Jian and Jing Xian probably didn't know each other. What were they doing together on the third floor? "Let's go. Let's see what he's up to." Jing Xian was her close friend, and she was worried that something might happen to her. In front of a guest room on the third floor, Jing Xian put her finger to her lips, signaling Xiao Jian to be quiet, and quietly pushed the door open to enter the room. Inside, a woman's surprised voice could be heard. "Oh, Jing Xian, is that you? Sister Su, who did you think it was?" After a moment, the girl called Jing Xian came out, extending her hand. "Pay up, 50 taels of silver." Xiao Jian handed over the banknote without hesitation and took the rose essence from her hand. When she came out again, Xiao Jian solemnly handed the fragrance back to her, asking seriously, "Sister, are you happy that I bought you the rose essence?" "What? What did you just say?" Jing Xian covered her mouth, looking at Xiao Jian in disbelief. Xiao Jian placed the essence in her hands, and Jing Xian wanted to let go, but was afraid it would fall and break. She had worked hard to buy it from Sister Su. "I am your long-lost brother from different parents." Just as Xiao Jian was about to tease her some more, he suddenly saw the curly-haired girl walking towards him. This curly-haired girl was the one he had encountered in front of Zhang's house. Dressed today in a light blue pleated straight-collared dress, with 2 yellow buttons at the neckline shining like gold, enveloping her upper body in a misty aura. The front was sewn with 3 white round buttons the size of eggs, fluffy and extremely beautiful, looking extraordinary. "Brother has important matters today. Let us meet another day." Without waiting for Jing Xian to react, Xiao Jian ran off. He felt that the curly-haired girl was unusual. Each time he saw her, she seemed to radiate a golden light, and her deep-set eyes left a lasting impression on him. Just a glance yesterday had left him feeling drained for half the night. He didn't want to go through that again. Chapter 8. Familiar faces in the bamboo forest town. Xiao Jian ultimately couldn't escape and was blocked by the curly-haired girl at the staircase. She stared at him and asked in a deep voice, "What did you do to Jing Xian?" "Nothing. I just acknowledge her as my sister." Xiao Jian didn't dare meet her gaze, his eyes darting around. "You seem a bit scared of me? Weren't you bold yesterday?" The curly-haired girl spoke assertively, giving the impression of an older sibling scolding a younger one. Xiao Jian thought to himself, was that really disrespectful yesterday? He was clearly captivated by her gaze and had only just managed to break free. From her expression, it didn't seem like she was pretending. Could it be she didn't know her gaze could be harmful? However, as a grown man, being intimidated by a girl was quite embarrassing. He couldn't let that slide. Xiao Jian was feeling irritated and had to fight back. Since being hard wouldn't work, he decided to take a softer approach. He shrank his neck, adopting a timid demeanor as he replied, "Actually, I met a fortune teller yesterday, and he said I am afraid of women, so I..." Xiao Jian shot a few glances at the curly-haired girl, pretending to be very scared, but not finishing his sentence, leaving the meaning clear. "You, shameless." The curly-haired girl was infuriated by his words, feeling he was teasing her openly. Xiao Jian acted as if he was greatly frightened, exaggerating as he stepped back a few paces and carefully went around her, mumbling, "It wasn't me who said it. It was the fortune teller. Go find him if you want." After saying that, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, almost laughing out loud. Huh, let you be fierce with me. And now you have no place to complain. The curly-haired girl glared at Xiao Jian, watching him act all dramatic, grinding her teeth in frustration. But she couldn't refute him, feeling a belly full of anger. Not long after Xiao Jian left, Jing Xian chased after him, still confused about how she suddenly had a brother, and a biological one at that. When Xiao Jian and Jing Xian spoke, their voices weren't low, and the curly-haired girl heard everything clearly, naturally understanding the situation regarding this so-called brother. Seeing the innocent and adorable Jing Xian, her irritation dissipated significantly. Silly girl, he said he was a half-brother. Jing Xian finally caught on, but a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Oh, he's so bad. But if I really had such a handsome brother, that wouldn't be too bad. She looked at the rose essence in her hand, then at the distant Xiao Jian, hesitating for a long time before saying, Sister Shuya, what should we do about this rose essence? Seeing her reluctant expression, Shuya smiled and patted her head, saying, Take it. He doesn't have any sisters. Don't worry. He only has this little ability. He won't do anything to you. Although Xiao Jian liked to flirt around, he had never done anything out of line. And she had heard that too. Jing Xian nodded vigorously, feeling Shuya's words made perfect sense, and then asked, Sister Shuya, do you know him? Huh? Oh, I've seen him a couple of times. It's not really knowing him. Shuya's vague answer wasn't wrong. She had indeed only seen Xiao Jian twice, and he didn't even know who she was. Next time I'll thank him again. Jing Xian carefully tucked the rose essence away, revealing a cute smile as she skipped away to find her sister Sue. In the first-floor hall of the boat, the main venue for the poetry meeting, tables and chairs equipped with ink and brushes were filled with literati and scholars, who were either reading poems or discussing quietly. In the front row, there sat an elderly man dressed in a blue silk robe embroidered with patterns. Although the organizers did not explicitly state it, the poetry gathering was actually hosted by this elderly scholar. To show respect, once the poems were written, they were to be placed in envelopes and delivered to the elderly scholar for review before being circulated among the attendees. Xiao Jian read a few poems but found them unremarkable, so he lifted the curtain to focus on the scenery outside. Xingyue Lake was vast, surrounded by towering mountains, and boats were gliding along the shore, currently passing through a bamboo forest. On the towering bamboo hills, the dense bamboo swayed in the gentle breeze, resembling a vast green ocean with waves rolling. Near the lake, an ancient little town was nestled among the emerald bamboo. Several old and weathered fishing boats were docked at the town's pier, their hulls marked with signs of age. The fishermen on the boats wore gray-white linen clothes, busy mending fishing nets and cleaning their gear. In the bamboo town, there was a sparsely populated street, when suddenly, two familiar figures caught Xiao Jian's eye. The man in front was the fortune-telling old Taoist he had encountered on the bridge, still carrying the sign that read Matchless Immortal. Closely following him was the thin, small man from a horse team he had met on the official road. Xiao Jian's expression immediately turned serious, since the fortune-teller and the small man were accomplices. The three-horse team they encountered on the way must also be investigating the matter of the falling light sphere. The memory of the burly man in the horse team still sent shivers down his spine. The green glow in his eyes had made even the pulling horse feel extreme unease. Who were they? Why were they investigating the light sphere? He instinctively touched the pendant on his chest, wondering what it truly was. As Xiao Jian was lost in thought about the two figures in the town, Fugue was fiddling with an envelope adorned with a landscape painting, turning it over repeatedly. When the messenger passed by, Fugue inserted a piece of paper into the envelope, and the messenger mistakenly thought he had completed his poem, hurriedly taking the envelope and leaving. Fugue looked at his hands in confusion and then at the retreating figure. Wasn't this envelope supposed to be returned? He felt a bit disappointed, as he had intended to keep it as a memento. Young master, the old gentleman is calling for you. Just as Xiao Jian was fully focused on the little town outside the window, someone gently tugged at his sleeve. He turned to see the messenger speaking to him. Young master, the elder in front is calling for you. The messenger emphasized slightly. Xiao Jian was bewildered and asked in surprise, What does he want with me? After asking, he looked again at the shore, but at that moment, the boat had already passed the bamboo town, and he could no longer see the two figures. Losing track of the fortune-telling Taoist left him somewhat displeased. He hadn't written a poem, and didn't know the scholar. So why was he being called over? Young master, you submitted a blank poem, and the old gentleman is puzzled and would like you to explain. After saying this, the messenger hurriedly left, seeming quite busy. Seeing Xiao Jian's gloomy expression, Fuguwei looked perplexed and said, Young master, that wasn't me. He took it himself. At that moment, some people in the crowd began to jeer. Ha! This brother must still be half asleep, thinking he is submitting a blank paper in an exam. Someone humorously suggested, this blank sheet might contain great mysteries. Another person with a vivid imagination added, perhaps it hides an unparalleled masterpiece. Xiao Jian was at a loss, but since the scholar had already spoken, he felt he had to provide an explanation. Chapter 9. A humiliating poetry gathering. A startling revelation, he was annoyed at being interrupted and losing track of the old Taoist and his companion, feeling reluctant to approach the scholar. He merely stood up and cupped his hands in front of him. I apologize, everyone. This blank sheet has no mystery. It's just a misunderstanding. Seeing Xiao Jian's somewhat rude demeanor, the elderly scholar did not stand up, but cupped his hands in Xiao Jian's direction and said, since it's a misunderstanding, following the usual rules, I propose that the young master compose a poem as a penalty. What does everyone think? As soon as the old man finished speaking, the crowd erupted in applause. There is such a rule for poetry gatherings? Who came up with this? Xiao Jian continuously grumbled inwardly. Ever since he saw the fortune-telling Taoist and the thin man walking together, he had completely lost interest in the poetry gathering. The task of composing poetry became a dilemma for Xiao Jian. He initially wanted to refuse outright, but was afraid of inciting public anger, unsure of how to speak, and thus hesitated. The old man seemed a bit anxious and helped by suggesting, how about a painting instead? That is also acceptable. Xiao Jian was speechless. He wanted to say, why don't we just take back the blank paper? Who said anything about painting? He might be able to come up with a light-hearted poem, but with his current level, he could only draw circles. At the entrance of the hall, Xia had just walked in and, seeing Xiao Jian's miserable state, felt an inexplicable surge of anger. This good-for-nothing, unambitious guy could only flirt with girls and had no real talent or learning. Today, I must humiliate you and teach you a lesson, so you remember not to act so arrogant in front of me again. Although she was angry in her heart, she wore a fairy-like smile on her face. Since it's a misunderstanding, how about I draw a painting for this young master? It seemed she was trying to help Xiao Jian out, but while speaking, she secretly gave the old man a glance. The old man, recognizing Xia, immediately cooperated, saying, since someone is willing to take up the brush, that is also fine. Xiao Jian, troubled by the events in the town, didn't he think too much and quickly handed over the blank paper to the curly-haired girl. No matter what, this girl had at least helped him out. If the old man insisted on holding him accountable, he would likely end up disgraced today. Xia looked out the window behind Xiao Jian, which still showed a scene of bamboo forest, and quickly began to paint. By the time people gathered around to watch, Xiao Jian's portrait had already come to life on the paper, with a background of vibrant bamboo shoots outside the window, showcasing exceptional skill and vividness. This girl really could paint well, but why was he so unsettled? Was she really so kind-hearted? Xiao Jian cautiously examined the painting. It was purely a depiction of bamboo shoots, confirming there were no hidden traps. He then glanced sideways at the curly-haired girl, seeing her serious expression, and found nothing unusual. All right, given that your painting skills are decent, I will reluctantly accept it. Regardless of what scheme she had in mind, dealing with this girl was certainly easier than dealing with the old man. Xia squinted her eyes and subtly asked if you were satisfied with this bamboo shoot painting. Would you like to inscribe a title? Xiao Jian shook his head vigorously. His chicken scratch handwriting would only provoke more laughter if he dared to write on the painting. He tapped his folding fan, paused, and humbly said, one matter should not trouble two masters. I am lacking in talent and learning, so let us not embarrass myself. Keep pretending, and I'll make you pay. A cunning look appeared in Xia's eyes. She continued to write without pause on the paper. Bamboo shoots in the mountains, sharp-tipped, thick-skinned, and hollow in the belly. The onlookers were initially stunned, falling into a brief silence. Ha! Someone couldn't hold back and chuckled first. Ha 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 ha! Soon, laughter erupted from small to loud, turning into a chorus of laughter throughout the hall. Xia covered her mouth, looking mischievous as she glanced at Xiao Jian. Her expression one of triumph. Xiao Jian's face darkened. He had said this girl was up to no good, and it turned out she had been waiting for him here. If it weren't for the distraction of the town's events, he wouldn't have let her succeed so easily. Look at how smug you are. Xiao Jian was extremely displeased. How could a fairy-like girl be so fierce? He had only glanced at her a few more times. He hadn't done anything inappropriate. And this didn't count. It seemed he had been too lenient on her earlier at the staircase. She quickly forgot the pain after the wound had healed. This time, I have to add some spice for you. If I don't come up with something fierce today, I might not be able to step down myself. Xiao Jian's gaze flicked over to the curly-haired girl. Haha, since you're not kind, don't blame me for being unjust. Xiao Jian chuckled to himself as he picked up the bamboo shoot painting and took a look. Tsk, the writing is actually quite good. Since you're so invested, I'll return the favor with a painting. With that, he flipped the bamboo shoot painting over and began to draw circles on the back. A small circle for the head, a long circle for the body, thin circles for the hands and feet, and half a circle for the curly hair. Finally, he emphasized 5 button circles around the neck and front. The onlookers were bewildered. Was this a bunch of eggs or a pile of pebbles? Xiao Jian finally finished drawing the circles and tilted his head left and right, nodding in satisfaction. He had never drawn something that looked so much like a person before. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and pointed at the drawing, laughing. Ha! This can't be a drawing of a person, right? Someone slapped their thigh and exclaimed, "Oh no, what a pity for this bamboo shoot painting." Xiao Jian ignored them and picked up his brush to write a poem, this time skipping the pretense of polite invitations. A silk gauze cuts through plain silk. The beauty's figure surpasses the moon goddess. If spring's heart can be locked tightly, why need so many buttons? Just as he finished writing, the laughter and noise in the hall abruptly stopped. The entire place fell silent. The cultured gentlemen and ladies exchanged glances, hardly daring to breathe. This young man was too fierce. It was a hint at her budding feelings, which could be quite a blow for a girl. But this world never lacks for fools. As a chubby young boy picked up the painting and said proudly, "This painting may be lacking, but this poem is truly a masterpiece." Hey, why are you all looking at me like that? The chubby boy wanted to continue interpreting, but saw everyone looking at him as if he were a fool. Thinking that his declaration of the poem being a masterpiece had drawn everyone's ire, he defended himself. This poem will surely spread far and wide. Look at this artistic conception. It seems to imply that she fears she can't control her budding feelings, which is why she sewed so many buttons. The chubby boy finally had a moment of clarity, noticing some clues, but then he got confused again. But that doesn't make sense, does it? With sewing on so many buttons, really? Xiao Jian noticed the curly-haired girl's face growing darker and quickly rolled up the drawing. Hey, fatty, can you interpret poetry? This poem clearly says that as long as one maintains a warm heart like spring, even with fewer buttons sewn, one won't feel cold. The curly-haired girl was about to explode. If the chubby boy kept interpreting with her fierce personality, she might end up suffering. He knew that this girl was anything but simple. The onlookers finally breathed a sigh of relief, although they all knew the poem didn't mean that. As long as no one pointed it out, it would be good for everyone. But the awkward atmosphere was hard to dissipate. Chapter 10. The curly-haired girl issued the boat circled around Star Moon Lake and returned to the starting dock. Xiao Jian had long lost interest in the poetry gathering, so he stood up and walked outside. In the open area at the bow of the boat, Xiao Jian suddenly saw the scholar boy walking onto the boat. Despite the biting cold wind on the lake, he was still fanning himself leisurely. So stilis. Xiao Jian couldn't help but smile. From the scholar boy's expression, he seemed unaware of what had happened at the poetry gathering. Xiao Jian scanned around and noticed the curly-haired girl was walking this way, probably also preparing to disembark. Xiao Jian's eyes lit up. Wasn't this scholar boy trying to ruin my marriage? Then I'll just mess up your good fortune. He raised an eyebrow, a happy smile breaking out on his face, and exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this Brother Hai?" Xiao Jian quickly approached him, enthusiastically placing a hand on his shoulder and respectfully fanning him, resembling two long-lost friends finally reunited. "Brother Hai, you're quite hard to find. I'm not saying you, but it seems a bit inconsiderate, you know? Little Hong from Chuanxiang Building has been talking about you every day." The scholar boy didn't pay any attention to Xiao Jian. He was focused on the front, looking at Shuya. Xiao Jian closed his fan and circled around the curly-haired girl. "TSK, TSK. No wonder Brother Ren doesn't go to Chuanxiang Building. He is trying to flirt. Brother Ren really has good taste. This fairy-like girl is truly beautiful." "Oomph." The curly-haired girl, Shuya, snorted coldly. She was still seething with anger, and Xiao Jian further provoked her cousin to visit Chuanxiang Building, which made her even angrier. She glared at Xiao Jian and turned to walk towards the gangplank. The scholar boy struggled to shake off Xiao Jian's grip and chased after Shuya, cousin. "Don't listen to his nonsense. Let me explain." Seeing Shuya not even glance at him, the scholar boy turned to Xiao Jian angrily and said, "Xiao Jian, I don't know you, you despicable person. Saying you don't know me while still calling my name? Is this person's head filled with water?" Xiao Jian called out to the boy chasing after him. Hey, Brother Hai, aren't you cursing me?" It seems Brother Hai still doesn't know me well enough." The scholar boy turned around, ready to disdainfully retort, but heard Xiao Jian say, "Once you get to know me better, you'll want to hit me." The scholar boy stumbled, nearly falling off the gangplank into the lake. "Damn it, I really want to hit someone right now." Xiao Jian walked up beside the scholar boy, patted his shoulder, and looking at the receding figure, sighed, "Tiske, this really is a beauty leaving before being pursued," making the lovesick man shed tears. "Brother, keep it up. I have high hopes for you." At this moment, the maid following behind caught up, glancing at Xiao Jian as she passed by him, and sighed, "Sir, you're in big trouble." The maid looked like she wanted to say something, but ultimately just shook her head and said nothing as she followed Shuya off the boat. Xiao Jian was a bit dazed. What did this maid mean? She even knew his name. A sense of ominous premonition surged up, making him suspect he had been too reckless today. Sure enough, the scholar boy's words struck him like thunder. "Humph. Xiao Jian, you're ruthless. You probably don't know, but she is Shuya." With a loud crash, it felt as if thunder had struck him. He widened his eyes, mouth agape, as if something was blocking his throat, staring at the gloating boy, unable to make a sound. What is going on? After all this back and forth, it turns out the other party is his fiancée, The curly-haired girl is Shuya. He felt extremely frustrated and slapped his own cheek. "TSK, I really acted rashly today." Looking at the scholar boy's smug expression, he wished he could tear that annoying face off. But he couldn't do that. After all, he was Shuya's cousin. However, letting him off so easily wasn't Xiao Jian's style either. He grabbed the scholar boy's shoulders, pushing him against the railing, and looking at his gaping mouth, said, "Fuguwei, why does that set of white teeth look so damn annoying to me?" Fuguwei immediately understood Xiao Jian's meaning and hesitated, saying, "Young master, last time we messed up his teeth, the master made us stand for a day. Are we still doing it?" He looked around and then tilted his head to glance at the scholar boy's teeth, shrugging, "Young master, there's no stone. It's not easy to do." The scholar boy quickly covered his mouth, looking terrified at Fuguwei. Listening to this, is this something a person should say? There are still quite a few people watching. Who said to do it here? Wait until he is alone. The scholar boy was scared out of his wits. He didn't dare uncover his mouth and could only speak in a muffled voice. "Xiao Jian, are you going to reason with me or not?" "I generally only reason when I'm right." He seemed to remember something and suddenly increased his grip, lifting the scholar boy up, roaring like a fierce god. "I have a betrothal agreement with Shuya. How can you have any reason to interfere? Having done too many bad things, suddenly having a reason feels really uncomfortable. Next time, I'll make you search for your teeth all over the place." After speaking, he let go and strode away, causing the Confucian-capped youth to fall with a loud thud, nearly hitting the ground. He watched the departing Xiao Jian, his eyes filled with resentment. After disembarking, Xiao Jian had just walked past an alley when he suddenly frowned and pulled Fuguwei into the alley, hiding around the corner. Fuguwei looked confused, and just as he was about to speak, he saw a thin little man walking out of the inn where they were staying. Fuguwei shrank his neck, his eyes a little panicked. "Young master, it's that horse team they're really fierce. It seemed this foolish guy wasn't completely clueless. Sometimes, one doesn't need to make a move. Just the fierce gaze and strong aura from the opponent can create immense pressure. This must be what they call level suppression. The thin little man passed by the alley entrance, glanced inside a few times, and then stared at the pleasure boat for a moment, his hawk-like eyes scanning everywhere, radiating sharp light. Xiao Jian glanced at the inn not far away. The thin little man must be looking for him, and since he didn't find him in the inn, he came to the dock. The innkeeper knew about his participation in the poetry meeting, so it was natural for him to find out that he was on the pleasure boat. If he had disembarked any later, they would have run into each other. The inn couldn't be visited for now. The little man lingered by the dock and probably wouldn't leave soon. Xingyue Lake was no longer safe. They couldn't stay here any longer. Xiao Jian looked at a mountain path deep in the alley. It wound into the dense forest and connected to the bamboo mountain behind the bamboo town, providing a detour into the city center. Without hesitation, Xiao Jian walked toward the mountain path. As he passed by a farmer's yard, he squinted at the clothes drying in the yard, which included coarse linen clothes for adults and a cotton robe for a girl. The yard was quiet, and the owner was not home. Xiao Jian's eyes lit up, and an idea popped into his mind. He looked at Fugui and gestured toward the small courtyard. Fugui, go steal those clothes for me. Oh, young master, I can't. The old master will hit me. Fugui said, looking mournful. They had fought and brawled many times, but they had never done anything like stealing. If you don't go, I'll break your legs right now. Of course, Fugui knew that the young master was just joking. They had been together since childhood, and he had never really bullied him. Every time the old master got angry, it was the young master who protected him. Xiao Jian pretended to kick him, and Fugui had no choice. He always took the young master's words as orders. He hunched his body and tiptoed toward the small courtyard, constantly looking around, afraid of being caught. Chapter 11. Disguised as a woman and encountering bullies, seeing him fumble for a long time without even taking 10 steps, Xiao Jian was utterly speechless and coughed lightly, wanting to remind him to be quicker. Fugui heard the cough and, frightened, scrambled back. Young master, is someone coming? He hid behind a rock and peeked toward the end of the mountain road. Damn, you didn't even get the clothes, and you think you're a thief? Xiao Jian said irritably, pulling out a silver ingot and handing it to him. Fine, go buy all the clothes hanging out there, and put the silver in a prominent spot. Okay, no stealing, we'll buy. Fugui nodded repeatedly and swaggered into the small courtyard, collecting all the clothes. The two of them found a secluded spot, and Fugui tossed aside the cotton robe and a set of linen women's clothes. Young master, we can't use these women's clothes. Should we return them? Xiao Jian picked up the linen women's outfit, which was a bit large and fit Fugui's figure perfectly. Put it on. Xiao Jian tossed it to Fugui. Huh? Young master, these are women's clothes. Fugui said, looking aggrieved. He warily watched Xiao Jian, feeling that something was off with him today. Could he have some strange thoughts? He had seen quite a few unsavory things in wealthy households. Seeing that Fugui was still staring at him foolishly, Xiao Jian glared. What are you looking at? Hurry up. As long as the young master likes it, it's fine. Fugui nodded vigorously, seemingly making a significant decision, and resolutely put on a black skirt, then donned a white jacket on top. Once dressed, he clasped his hands in front of his chest and bowed, raising his eyebrows, squinting his eyes, and giving Xiao Jian a flirtatious look with a big grin. Ugh, that's disgusting. Take it off quickly. Change into those men's clothes. Normally, he looked decent, but in this woman's outfit, he resembled a bear rather than a human. In the bamboo town, a sturdy young man in coarse linen clothes walked down the mountain path, carrying a load of firewood. Behind him followed a beautiful girl dressed in a deep blue cotton skirt. They arrived at the entrance of the town, and the girl looked at a simple tea shed by the roadside. The tea shed was supported by a few bamboo poles and contained a few old bamboo tables and chairs. Hey, brother, there's a tea shed over there. Can we rest for a moment before we go? The girl's gentle voice seemed to carry a metallic quality, pleasant to hear. Okay, young master, sister. Fugui, who was carrying firewood, almost called out young master but quickly covered his mouth, barely remembering to call her sister. It sounded like he was calling her sister, which was quite reasonable, and Fugui felt proud of his cleverness. Inside the tea shed sat a few simple-looking old farmers and fishermen. When Xiao Jian and Fugue entered, they did not draw their attention, as most woodcutters selling firewood would stop by the tea shed to rest. They continued chatting about recent gossip. "Hey, have you heard? Last time there was that thunderstorm in Beishan, they say it was a calamity star descending. I told you, that ball of light was terrifyingly big. It really has a backstory. Sai, our Huzhou is probably going to face disaster." The man had a worried expression and continued mysteriously. "The new Taoist priest who came said he was here specifically for the calamity star, TSK, TSK. Uncle Zhang's chronic ailment was cured with just a bowl of talisman water." A fisherman looked around, afraid others would hear, and whispered, "Shh. Uncle Zhang was haunted by evil spirits. I saw him use his celestial powers to force that evil spirit to reveal its true form." Immediately, someone expressed concern. This. The three of them went to Beishan to hunt and haven't returned for 7 days. Something must have happened. "Old man, is this month's tribute ready?" Just as everyone was talking at once, suddenly, a deep and powerful voice rang out from outside, and the tea shed fell silent. A bald middle-aged man with a bare torso swaggered into the tea shed, wielding a shiny short knife that glimmered as he played with it. Following closely behind were 2 young men holding wooden sticks, with iron nails driven into the ends, looking somewhat heavy. Upon entering the tea shed, the bald man abruptly raised his foot and stomped down, snapping a bamboo bench in half with a loud crack. Such arrogance! An old hunchback man, like a bent bow, hurriedly came out to greet him. He clasped his fists and bowed to the bald man, respectfully saying, "Master Ma, business has been slow recently. I asked Master Ma to give me a few more days." The bamboo town was located by the shore of Xingyue Lake. In the past, when there were many tourists, many would come to the tea shed to rest. Now, with few tourists, it was normal for only a few villagers to come and sit, and it was understandable that they couldn't pay the tribute. The bald man kicked the old man to the ground and then grabbed him, spitting on his face. "Old man, if you don't hand over the tribute today, I'll tear down your doghouse." Fugue could no longer bear to watch. He stood up abruptly. At Xianrenping, the two of them had fought many times with such bullies. Xiao Jian lightly coughed, and Fugue didn't move again, but also didn't sit down. Xiao Jian had long been displeased with the bald man, but he suspected the fortune-telling old Taoist lived nearby and didn't want to cause a scene that would attract attention from him and his companions. Suddenly, Fugue stood up, catching the bald man's attention. He first glanced at Fugue, and when he saw Xiao Jian, who was dressed as a woman beside him, his eyes instantly lit up. He casually discarded the old man at the tea shed and approached Xiao Jian. With a whoosh, a short knife flew from his hand and embedded itself 3 inches into the table, the blade vibrating and emitting a buzzing sound. He stepped onto a stool, leaned forward, and stared unreservedly at Xiao Jian. He chuckled. "Not bad, very not bad. I didn't expect to find such a pretty little lady hidden away in these deep mountains and forests." As he spoke, he reached out with 2 fingers, trying to lift Xiao Jian's chin. Fugue pushed his fingers away and was about to throw a punch. Xiao Jian's eyes turned red, and in a soft, trembling voice, she cried, "Woo-woo, brother, I want to go home." The old Taoist and the others should be looking for him. He could not expose his male identity here. Fugue stood in front of the bald man, and as Xiao Jian tried to get up, she was blocked by 2 young men holding wooden sticks. "Hee, little lady, our Ma Ge being interested in you is your good fortune from 8 lifetimes. Don't be ungrateful." Xiao Jian was furious, cursing the bald man. "Damn bald head. I'll take your ancestors down with me. If I don't take you out today, I won't have the face to see anyone again." The bald man glanced back at the young men and said expressionlessly, "Let her go." You think you can just fly away on my turf? It's just inconvenient to make a move here. If we alert the authorities, we might end up suffering ourselves." Xiao Jian dodged the 2 men, raised her hand to wipe her eyes, pretending to cry, and quickly ran toward the fork in the mountain path. Chapter 12. The mysterious cause of death in the cave. When they arrived at the small town along the mountain road, they had checked this fork, which led directly to a secluded hollow in the mountains. Fugue followed closely behind Xiao Jian, while the bald man and his companions leisurely trailed behind at a distance of several dozen steps, both groups tacitly heading into the depths of the bamboo forest. Xiao Jian didn't want to cause a commotion in the small town, while the bald man preferred to resolve the matter with a brother and sister in a remote location. Upon reaching the hollow, after rounding a bend, Xiao Jian bent down to pick up a rock and leaned against a thick tree trunk. Fugawei took a few steps forward, casually picked up a wooden stick the size of his wrist, and hid next to the rock. The two had often collaborated in fights and ambushes at Xinyanping and had developed a tacit understanding. Just as the bald man walked past Fugawei's hiding spot, he suddenly sprang up, swinging the wooden stick and striking the bald man's head with a loud thud. He didn't even grunt before collapsing unconscious. At that moment, the last thug was approaching Xiao Jian's hiding spot. Xiao Jian swung the rock and struck him on the back of the head with a loud smack, instantly splitting his skull. The young man caught in the middle finally reacted. He looked at Fugawei, who was holding the wooden stick, and realized he was no match for him. He turned back to glance at Xiao Jian, who was coldly watching him, tossing the bloody rock in her hand, making him feel that the rock could fly at him any moment. Just as he was about to kneel and beg for mercy, Fugawei charged a few steps forward and punched him hard in the back. With a thud, the thug was knocked face first to the ground. Xiao Jian stepped forward, raised the rock, and smashed it on his leg with a loud pop, breaking the bone. All three thugs had fallen, but only this one let out a terrible scream. Xiao Jian tossed the rock away, dusted off her hands, glanced at the other two unconscious thugs, and said to Fugawei, "Break their dog legs." Then she began to survey the surroundings. She needed to find a concealed spot to hide these men until the authorities arrived to handle them. Xiao Jian didn't want to kill anyone, but she also didn't want to let them go easily. If they were just left on the mountain path, they might be rescued by someone. Reaching the end of the mountain path, she noticed a trail in the grass that had been trampled down. Following this trail deeper into the bamboo forest, Xiao Jian discovered a cave at the edge of cliff. The cave was concealed by dense bamboo and underbrush, making it hard to spot without careful observation, making it a good hiding place. "Fugawei, gag their mouths and carry them over here," Xiao Jian instructed, picking up a rock and throwing it into the cave. Clang! The cave echoed with a hollow sound. She waited at the entrance for a moment, not noticing anything unusual, before entering the cave. The interior of the cave was spacious, and she could vaguely hear the sound of flowing water deeper inside. Xiao Jian lit a torch and had barely walked a short distance when she tripped over an object, nearly falling over, and the torch was thrown out of her hand. Looking down, she froze, her mind going blank, and a cold sweat broke out all over her. Right at her feet lay 3 sets of cotton clothes neatly arranged, with outer jackets made of raw leather draped over them. Xiao Jian picked up the torch and carefully scanned the surroundings, finding nothing unusual before crouching down to examine the clothes on the ground closely. The garments were strange, from the shoes at her feet to the headscarves at the top. They were neatly arranged in order. Even more bizarre was that the headscarves and waist ties were still in their tied state, just as they would be when worn. Especially the outer leather jackets, which hadn't even been unbuttoned, yet inside the garments, there were no signs of any bodies. It was as if the person wearing these clothes had suddenly turned into air, while the clothes remained completely intact. Based on the circumference of the waist ties and the spacing between the shoes and headscarves, the owners of the clothes should all be young adults. Xiao Jian suddenly remembered the 3 hunters mentioned in the tea shed, Shiwa and his companions. These 3 sets of clothes likely belonged to them. But why would they have arranged their clothing so strangely in this cave? Where had the 3 of them gone? At that moment, Fugawei had already carried all 3 thugs into the cave and securely bound them with vines. Xiao Jian no longer hesitated. She needed to quickly report the situation to Uncle Shu, and these 3 thugs needed him to send someone to handle them. As the 2 returned to the mountain path, hurried footsteps approached from ahead. Xiao Jian pulled Fugawei and quickly dove into the grass, hiding behind a rock on the opposite side. They were a good 2 miles away from the mountain path. Xiao Jian peeked out and saw 3 people walking toward the cave. They were the 3 men from the horse team they had encountered on the official road, with the burly man in the middle and the skinny one lagging behind, as usual. Just as Xiao Jian was observing them, a wave of malice suddenly washed over her, and she immediately envisioned the burly man turning around. Her body instinctively recoiled, and sure enough, before she could hide behind the rock, the burly man was looking this way. Xiao Jian dared not hesitate and quietly retreated a few miles, finally feeling safe. This burly man seemed to sense her presence. What puzzled Xiao Jian even more was that he shouldn't have recognized that someone was here, let alone know who it was. Usually, threats without a clear target were imperceptible, and it was impossible to predict their subsequent actions. But today, Xiao Jian not only sensed it, but it was also more accurate and clearer than ever. She felt confused. Had her sensing ability inexplicably improved? She racked her brain for recent events, but couldn't come up with a reason for the enhancement. After about half an hour, the three finally emerged from the cave. The burly man stood at the entrance, gazing for a long time at the place where Xiao Jian had been hiding before. This time, he didn't look in Xiao Jian's direction, indicating that he could indeed sense others' auras, but there was definitely a range limitation. After a moment, the burly man said something, and the three of them no longer lingered, heading straight toward the back mountain. It wasn't until they could no longer see the three figures that Xiao Jian and Fugue returned to the cave entrance to check on the three thugs. As Fugue entered the cave, he exclaimed in fear, "Young master, look here, the people are gone." Xiao Jian hurried inside and saw that the place where the three thugs had been bound only had 3 complete sets of clothes left behind, and the vines that had bound them were also intact. The two stood stiffly in place, quietly watching the empty clothes, surrounded by silence, only hearing their own breathing. Suddenly, a cold wind swept in from the depths of darkness, producing a strange howling sound, as if vengeful spirits were crying, making the originally dim cave feel eerie and terrifying. "Let's go." Xiao Jian felt uncomfortable all over and didn't want to stay there for another moment. Chapter 13. The Ancient Taoist Sect God Altar in the afternoon. The two circled around Xingyue Lake and arrived at a bustling street in the center of the city filled with shops. Steamed buns, hot steamed buns. Candied hawthorn on a stick. Soft and fragrant pancakes. Want to try some? Xiao Jian politely waved his hand and casually handed 2 candied hawthorns to Fugue. Just as they turned the corner of the street, a sign of a fortune-telling Taoist caught Xiao Jian's eye. He was taken aback. It was this fortune-telling old Taoist again. No wonder he hadn't seen him in Julin town. He had come here. He saw the old Taoist holding a boy's hand and talking to a middle-aged woman beside him. They were too far away to hear their conversation. The boy looked to be under 10, thin, and wearing an oversized coat, which looked quite awkward. The middle-aged woman was dressed in patched coarse linen clothes, clearly from a poor family. Xiao Jian glanced at his female disguise and then signaled Fugue with his eyes not to follow. He pretended to be nonchalant and walked past. He stopped in front of a grocery stall not far from the old Taoist, picked up a wooden comb to look at, but his eyes kept darting towards the old Taoist direction. The old Taoist first placed his palm on the boy's head and then felt him over. Soon after, he revealed a look of satisfaction and said, "Young man, do you wish to join our God Altar sect and cultivate the Taoist arts?" The woman pulled the boy back. Watching the old Taoist warily, "This immortal, I don't know what the God Altar sect does, but my son is too young and cannot do anything." The old Taoist released the boy, stroked his small goat-like beard, and smiled at the boy who hid behind the woman. "No need to worry. Our God Altar sect is an ancient Taoist sect. The world is in chaos. Demons have appeared, and at the request of the court, we are coming out to subdue demons and restore peace to the world." As he spoke, the old Taoist looked up at the sky with a mysterious and profound demeanor, his tone very deep. After finishing, he looked at the woman and then at the boy behind her, saying earnestly, "This boy has a pure spiritual root by nature, an excellent cultivation physique. Meeting me is also his fortune. Mother, I don't want to leave my parents." The boy shrank his neck, not daring to look into the old Taoist's shining eyes. When the woman heard that they had the court's recognition, she relaxed and asked expectantly, "If I join your God Altar sect, can I also learn medicine and heal people like the immortal?" The woman had heard that this old Taoist was skilled in medicine and had cured many people suffering from stubborn illnesses. Today, she sought him in hopes that he could cure her husband. Haha, healing people is only a minor path. Cultivating the Tao allows one to fly and subdue demons effortlessly. The old Taoist said, raising his hand to point at a pile of weeds not far away. Suddenly, a red light shot from his finger, igniting the weeds with a poof. Xiao Jian felt a surge of tension at the display of the old Taoist skill, nearly falling to the ground in shock. not expecting the old Taoist to be so powerful. The woman was even more overwhelmed. She knelt on the ground with a thud, thinking the old Taoist was angry, not daring to raise her head. "Immortal, please calm your anger. This matter needs to be discussed with his father." The old Taoist quickly helped the woman up, his face full of kindness. "No need to be afraid. I merely demonstrated a bit of heavenly skill and had no intention of forcing you." Seemingly recalling the woman's original intention in seeking him, he comforted her. "I will go with you to diagnose your husband's illness." Xiao Jian was filled with confusion. This old Taoist also helped treat and save people. He didn't seem like an irredeemable villain. Could it be that he and the burly man were not in cahoots? From the old Taoist words, the God Altar sect was a recognized faction by the court and helped the government subdue demons. Remembering the neatly arranged clothes in the cave and the glimmer of green light in the burly man's eyes, he guessed that he was indeed the demon the old Taoist spoke of. Perhaps the old Taoist was investigating the whereabouts of the burly man together with the thin, small figure. Xiao Jian recalled how the burly man had suddenly left after the cave was exposed. Could it be that they were afraid of this old Taoist? But why was the old Taoist inquiring about the falling light ball? Was the God Altar sect also concerned about this matter? Xiao Jian felt that everything seemed reasonable, yet he still harbored an inexplicable unease. He trusted his instincts. Perhaps it was because he was different from others, having had the ability to sense danger since childhood, making his intuition more accurate than ordinary people. When he arrived in front of the Shu residence, Xiao Jian was just about to hand over the visiting card to the guard when two tall horses trotted over. Shuya elegantly dismounted, tossing the reins to the maid behind her. Today, she was dressed in a black fitted outfit, looking spirited, with a bow and arrow slung over her back, radiating a golden light. She casually glanced at Xiao Jian, seemingly not recognizing him. Many people visited her father daily, so she didn't find it strange. However, when she saw Fu Gui, her eyes widened in surprise, and she turned back to look at Xiao Jian again. Shuya raised her eyebrows, her eyes sparkling. "Oh, it's you?" She walked up to Xiao Jian, tilted her head to look at him, and teased, "Hey, whose daughter is this, looking so delicate, dressed like this? Are you here to sell yourself as a maid?" Xiao Jian turned his head to the side, avoiding her gaze. He didn't dare to meet Shuya's eyes. "Ahem, Miss Shu, I have important matters to discuss with Uncle Shu." "Humph, important matters." Shuya didn't believe him at all. She completely ignored his words. Seeing him seemingly trying to evade her, she deliberately used her riding crop to press against his chin, forcing him to face her. "Ah, are you shy? So cute. I'm in need of a rough maid. How about you serve me?" Shuya's words were laced with teasing, and Xiao Jian felt his face heat up. He reached out to push the riding crop away, but before he could touch it, it swiftly avoided his hand, firmly returning to its original position. Xiao Jian was helpless and even a bit frantic. "Miss Shu, don't go too far." In front of everyone on the boat, she seemed somewhat ladylike, but now she had completely revealed her true nature. "What fairy? Bah, just a demon." Shuya smirked, having finally caught a chance today. She was determined to have some fun with him. "Hee hee, I'm just going to go overboard. What will you do about it? Aren't you sharp-toothed and fierce? Come bite me. I've learned some flashy martial arts. How about we practice together?" As she spoke, she also clenched her fist, waving it in front of Xiao Jian triumphantly. Xiao Jian was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. This delicate, fair-skinned girl, who looked like a fairy, actually practiced martial arts. Was there no justice in the world? He felt frustrated and unconsciously twisted his neck, trying to escape her mocking gaze. But the riding crop was like a rooted plant, firmly controlling his chin, unable to move. Chapter 14. Once again trapped in Shuya's eyes. "Shuya, what do you want?" Xiao Jian was furious. This time, he directly called her name. Too lazy to use a title. "Guess." "Cough, cough." Xiao Jian coughed twice. Shuya's words nearly choked him. "Is this a joke? That's my usual line." A surge of frustration rose in his heart as he glared at Shuya, who was playfully staring back at him. Their gazes unexpectedly met. His heart sank suddenly. Just as he was about to turn his head to avoid her, it was too late. His vision suddenly turned pitch black. Xiao Jian realized he had fallen into her trap again. He felt himself sinking in her eyes, yet what he saw was his own mind. In the depths of darkness, A golden light flickered. This golden light did not burst forth as it had last time, but continuously struck in the same direction. It seemed that an invisible barrier was blocking its path. Every time the light struck this barrier, ripples like water waves would ripple around, and the light would dim considerably. Xiao Jian's mind throbbed with pain, his limbs stiff and immobile, leaving him only able to watch in terror as the light kept crashing against the barrier. Unable to stop it, he was certain that this golden light came from the golden radiance surrounding Shuya, and that the pitch-black space he saw might be a manifestation within her eyes, or perhaps she had drawn his vision into her mind. Regardless of the scenario, it was something incredible. This was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Who exactly was she? What did she want to do? Countless questions surged in Xiao Jian's mind. Was she mad enough to want to drill a hole in my mind? But why could I not sense any danger or malice? Boom! Before Xiao Jian could awaken from his confusion, a muffled sound suddenly echoed in his mind, and the golden light shot through the barrier like a sharp arrow. The intense pain in Xiao Jian's brain nearly caused him to lose control of his body, almost making him fall to the ground. The golden light also dimmed significantly as it flew out through the open passage. Xiao Jian finally regained his freedom, his vision returning from the pitch-black space. But he still stared blankly at Shuya, taking a long while to come back to his senses. The maid, who had been watching the show from the side, was also full of astonishment. Based on her understanding of her young lady, she usually preferred a steady and pragmatic approach, striving to improve, and did not have any good feelings toward idle and impractical young masters like Xiao Jian. Yet today, her lady was so unrestrained in playing with Xiao Jian that she even felt that her young lady seemed to be teaching him a lesson. She glanced at her young lady, feeling a bit unfamiliar, but soon felt relieved. This might not be a bad thing. In her heart, compared to those wealthy young masters, Xiao Jian seemed to be living more authentically, with less pretense. Shuya, why haven't you entered the mansion yet? Suddenly, a deep voice pulled Xiao Jian out of his thoughts. Xiao Jian looked around, but could not find the source of the voice. He took a deep breath and shook his head to clear his mind. Shuya shot a glare at Xiao Jian, pointed behind him, and waved her delicate fist, seemingly warning him not to act recklessly. Xiao Jian turned to look, and a small sedan chair for two had just landed. Shuya walked to the front of the sedan chair, lifted the curtain, and a tall figure stepped out. Father, Xiao Jian is here. He says he has something important to discuss with you, she said softly, casting a glance at Xiao Jian, completely different from her earlier arrogance. Xiao Jian of Zion Renping. I have met my uncle. Xiao Jian quickly stepped forward and bowed, but he was thinking that based on Shuya's expression, she seemed unaware of what had just happened. However, during both incidents, Xiao Jian had not sensed any malice at all. He believed in his ability to perceive, and Shuya harbored no intentions of harming him. He needed to find an opportunity to ask her in detail about what was going on. Seeing Xiao Jian dressed as a woman, Shu Bufu was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Good nephew, please come inside to talk. Once in the study, Shu Bufu asked Xiao Jian, you must have arrived in Shangzhou City a long time ago. Why did you only come to the mansion today? Xiao Jian could not reveal his identity as a scholar. So he explained, Uncle, I encountered some matters and spent a few days investigating in secret. I have some clues now, which is why I came to disturb you. At that moment, a servant brought in tea, and Shu Bufu poured tea for Xiao Jian, who hurriedly took the teapot, first pouring tea for Shu Bufu before filling his own cup. Xiao Jian, once you arrive in Shangzhou City, the Shu Mansion is your home. There's no need to stay at an inn. By the way, what is the matter you mentioned? Xiao Jian recounted in detail what he had observed in the cave. Finally, he emphasized, Uncle Shu, I feel that these three individuals are extremely strange. Their origins are likely not ordinary. Shu Bufu listened quietly to Xiao Jian, his expression growing increasingly serious, yet he did not show any signs of surprise. After Xiao Jian finished speaking, he finally spoke. In fact, such incidents have been occurring in many places. Their ability to leave on their own is not necessarily a good thing. Saying this, he stood up and walked to the window, pushing it open. Hearing Shu Bufu's words, Xiao Jian felt a sinking feeling. Such bizarre incidents were actually common. Xiao Jian looked at Shu Bufu in confusion. From his tone, it seemed that the government could not handle such matters. Shu Bufu stood quietly by the window, gazing at the distant sky, remaining silent for a long time, and the room suddenly became heavy with tension. Xiao Jian watched the afterglow of the setting sun. The sun was slanting westward, seemingly covered by a layer of dark gauze, appearing exceptionally dim. Shu Bufu Sikit, alas. Demons are rampant, and the sun and moon lose their light. This is a sign of great disaster. His tone was filled with weariness and worry, as if the end of the world were imminent. Xiao Jian felt that Shu Bufu was somewhat exaggerating. The actions of the burly man in the cave indeed violated the natural order. However, in Xiao Jian's view, they merely had some special abilities, like the fire-starting technique used by the old Taoist, Shuya's strange eyes, and his own ability to sense danger, all of which could only be considered special skills. Calling them demons was a bit of a stretch. Uncle Shu, have you investigated the origins of the 3 individuals that appeared in the cave? Since Shu Bufu already knew about this matter, investigating their backgrounds should not be difficult. They must have relatives and friends, and surely they had wives and children. They? No, they're not human. They're soul-devouring evil spirits. They are evil entities that consume souls. Shu Bufu's tone was exceptionally heavy, filled with repression and concern. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jian's body trembled violently, and he looked at Shu Bufu in disbelief, his expression one of shock and incredulity. Shu Bufu seemed to realize he had become overly agitated. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and explained, they merely borrowed human bodies. Their true form is just a mass of mist. Possession. Xiao Jian involuntarily thought of possession, as if he had experienced something similar before. A strange sense of familiarity washing over him. Chapter 15. Shuya becomes strangely unfamiliar. He suddenly felt inexplicably panicked and uneasy. Ever since he woke from his nightmare, everything seemed to begin to spiral out of control. First, a pendant had suddenly appeared on his chest, and beside him, a massive rock had materialized out of thin air. On the way to Huzhou City, he had inadvertently seen the horrifying green light in the burly man's eyes. In the cave of Zhu Lin Town, neatly arranged clothes were present, but the bodies inside had mysteriously vanished. On the street, he saw the old Taoist casually point and ignite the weeds, along with Shu Ya's peculiar eyes. Each event exuded an unusual aura. Now, with the sudden emergence of soul-devouring evil spirits, he felt that these spirits were somehow connected to him. Xiao Jian touched the pendant on his chest, recalling the old Taoist asking about the descending light ball on the bridge and the skinny little figure that had come out of the inn. He was certain that these people had already noticed him, connecting this to the 3 sets of hunter clothing in the cave. The disappearance of these 3 hunters was undoubtedly related to their visit to Beishan. From this, it could be seen that they had been searching for clues about the light ball. Although he had narrowly escaped this time, would they let it go? If he encountered them, how could he protect himself? Xiao Jian raised his head and asked tremulously, "Can we kill them?" Shu Bufu paced back and forth for a few steps, sighed, and then returned to sit at the tea table. Someone has injured them, but their wounds heal at a visible speed. Shu Bufu's answer sent a chill down Xiao Jian's spine, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. After Uncle Shu finished speaking, he noticed that Xiao Jian's face was a bit pale and asked with concern, "Xiao Jian, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell?" Xiao Jian took a sip of water, rubbed his forehead, and shook his head, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Uncle. It's just that I suddenly heard the truth and felt a bit scared." Only he knew that it wasn't purely fear. It was also related to the mental fatigue caused by the strange gaze of Shuya. Regarding Shuya's unusual eyes, he decided to talk to her first. He even suspected that both Shuya and Uncle Shu were unaware of this matter. As night fell, Xiao Jian didn't decline and followed Uncle Shu's arrangement to stay at the Shu residence. After a good night's sleep, just as the sun began to rise, he heard a rustling sound outside, occasionally accompanied by bursts of cheering. Xiao Jian was staying in the courtyard, and in the center of the courtyard was a decent-sized garden. The noise was coming from the training ground in the garden. When he arrived at the training ground, he saw Shu Yu wielding a sharp sword, executing continuous moves that formed a dazzling light under the morning sun. It seemed that Shu Yu was not just putting on a show. She was genuinely practicing martial arts and appeared to be quite skilled. Xiao Jian felt that he was definitely not her match. In a corner of the training ground, a scholar in a scholar's cap was staring intently at Shuya. Beside him, a young man wielding a waist knife was practicing his knife techniques. It was really unfortunate to see this scholar again. Seeing him gazing at Shuya with such infatuation made Xiao Jian feel instantly displeased. At that moment, the scholar also noticed Xiao Jian. He walked up to the young man with the knife and said a few words, after which the young man sheathed his knife and approached Xiao Jian. The young man was dressed in a luxurious deep blue robe, wearing leather boots, and had a jade pendant hanging at his waist. He was likely a city defense general. "You're Xiao Jian? I heard from young Master Zhang that you want to knock out his teeth?" This city defense general had a good appearance, standing even taller than Xiao Jian. He rested a hand on the hilt of his knife, looking at Xiao Jian with an imposing demeanor, exuding authority without needing to be angry. "Yes, that's true. If he doesn't know how to restrain himself, he might not just be a threat," Xiao Jian replied, not backing down. He couldn't shrink back after daring to have thoughts about his fiancée. How could he face himself in the future? At this moment, Shuya also sheathed her sword and stood directly beside the city defense general. From her eyes, Xiao Jian saw a trace of disdain towards him. He had never seen such an expression in her eyes during their previous encounters. "Oomph, Xiao Jian, who I choose to associate with, is my business. Why do you have to control me?" Xiao Jian felt a sense of unfamiliarity when he saw Shuya today. Her words earlier only intensified this feeling. He was even more displeased. While the city defense general was coming to the aid of someone with the surname Zhang, Shuya was standing with them, which he found unacceptable. Shuya's performance today had left Xiao Jian utterly disappointed. "I've said it before you and I sever ties. If he dares to have any ill intentions, I will knock out his teeth." Xiao Jian's tone was filled with anger. "Let me tell you the truth. The incident at the city gate was orchestrated by me." Seeing that Xiao Jian was still being disrespectful, Shuya seemed a bit angry and directly exposed the matter at the city gate. Xiao Jian felt relieved. Just as he suspected, the scholar had intercepted him on time, which meant he must have known about his itinerary, and only Uncle Shu and Shuya were aware of it. Now that Shuya admitted this, it left Xiao Jian with mixed feelings. Although he had never taken this marriage matter seriously, being slapped in the face like this was still hard to accept. "Haha, with your worthless self, you still want to act like a toad, trying to get a glimpse of Shuya." The scholar, seeing Shuya standing with them, became even more arrogant. He shed his usual scholarly demeanor, blocking the exit and staring at Xiao Jian, as if afraid he would escape. "Big brother, this guy is too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson today. Doesn't he like smashing people's teeth? Let's knock out 2 of his front teeth." The city defense general turned out to be the scholar's older brother, but there was no resemblance between their appearances or personalities. The city defense general, referred to as Big Brother by the scholar, seemed to take his words very seriously. It was as if he had received an order. He coldly said to Xiao Jian, "If you dare to act wildly in Huzhou City, you must pay the price. If you don't leave 2 teeth today, you won't be able to walk out of this door." As he spoke, his hand reached for Xiao Jian. Fu Gui, who was standing beside Xiao Jian, immediately stepped in front of him, seeing that the other party was about to harm Xiao Jian. The city defense general turned his palm into a fist and struck Fu Gui's nose hard. Fu Gui was no match for him. With just 1 punch, he was sent flying, blood streaming down his face. Fu Gui. Xiao Jian felt a sharp pain in his heart. Although Fu Gui was his follower, they were closer than real brothers. Seeing him suffer made Xiao Jian's eyes instantly turn red. He grabbed a bench beside him and crazily smashed it onto the city defense general's head. Bang! The city defense general was immediately knocked back, blood streaming from his head, and he staggered back several steps before barely stabilizing himself. Seeking death, the city defense general swiftly drew his waist knife and swung it towards Xiao Jian's arm. Seeing this, Xiao Jian hurriedly retreated, but as a young master who had never practiced martial arts, he couldn't match the speed of a martial general. The wind from the blade lifted Xiao Jian's hair. At that moment, Xiao Jian's heart turned as cold as ice. He didn't hate the scholar or the city defense general, but he felt extreme resentment toward Shuya. No matter how things ended up between him and Shuya, she shouldn't have teamed up with outsiders to deal with her fiancé. Just as he was about to be drenched in blood, Xiao Jian resigned himself and closed his eyes at this critical moment. Clang! A sharp long sword deflected the city defense general's waist knife. The sword light spun and flashed coldly, sending one of the city defense general's arms, along with the knife, flying away. You! A scream suddenly rang out, and the city defense general covered his empty shoulder with one hand, blood oozing through his fingers. He looked at Shuya, who was holding the long sword, with a face full of terror. Was this still the Shuya who often hunted and practiced martial arts with him? Shuya glared at the city defense general. Her sharp sword pointed directly at his throat. If the city defense general dared to make any move, the sword would surely pierce his throat. Don't you dare touch a hair on him. Shuya's voice seemed to contain a magical quality, low and authoritative, instilling fear in anyone who dared to defy her. Xiao Jian also looked at Shuya in disbelief. Just moments ago, she was conspiring against him, and in the blink of an eye, she had severed the city defense general's arm. Chapter 16. Don't you dare touch a hair on him at this moment. Xiao Jian finally saw a glimmer of the long-lost golden light in her eyes again. Although this golden light seemed much weaker than before, it was still very noticeable. Strangely, the many servants and maids around them, aside from being shocked, did not look into Shuya's eyes much, as if they had not noticed this anomaly. Could it be that they could not see this golden light at all? Shuya, what are you doing? Suddenly, a loud shout startled everyone from their shock. Uncle Shu strode into the courtyard, looking astonished at Shuya, and scolded loudly. Clang! The sword in Shuya's hand unexpectedly fell to the ground, and her body seemed to lose balance and fell backward. Xiao Jian rushed up and caught her, asking with concern, Shuya, what's wrong? Shuya's face was pale, and the golden light in her eyes was growing dimmer, as if it was about to extinguish. Recalling the moment yesterday, when he locked eyes with Shuya at the gate of the Shu residence, the golden light had dimmed significantly when it opened a channel in his mind. Seeing it weaken again today made Xiao Jian's heart suddenly ache. He had a feeling that this golden light had always been helping him, and everything that had just happened was likely related to this golden light. Shu Yu, quickly take the young lady back to her room to rest. Uncle Shu still did not know what had happened here. Seeing that Shuya was not injured, he instructed the maid. The maid who had been following Shuya quickly helped her toward the back courtyard. Xiao Jian felt relieved when he saw that Shuya could still walk. Uncle Shu then instructed a middle-aged house servant beside him, saying, Old Wang, take General Zhang to the medical clinic for treatment. The house servant picked up the arm from the ground, and several people quickly carried General Zhang away. The Confucian-clad youth was already pale with fear. Seeing that Uncle Shu had not noticed him, he trembled and wobbled as he walked away with General Zhang. Once everyone had dispersed, Uncle Shu finally turned to Xiao Jian and said, Come with me to the study. In the study, Xiao Jian lowered his head and did not dare to sit down. After all, what happened today was closely related to him. Uncle Shu, I'm sorry. Usually playful and mischievous, but today this incident had escalated too much, and Xiao Jian felt very anxious. Uncle Shu waved his hand, interrupting Xiao Jian, and asked, What exactly happened? Why was Shuya so impulsive? Xiao Jian recounted the events in the garden in detail and apologized. If Shuya hadn't acted, I would have lost my arm today. Uncle Shu let out a sigh of relief and calmly said, It seems that Shuya has not been very concerned about your marriage before. I don't know what happened at the city gate, so don't take it too seriously. After all, you two have never met. However, she seems to have changed her attitude toward you recently. After saying this, Uncle Shu pointed to a seat in front of the tea table, indicating for Xiao Jian to sit down. Xiao Jian cupped his hands and sat down, saying, Uncle Shu, with General Zhang injured, I fear this will cause you trouble. Xiao Jian changed the subject, not wanting to discuss Shuya. He felt that there seemed to be more to this matter, and that he needed to find a suitable time to ask Shuya about it face to face. You don't need to worry about this. A city defense commander dares to draw his weapon and injure someone in my residence. If it weren't for Shuya's intervention, how would I explain this to your father? He is reaping what he has sown. Xiao Jian then realized that this General Zhang was the city defense commander of Huzhou, an 8th-rank military official. Uncle Shu was the prefect of Huzhou, a 5th-rank civil official. So he indeed had the confidence to say this. However, Xiao Jian knew that sometimes an official's rank does not determine everything. It also depends on the family background of the person involved. Suddenly, a rapid sound of hooves could be heard approaching from afar, heading straight for Shu's residence. Report. A shout broke the tranquility of Huzhou, and Uncle Shu's expression turned serious as he quickly walked outside. Just as he reached the courtyard, the guards were already helping a messenger soldier inside. The soldier, disheveled and staggering, fell to the ground in front of Uncle Shu, raising his hands with an official document and shouting, "Emergency report from the border. The barbarian tribes are launching a large-scale attack. 1,000 cavalry from the Halifa tribe are heading toward Huzhou." Uncle Shu took the document, glanced at it, and his expression immediately became grave. He waved his hand, signaling the guards to let the soldier rest. "Xiao Jian, there may be changes in Huzhou. You should set off back to Xian Rinping immediately." At this moment, Shuya also learned of the emergency report and hurriedly rushed over with the help of her maid. "Shuya, you should pack up and immediately head to Shangzhou City." Uncle Shu did not mention General Zhang again. Seeing that Shuya's face had regained some color and seemed to be fine, he did not inquire about her condition, as if the earlier events had never happened. Shuya did not offer any explanation either. She glanced at the emergency report and felt a chill in her heart, anxiously saying, "Father, what will you do? They have also coerced a large number of refugees. How can the few hundred remaining soldiers in Huzhou defend it?" Xiao Jian frowned. Huzhou was not far from the border, and such an important city had only a few hundred remaining soldiers for defense. Uncle Shu, seeing Xiao Jian's puzzled expression, said, "Years of poor harvest across the regions have burdened the court, and they have long considered abandoning Huzhou. They might not even defend Shangzhou City to the death." Xiao Jian understood. The court wanted to shed its burden. If a large number of refugees poured into Huzhou, even without the barbarian tribes attacking, it would be difficult for Huzhou to hold on. "I'm not leaving. I want to stay with my father." Shuya's eyes began to redden. If Xiao Jian were not present, she would probably have cried. "Don't be foolish. After I finish dealing with things here, I will immediately head to Shangzhou City. If anything happens, you should return to Qingsha City. Huzhou cannot be defended, and the court has no intention of holding on to it. Allowing them to stay here will only increase the danger unnecessarily." Xiao Jian silently nodded, not saying much. This barbarian cavalry's arrival was somewhat suspicious. He had a premonition that their sudden attack on Huzhou might be related to the burly man. Perhaps they were also coming for the event of the falling light ball. The other two people beside the burly man were indeed barbarians. Could it mean that a barbarian tribe had already been controlled by the soul-devouring evil spirit? The soul-devouring evil spirit could possess humans, and it could easily control a barbarian tribe. The only thing he did not understand was why the response speed of the barbarian cavalry seemed so fast. Perhaps they had some special means of communication? The soul-devouring evil spirit is not human. If they have special means of communication, Xiao Jian would not be surprised. Xiao Jian's mood suddenly became extremely urgent. He worried that the dark rock was too conspicuous and would be discovered by them. He was certain that the light ball that Fu Gui had seen was caused by the appearance of that rock. Although he did not yet know what the pendant and the rock were, or where they came from, since the burly man and the old Taoists from the Divine Altar sect were paying attention to this matter, he could deduce that they were definitely not ordinary items. These two items must have a significant relationship with him, possibly even related to his life. He had to return quickly and find a way to move or hide the rock. Xiao Jian and Fu Gui traveled nonstop for 3 days and finally arrived at the location of the rock. Xiao Jian wanted to confirm whether the rock was still in place, so he instructed Fu Gui to take the horse to the foot of the mountain to drink water. Just as he jumped off the horse, he felt the ground tremble slightly. He quickly lay down on the ground, holding his breath to listen for a moment, and his face immediately turned pale. At this moment, the thunderous sound of hooves approached like a continuous rumble of thunder, making his ears buzz. The sound of hooves grew louder, and a strong wave of fear rose in Xiao Jian's heart. This must be the barbarian cavalry. They were going to attack Xian Rinping. Xiao Jian's heart sank to the bottom. They had indeed come for the event of the falling light ball. This place was the closest to Xian Rinping, and if they were looking for clues about the falling light ball, their primary target would be Xian Rinping. There was no time to check that rock anymore. Xiao Jian jumped back onto his horse and urgently said to Fu Gui, "Go. Let us take the shortcut back." The opposing side was elite cavalry, riding strong war horses. If they continued along the main road, they would be caught up quickly. The two diverted from the main road, following a small path along the creek, heading north toward the mountain. This small path led directly to the Xiao family's school. After crossing a hill, Xiao Jian turned back to look at the main road and saw cold light flashing on the road, dust rising for miles, blocking out the sun. The sound of hooves echoed like thunder, and even the hill where he stood began to tremble. Chapter 17. The Barbarian Cavalry Attacks. Zion Rimping. This was a cavalry force of over 1,000. Go! Xiao Jian's face turned pale, and his heart felt cold. A barbarian cavalry of over 1,000 attacking an unprepared Zion Rimping would surely result in a river of blood. He fiercely whipped the reins, and the horse galloped down the mountain, bumping so hard that he felt like his bones were about to shatter, with blood oozing from the sides of his thighs. Xiao Jian's riding skills were only average. He had never been this reckless before. Several times, he was nearly thrown off the horse. After rounding a bend, he finally saw the school halfway up the mountain, surrounded by a low wall enclosing several wooden structures. The school was less than 5 miles in a straight line from the Xiao family village, and standing outside the school's wall, one could see the Xiao family village clearly below. Behind the school building lies a dense forest connected to the vast North Mountain Range. The front and both sides are cliffs. This place used to be a villa, and the teacher found it elegant and pleasant, so his father converted it into a school. The mountain path leading to the school is carved into the cliff, which is dozens of feet high, with a creek at the bottom that intersects with the official road of Huzhou City. Xiao Jian is taking the small path along this creek. The two of them rushed to the base of the cliff in front of the school and saw his father standing outside the school wall, looking down, likely startled by the hurried sound of hoofs. Xiao Jian originally planned to head straight to Xiao family village, but since his father was at the school, he quickly turned his horse around and galloped up the mountain path to the school. The horse was already exhausted, and the mountain path to the school was winding uphill. After just a few steps, the horse stumbled and suddenly knelt down, causing Xiao Jian to tumble off. Xiao Jian, his father exclaimed, rushing down the mountain to pick him up. Without waiting for his father to speak, Xiao Jian gasped for breath and said, "Dad, quickly! The barbarian cavalry is coming. Gather everyone and let them evacuate." Seeing Xiao Jian's anxious expression, his father hurriedly carried him toward the school, asking as they ran, "Don't panic. Take your time and tell me what happened." "The barbarian cavalry is right behind us, heading for Zion Rimping." Xiao Jian took a moment to catch his breath and briefly explained to his father what he had seen regarding the cavalry. After hearing this, his father quickened his pace to the school. Just as he set Xiao Jian down, a little girl ran out from inside. "Brother Xiao Jian, what's wrong? Woo-woo." "Brother Xiao Jian, what's wrong?" The little girl saw Xiao Jian being carried and thought he was hurt, rushing over in tears. Xiao Jian reached out to pick her up, gently wiped her tears, and comforted her softly. "Don't cry. Xiao Ling, brother is fine, just a bit tired." Xiao Ling is the teacher's granddaughter, only 6 years old this year. Xiao Jian tried hard to hide his anxious expression so as not to scare her. At this moment, a frail boy approached, took Xiao Ling, and asked with concern, "Cousin, what happened? Why are you so exhausted?" This boy, named Zhang Chun, is the son of his aunt and Xiao Jian's cousin. He wore a faded coarse linen shirt and looked quite weak. Zhang Chun is half a year younger than Xiao Jian, but is half a head shorter. Before going to Huzhou City, his father had told Xiao Jian that Zhang Chun would come to study together. Today was likely his first visit to the school, which is why his father accompanied him. Just then, the sound of urgent hoofbeats suddenly came from the mountain below, sending a chill down Xiao Jian's spine. The Xiao family village is finished. Zion Rimping is finished. Xiao Jian sat down on the ground, tears streaming down uncontrollably. He and Fugui had galloped hard, but they hadn't arrived home too much earlier. He slammed his fist on the ground, hating his own powerlessness, hating that he couldn't save Zion Rimping, feeling that he had doomed it. If it weren't for the inexplicable appearance of the glowing orb, perhaps all of this wouldn't have happened. He couldn't understand what was happening in this world, nor could he comprehend the soul-eating evil spirits and what they intended to do. At this moment, he desperately wished to become stronger. He wanted to destroy these beasts. Down below, a large group of cavalry had already charged into Xiao family village. In an instant, heart-wrenching screams and cries could be faintly heard. Then, thick black smoke rose, with red flames occasionally flickering in the smoke. At this moment, 3 cavalrymen burst out of Shao family village, heading toward the school. His father drew his waist knife and quickly walked toward the entrance, saying, "Shao Jian, take the teacher and hide in the back mountain." Seeing Fu Gui still standing foolishly to the side, pointing at a wooden box, he said, "This box has some clothes and bedding. Take it with you." Shao Jian felt a bit anxious, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, and urged Dad, "Let's go together." His father glared at him and shouted, "Hurry up and go. Only when you leave can I escape." His father had been a soldier in his youth and kept in shape, so he was not weak. The teacher also came out from the study, smiling wryly, and said, "What are you running for at this age? This body will only be a burden to them. I will wait here for the master." He patted his granddaughter Xiaoling's head and said to Li Anping, "I leave Xiaoling in your care. Don't let her suffer. There are half a bag of sweet potatoes inside. Take them with you." The barbarian cavalry came to Xian Renping, and no one knew when they would leave. If everyone hid in the deep mountains without food, they would eventually starve. The teacher's expression was calm, his tone steady, but after speaking, he glanced at Xiaoling several more times, filled with love and reluctance. The school and Shao family village were not far apart. Soon, the 3 cavalrymen reached the school entrance. When Shao Jian saw them, his heart sank even further. Sure enough, these 3 were the cavalrymen led by the burly man. Leading them was a scar-faced barbarian, wielding a large saber, fully armored, with his horse covered in rawhide, functioning as heavy cavalry. Following closely behind was the burly man, still wearing his shiny leather armor, holding a gleaming cavalry saber, likely the leader of this cavalry squad. The small, skinny one was last, holding a bow and arrows. Dressed as light cavalry, with eagle-like eyes fixed on Shao Jian, who had run to the edge of the forest. It was evident that these 3 had fought together many times. Standing at the edge of the woods, Shao Jian stared at the burly man, realizing that he was likely the soul-eating evil spirit among the trio. Oddly, the burly man did not use any special skills. He jumped off his horse and approached Shao Jian's father, swinging his saber at him. The mountain path was narrow, unsuitable for mounted combat. Clang! His father parried the cavalry saber with his own, the 2 blades clashing, and his waist knife felt as if it had been struck by a giant rock, the heavy force pushing him back several steps. Seizing the opportunity while his father was retreating, the scar-faced man suddenly urged his horse forward, crossing over his father and chasing after Shao Jian and the others, who were fleeing into the woods. Once these men entered the forest, the war horses would lose their advantage, and it would become very difficult to find them again. The light cavalry at the back reined in his horse, drew an arrow, and aimed it at Shao Jian. His father shouted in alarm, "Shao Jian, be careful. At such a close distance, if he got hit by the arrow, there would be no chance of survival. He only had this one son. If something happened to Shao Jian, he wouldn't be able to live either." Ignoring the burly man's saber that swung toward him again, his father charged at the archer, bracing himself against the blade. Swoosh! The burly man's saber sliced through his father's lower abdomen, blood splattering. "Dad!" Seeing his father injured, Shao Jian's eyes instantly filled with blood, his heart aching. "Run!" his father shouted, staggering slightly, still ignoring the intense pain in his abdomen. Using all his strength to thrust his shoulder against the horse's neck, driving his waist knife into the horse's throat. The war horse let out a painful neigh, rearing up high, sending the light cavalry tumbling down the cliff along with it, the arrow shot flying into the sky. Meanwhile, his father collapsed to the ground, his clothes drenched in blood, his face pale. He struggled to turn his head and looked at the scar-faced man charging toward the woods. Then he looked up at Shao Jian at the edge of the woods, seemingly gathering all his strength to roar run. At this moment, the scar-faced man had already reached the entrance of the woods, jumping down from his horse. The forest was too dense, and the slope was steep, making it impossible for the war horses to enter. At the entrance, the teacher stood barehanded in the middle of the path, calmly watching the scar-faced man charging at him with a saber. The scar on the man's face seemed to writhe with his sinister grin, resembling a crawling, poisonous centipede. Appearing exceptionally fierce, the teacher took a deep breath, glanced back at Xiaoling, then looked at Shao Jian and said, "Survive, and take good care, Xiaoling. He had no choice left. If Scarface entered the woods, neither Xiao Jian nor his companions would survive, including his granddaughter Xiaoling. Suddenly, the man jumped forward like a rock, charging down the slope toward Scarface. Scarface's pupils contracted in shock. Behind him was a cliff, but the mountain path was narrow, leaving him nowhere to hide. Chapter 18. The Burly Man and the Soul-Eating Evil Spirit Swish. Scarface's saber easily pierced the man's chest. He didn't have time to withdraw the saber before the tremendous inertia sent him flying. Both the man and Scarface fell into the cliff behind them. 2 cavalrymen were eliminated in the blink of an eye. The burly man had a frosty expression, and his large copper-ringed eyes sparked with a greenish glow. "Father, be careful." Xiao Jian immediately sensed that the burly man was about to reveal the true form of the soul-eating evil spirit. Sure enough, a bizarre scene unfolded. The burly man's clothes seemed to lose support and slid to the ground, exposing a gray body. The gray body gradually became transparent, transforming into a gray, humanoid mist that retained its facial features and limbs. However, on its head, there was a protrusion resembling newly sprouted horns. Within its semi-transparent head, a crystal emitted a green light, which shot out from its eyes. It turned out that the green glow in its eyes did not originate from the eyes themselves, but from this crystal. The man paid no attention to any of this. He held his abdomen with both hands, staring blankly at Xiao Jian, repeatedly saying, "Go. Don't mind me, don't mind me." The soul-eating evil spirit suddenly floated up and lunged at Xiao Jian's father, the mist passing through his body. The man's voice abruptly stopped, and a gentle breeze swept by, causing his clothes to flutter away towards the cliff. Upon seeing this, Xiao Jian's eyes widened in horror, his body went cold, and a wave of despair surged in his heart. He cried out in anguish, "Dad!" His voice echoed in the canyon. Xiaoling was right beside Xiao Jian, and everything before her felt like a nightmare. She was already stunned, but Xiao Jian's scream jolted her awake. She suddenly cried out loudly, "Grandpa! Grandpa!" and ran toward the cliff. Xiaoling was only 6 years old. She could not accept the departure of her only relative. She wanted to get her grandpa back. At this moment, the soul-eating evil spirit had already returned to the armor on the ground, which quickly rose and unfolded, transforming back into the burly man in armor. He looked up to see the little girl running towards him and swung his saber at her. The burly man did not use the soul-chewing skill again. Perhaps there were certain limits to his ability to consume souls. Clack! Xiao Jian's teeth ground together in rage, hatred devouring his heart like a monster, and his eyes sparkled with an uncontrollable fire. At this moment, he was like an enraged lion. He picked up a stone and shouted, "Bastard, I'll fight you." He leaped forward like a tiger descending from the mountain, charging recklessly at the burly man. Seeing Xiao Jian charge, the burly man abandoned Xiaoling, turned around, and raised his glowing saber, striking down towards Xiao Jian with the force of thunder. The blade was still in midair, but its chilling sharpness already gave a sense of impending death. Xiao Jian's blood-red eyes were fixated solely on the burly man's forehead, flames of hatred flickering in his gaze. Facing the descending saber, he did not slow down at all, leaping forward like an arrow released from a bow, recklessly throwing himself at the enemy. Xiaoling was in imminent danger. His father had just died before his eyes, and he was pushed into a desperate situation. He could not abandon Xiaoling. He could not watch her fall on a blade. If someone had to die, it should be him first. He knew he couldn't kill the soul-eating evil spirit, but he had no way out. The burly man wore a sinister smile. He was battle-hardened and did not care for such desperate tactics. No matter how fast the opponent was, he could not outpace his thunderous strike. The saber fell from above Xiao Jian's head like lightning. The wind from the blade blew his hair wildly. In the next moment, his head would explode like a watermelon. But an unexpected event occurred. Just as the saber was about to strike Xiao Jian's head, a golden light descended from the sky, enveloping the area. Everything around suddenly froze, as if it were a painting on a canvas. The willows swayed in the breeze, maintaining their graceful forms, and the falling leaves hung motionless in the air, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The saber aimed at Xiao Jian's head also halted just half an inch away. In this moment, it seemed that only Xiao Jian was alive. He passed unhindered beneath the saber, This strange pause lasted only an instant before everything returned to normal. The golden light flickered away, and in his fury, Xiao Jian naturally did not notice it, nor did those who were frozen around him. The sinister smile on the burly man's face remained unchanged, and the thunderous strike continued downward. But the burly man suddenly realized that Xiao Jian had vanished, only to find him appearing right before him. His strike, originally aimed at Xiao Jian, turned into an arm that slammed against Xiao Jian's shoulder, causing the saber to fly out of his hand. Before the burly man could react from his shock, Xiao Jian's stone struck his forehead, instantly causing blood and flesh to fly, and brain matter spilled out. The soul-eating evil spirit, in its normal state, was indistinguishable from a human. When struck on the head, it too collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The difference was that the wound on its head was covered by a faint green glow, visibly healing at an observable rate. At this moment, Xiao Jian had not yet regained his senses from extreme anger and grief. He continuously swung the stone in his hand, smashing it hard against the evil spirit's head. Its healing speed could not keep up with Xiao Jian's destructive force, and its head burst apart, revealing a green crystal from within. Xiao Jian was taken aback, finally regaining his senses. He had seen this green crystal before. It was the source of the green glow in the evil spirit's eyes. Now, it was still glowing, and the areas covered by the glow were rapidly healing. Strangely, this green light seemed to appear anywhere on its body. Xiao Jian immediately understood that the terrifying healing speed of the soul-eating evil spirit relied on this green crystal. The green light at the wound was not emitted by the crystal itself, but was a substance released by the crystal, shining after moving to the wound. This green crystal must contain the energy that the soul-eating evil spirit needed. Xiao Jian forcefully extracted the green crystal from its head. Once the crystal left the burly man's body, it no longer emitted green light, and his flesh ceased to heal. Xiao Jian kicked the burly man's body into the cliff and knelt at the edge, crying out, "Dad! Sir!" He then looked towards the billowing smoke of the Xiao family village and roared, "I will kill all these beasts to avenge you. They will pay with their blood for their debts." The grudge of exterminating his family and killing his father was one that could not go unpunished. Meanwhile, Xiaoling seemed to have closed herself off. Everything happening around her appeared to have no effect on her. She continued to cry out, "Grandpa! Grandpa!" and kept running toward the cliff. Seeing this, Xiao Jian was immediately alarmed. If no one stopped her, she would run straight off the cliff. He quickly got up, caught her around the waist, and gently patted her back, trembling as he comforted her, shouting, "Don't be afraid. Your brother is here. Brother will stay with you." Xiao Jian held back his tears, but his body trembled continuously. He wanted to soothe Xiaoling, not wanting to leave too many shadows in her young heart. At this moment, Zhang Chun approached him, glanced at the Xiao family village below, and said, "Cousin, we can't stay here for long. We must leave quickly." Xiao Jian came back to his senses. The commotion at the study would soon be noticed from the foot of the mountain. If they didn't leave now, all their arrangements would be in vain. He looked around, wiped his tears, and asked, "Where's Fu Gui?" Zhang Chun glanced at the peak of the back mountain and said, "I sent him ahead with the sweet potatoes and the wooden box. He should have reached Jinji Ridge by now." Fu Gui was strong and sturdy. Only he could carry those heavy items. Chapter 19, Meteor. An external soul takes over at Jinji Ridge, the peak of the back mountain of the study. Standing on Jinji Ridge, one could clearly see the study, which was now engulfed in flames. After they escaped, a cavalry squad arrived at the study. Unable to catch Xiao Jian and the others, they set the study ablaze, leaving nothing behind. When Xiao Jian arrived at Jinji Ridge carrying Xiaoling, she was already fast asleep. He carried her and wandered aimlessly forward, unsure of where to go. Zhang Chun and Fu Gui silently followed him, walking along the mountain path deeper into the mountains for several hours until they reached a small flat area. The flat area was not large, and to the north, a stream flowed out from the mountain gorge. Surprisingly, there was a trickle of fresh water flowing in the stream. In this continuous drought, finding even a little fresh water was quite a challenge. It was already dusk, and after fleeing from the study for dozens of miles with no signs of life, they were both exhausted and hungry. Xiao Jian took out 2 sweet potatoes from the bag and asked, Fugui, do we have a fire starter? Fugui, seeing the sweet potatoes, couldn't help but drool. He had been carrying a wooden box and a bag of sweet potatoes while running, and he was starving. Young master, there is no fire starter in the box. They had fled in such a hurry that no one thought to bring a fire starter. Without it, they couldn't make a fire, but thankfully sweet potatoes could be eaten raw. He handed one to Fugui, and Zhang Chun looked around and saw that there were no nearby hills or large rocks. You two look around to see if you can find a windbreak. We'll spend the night here. Xiao Ling had been asleep the whole time, so Xiao Jian took out a sheet and blanket, spread them on a patch of dry grass, laid Xiao Ling down, and covered her with a piece of clothing from the wooden box. He lay down beside her, and images of his father fighting desperately flooded his mind, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. Xiao Jian pulled out the pendant from his chest, looked at its ugly appearance, and felt extremely displeased, his eyes filled with disgust. Perhaps the people of Julin Town were right. This was indeed an ominous object. Ever since it inexplicably appeared, everything had gone wrong, and now it had led to the destruction of his family. He took the pendant off, wanting to throw it away, but hesitated. The evil spirits seemed to care deeply for this object, and discarding it might just please them. Xiao Jian stuffed the pendant back into his chest, squinting at the setting sun on the horizon. At first, the sun was still fully visible, its rays warm and golden. As it slowly descended, it emitted a golden light, turning the sky yellow. Then, only a small sliver of the sun remained, casting its last dazzling rays. Just as this dazzling light faded, Xiao Jian suddenly opened his eyes wide. He saw several bright points of light suddenly shoot out from where the sun had disappeared. One of the light points seemed to sense something, as if drawn by a mysterious force, curving in a long arc and heading straight towards him. The speed of the light point was astonishing, and in an instant, it was right in front of him, just as Xiao Jian was about to jump up. The light point had already enveloped his entire body. Immediately, his body emitted a bright beam of light, illuminating the surrounding trees, which then quickly vanished, returning to normal. Fugui and Zhang Chun, not far away, saw this strong light and, not knowing what had happened, hurried back. Xiao Jian lay unconscious on the sheet, his whole body burning red. The sweat pouring from him was thick like mud, and wisps of white mist were rising. His hair stood upright like steel needles, as if ready to explode in all directions. The top of his head had a strange protrusion, resembling a sharp horn, similar to the conical horns that lambs grow, or a sharp meaty bump created by a blow. After a long time, the erect hair slowly fell back down, and the horn on his head became even more prominent. One could see a small red bead at the tip of the horn, faintly glowing. Zhang Chun reached out to touch his forehead, and at the moment their skin made contact, a loud bang sounded, followed by a burst of blue sparks, causing his palm to sting as if pricked by a needle. Zhang Chun withdrew his hand to check, finding nothing unusual, and reached out again, but no blue sparks appeared this time. Xiao Jian's forehead felt as hot as a piece of burning coal. The night had completely fallen, and without a fire starter, Zhang Chun and Fugui anxiously sat by Xiao Jian's side, unable to sleep all night. The night passed slowly, and by dawn the next day, Xiao Jian still had not woken up. His body temperature showed no signs of decreasing, and his clothes were filthy as if soaked in a muddy pond. Xiao Jian had a high fever that wouldn't break, and they were at a loss. Among the three, only Zhang Chun remained somewhat rational, knowing Xiao Jian couldn't handle matters. He realized he had to rely on himself. He went to the stream, crouched down, dipped his fingers in the water, and tasted it on his tongue, only to find that the stream water had a salty taste. Frowning, Zhang Chun turned to Fugui and said, "This stream water can't be drunk. Please go back to the study and find something. Try to bring back some clean water." As he was leaving, he added, "Make sure not to go into the village. The barbarian cavalry has burned the study, so they won't return there. The area around the study is safe now." Fugui was also anxious about Xiao Jian's condition. Getting him some water would be good, so he quickly turned and ran back the way they came. After Fugui left, Zhang Chun opened the box, found 2 sweat towels, soaked them in the stream, and placed them on Xiao Jian's forehead to help cool him down. As for Xiao Jian, ever since the light point entered his body, An external soul consciousness had mysteriously appeared within him. When this external soul consciousness first invaded his brain, it felt as if he had transformed into another person. No, not a person. It felt like he had become a bug, a humanoid monster. A monster with horns on its head and glowing eyes. As the horn on his head just began to grow, a counting command came from it. He involuntarily reported a number, 5. The horn emitted a brief flash of light, a glow difficult for the naked eye to detect. This horn turned out to be a communication organ, capable of sending and receiving information, just after transforming into a monster. All the memories of this monster flooded into his mind without reservation. He saw a massive roundhouse, surrounded by a circle of transparent windows, with stars shooting out like arrows, so fast that one could only see a bright line. Chapter 20. Fragmented Memories. Black net covering the sun from its memories. He also witnessed a strange scene, a red sun in the sky enveloped by a large black net. In the center of the black net, a transparent tube was entangled. This transparent tube extended out and ultimately connected to a square box. Inside the tube, a stream of golden liquid flowed, accompanied by flashes of lightning, flowing into the square box. The box was also transparent, and the golden liquid had accumulated to about half. The liquid gently rippled inside the box, emitting an extremely dazzling light, showcasing its immense energy. All of this was seen by Xiao Jian when he transformed into the monster, drawn from the memories of the creature. At this moment, Xiao Jian's self-awareness had completely vanished, as if he had never existed at all. Just as the foreign soul was about to take over the entire brain and body, a mysterious force suddenly intervened and expelled the soul. At that moment, he realized that he was still himself, and the foreign soul left behind only some fragmented memories in his mind. This foreign soul did not cease its attempts. It quickly invaded again, only to be driven out once more by the mysterious force. These two powers clashed continuously, and Xiao Jian kept shifting between human and monster, with the speed increasing each time. With each transformation, a portion of fragmented memories remained in his mind. The rapid switching in his brain caused a pain that felt as if his head were about to explode. This pain did not disappear regardless of whom he transformed into, until he ultimately fainted from the agony. His brain had completely turned into a battlefield for these two forces, and Xiao Jian lost all consciousness. Zhang Chun kept changing the sweat towel on Xiao Jian's forehead. As noon approached, Fu Guwei returned safely. Not only did he bring back clean water in several clay pots, but he also found a usable fire striker and 2 broken clay bowls among the ruins of the dormitory. Zhang Chun hurriedly took the clay bowls, poured a bowl of clean water, and slowly fed it to Xiao Jian. After giving him water, Zhang Chun joyfully discovered that his body temperature had begun to drop. In just half an hour, it returned to normal, though he had not yet regained consciousness. Seeing Xiao Jian's miraculous improvement, Zhang Chun quickly instructed Fu Guwei to boil some sweet potato soup in the clay pot, hoping that if he fed him a bit of soup, he would wake up. In reality, Zhang Chun completely misunderstood. The reason for Xiao Jian's temperature drop was that the struggle in his brain had finally reached a conclusion, and it was gradually returning to calm. The sun had just tilted to the west when Xiao Jian finally woke up. He happily realized that he was still himself and had not been overtaken by the foreign soul. He reached up to touch his head, finding no abnormalities. The sharp angles that had appeared earlier had collapsed. At that moment, he suddenly understood. Wasn't this possession? Remembering the feeling from last night made the hair on half of his body stand on end. If the other party had succeeded in possessing him, he would have silently disappeared, and Zhang Chun and the others would have been completely unaware, at most noticing a small, inconspicuous lump on his head. He reached up to touch his head. Fortunately, the lump on the top of his head had vanished. The foreign soul's attempt at possession had ultimately failed, which was certainly related to that mysterious force. However, the residual memories left behind by the other party remained in his mind. These memories seemed to have been filtered, with even the memories of the circular house and the angles on his head that received and transmitted information being cleared away. He wanted to know where this soul came from and what its purpose was, but all this information was completely blank. Xiao Jian suddenly thought, could this foreign soul be the chewing soul evil spirit? If it was an evil spirit, Then it could be confirmed that they were not native beings, but came from outer space. The light point should be the protective layer carried by the chewing soul, evil spirit, while traversing the sky. And the mist of the chewing soul, evil spirit, was contained within this protective layer. The more Xiao Jian thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. He broke out in a cold sweat. The method of possession by the chewing soul, evil spirit, should be to copy the information carried by the mist into the host's body and mind. If the copy was successful, the possession would also be successful. When Xiao Jian opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a pair of blood-red, tear-filled eyes, followed by a beautiful, innocent little face full of grievance. During his unconsciousness, the little girl had surely cried a lot. Xiao Ling. Xiao Jian called out and reached out to touch her hair. Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Ling immediately widened her already large eyes, making them look as big as copper bells, with the blood vessels clearly visible. She exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, you're awake? Brother is awake. Fuguwei, come quickly, brother is awake." After shouting, her small mouth twisted in an unharmonious manner, and it seemed she was about to cry again. Xiao Jian quickly reached out his hands, intending to pick her up, only to realize that he was already dirty all over. He wrapped his arms around her back, gently stroking her, and said, "Ling Ling, be good, don't cry." A 6-year-old girl had endured hardships over the past few days that even an adult could not bear. Xiao Jian did not want her to suffer any more grievances. Excessive trauma could affect her future life, and even her personality. Xiao Jian's awakening brought everyone out of the shadows. Zhang Chun, sitting by Xiao Jian's side, was obviously very happy. After experiencing these hardships, he had matured significantly. His originally small eyes narrowed slightly when looking at Xiao Jian, giving him a sense of a sharp gaze, as if trying to see through him. Then, Zhang Chun recounted the events that had occurred during the half-day. After going to the dormitory, Fuguwei brought back bad news. The barbarian cavalry showed no signs of retreating so far. Xiao Jian felt a bit heavy-hearted, but sincerely said to Zhang Chun, "Thank you, Zhang Chun. You did well." Not far away, a few stones had been piled up, supporting a clay pot from which steam was rising, carrying a sweet potato aroma into the air. Gurgle, someone's stomach grumbled twice. It was already afternoon, and no one had eaten anything, especially Fuguwei, who had traveled back and forth for dozens of kilometers. If it weren't for his strong physique, he would have probably collapsed from hunger. Xiao Jian was also very hungry, but his clothes emitted a peculiar smell. So he said, "You guys eat first. I'll go change my clothes." Fuguwei nodded repeatedly, picked up a clay bowl, and poured himself a bowl of sweet potato soup, eating heartily. Since Fuguwei only brought back 2 clay bowls, Zhang Chun said to Xiao Ling, "You go eat first. I'll talk with cousin." After saying that, he walked over and sat down on a stone by the creek. Xiao Jian found a water hole in the creek and prepared to wash up there. After taking off his clothes, he also removed the pendant from his chest to place it aside, when he suddenly felt the pendant warming slightly. Curious, he picked it up to examine it. Through the light spots around the pendant, he noticed that the inside of the pendant seemed to have become much clearer. Xiao Jian wondered if the mysterious force in his brain came from the pendant. Chapter 21. Survival Issues. Where to go from here after washing his body. Xiao Jian felt unprecedentedly comfortable, as if he had been reborn. He was surprised to find that his skin seemed much smoother, and the scars that had been on his body had actually disappeared. Could it be that the previous dirt all came from impurities within? After changing his clothes, he saw Zhang Chun sitting on a stone, seemingly waiting for him. When Xiao Jian approached, Zhang Chun stood up. Xiao Jian asked, "Zhang Chun, were you waiting for me?" Zhang Chun respectfully clasped his hands together and said, "Cousin, what should we do next? If there is anything you need me to do, just say the word." Xiao Jian thought for a moment. During his unconsciousness, Zhang Chun had helped him a lot, and he felt he was a capable person, cautious and very organized in doing things. So he asked, "Do you have any thoughts?" Seeing Zhang Chun seemed a bit restrained, Xiao Jian said heavily, "The Xiao family village has been destroyed. The other villages probably aren't faring any better. Your Zhang family village is only about 20 miles from the Xiao family village. It's hard to say you want to be affected as well. You need to be mentally prepared." Zhang Chun stood silently, his eyes dim and devoid of light. As 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of his eyes down to his chin, dripping onto the dirty face and creating two-tier tracks like little streams. Zhang Chun could not possibly be unaware of these things. The constant changes and pressures left him no time to consider them, or perhaps he was consciously avoiding them. After Xiao Jian woke up, all the pressure shifted back onto him. With the pressure lifted, he thought of his loving mother, his hard-working father, and his adorable younger sister. It was highly likely that these family members had already been harmed by the barbarian cavalry. Thinking of them, sorrow uncontrollably streamed from the corners of his eyes. Xiao Jian quietly gazed into the distance, his heart aching. Since his mother passed away, his father had not remarried, working hard to raise him alone, always choosing the best for him. Even when he got into trouble outside, his father would unreasonably stand in front of him, shielding him from the storm. He didn't know how long it had been, but after feeling slightly calmer, he walked over and patted Zhang Chun's shoulder, saying, "All right, the deceased have passed. The living need to think about how to go on. We only have a bag of sweet potatoes, and we can't hold out in the mountains for long. We need to check the mine tomorrow, and also understand the situation in Xianrenping." Xiao Jian knew that the hope of survival for Xianrenping was slim, but since the mine and iron factory were located in Julong Mountain, the barbarian cavalry shouldn't venture there. The few of them had fled in a hurry, with no money on them, making survival anywhere difficult. The Julong Mountain iron factory and mine were their own properties, and if possible, Julong Mountain would be a good place to go. Zhang Chun wiped away a tear with his sleeve, smudging his face even more. Xiao Jian stepped forward and used his own sleeve to help Zhang Chun wipe the tears from his face. He didn't want to bring more sorrow to Xiao Ling, otherwise she would cry for half a day. It was already afternoon, and in a few hours it would be dark. Xiao Jian and Zhang Chun had some leftover sweet potato soup and then built a makeshift hut for the night. The weather was still quite cool, and sleeping outdoors could easily lead to illness. Building a simple hut was easy. They first found two nearby large stones, which were everywhere in the mountains and not hard to find. Then, they placed some dry branches over the gap between the two large stones. They also had Fuguwei gather some reeds and find some palm leaves, tying the reeds in small bundles onto the branches they had set up, completing a rudimentary hut. They leveled the ground inside, laid a thick layer of reeds, and then spread out bedding. As long as it didn't rain heavily, it was still quite comfortable to sleep inside. The night passed without a word. As dawn broke, Xiao Jian got up. There was still some clean water left, but rinsing was out of the question. Making a few pots of sweet potato soup would suffice. Fuguwei had already started cooking, boiling sweet potatoes with firewood that Xiao Ling had collected. Xiao Jian and Zhang Chun sat on a stone, talking. Today, Xiao Jian and Fuguwei were going to Julong Mountain to investigate the situation of the mine and iron factory, which had been discussed with Zhang Chun the day before. What worried Xiao Jian was that this place was too close to Xiao family village and right by the roadside. Leaving Zhang Chun and Xiao Ling here was very unsafe. The barbarian cavalry in Xianrenping had probably not yet retreated, and taking Xiao Ling along was too dangerous. The two of them needed to find a more concealed place to wait for their return. Xiao Jian hesitated to let Zhang Chun and Xiao Ling find a new place to stay, worrying they might encounter venomous snakes or other dangers. However, Zhang Chun said, "Encountering a snake would be good. Maybe we can have some meat." Zhang Chun wasn't afraid of snakes. He often caught them before. Seeing Zhang Chun so confident, Xiao Jian thought for a moment. They hadn't yet entered deep into the northern mountains, and there were no fierce beasts nearby, so it should be fine. He instructed, "You can follow this stream inward to find a clean water source. It will take a few days for Fuguwei and me to go to Julong Mountain, and if you and Xiao Ling don't have water, it will be hard to survive." Xiao Jian didn't want Zhang Chun to take risks getting water from the stream. There was a trickle of water in it that seemed to be polluted, but its end would surely have clean water. Zhang Chun nodded and said, "You don't need to worry about us. You guys should be more careful and not get discovered by the barbarian cavalry." Xiao Jian nodded, calculating the distance, and said, "I plan to go around the west side of Xianrenping. The fastest I can return is the day after tomorrow, but if it takes longer, it might be 3 or 4 days." When Xiao Ling heard that he would be gone for 3 or 4 days, she immediately grabbed Xiao Jian's hand, pouted her little mouth, and started to cry. Xiao Jian quickly picked her up, rubbed her delicate little nose, and said, "Our little Ling isn't very brave. Even little puppies can't beat Ling Ling. How can you be a general knows? As he spoke, he helped her wipe away her tears. Brother will come back as soon as possible. Ling Ling must listen to Brother Zhang Chun and not run around. If you follow the stream, you might even catch some crabs. Then, Brother will roast crabs with you. What does that sound? As soon as she heard about the crabs, Xiao Ling stopped crying. The two of them often caught crabs in the stream when they were at the schoolhouse. The crabs they caught were cooked over fire and eaten. Although the crabs in the mountain stream had little meat, they were still edible. Then Brother will come back tomorrow. Xiao Ling pouted her little mouth and extended her pinky to make a pinky promise. Xiao Jian immediately countered, "The day after tomorrow. Brother will definitely be back then," and quickly hooked his pinky with hers. Xiao Ling pouted and said, "I haven't agreed yet, and you made a pinky promise. That doesn't count." Xiao Jian retorted, "Our Ling Ling is just like her brother. She keeps her word. After making a pinky promise, you can't go back on it." "Well, fine. If I catch crabs, I'll save the biggest one for Brother." She finally compromised. Xiao Jian set her down, took out a few sweet potatoes from the bag, and asked Fugui to carry them. They would rely on these few sweet potatoes for sustenance over the next few days. This wouldn't solve their food problem, and they didn't know how they would get through the following days. They jogged all the way and reached Jinjiling, the back mountain of the schoolhouse, in less than an hour. Chapter 22. Zion Rinping destroyed. People like chaff standing on the ridge of Jinjiling. Xiao Jian had a clear view of Xiao family village below, where soldiers were constantly coming and going. What puzzled Xiao Jian was that these soldiers were disheveled and emaciated. They were not barbarians, but refugees, referred to by the government as bandits. He hadn't seen any of the barbarian cavalry that attacked Xiao family village yesterday. Could they have already retreated? Xiao Jian quickly understood that during his time in Huzhou City, urgent reports from the border mentioned that the barbarian cavalry had coerced a large number of refugees. It now seemed that the so-called refugees were these bandits. The barbarian cavalry must have reached some sort of agreement with the bandits to capture Huzhou City. They clearly couldn't rely solely on the cavalry. They needed the bandits as cannon fodder. The barbarians were only here for the celestial orb incident and wouldn't occupy this place for long. Most areas around Huzhou City could not be farmed, and even the court would have to give up. It would be meaningless for the barbarians to occupy it. However, the bandits were different. They urgently needed a place to settle, and it was only natural for both sides to reach an agreement. Thinking of this, Xiao Jian's heart sank to the bottom. He had expected that the barbarian cavalry would eventually retreat from Zion Rinping, but now with the bandits taking over, they might occupy this place for a long time. Zion Rinping had iron mines and factories, which were essential resources for the bandits, and they would not easily give them up. Xiao Jian's mood instantly became low. If Jilong Mountain was also taken by the bandits, where could they go? They had fled in a hurry, with no money, making survival anywhere impossible. They could only take one step at a time now. Besides a bag of sweet potatoes, they had nothing, and those sweet potatoes would last only a few days. Since the bandits had occupied Zion Rinping, they probably wouldn't leave in the short term. The urgent task now was to find food. Xiao Jian silently stood up and walked west along the ridge. 30 miles west of Jinjiling was the back mountain of Zhangjia village, where Zhang Chun's family lived. Upon arriving here, Xiao Jian found an open area to observe the situation in Zhangjia village. Zhangjia village had no walls. From a distance, the village had been burned to ruins, with broken walls everywhere and not a single person in sight. In the field, several war horses were nibbling on the withered crops. These horses were much shorter than the barbarian cavalry steeds and were clearly not of the same breed. They were definitely the horses of bandits. Xiao Jian shook his head, sighed lightly, and said, "Let's go around Zion Rinping from the west to Jilong Mountain on the opposite side and see the situation at the mine and the ironworks." Fugui merely nodded in response and then got up to slip into the woods to the west, with Xiao Jian following behind him. After climbing over a small hill, they came to a flat area where Fugui suddenly stopped and hid behind a tree trunk, whispering, "Young master, there are people below." Xiao Jian bent down to join Fugui and saw an old man with white hair standing at the edge of the flat ground, gazing down at the village at the foot of the mountain, Wangjia village. Xiao Jian observed for a moment before walking toward the flat ground. There were no paths or tall trees in the flat area, just a ground covered with dry branches and fallen leaves. As Xiao Jian walked, His footsteps made crunching sounds. The old man continued to gaze at the village below. Xiao Jian's footsteps were loud, but the old man did not turn to look. Right in front of him was a sheer cliff. When Xiao Jian was just a few steps away from the old man, he stopped and called out in a calm voice, "Sir?" The old man seemed not to hear him and remained motionless, staring at the cliff below. Xiao Jian took a few more steps forward and called again, "Sir." This time, the old man turned around, looking at Xiao Jian with vacant eyes, not saying a word, which made Xiao Jian feel a bit uneasy. Xiao Jian tentatively asked, "Sir, are you from Wangjia village?" The old man finally reacted. His pale lips began to tremble incessantly, and his already disheveled gray beard shook along with them. After a long while, he rasped, "Wangjia village? Wangjia village is gone. There's no one left, just me. This old life." His voice had a rhythmic tremor, much like his beard. This was the first person from Xianrenping that Xiao Jian had encountered in the past 2 days. So he wanted to inquire more and asked, "Sir, do you know Zhangjia village?" The old man let out an extremely unpleasant laugh. Xiao Jian could hardly tell if it was laughter or the cry of a despairing old man. "Zhangjia village is gone. Wangjia village is gone. The Xiao family is finished. No one is left. Woe is me, my grandson, my granddaughter." The old man's voice grew louder as he turned around, spread his arms, and staggered forward. In front of him was a sheer cliff, and beyond it lay the former Wangjia village. "Dear grandson, don't run. Dear grandson, slow down. Grandpa can't keep up. Slow down." The old man's voice faded into the distance, echoing as if it came from the depths of the earth. Xiao Jian was in tears, pondering what kind of world this was, where people were like grass. Just as the old man was about to fall off the cliff, Fu Guwei intended to grab him, but was stopped by Xiao Jian. He understood that for the old man, living was a torment. Death would be a release for him. And standing at the edge of the cliff, he was reminiscing about the joyful times when he had a house full of descendants. At that moment, a few bleating sounds of sheep came from not far away. Ba-ba. Fu Guwei followed the sound and brought over 2 goats, then tied their ropes to a small tree. Xiao Jian wiped his tears and turned to say, "Let us go. Let's check the mine first." Xiao Jian had little hope for Julong Mountain now, but he had to go and see to put his mind at ease. Those who were still alive had to strive to live on. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to his father and to Xiao Ling as grandfather. The mine was located on the southern side of Julong Mountain, directly across from Wangjia village. Xianrenping was Xiao Jian's hometown, and he was very familiar with its environment. To the west of Wangjia village lay the Xianren River, with a broad riverbed filled with smooth pebbles, and only a little water could be seen flowing in the middle. The part of the river near Wangjia village flowed from south to north, but upstream it ran east to west. At the bend in the river, there was a wooden bridge spanning over 100 meters. The bridge was a testament to the former prosperity of Xianrenping. Even a wooden bridge was expensive to build. Crossing the wooden bridge to enter the mountain on the opposite side was the shortest route, but Xiao Jian didn't dare take that risk. The wooden bridge was a checkpoint. If bandits were guarding it, it would be troublesome. It was safer to cross the river from Wangjia village. There were no crops for the horses to eat on the riverbed, and no living animals or people were found here. At the edge of the small, flat area, there was a path leading directly to the foot of the mountain. Walking along the back path of Wangjia village would take them to the Xianren River, and after crossing the river, they would enter a forest. Following this forest would lead them to the foot of Julong Mountain. The northern slope of Julong Mountain was relatively gentle, unlike the southern side, which was all steep cliffs. There were multiple paths into the mountain. Xiao Jian didn't dare to take the mountain road. He went straight into the woods at the foot of Julong Mountain. The mountain was very high, and reaching the summit revealed a different scene. Mountains rose higher than one another, and it felt like entering a new continent. There were also some small flat areas scattered on the mountain, but in this extremely dry era, the mountaintop was already devoid of people. They either fled from famine or went down the mountain to work as tenant farmers. Chapter 23. Julong Mountain's Natural Barrier. Iron Mine, Xiao Jian's family's mine, was located just south of Julong Mountain. After climbing to the summit from the north, they still had to walk dozens of kilometers of mountain paths. The terrain at the summit was perilous, with cliffs intersecting and high mountains crisscrossing. To traverse the area at the summit, it was impossible to go through the woods like they had while climbing. Xiao Jian climbed onto a towering rock and looked at the mouth of the Yawind Pass several kilometers ahead. The Yawind Pass had two steep peaks standing on either side, with a narrow gorge spanning only a few zhang in between. A winding mountain path extended into this gorge, which was the road to the mine. The Yawind Pass was the entrance to the mine road. Once inside, the road became a single path, flanked either by high mountains or separated by cliffs. If one were to head west from here, there's also a path that could loop around to the back of the mine, but it would be farther than going through the Yawind Pass. Taking the western path might be safer, but Xiao Jian couldn't afford to waste time. He was worried about Zhang Shun and the others on the North Mountain. He found a flat rock to sit on. After continuously climbing and wading through water, both of them were already starving. He had Fuguwei take out some sweet potatoes for them to eat first. There was no drinkable water source here, but fortunately, sweet potatoes contained moisture, which was better than nothing. Looking up at the sun, it was already afternoon. To reach the mine today, they would have to travel through the night. After finishing the sweet potatoes, Xiao Jian walked around the area, found 2 wooden sticks, and each of them carried one as they walked toward the path down the hill. Entering the Yawind Pass, they walked for more than 2 hours without encountering any bandits. Turning around the bend ahead brought them to the narrow gorge. A line of sky. A line of sky was about 10 kilometers long, with smooth, steep slopes on both sides, making it difficult to climb up by hand. Xiao Jian hesitated for a moment at the entrance of a line of sky. If they entered recklessly and encountered bandits inside, there would be nowhere to hide. He looked around again, all cliffs and steep walls. If possible, he truly did not want to pass through a line of sky, but it was the only way to the mine, and there was no other route to take. He looked up at the hill on the bend. It was several dozen zhang high. If he could climb to the top of this hill, he should be able to see the mine and the situation inside a line of sky. The side of the hill, facing the mine, was too steep to climb. So Xiao Jian turned back, preparing to go over the north side of the hill and reach the southern cliff to observe the situation inside a line of sky carefully before making further plans. As soon as the two reached the top of the mountain, they heard voices coming from the inside of a narrow valley. Xiao Jian broke out in a cold sweat, and fortunately, he retreated. He signaled to Fu Guwei behind him and hid in the grass. The narrow valley was directly opposite the hill they were on, and anyone inside could see the people on the hill as soon as they looked up. Before long, they saw a group of 5 people walking out from a bend. The one in front looked quite young, probably not yet 30, holding a wooden spear over 3 meters long, with a metal tip at one end. Right behind him was a tall, strong, middle-aged man, his face covered in beard, carrying an axe on his shoulder, the handle nearly a meter long and looking quite heavy. This middle-aged man walked steadily, chatting and laughing heartily with the young man in front. The remaining few could not be clearly aged. Wielding a variety of weapons, some held machetes, while others carried wooden spears. Though the spear tips had been sharpened, they were not fitted with metal tips. The group did not form any particular formation, especially the last 3 who looked as if they could collapse at any moment. Xiao Jian pulled Fu Guwei, who was staring at the axe with starry eyes. The 2 slowly retreated further back. The group was likely a patrol team, and there were too many of them, plus 2 tough ones, which were not something the 2 novices could handle. After the group of bandits passed, the 2 climbed to the south side of the hill. Xiao Jian was already panting heavily. After walking dozens of kilometers on mountain roads, he was thirsty and hungry. If they didn't rest for a while, they might find it hard to reach the mine. Xiao Jian had Fu Guwei take out 2 sweet potatoes, and they sat on a stone, eating while observing the situation at the mine. Their view was blocked by a hill next to the mine, preventing them from seeing the entire site. But they could make out a few thatched huts in the residential area, occasionally seeing someone coming in and out. It seemed the bandits had occupied the mine, but whether they had begun mining was unknown. These huts were previously used for housing miners. Xiao Jian remembered that opposite these huts, there was a brick house made of stone, which had rooms for the manager and a few guest rooms. The south end of the brick house had a kitchen and dining area, while to the north, there was a stone warehouse. The warehouse was built very solidly, with an iron plate covering the surface of the main door, making it difficult to open without a key. The warehouse mainly stored mining tools and some food supplies, with the key managed by the mine's overseer. There would be no money inside the warehouse. All necessary supplies for the mine were purchased from outside, with procurement managed by the overseer of the village. After observing for a while and finding no more information, Xiaojian got up and began to explore near the cliff. On the west side of the hill, he found a cave in the cliff face and climbed down into it using a vine. The cave was small but very dry, with a large rock protruding at the top that shielded the entrance, keeping the rain out. This cave was in a remote location, making it a good temporary resting spot. Xiaojian had Fugue gather some dry grass from a distance to lay inside the cave. After preparing, the two returned to the mountain path and stealthily approached the mine through the narrow valley. They walked cautiously, trying to choose areas with more trees and bushes. They were not afraid of encountering people ahead, but were concerned that the patrol team they had just seen might return and discover them. However, time was pressing, and they could not afford to wait for the team to come back before moving. When Xiaojian set out, Zhang Chun only had a pot of clean water left. If they couldn't find a usable water source and didn't return in time, they would soon run out of water. The way was smooth and calm until they stealthily climbed to the hillside opposite the mine, without encountering any more bandits. The patrol team they had seen earlier had not returned. Lying in the grass on the hillside, they could see everything about the mine. The entire mine was situated in a hollow, surrounded by mountains on three sides, with a steep cliff facing north. The mining area was located at the foot of the southern mountain, allowing them a clear view. Mining this iron ore was not easy. The first to discover this iron mine should have been from Xiaojian's ancestors. At that time, the iron vein was exposed and located where the current vein is. They just needed to dig straight down. However, by the time it reached his father's generation, the vein had begun to extend inward at an angle. And the surface area of the vein was very small, only about 1 or 2 zhang in height and width. Opening up for mining was very complicated. The mountain where the vein extended was mixed with mud and stones, and the mountain structure was not solid enough, making it prone to collapses. Chapter 24. The bandits capture Huzhou City. Mining such an iron ore without long-term accumulated experience made it difficult to extract the iron. The Xiaojian family had been mining here for generations, but even so, the yield had always been low. Xiaojian's main target was the mine's warehouse, so he chose a position directly opposite it for observation. Here, he could even see the lock on the warehouse door clearly, feeling that his eyesight had improved significantly. What puzzled him was that the warehouse door was completely intact, and the lock was also unharmed. If it weren't for the patrol team they had encountered on the way, he would have doubted whether the bandits had truly come here. However, after seeing the burned huts and some damaged facilities, Xiaojian dismissed that thought, especially since not far below, there were a dozen or so bandits armed with knives and guns, escorting some people dragging iron chains, who were repairing the damaged facilities of the mine. They were indeed preparing to mine iron here, which explained why the bandits from the Xiaojiao village had not retreated yet. Xiaojian felt disheartened and hopeless. If the bandits occupied this place for a long time, how would they survive in the future? The sky gradually darkened, and the patrol team they had encountered earlier had not returned. There should only be those dozen bandits left in the mine. When they encountered that team of 5, Xiaojian had assumed that in such a desolate place, a patrol team was unnecessary. Even if the patrol team discovered an attack on the mine, those dozen bandits would not be able to defend it. After it was completely dark, a bright moon slowly rose, and the mine below became noisy for a while before gradually quieting down. Xiaojian remembered that there used to be 2 dogs in the mine, and after observing for a long time, he didn't hear any barking. He guessed those 2 dogs had probably become the bandits' meal by now. Not wanting to wait any longer, the two, having gone a day without water, were feeling very thirsty, and there was a water source next to the kitchen. They decided to sneak down to drink some water first. Xiaojian got up, patted Fugue, and then retraced their steps, climbing down from near the mining area of the mine. There was no one around, and as they approached the residential area, they stopped to observe carefully. Surprisingly, the bandits had not even set a sentry. The two drank a few sips of water by the kitchen and then pressed against the wall, sneaking around to the back of the big brick house. Each room in the big brick house had a back window. The northern end was where the overseer lived, while the rest, except for 2 guest rooms, were offices. Xiaojian listened carefully at each window as he passed, but he didn't hear any sounds. There were no signs of anyone living in these rooms. When he reached the back window of the overseer's room, he noticed a faint light shining through the window and heard two people talking. Xiao Jian crouched beneath the window, and a man's voice came from inside. General Liu, these people sent by Team Hu today are not locals, right? Xiao Jian heard this voice and felt it was very familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't recall who the person was. The locals were all dead. Who else could there be? These were all captives, people who deserve to die. I only want the ore. Their lives are of no concern to me. After a series of clanging sounds, General Liu's voice came through again. Come, Manager Huang. This dog meat is good, and the wine is nice too. Then came the sound of drinking. Manager Huang? Xiao Jian suddenly remembered that this person was the former manager of his family's mine. Has he defected to the bandits? Manager Huang, the higher-ups have given me a task. If we fail to complete it, neither of us will end up well. You must do your job well, and your family will be safe. The tone of the one, surnamed Liu, clearly carried a threat. Manager Huang immediately flattered him. Of course, General Liu, rest assured, since I have agreed. I will definitely not delay the task. Come, please, General Liu. After a moment, Manager Huang added, however, I hope General Liu can understand that we need to hurry with the miners. General Liu, could you say something about this? Mining is not an easy task, and the few people we currently have at the mine are completely insufficient. Manager Huang was urging them to arrange for more miners as soon as possible. Xiao Jian thought to himself that Manager Huang had quickly settled into his role. Don't worry, Manager Huang. I've already spoken with Captain Hu. He will mention it when he gets back. According to Captain Hu, the people from the iron factory are already enough, and they will probably start work tomorrow. Xiao Jian guessed that the captain who he mentioned was likely the big man he encountered on the road. It's all our fault. That person didn't know where to find a group of barbarian cavalry, and once they started killing, they just couldn't stop. Now, the miners have to be brought from Huzhou. Hearing this, Xiao Jian was startled. Could it be that Huzhou has fallen so quickly? He was worried and didn't know how Uncle Shu was doing. General Liu, have you joined forces with the barbarians? It was clear from Manager Huang's tone that he was somewhat surprised. The barbarians belonged to a foreign tribe, and the bandits were actually colluding with them. How could they possibly think highly of us? The barbarian cavalry came to Huzhou, seemingly looking for something. We were just cannon fodder for them. They then chatted about some random topics, and Xiao Jian lost interest in listening. He couldn't help but touch the pendant on his chest. Indeed, the barbarian cavalry had come for the matter of the falling light sphere. By this time, it was past midnight, and the snoring from the thatched hut across the way could be heard from far away. The one surnamed Liu took his leave, and Manager Huang said he would see him off. Xiao Jian and Fu Guwei seized the opportunity, turned the corner, and slipped into the manager's room. They waited until the one surnamed Liu opened the guest room door and went in. Then Manager Huang returned to his own room. Xiao Jian and Fu Guwei hid under a desk in the outer room, quietly waiting for the right opportunity. It was their first time doing something like this, and both were a bit nervous. Until the inner room started snoring, the two of them slowly walked in. A sliver of moonlight was shining on Manager Huang's face, which looked like a dead pig. Xiao Jian looked at Fu Guwei and pointed to the pillow at the head of the bed. Fu Guwei picked up the pillow and suddenly pressed it tightly over Manager Huang's mouth. At first, Manager Huang didn't react, but soon began to whimper. His mouth was covered by the pillow, and he couldn't make any sound. His legs started kicking wildly, and the wooden bed creaked. Xiao Jian immediately jumped on him and pinned his legs down. The room slowly quieted down, and Xiao Jian signaled Fu Guwei to remove the pillow. Manager Huang was staring wide-eyed, already dead beyond recovery. Seeing his miserable state, both of them trembled, taking a long time to regain their composure. They had fought quite a bit, but this was their first time killing someone. The quiet night was punctuated by this discordant sound, and Fu Guwei's eyes shone as he stared at the still messy table belonging to Manager Huang, saliva dripping from his mouth. Chapter 25. The mysterious technology of the strange space. The two had only eaten a raw sweet potato in the afternoon, and after all this commotion, they were already so hungry they were sweating. Xiao Jian pushed Fu Guwei, and without caring whether it was clean or not, they began to wolf down the remaining large bowl of dog meat along with a bowl of rice, quickly finishing it all. After they were full, Xiao Jian rummaged through Manager Huang's body and found several taels of silver at the head of the bed. He then took down a set of keys hanging at the head of the bed and headed towards the storeroom. Fugaway saw 2 jars of wine in the corner and picked them up to hug them close. One jar still having more than half of the wine left and the other unopened. He wasn't particularly interested in the wine inside. He was more interested in the jars themselves, which could hold more than clay pots. He also saw a kettle on the stove and picked it up, thinking that from the mine all the way to Cienran River, there was no water source. With this kettle, they wouldn't be thirsty on the way back. With the keys, the two successfully entered the storeroom. By the faint moonlight, they saw it was full of supplies. Since the bandits planned to continue mining, the items in the storeroom were almost untouched. Xiao Jian immediately spotted 8 bags of grain piled up in the corner. He opened one bag and found several bags of white rice inside. The mine lacked processing tools, so the rice was sent from the village after being hulled. There were also 2 bags of flour and several bags of other coarse grains that Xiao Jian didn't recognize, but as long as they were edible, that was enough. The two found wooden sticks to use as a carrying pole and made several trips back and forth to transfer all the grain bags to the dense forest outside. On the last trip, Xiao Jian found some tools in the storeroom: hoes, axes, machetes, fire tongs, etc., and stuffed them into a bag. As they exited the mine, he looked up at the sky. In a few hours, it would be dawn. Xiao Jian turned back to glance at the mine, which still remained quiet as before. The two quickened their pace and moved the supplies from the forest out to the narrow passage, transferring them to a temporary resting cave. There was no need to go to the iron factory. From Manager Huang and their conversation, it was clear there were quite a few bandits there, and they wouldn't accomplish much by going. The two had been busy moving supplies all night and hadn't slept at all. Now was the perfect time to rest and see how the mine reacted. Xiao Jian lay on the hay, just closing his eyes and entering a half-asleep, half-awake state when suddenly he felt himself being pulled into a whirlpool by a strong force. The surrounding scene began to spin and distort, as if the entire world was morphing. When the spinning stopped, he found himself in a completely different scene. Xiao Jian was calm in his heart. He thought this was just the result of being too tired from moving supplies, and he had entered a strange dream. What puzzled him was that this dream felt too real. He found himself in a space surrounded by white mist, with white mist swirling around him, deep and bottomless. He looked up at the sky, where a red sun hung on the horizon, surrounded by a pitch-black net. A transparent pipe pierced through the entire black net, with a trickle of liquid flowing into a transparent square box, which was nearly half full. The liquid in the box occasionally surged, emitting a dazzling golden light, indicating that it contained immense energy. Xiao Jian suddenly realized this was definitely not a dream. This scene felt somewhat familiar, the day before yesterday. At the place he stayed overnight in Beishan, he had been possessed by an external spirit. The possession had obviously failed, but during the process, it seemed he had seen this scene from the memories of that possessed spirit. However, he clearly remembered that at that time. The golden liquid in the box was only half full, and now it was almost full. Could it be that everything in this scene was not an illusion, but truly existed? What exactly was this place? What is this square box accumulating golden liquid? Could this round red sun be the sun in the real world? Is this bizarre scene hinting at something? Xiao Jian gazed blankly at the sky, feeling very confused, while also experiencing a sense of urgency. He always felt that when this square box was filled with golden liquid, something bad would happen. Xiao Jian thought about the real world, where the sunlight was dim and the temperature continued to drop. Could all of this be related to this giant net? He then turned his gaze to the ground and saw a patch of withered grass and cold smoke, resembling a colorless ink painting, desolate enough to make one shiver. On one side where he stood, there was an endless corridor, with countless pale pillars standing on both sides, the material of which was indiscernible. The pillars shot up into the clouds, their upper parts obscured by a vast white mist, blocking Xiao Jian's view of the top of the corridor. Just as he was staring at the corridor, a strange calling sound came from within, seemingly inviting him to enter. Xiao Jian hesitated for a moment but still walked toward the corridor. Everything here was too strange, and he wanted to explore this mysterious space. As soon as he stepped into the corridor, the sight before him almost dropped his jaw to the ground. In front of him, a metal sphere the size of an egg was floating in the air. Next to the metal sphere, there was also a floating ball of clear water, And a bit farther away was an even more colorful scene. There were floating glass cups filled with various liquids, platforms piled with different kinds of ores, and even towering iron furnaces, everything one could imagine. The most eye-catching was a peculiar machine, with yellow copper wires extending from it, connecting to smooth glass spheres that hung throughout the corridor. When Xiao Jian reached out to touch the glass sphere, he found that they didn't actually exist. Attempting to touch the metal sphere in front of him, his arm passed right through it. Everything here seemed to be just a kind of illusory three-dimensional image. Suddenly, as Xiao Jian looked around, these three-dimensional images underwent an astonishing change. First, the peculiar machine began to rumble and rotate, and the glass sphere connected to it emitted a bright light, instantly illuminating the entire corridor. As if influenced by this machine, the metal sphere in front of him and a nearby ball of clear water began to slowly enlarge. The image of the metal sphere quickly surrounded Xiao Jian, and he found himself inside the metal sphere, able to see its tiny structure, composed of many minute particles. As the metal sphere continued to enlarge, these tiny particles were also magnified. Xiao Jian soon discovered that these particles were not whole by themselves, but rather composed of several smaller red spheres and one blue sphere. The smaller red spheres continuously revolved around the blue sphere, seemingly following a mysterious pattern. Xiao Jian's eyes widened. He had never imagined that the interior of metal could have such a peculiar structure. He stared in amazement at these strange spheres, wondering if the blue core and the red outer spheres were also not independent wholes. To verify his hypothesis, he carefully observed these spheres, and soon they kept enlarging and splitting into more tiny spheres. After multiple layers of decomposition and the appearance of various colored spheres, the decomposition finally stopped. In the image, only 3 types of particles remained: black particles, white particles, and gray particles located between the black and white ones. These gray particles seemed to play a role in constraining and isolating the black and white particles. Suddenly, Xiao Jian had a whimsical thought. Perhaps all matter in the world is composed of these 3 types of particles? Chapter 26. The fundamental particles that control matter. To unravel this mystery, he walked to the enlarged image of the water ball and found the same phenomenon. The water ball also only contained these 3 magical particles. It turned out that these black, white, and gray particles are the most fundamental units of matter. However, the arrangement and combination of the fundamental particles within different spheres of matter varied. Some had equal quantities of the 3 types of particles, but arranged differently, while others had different ratios of the 3 particles. Originally, Xiao Jian had planned to check the image of the iron furnace to improve the smelting level of his own iron factory. But after seeing the image of the material structure, he gave up on the iron furnace. He suddenly had an absurd idea. If he could move these fundamental particles and change their structure, could he change the matter? If that were true, could he directly transform this ball of water into a ball of metal? If he could do that, why would he need to smelt iron? As soon as this thought arose, he immediately shook his head, feeling that he was being too fanciful. These fundamental particles could only be seen after being magnified countless times. Who would have such an extraordinary ability to change their arrangement? But no matter how much he shook his head to deny it, this absurd idea still took root in his mind, refusing to go away. It seemed that a mysterious force was guiding his thoughts. Xiao Jian couldn't help but fixate on the basic particles in front of him, wanting to discover the secrets between them. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation in his mind. He was startled. This feeling seemed very similar to when he sensed malice, but it was also different. This perception felt more like insight, a higher level of insight than mere perception. When did his perception ability break through? Soon, a space in his mind suddenly lit up. He was astonished to find that this illuminated space was where he first made eye contact with Shuya, the place where she had used golden light to set off fireworks. During their second eye contact, she had also used golden dots to create a passage here. This discovery immediately caught Xiao Jian's attention. He had always been puzzled about why Shuya would do these things in his mind. Xiao Jian believed in his perception ability. He had never sensed any malice while Shuya was doing these things. Perhaps she was helping him? Was she transforming his mind? But how could Shuya have such an ability? Who exactly was she? Xiao Jian was once again filled with doubt. He shook his head, abandoning these distracting thoughts. This question would have to wait for a suitable opportunity to ask her directly. Xiao Jian focused his attention on his mind, and to his surprise, he could see everything in his mind without obstruction. This inner vision had occurred twice before, both happening after he made eye contact with Shuya, but this time, he simply concentrated on his mind and saw the situation within. Had he actually learned inner vision through eye contact with Shuya? For a moment, Xiao Jian felt Shuya was even more mysterious, and a hint of fear arose in his heart. At this moment, in the illuminated space in his mind, he saw a ball of basic particles, which was the very particle he had just been staring at. The particle image presented in his mind was actually clearer than the image in the corridor, and it displayed some different things. In the image in his mind, the gray particles emitted faint lines, firmly controlling the black and white particles in fixed positions. The black and white particles seemed restless, constantly revolving around the gray particles, eager to break free from their constraints and merge with each other. Xiao Jian pondered what the scene would look like if the gray particles gave up their control over the black and white particles, allowing them to merge together. As soon as this thought appeared, the gray particles seemed to receive a command and truly retracted their lines, causing the black and white particles to instantaneously lose their constraints and collide with each other. Then, it seemed there was nothing more. The black and white particles mysteriously vanished. These two fundamental particles disappeared without a trace, leaving only gray particles wandering in space, finally settling deep in the mind. Xiao Jian suddenly realized that this was the neutralization of the black and white particles. They were two completely opposite energy particles, and when they met, their energies neutralized, causing both to vanish into thin air simultaneously. Xiao Jian was overjoyed. He wanted to shout out loud that the fundamental particles in matter could truly be altered. However, at that moment, he was not in his physical body in space, and no matter how wide he opened his mouth, he could not make a sound. After the excitement, he calmed down again. What had just happened was merely a demonstration. He could modify the images in his mind, but it did not mean he could truly control the gray particles. At least, he could not do so yet. After the gray particles disappeared, his mind became pitch black again, and his consciousness returned to the corridor filled with moving images. He looked at the endless corridor and suddenly realized that it seemed to be imparting some profound knowledge to him. Just as he was about to wander through the corridor to view other marvelous images, the moving images suddenly began to shrink, quickly condensing into a mass the size of an egg. Before Xiao Jian could react, this shrunk image suddenly flew towards him and instantly drilled into his forehead. Startled, Xiao Jian fell back, lying on the ground, and the images he had seen before began to replay in his mind. This time, he not only saw the enlarged images of the metal ball and water ball, but also saw various substances merging together to generate other materials. Among these images, several substances combined to create new materials. Accompanied by the emergence of new materials, the images always emitted intense light, especially when the structures of the three basic particles changed. The explosions were simply earth-shattering. Along with that, his head felt as if it was about to explode with pain, but he was incredibly clear-headed, and these images kept replaying in his mind, making it impossible for him to avoid them. Thus, various images took turns appearing in his mind, and he did not know how much time had passed, perhaps 3 months, perhaps half a year. There was no sunrise or sunset, no reference points, and the images in his mind constrained his thoughts, leaving him completely unaware of how long it had been. Only when he could recite these images backward did they gradually fade away, and he finally regained his senses, only to find that the moving images before him had vanished. Even the corridor of moving images had completely disappeared, but the remaining corridor in the distance still seemed endless. Xiao Jian felt as if he had undergone a transformation. He had gained knowledge that was completely different from this world, which made him incredibly excited and feel it was unbelievable. Chapter 27. The time rules of the strange space. He looked at the remaining corridor, where there were still many stationary images that had never moved or entered his mind. Xiao Jian guessed that the knowledge he had acquired was only the tip of the iceberg. Even this technology and knowledge had long surpassed the understanding of this world. He began to examine his past self with a new perspective, feeling as if he had been a foolish wild monkey before. If he were to digest all the images in the corridor, what kind of height would he reach? He could hardly imagine. Xiao Jian did not know where this space came from, nor did he know if there would be similar opportunities in the future. Although he was already exhausted, he still did not want to give up. Xiao Jian was afraid that if he missed this opportunity, he might lose everything. So he stepped forward, trying to approach those stationary images. However, just as he raised his foot, a blinding light flashed, and the strange space disappeared. In the cave, Xiao Jian opened his eyes in shock, realizing that he was still lying in the same place, and Fu Gui was still fast asleep beside him. Everything in front of him felt somewhat unreal. He had spent months in the strange space, but it seemed that not much time had passed in the real world. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps came from the foot of the mountain, waking him from his astonishment. He quickly got up, crouched on a rock at the cave entrance, and looked into the valley, where he saw 5 figures walking out from a narrow opening. The situation at the mine had already been discovered by bandits, and these 5 people were likely going to report the news to Zhao's village. Remembering how they had killed the overseer and taken away the supplies from the warehouse without doing anything to the scene, not even closing the warehouse door, Xiao Jian found it unsurprising that the bandits quickly noticed the abnormalities at the mine. Considering that there were not many bandits guarding the mine, after these 5 left, there should not be any other bandits coming out from a mine. After the 5 bandits passed, Xiao Jian and Fu Gui took their machetes and cut down a bamboo about the size of a bowl in the bamboo forest, making several bamboo tubes that could hold water. Xiao Jian was worried that Zhang Chun had not found a drinkable water source, so these bamboo tubes were prepared for fetching water from the immortal river. The 2 returned along the same path. Fu Gui carried 2 bags of grain, and their return speed was much slower than when they came. It was only when evening approached that they arrived at a small flat area on the back mountain of Wangjia village. From there to Jinjiling. The mountains were high and the forests dense, making it even harder to traverse than the forests of Jiulong Mountain. The 2 could only make do and spend the night there. Xiao Jian slept very soundly in this small flat area, since the barbarian cavalry attacked Xian Renping. A series of strange events had occurred, preventing him from resting well. Fu Gui brought over 2 sheep left by the elderly, and as dawn broke, they began their journey again. When they climbed to the top of the mountain and had not gone far, they faintly heard the sound of a woman crying. The 2 set down their things, took their machetes, and followed the sound of crying. The sound came from a cave, likely indicating that fellow villagers who were fleeing were in trouble. In such a desolate mountain wilderness, even finding a clean water source was difficult, let alone food. Escaping was not easy at all. Since they had encountered them, they decided to see if they could help. Xiao Jian approached the cave entrance and shouted, "Is anyone inside? I am Xiao Jian from Zhao's village at the foot of the mountain. May I come in?" He was afraid of suddenly barging into the cave and causing any misunderstanding, so he introduced himself first. The crying inside stopped, and after a moment, a girl's voice came out. "Is that you, young Master Xiao? My mother asked you to come in." The voice was soft, seemingly tinged with hesitation and panic. Upon entering the cave, he saw a woman with a waxy complexion lying on the damp ground, barely alive. She was only resting on a thin layer of straw, and there was no warming fire in the cave. Her lips were cracked from dryness, her eyes tightly closed, and she was barely breathing. Beside her was a young girl, her fair face streaked with tears. On the other side of the woman lay a small boy, motionless, uncertain if he was alive or dead. Xiao Jian squatted beside the woman and asked, "Annie, what happened to you?" The woman rasped a few words, but Xiao Jian could not hear clearly. So he turned to look at the girl beside him. The girl was about the same height as Xiao Jian, wearing a light green fitted long dress with a pale pink satin lining. The bodice was embroidered with lace, and a wide waistband with white and gold edges tightened her slender waist, accentuating her slightly protruding chest and rounded hips. Her long hair was loosely braided into a somewhat fluffy hairstyle on her head, with a few strands of black hair casually falling onto her fragrant shoulders, giving her an ethereal grace. The girl bowed to Xiao Jian and tearfully pleaded, "Please, young master, say my mother and brother. I will serve by your side for the rest of my life to repay your great kindness. This is not treating oneself as a good person. Speaking of which, It seems that the reputation of oneself at Zion Rimping is indeed not very good. Xiao Jian coughed awkwardly and said, "You don't need to be so polite. Since we have met, I will help if I can." He turned to look at Fugue and said, "Go get the bamboo tube for water." He found a place to sit down and asked, "What happened to your mother and brother?" The girl sobbed, "Mom has been burning up, and my brother hasn't eaten or drunk anything for days and fainted. Father went down the mountain the day before yesterday and hasn't returned yet." After saying this, the girl started to cry again. Xiao Jian stood up, placed the back of his hand on the little boy's forehead, feeling a bit of warmth but not extremely hot. He should wake up after drinking some water and eating something. He wanted to check the woman's condition, but felt it was inconvenient. Since the girl said she was having a fever, it should be due to a chill. The woman hadn't touched water in the cave, and with her husband gone and her son's life uncertain, it was natural for her to fall ill from exhaustion. Once sick in this desolate mountain area, and without timely medical treatment, the illness would quickly spiral out of control. The woman's face turned ashen, clearly in critical condition. Xiao Jian could only give her some water and thin porridge to the best of his ability. Whether she could recover depended on her own fate. Fugue returned quickly, and Xiao Jian asked the girl to support her brother and slowly pour water into his mouth. Soon, the little boy started to cough. Xiao Jian removed the bamboo tube and gently patted his back, and he stopped coughing, his complexion gradually returning to a healthy pink. Xiao Jian had Fugue support the boy and signaled the girl to take care of her mother, repeating the process of giving water to the woman. The woman didn't cough like the little boy, but quickly opened her eyes, weakly shaking her head. This woman was not frail. In fact, she was somewhat plump and had a certain nobility about her. After drinking water, her face remained as pale as paper and did not become rosy like the boy's. After Xiao Jian removed the bamboo tube, the woman struggled a few times, wanting to turn and see the boy beside her, but ultimately could not complete the motion. Chapter 28. The woman entrusts her orphans. The girl's heart, Xiao Jian, and the girl helped her mother sit up, at which point the boy also opened his eyes. "Mom," the boy weakly called out, raising his arm towards his mother, but then letting it fall back down weakly. The woman's face showed a kind smile. Then she turned to look at Xiao Jian, seemingly using all her strength to grasp his hand. Her breathing suddenly became very short, her face flushed, and the words she spoke were no longer as hoarse as before, just intermittent. "Please, please, young master, take them away. I beg you, take them." It was evident that she had not finished what she wanted to say, griping Xiao Jian's hand, which slid down weakly until she died, her eyes remaining open. The girl immediately burst into tears. Xiao Jian raised his hand to press down on the woman's eyelids. Only then did her open eyes close, looking much more peaceful. The girl hugged her mother, crying continuously, while Xiao Jian waited for a moment before handing her the bamboo tube. "Put it down. Take good care of your brother. Don't let him lie on the ground." The boy lay there weakly. Even moving was a struggle. The cave was dark and damp, and if this continued, he would surely fall ill. Xiao Jian found some dry branches, lit a bonfire by the fire pit, and spread some straw beside the fire. After doing this, he took the boy from the girl and carried him to the fire, then asked the girl, "Do you have anything to cook porridge with?" The girl, still with red eyes, did not speak, just shook her head gently. Xiao Jian called Fugue and asked him to go to Wangjia village to fetch some clay pots. Wangjia village was not too far. A round trip would take only a few hours. Xiao Jian placed the bamboo tube filled with clean water by the fire, intending to boil some hot water for the boy. Suddenly he thought, the bamboo tube could also be used to cook porridge, right? He poured rice into the bamboo tube and placed it by the fire to roast slowly. To adjust the girl's mood, Xiao Jian assigned her the task of tending the fire. He himself went outside the cave to chop some tree branches to make handles for the hose. The tools taken from the mine's warehouse had no handles, and dealing with her mother's funeral required 2 hoes with handles to dig a grave. After installing the handles for the 2 hoes, the bamboo tube started to emit the fragrance of rice porridge. Xiao Jian took a pre-made bamboo bowl, poured some thin porridge into it, blew on it for a moment, and then handed it to the girl. Just as her brother was sleeping soundly, he suddenly woke up to the smell of porridge and stared at the thin porridge in his sister's hand. "Sister, I'm hungry." The girl took a small sip of the porridge before slowly feeding it to her brother, and soon, half a bowl of porridge was completely eaten by him. Xiao Jian took the empty bowl, poured another bowl from the bamboo tube, and handed it to the girl. You eat too. Your brother can't eat too much yet. The girl took the bamboo bowl and gently replied with a sound. Xiao Jian only made one bamboo bowl and waited until the girl finished drinking before he drank himself. There was still a little less than half a tube of thin porridge left. Not long after, Fugue returned with a bag full of clay pots and bowls. After running around, Fugue was exhausted and hungry. He directly took the bamboo tube and drank it all in one go, still feeling unsatisfied. After finishing the thin porridge, Xiao Jian felt full of energy. He and Fugue took hose, while the girl held her brother, and the group went outside the cave. He walked around the cave and chose a relatively convenient spot that seemed to have decent feng shui. He didn't understand much about feng shui. Convenience was the main thing. It's not easy for the living, so who has the time to fuss over those details? The two dug a grave, while the girl knelt beside them and cried until the grave was dug. Afterward, Xiao Jian let her hold her brother and step aside. Her mother didn't even have a coffin, and Xiao Jian didn't want the siblings to see such a tragic scene, not wanting to leave them with a psychological shadow. The girl was very sensible, taking her brother and two goats to find a patch of grass, sitting there watching the goats graze. After taking care of her mother's funeral, the sun had already set in the west. If they set off now, they definitely wouldn't reach the campsite before dark. When the girl returned, her brother was already able to stand and walk, but he was very weak and didn't have the strength to climb mountains. Xiao Jian thought for a moment and decided to leave tomorrow, if Zhang Chun and the others had moved to a new place. It would not be convenient to look for them at night, since they decided not to leave. Everyone sat by the bonfire and started talking to get to know each other. They didn't even know each other's names yet. Xiao Jian looked at the girl. Unsure how to start, he just bluntly asked, "What is your name?" The girl sat beside Xiao Jian, looking down and not daring to look at him, just softly said, like a mosquito buzzing, "My name is Chun Bihua. My brother's name is Chun Wenxuan." Chun Bihua. That's a beautiful name. Xiao Jian genuinely thought the name was nice. But upon hearing his praise, Chun Bihua didn't know how to respond, and her entire face turned red. How old is your brother?" He originally wanted to ask about the girl's age, but felt it was a bit abrupt, so he changed to ask about her brother's age. "He is almost 13. Then, in a voice only she could hear, she said, "I'm 15. Fortunately, since Xiao Jian's soul had merged, his hearing had greatly improved. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have heard clearly. Xiao Jian didn't inquire further about her other circumstances, not even where she lived, as he didn't want to make the girl cry again. Her brother had been lying in her arms, and it seemed he didn't ask about their mother, which Xiao Jian was glad about. At night, Fugue cooked a large pot of thin porridge in the clay pots. After everyone had a hearty meal, they didn't know when, but they fell asleep on the straw by the bonfire, feeling drowsy. The bleating of sheep woke Xiao Jian up. He opened his eyes and glanced around. It was already bright outside, and the campfire had only a few embers left. A few people were lying in disarray on the ground, the hay scattered everywhere. Xiao Jian broke out in a cold sweat. Thankfully, the hay hadn't been kicked onto the fire, or it would have been a disaster. Fugue had completely fallen asleep on the ground, and Xiao Jian was not much better off, with most of his body on the ground. However, he felt warm because he was holding a leg in his arms. Suddenly, he remembered, "Whose leg am I holding?" Xiao Jian didn't dare to move, and he followed the long leg with his gaze, instantly feeling embarrassed to find that he was actually holding Chun Bihua's leg. Perhaps everyone had been too tired and under too much pressure before, so they all slept very soundly that night. At this moment, Chun Bihua also looked quite ungraceful. One of her arms was resting on Xiao Jian, while the other was hugging her brother. Fortunately, Chun Bihua had not yet woken up. Xiao Jian gently moved his arm from her leg, but as he did, he felt her leg move slightly. The arm pressing down on her leg was easy to deal with, but the arm under her leg was a bit more complicated. He hurriedly tried to destroy the scene. Xiao Jian forcibly pulled out the other arm. It was impossible to do this without waking her up, but the important thing was not to let her see the scene of the crime. Chapter 29. The Arrogant Brother Protector. Fortunately, Chun Bihua had not woken up yet. Xiao Jian gently took her arm that was resting on him and slowly placed it beside her. When he felt her arm, she trembled slightly again. Xiao Jian suddenly thought, Could this girl be pretending to be asleep? Whether she was pretending or not was no longer important. He decided to treat it as if she hadn't woken up. Xiao Jian sat up, shook his sore arm that had been pressed down, and called out loudly, "Time to get up." "Ah!" Chun Bihua exclaimed in surprise, suddenly opening her eyes and sitting up with a blush on her face. Her brother also sat up with her, rubbed his eyes, looked around, and sleepily asked, "Sister, where's Mom?" Chun Bihua hugged her brother and kissed him on the forehead. He didn't bring up their mother again. Fugue cooked a large pot of thin porridge, and after everyone had a hearty meal, they packed their things and set off. Chun Bihua carried 2 hoes, Chun Wenxuan drove 2 sheep, and Xiao Jian and Fugue carried grain bags and pottery jars. They traveled over mountains and hills to the small flat area where they had camped before. Xiao Jian looked around but didn't see Zhang Chun and Xiao Ling, and he immediately became anxious, rushing to the makeshift thatched shed. The shed was still there, but it was empty inside. There was a strange pattern drawn on a stone, 3 downward curves ending in a circle. Xiao Jian felt relieved. This was definitely Zhang Chun's work. Not daring to write a message here, he used this drawing to inform them of their whereabouts. The two had discussed before parting that they would follow the creek to find a water source. Xiao Jian understood at a glance that they had likely found the source of the creek. However, others would not know what this drawing meant. For example, Chun Bihua did not understand it. She stood in front of the drawing for a moment and shyly asked, "Young master, what is this?" Xiao Jian picked up a piece of earth and wiped away the drawing, then looked at Chun Bihua seriously and said, "Guess." This made Chun Bihua blush deeply. Her brother, Chun Wenxuan, immediately became displeased and pouted. "What's there to show off about? It's just saying they're upstream on the creek." Xiao Jian looked at Chun Wenxuan in surprise and patted his shoulder. "Not bad, kid. Quite clever. Have you studied?" Chun Wenxuan was startled by the pat and almost fell to the ground, prompting Chun Bihua to hug him protectively. He had always been weak since childhood, interested in everything except martial arts, and several teachers who had taught him praised him for being smart. Xiao Jian glanced at Chun Wenxuan and said, "With that physique, martial arts may not be suitable. I'll give him some pointers when I have time. Help him with his studies." "Umph." Chun Wenxuan snorted, ignoring Xiao Jian and directly pulling his sister toward the creek. He dismissed Xiao Jian's so-called guidance. The creek wound between 2 cliffs with a thin stream flowing continuously. No matter how rugged the path ahead, it always flowed endlessly through the mountains. Various shaped stones were casually placed on the riverbed, shining like polished gems in the sunlight. On both sides of the creek, patches of long-lost green grass made it even more enchanting. They walked slowly. Chun Wenxuan occasionally climbed onto smooth stones to look around or ran to the water's edge to pick up pebbles, looking like a curious little boy. Chun Bihua sat on a large stone, watching her brother play in the creek, and a smile appeared on her face. This gentle stream washed away everyone's sorrows, and their moods seemed to brighten. Xiao Jian sat down next to Chun Bihua, and they both admired the rare beauty of the scenery. Seeing this, Chun Wenxuan immediately dropped the pebble in his hand, climbed onto the stone, and squeezed between Xiao Jian and his sister, pretending to be surprised, and asked, "Young master, you said you'd give me some pointers. Is that true?" Xiao Jian was pushed aside by Chun Wenxuan, shifted his body, smiled, and said casually, "Of course, if you're interested, I'll teach you a thing or two." Chun Wenxuan pouted and mocked. "I'm afraid young master can't teach me." Chun Bihua, knowing her brother well, realized he was trying to trouble Xiao Jian and angrily said, "Wenxuan, don't be rude to young master." Then she apologetically added to Xiao Jian, "My brother likes to ask tricky questions. He's gone through several teachers. Please don't mind him." Xiao Jian waved his hand with a smile and said, "It's nothing. If I were stumped by a little kid, how could I dare to say I could guide him?" Xiao Jian sensed that Chun Wenxuan seemed very unhappy with him getting close to his sister, so he deliberately provoked him. Chun Wenxuan was short and weak, looking younger than his actual age, so being called a little kid by Xiao Jian would annoy anyone. Chun Wenxuan turned his head and sneered, "Young master, you're only a few years older than me, and you probably haven't read more books than I have, right?" Then he snorted again, looking up at the sky. "To be my teacher, you need to have some real knowledge and be able to answer my questions. Don't shrink back, young master." He didn't directly call him a shrinking turtle, which was already giving Xiao Jian face. Xiao Jian was known for being idle and unproductive. Yet he confidently claimed he would be Chen Wenxuan's teacher, which was simply a huge joke. Teaching him while feeling this student was unqualified. Wenxuan, stop it, Chen Bihua said angrily. Xiao Jian's offer to give him pointers was clearly just polite talk, yet he still held a grudge. Xiao Jian laughed it off, looking at the surrounding scenery, picking up a stone, and throwing it at a small bird hidden in the grass, letting his gaze follow the bird into the distance. He didn't even glance at Chen Wenxuan and casually said, "The 4 books and 5 classics, the stuff of scholars. I fall short and have no interest. This is a chaotic world. Everything should be practical. Just ask me any question, no matter how tricky." After saying this, he added emphatically, "You must have read quite a few books, but it's not that reading is useless. It's that the books you've read are useless." His demeanor and tone completely ignored Chen Wenxuan. Xiao Jian's arrogance made Chen Wenxuan extremely unhappy. It seemed that today he had to hit him hard, saying, "Young master, why is it that it never rains? Why don't you teach your disciple where the rain comes from?" Chen Wenxuan was deliberately trying to make things difficult for Xiao Jian. He didn't like the way Xiao Jian looked at his sister, so he wanted to annoy this playboy. Xiao Jian was still looking for the flying bird and casually replied, "When it wants to rain, a mother gets married. Haven't you heard? The rain comes from the sky. Go. Just now. You said you didn't like the stuff from literary figures. What's this explanation about?" Chen Wenxuan looked disdainful, and Chen Bihua couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Xiao Jian suddenly turned around and asked Chen Wenxuan, "Do you really want to hear it?" Chen Wenxuan imitated Xiao Jian's tone and replied slowly, "I want to hear the reason for the formation of rain. If it's just a bunch of grand theories, then forget it. I might as well lie down for a while." And he focused on the sky, as if there were fairies descending from it. Chapter 30, Betting with Sister and Xiao Jian nodded and said seriously, "I can teach you, but you must remember every word I say, whether you understand it or not. Otherwise, I will punish you. Do you still want to listen?" Chen Wenxuan's eyes filled with excitement upon hearing Xiao Jian's words. He immediately sat up from the rock, looked at Xiao Jian in surprise, and asked, "Do you really understand this?" Xiao Jian looked firmly into his eyes and nodded again. During the months he spent in the strange space, he learned many astonishing and extraordinary pieces of knowledge, which would absolutely amaze and even baffle people in this world. But he didn't want Chen Wenxuan to belittle these things just because he couldn't understand them. He believed that as long as Chen Wenxuan kept learning and accumulating, he would eventually grasp them. "You say, I will remember," Chen Wenxuan replied, then lay down again. He found his earlier excitement somewhat ridiculous. After all, Xiao Jian was just an ill-educated young master. How could he possibly understand these things? Xiao Jian didn't care about Chen Wenxuan's attitude. He gazed at the sky and calmly explained, "In simple terms, rain is the water vapor in the sky. When the water vapor cools down, it condenses into raindrops." Chen Wenxuan immediately sat up again. This explanation was a first for him and felt very reasonable, but there were still some unclear points. So he asked, "Then, where does the water vapor in the sky come from?" Just as Chen Wenxuan sat up, Xiao Jian lay back down, resting his hands behind his head, and answered, "The main source of water vapor is sunlight. When we boil water for cooking, we also produce water vapor or steam. It turns into gas when heated, liquid when cooled, and ice when frozen." Hearing this, Chen Wenxuan suddenly jumped down and dug out a piece of cold, smooth stone from a crevice. He blew a few breaths onto the surface of the stone, and sure enough, a layer of water film formed on it. Chen Wenxuan exclaimed in delight, "I understand. Clothes can dry in the sun, and the water in the kettle can evaporate because the water turns into gas and flies away. And this water vapor, yes, steam, will turn into rain in the sky." Chen Bihua was also very surprised. Because of this rain question, several teachers had already been driven away by her brother, and later the family didn't dare to hire any more teachers for him. Young Master Xiao actually explained this unsolvable problem so clearly in just a few words. Xiao Jian smirked at his sister with a mischievous expression, and Chen Wenxuan felt uncomfortable again in his heart. He looked at Xiao Jian with suspicion. This young master must have heard it somewhere, and he couldn't let him get away with it. Seeing her brother looking at Xiao Jian in such a strange way without any intention of stopping, Chen Bihua thought he was going too far. Xiao Jian had helped him solve a big question, yet he was still not satisfied. Chen Wenxuan, don't be too greedy. Hurry up and apologize to young Master Xiao. Thanking him for his guidance, she was also afraid that Xiao Jian would get angry. Xiao Jian waved his hand and laughed. Apologize for what? It's nothing. Chen Wenxuan is still young, just a child at a silly age. I said I would guide him a bit. Chen Wenxuan was furious, feeling that he had become a childish kid again. He called out directly, Xiao Jian, don't act so righteous. If you can't be stumped today, After thinking about it, he realized he didn't have anything to bet with, and he was suddenly at a loss for words. Xiao Jian teased, what will you do? I'm not a childish kid. The stakes are too low, I won't accept. Chen Wenxuan was so angry that he was about to go mad. He gritted his teeth and shouted, I'll call you, sir. I won't care about you and my sister anymore. If you lose, you can't have any more thoughts about my sister. Chen Bihua's face instantly turned red with embarrassment, and she turned away, burying her head between her legs. Xiao Jian also stopped lying down, stood up, clapped his hands vigorously, and with a smirk said, I need to change the stakes. If you can stump me within half a year, you win. If you win, I will listen to you. Before you stump me, I am allowed to have thoughts about your sister. I will test you occasionally, and if you fail 3 times, you lose. Chen Wenxuan's eyes turned red with anger. He wished he could eat Xiao Jian alive. Without thinking, he agreed, okay. I don't believe you can't be stumped even once in half a year. Xiao Jian held up 3 fingers and added, at most 3 questions a day. I have the right to delay my answers. Otherwise, if I get busy, I won't have the time to play with a kid like you. Chen Wenxuan didn't object and directly posed a question. Why does water turn into gas when heated and into liquid when cooled? By the way, why is the water in the creek salty? Chen Wenxuan felt a bit proud. These questions were practically impossible to explain. Let's see how you answer. Xiao Jian answered. Matter has 3 states, gas, liquid, and solid. The main factors causing these states are pressure and temperature. Iron is solid at room temperature, but when heated to a certain extent, it can turn into liquid or even gas. By the way, temperature is a new term you should remember. Chen Wenxuan couldn't let it go and retorted, no. You didn't explain clearly why they turn into liquid and gas. Xiao Jian shrugged helplessly and said, all right, let's go a bit deeper. This will involve a few new terms, so pay attention. Chen Wenxuan waved his hand impatiently and said, just say it. My memory is good. Xiao Jian continued, the smallest particles of matter are so small that they can't be seen with the naked eye. He briefly explained the composition of matter and the principles of thermal expansion and contraction that he learned in the space. Chen Wenxuan immediately countered. You say matter is made of particles, but how do you prove that these smallest particles exist? His question was indeed sharp and even a bit nitpicky. Xiao Jian was not annoyed and said, if you pour half a cup of alcohol and half a cup of water together, the total volume will be less than 1 cup. This proves that there are gaps between the smallest particles, which also proves the existence of the smallest particles. What is alcohol? Chen Wenxuan guessed that alcohol was a type of strong liquor, but he still wanted to confirm. Xiao Jian explained, when you heat white liquor, the evaporating gas cools into liquid, which is alcohol, and it's also a type of strong liquor. It was indeed alcohol, but both liquids were half a cup each. When poured together, wouldn't that make exactly 1 cup? How could it be less than a cup, unless there were gaps inside the liquid? Now that Xiao Jian had provided a method of proof, whether it was true or not would have to be tested by Chen Wenxuan himself. All right, even if the smallest particles exist, why is there a difference between liquid and gas? Seeing that he wouldn't let up, Xiao Jian started to tease him again, saying, the smallest particles of matter have attraction between them, just like you and your sister. The closer I get to your sister, the greater that attraction becomes. When the 2 forces reach a balance, I can't get close to her, and you can't drive me away, so we can only remain in this stalemate, which is liquid. Upon hearing Xiao Jian mention his sister again, Chen Wenxuan's anger flared up, but after thinking carefully, he found it incredible that the inside of matter could be so marvelous. His curiosity suddenly took over. Are you saying that if the shaking power exceeds the attraction, it will turn into gas? Xiao Jian nodded and said, you're right. If you have the ability to drive me off this stone, or if you run away with your sister, then you would become gaseous. Indeed, as expected, Xiao Jian was a spoiled young master, and a dog couldn't spit out ivory. Chen Wen-Xuan angrily said, "Can you stop using my sister as an analogy?" Xiao Jian looked at Chen Wen-Xuan with a smug expression and joked, "Well, that depends on whether you could beat me first." Then he looked at Chen Bihua with a mischievous smile and added, "There's also a possibility of becoming solid, so you better work hard." Chen Wenxuan was enraged by Xiao Jian's provocation, but he was helpless, flailing his arms and shouting, "There's another question. Answer it quickly." Xiao Jian turned his head aside, ignoring Chen Wenxuan's fury, and said, "As for why the water in the creek is salty, that's even simpler. There are other substances in the water. If you evaporate the water, you'll naturally know what's in it." At this moment, Chen Bihua was at a loss, hiding her delicate face, which was as red as a ripe peach, between her legs. However, her eyes were filled with amazement. She never thought that the notorious playboy from Xianrenping, a young master with no knowledge, would have such extraordinary insights. Although Xiao Jian was quite rude to her, she felt little aversion and instead grew more curious about him. After pondering his description of the structure of substances, it seemed like a mysterious world. Xiao Jian had opened a new door for her brother. Behind this door, there must be endless mysteries, and she hoped her brother could enter this world and explore it freely, knowing that he would enjoy it. Chen Wenxuan was still in a rage, while Xiao Jian jumped off the stone and stretched his body, saying, "You've finished asking your questions for today. I need to test you once. If you put water in a closed container and keep heating it, will the water in the container turn into steam?" After speaking, Xiao Jian suddenly turned around, circling Chen Bihua, nodding in satisfaction, and added, "If you fail the test 3 times, you might lose your sister. Think carefully before you answer." Chen Wenxuan suddenly calmed down. He had not dared to answer this question. Xiao Jian deliberately walked alongside Chen Bihua, and he didn't dare to interfere. It wasn't until they reached the creek's exit that he stepped forward and said to Xiao Jian in a closed space, "The water won't turn into steam because the water particles don't have room to vibrate. The particles can't create distance." Xiao Jian nodded and asked, "And then?" Chen Wenxuan thought for a moment and hesitantly said, "Then, if you keep heating the water, it will break the container because the container is also made up of particles. When the vibrational force of the water particles exceeds the gravitational force of the container particles, the container will break." Xiao Jian's face showed a pleased smile. This child is teachable. Then he suddenly pretended to be disappointed, drooping his shoulders and exaggeratedly spreading his arms, as if regretfully saying, "Alas, this time you passed. Your sister will be temporarily kept by you." At the creek's exit was a flat area resembling a basin, and this was the only exit. It should be possible to enter by crossing the mountains, but it would definitely be much more troublesome than following the creek. The mountains on both sides of the flat area were gentle, with ample sunlight. The northern mountain was a bit far away, with small hills and cliffs, while further away, only faintly visible mountains were densely forested. The creek split here into 2. The larger one was at the foot of the eastern mountain, flowing north, while the other meandered out from the western mountain gorge. Both creeks had flowing water, and strangely, the water flow here was noticeably larger than downstream. Xiao Jian was sure that at some point along the creek they had walked, there was at least one hidden passage, and part of the creek's water flowed into the Shanin River through that passage. Xiao Jian looked around, but did not see Zhang Chun. How could they find someone in such a vast place? Zhang Chun hadn't left any marks here. The group had only eaten a bit of thin porridge in the morning, and by now, they were already hungry. Since they couldn't find Zhang Chun for the time being, they decided to put down their things and prepare something to eat. Chen Bihua took out a ceramic pot to prepare to cook, which was essentially just boiling porridge, acting like the big sister, as she was indeed the oldest here. Fu Guwei gathered firewood, collecting enough to chop bamboo and make bamboo bowls. Chen Wenxuan herded the sheep, acting as a shepherd. There was plenty of water and sunshine here, with grass everywhere. Xiao Jian wandered around, wanting to familiarize himself with the environment and see if he missed any marks left by Zhang Chun. Soon, smoke began to rise at the valley's edge. Fu Guwei made 5 bamboo bowls, which were perfect for drinking porridge, even better than ceramic bowls. Chen Wenxuan carried a small bundle of grass, along with 2 sheep that were as round as his belly. Xiao Jian stopped wandering. There was nothing to gain. Chen Bihua's porridge was ready, filling the air with a fragrant aroma, which attracted several people back. A rumbling sound followed, and a large ceramic pot of porridge was not finished. At this moment, they suddenly heard a melodious voice. "Brother, brother, have you come back? Brother is back. Zhang Chun. They have returned." The voice came from the mountain top to the east of the flat area. Xiao Jian looked up and saw Xiao Ling quickly running down from the mountain top, anxiously shouting. "Xiao Ling, slow down, don't fall." Zhang Chun followed closely behind her, also running down, while Fugui looked at them on the hillside with a silly grin. Chen Bihua sat down what she was organizing and looked at the hillside. Chun Wenxuan stood beside his sister, watching the hillside. The two little sheep bleated beside them, confused. Xiao Jian was genuinely in a good mood. Seeing Zhang Chun and Xiao Ling safe and sound, the worry he had been holding on to was finally put to rest. He walked toward Xiao Ling, who immediately leaped into his arms, crying, "Woo! Lingling misses brother so much, woo!" Tears streamed down her clean little face like they were free. Xiao Jian supported Xiao Ling, wiping her constantly wet tears with his sleeve, comforting her. "Don't cry, Lingling brother is back now. We promised to come back today." At this time, Zhang Chun also came down, and Xiao Jian patted his shoulder. "Good job, thanks." Chapter 32. Advanced Low-Level Crops. At this moment, Zhang Chun also came down, and Xiao Jian patted his shoulder. "Good job, thanks." Then he carried Xiao Ling and walked down, saying, "Are you hungry, Lingling? Brother has something delicious." As soon as Xiao Ling heard there was food, she stopped crying. "Brother, Lingling is hungry." "Brother, I saved a big crab for you. I didn't eat it because I was too hungry." Setting Xiao Ling down, Chen Bihua had already prepared a bowl of thin porridge in a clean bamboo bowl and handed it to Xiao Ling, softly saying, "Sister." Xiao Ling glanced at Chen Bihua, frowned, and pouted her little mouth as if someone had snatched her precious toy, about to cry again. Xiao Jian quickly reached out to take the bamboo bowl, fed her a few spoonfuls, and calmed her down. The little ancestor was truly hard to deal with. She cried at the slightest thing. Xiao Jian was at his wit's end with her. Zhang Chun stood beside Xiao Jian, waiting to talk to him about what had happened in the past few days. Xiao Jian glanced at him. His face was clean, indicating that the water source issue had been resolved, and he didn't look particularly hungry, which made him feel more at ease. They should drink porridge first. There was no rush. Once Xiao Ling was full, she finally discovered her new toys, which were the two adorable little sheep, and she rushed over eagerly. Only then did Xiao Jian approach Zhang Chun, briefly explaining the situation during this outing and asking, "How is it here? Is there a suitable place to live?" Zhang Chun stood up and pointed to the west, saying, "There's a smaller cave over there. For the past few days, Xiao Ling and I have been living there." After finishing speaking, Zhang Chun looked around and noticed two more people had joined, making a total of 6, both men and women. He said, "It's no problem for 6 people to stay inside, but we need to tidy it up and add some thatch for warmth." Zhang Chun didn't have any tools, and it wasn't easy to gather more thatch for insulation. Xiao Jian glanced at the western mountain. The sun was still a few zhang above the horizon, but already in shadow, indicating that the western mountain wasn't an ideal place to live. He looked around and concluded that the best location should be to the north of the flat area, where the sunlight would shine the longest. Seeing Xiao Jian looking north, Zhang Chun said, "We haven't been over there yet. I'm afraid you won't find us when you come back." He pointed to the creek in front of them and added, "The water problem has been solved. The water from this creek coming out of the canyon still has a salty taste." Then he pointed to a larger creek to the east and said, "The water in this creek is very clean and can be drunk." Xiao Jian nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's settle temporarily in the western mountain for now. We should try to understand the situation around here in the next few days." He then told Fu Gui, "You still need to go back and forth to Jilong Mountain to move the food over as soon as possible. The longer this takes, the more dangerous it becomes. The food in the mine has been depleted. They don't even have enough to eat, so they can't work. Now is the safest time. Once they recover, set up sentries. It will be very dangerous to go to Jilong Mountain." Zhang Chun suggested, "I think it's better to move gradually. First, move to the north slope of Jilong Mountain, then transfer from the north slope to the northern mountain, and then move in here." Xiao Jian nodded and added, "The food we got this time is about more than 400 gene, and it's all already shelled and can be eaten directly." After saying this, he curiously asked, "Why don't I see any sweet potatoes inside?" Sweet potatoes are the most suitable food for the mine. They don't need to be shelled and can be stored well. Xiao Jian, being a young master from a landlord family, didn't he even recognize many crops, let alone know what was grown in the fields. Zhang Chun asked dismissively, "Are you talking about the one we eat raw? It was my first time eating it too, and it was quite tasty, but unfortunately, there aren't many left." Zhang Chun said it naturally, but Xiao Jian felt a chill run down his spine. They couldn't have not planted sweet potatoes here, could they? He had seen this low-grade crop in an image within a strange space. It seemed to be called digua, but from the shape, it was clear it was this type of thing. Xiao Jian remembered it clearly because the explanation in that space mentioned that sweet potatoes had a high yield. Zhang Chun didn't seem as clueless as he was. If someone in his family grew sweet potatoes, or if someone nearby did, he should have never seen it. Xiao Jian immediately called for Xiao Ling and asked, "Xiao Ling, do you know where the sweet potatoes we ate came from?" Xiao Ling frowned, tilted her little head, and thought for a moment, then said confidently, "It was given by someone last year. Grandpa told me to call him Uncle Wang. He had a strange voice and only came once. I haven't seen him since." Xiao Jian saw Fu Gui sitting on a rock, gnawing on a sweet potato, and nearly went crazy. He shouted, "Fu Gui, put that down." When he and Fu Gui went to the mine, they had brought a total of 8 large sweet potatoes, ate 6, leaving 2 with him. Xiao Jian quickly crossed over and snatched the half-eaten sweet potato from Fu Gui, carefully wiping the saliva from it with his sleeve as if it were a treasured item. This shout, combined with his action, left everyone stunned. Fu Gui still had one hand in the action of eating sweet potato. As Xiao Jian carefully wiped the sweet potato, he looked as if his wife had been snatched away. Perhaps thinking it was clean enough, Xiao Jian approached Chun Bihua and held the sweet potato in front of her, asking, "Do you recognize this?" Chun Bihua was startled by his earlier reaction. Her trembling hand reached out twice before she finally caught the sweet potato. Afraid she would damage it, she examined it for a while, then handed it back to him, shaking her head without saying a word. Still not understanding what had happened or why Xiao Jian was so excited, Zhang Chun walked over to Xiao Jian and whispered, "What's wrong?" "This." He pointed to the sweet potato in Xiao Jian's hand, swallowed hard, and said, "Is it poisonous?" At this moment, Xiao Jian finally came back to his senses, walked over to Fu Gui, pressed down his hand that was still in eating mode, patted his shoulder, and apologized, "Sorry, I overreacted." He then held up the sweet potato and, excitedly, said, "Do you know what this is? This is a sweet potato, just sweet potato. Do you know what sweet potatoes are?" Everyone looked even more confused. Of course, they knew it was called sweet potato. What do you mean by sweet potato? It was definitely not called a rat. They continued to stare at him, as if looking at a fool, wondering if the kid was sick. Seeing that no one was responding, Xiao Jian slapped his own forehead to regain his composure. He then held up the half-sweet potato and continued. "This is a high-yield crop. It's drought-resistant and doesn't require rice fields. It can be grown in dry land. This sweet potato, if planted well on an acre of land, can yield about 2,000 jin, which is 6 to 7 times that of rice." Chapter 33. A brief rural life. This had an effect. A few people still looked foolish, but they were now looking at the sweet potato in his hand rather than at Xiao Jian. After a long while, Zhang Chun was the first to react. Fearing he hadn't heard correctly and quickly confirmed, "Cousin, you said this." Zhang Chun was so flustered that he pointed to the sweet potato and hurriedly put it down, swallowing hard and asking, 7 times? It can be grown in the fields?" Xiao Jian nodded seriously and affirmed, "Yes, 7 times, it can be grown in the fields." He then pointed to the surrounding wasteland and added, "It's also drought-resistant. This kind of place is definitely suitable." Hearing Xiao Jian as confirmation, everyone immediately changed their expressions, their eyes sparkling. In this era, who hadn't gone hungry? And who didn't understand the importance of food? The bandits outside had turned to banditry because of food issues. If they had something to eat, even if it was just enough to stay alive, who would want to become a vagrant? In a moment of excitement, Xiao Jian forgot an important matter. How many sweet potatoes did they still have? All along, they had been treating sweet potatoes as their staple food, right? Fu Gui should still have one left, right? Xiao Jian immediately rushed over and started searching Fu Gui, but found nothing. He could only pin his hopes on Zhang Chun and cautiously asked, "Zhang Chun, how many sweet potatoes do we have left?" Xiao Jian was full of hope. If Zhang Chun dared to say there were none left, he would definitely lose his temper. Seeing Xiao Jian's expression, Zhang Chun shrank his neck and took a few steps back before saying nervously, I think there's still a few left. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jian patted his chest and finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there were still a few left, they could slowly plant them, and they would definitely increase. Reassured, he waved his hand grandly and said, "Let us go. We're going home." The cave Zhang Chun found was indeed very small, but it was just a temporary shelter. They could make do with it. They lit a bonfire in the middle of the cave, and Xiao Jian and Zhang Chun were discussing plans for the next day. Fu Gui was going to move food tomorrow, and they instructed Chun Bihua to cook more porridge in the morning for Fu Gui to take on the road. The current temperature wasn't too hot, so it would be fine for a few days. Xiao Jian and Zhang Chun would explore the surrounding terrain together, while Chun Bihua stayed home with the two children. After arranging everything, Xiao Jian asked, "Have you traced the source of the creek with the salty water?" "I have. It flows out from a cave in the western mountain. I've been inside the cave. The soil inside is bitter." Hearing Zhang Chun's words, Xiao Jian felt disappointed. The cave should contain nitrate soil, which can be found in many caves and is not rare. However, nitrate soil is not without its uses. It can be used to produce saltpeter, the main ingredient for black powder. During the process of refining nitrate, compound fertilizer can also be obtained. Is this type of soil abundant in the cave? Yes, a lot of it, and in many places, white roots have also grown. After Zhang Chun finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Jian with anticipation, hoping he would say that this soil is a treasure. Seeing Zhang Chun's expression, Xiao Jian smiled and shook his head, saying, "This is just ordinary nitrate soil, which can be used to produce saltpeter for gunpowder, but sulfur is also needed to make gunpowder." He was already quite familiar with this basic knowledge from the images in the strange space. The urgent problem to solve now is salt. Without salt, people will get sick over time. They hadn't found salt at the mine, and the dog meat they ate in the manager's house felt very bland. So there likely wasn't any salt in it either. In this world, table salt is controlled by the court, and a significant portion of the court's revenue comes from these controlled resources, making it expensive. Xiao Jian touched his chest. The few taels of silver he had from the mine were still there, but the problem is that even with silver, there's nowhere to buy it. It seems he can only make a trip to Shangzhou City. Apart from Huzhou City, Shangzhou City is the closest. When leaving Huzhou City, Uncle Shu had already arranged for Shu Yi to go to Shangzhou City, so it's just right to check on her and ask about the golden light. While they were talking, Chun Bihua had already boiled hot water in a clay pot, and everyone washed their hands and faces and went to bed early. The next day, when dawn broke, everyone started to act separately. The task assigned to Fu Gui had great danger, and before leaving, Xiao Jian carefully reminded him again. For several consecutive days, life went by uneventfully. Chun Bihua and her brother chopped some sticks and fitted the tools they brought back with wooden handles. Zhang Chun and Xiao Jian explored the surrounding terrain thoroughly. The new campsite had been determined. The terrain was somewhat higher than the flat area, and the key was that there was a spring with sweet water in the back mountain. This place receives plenty of sunlight, and from sunrise to sunset, the sun shines on it. The back mountain of the campsite is relatively gentle, allowing for a lot of land to be cultivated, facing the creek outlet, giving a full view of the entire flat area. At dawn, the group of 5, carrying various tools, arrived at the new campsite to start building houses. Of course, for now, they could only build a simple thatched house. They chose a flat piece of land against the mountain, dug 4 deep pits, and inserted 4 tree trunks as supports for the house. They then crossed tree trunks and tied them between the supports to form a stable, triangular structure. Currently, they didn't have suitable tools to make the joints between the tree trunks, so they could only use bamboo strips to tie the trunks together. After connecting the tops of the supports with tree trunks, the framework of the house was completed. Xiao Jian shook the supports. The structure was very stable and wouldn't be blown down even in strong winds. With this solid framework, everything else became much easier. They tied some thin wooden poles around the perimeter and then wove bamboo strips horizontally. Next, they covered the roof and sides with thatch. They had done this before at the temporary campsite, so everyone was familiar with it. They worked for 7 days to finish the construction, and then Xiao Jian built a simple thatch toilet a little further away. The toilet was not just to solve hygiene issues. It was crucial for collecting manure, as fertilizer is essential for sweet potato planting. It was already mid-April, the season for sweet potato seedling cultivation, and there was no time to build another straw hut. For now, both men and women had to live together in this one room. They first cleared and dug a piece of dry land near the straw hut, then buried 6½ sweet potatoes half in the ground with a spacing of 1 foot, covering them with a layer of thatch for insulation. To prevent animals from causing damage, they also inserted a circle of wooden stakes around. Sweet potato seedlings require over a month to grow, and they can only be transplanted when the seedlings reach 1 foot in height. When transplanting, they also need to apply soil fertilizer to the land. Making soil fertilizer is very simple. They chop some weeds, pile them together, cover them with soil, and then set the weeds on fire. After smoldering, the soil becomes fertilizer. Soil fertilizer helps to loosen the soil and contains various other elements, making it the best fertilizer for planting sweet potatoes. None of them had done farming before. Xiao Jian had learned all this from the images in the strange space. With plenty of tools on hand, making soil fertilizer was very easy. Everyone was busy all day, feeling fulfilled and happy. Xiao Jian sincerely hoped that this pastoral life could continue. He knew this was just his wishful thinking, and he cherished this brief tranquility. Chapter 34. The mysterious passage in the cave. When work ended in the afternoon, Xiao Jian and Zhang Chun went to the side of the creek, turning around on a relatively independent piece of flat land. Xiao Jian picked up a handful of dark soil, looked at it, and said to Zhang Chun, "You guys start clearing this flat land. When the sweet potato seedlings grow, we can transplant them here. This piece of land is close to the creek, making it convenient to fetch water for irrigation." Zhang Chun felt that Xiao Jian seemed to be arranging matters, and he looked at Xiao Jian curiously, asking, "Are you going out again?" Xiao Jian nodded. Everyone hadn't eaten salt for more than 10 days, and he felt a bit anxious. He decided to go out for a while. He only needed to arrange things at home and didn't need to worry too much. It was still too early for sweet potato transplantation. Clearing the wasteland and making soil fertilizer was enough to keep them busy for a while. When Xiao Jian returned home, Chun Bihua was cooking. While Xiao Jian and the others were planting sweet potatoes, Chun Bihua had taken Chun Wenxuan and Xiao Ling nearby to look for some wild vegetables. While cooking porridge, she added these wild vegetables to the clay pot. Eating wild vegetables together can reduce the consumption of grains. Xiao Jian increasingly felt the taste of home, and he was very satisfied. After dinner, it was still early, and Xiao Jian decided to use the remaining thatch to create an independent small room for Chun Bihua in the straw hut. This would provide a more private space. With no entertainment activities in the evening, everyone sat by the fire making ropes. There were palm trees all over the mountains, and the trunks of the palm trees were wrapped with palm fibers, which are excellent materials for making ropes. Palm ropes are strong and of quality comparable to hemp ropes. Xiao Jian hadn't considered what the finished ropes would be used for. His goal was to teach everyone to learn various skills. In harsh conditions, they must make full use of all their free time. As he twisted the palm rope, Xiao Jian said, "Fugue, and I will go out for a while. You all continue with the land clearing and making soil fertilizer at home." Saying this, Xiao Jian casually picked up a strand of palm fiber from beside Chun Bihua's feet and placed it at the joint of the rope. He twisted the rope skillfully like an old farmer. Chun Bihua and the two children tore the palm fibers apart and placed them together strand by strand for their rope-making use. Xiao Jian glanced at Zhang Chun, who was twisting the rope, and said to him, "When you have free time, build another kitchen on the west side." Chun Bihua stopped what she was doing, looking at Xiao Jian with concern, and quietly asked, "Are you still going to the mine?" Xiao Jian shook his head, focusing on twisting the palm rope. "The mine must have already taken precautions. I want to go to Shangzhou City and take a look." Shangzhou City is located to the north, separated by several mountains, and should not have been occupied by bandits for now. How do we get there? When do we leave? Chun Bihua was even more worried upon hearing that they were going to Shangzhou City. Shangzhou City is far from here, and a round trip would take at least 15 to 16 days. Xiao Jian thought for a moment and felt that there wasn't much need for preparation. Leaving early and returning early might be better. We'll cross the mountain from the back. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. And it's expected to take more than 20 days to come back. Xiao Jian set down the rope he had twisted, looked at Chun Bihua, and reminded her, be safe at home. If you encounter danger, move to the back mountain and don't worry about the gains and losses here. Chun Bihua's eyes began to redden as she lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion. On the way to Shangzhou City, I heard there are several groups of mountain bandits. Are we really going? Xiao Jian patted his hands to shake off the dust, stood up, and said, don't worry. I'll pay attention to safety. There's no salt at home, and over time it will affect our health. He glanced at Chun Wenxuan and Shaoling, who were both in their developmental stages. It was absolutely necessary to have salt. The next morning, after some coaxing and deception, he finally calmed Shaoling down. Fu Guwei carried a backpack and held an axe, while Xiao Jian wielded a long-handled machete and carried a loop of brown rope. They proceeded north along the northeastern creek. After walking a distance north along the creek, the mountains on both sides became increasingly steep, forming a long canyon through which the creek flowed. They walked along the canyon all day and finally reached the end, blocked by a towering cliff. At the top of the cliff, a stream cascaded down from a height, with water droplets splashing like jade, shimmering in a myriad of colors. The sound of the water roared, deafeningly loud, with splashes flying everywhere like a fine rain. At the base of the cliff was a pool of water about several tens of yards in size, deep in azure, teeming with various fish and shrimp swimming in schools, creating waves. On the inner wall of the pool was a cave, with a large amount of pool water flowing into it. The water downstream in the creek was not much, as it was originally diverted by this cave. The North Mountain Range stretches for thousands of miles, dotted with countless peaks and canyons, many of which are shrouded in clouds and mist year-round, with sparse human presence. The trees and soil on the mountains store a significant amount of moisture, which gradually sinks down, eventually forming this creek. Here is the end of the North Mountain Range, and the creek before them winds down from the vast mountains to the northeast. As the sun gradually tilted to the west, the two continued on their way. Having only sipped a bit of thin porridge from a bamboo tube, feeling both tired and hungry, Fu Guwei watched the fish swimming in the pool, saliva dripping from his mouth. Xiao Jian chopped 2 hard wooden logs, sharpened one end, and roasted it over the fire until it was slightly charred, making a spear several meters long. The fish in the pool had probably never encountered danger, appearing particularly naive. As soon as Xiao Jian stepped into the water, the originally wandering fish swam around his feet. Xiao Jian intended to stab a fish with the spear, but bent down and caught a large fish that was too complacent, saving himself the trouble of using the spear. The other fish sensed something was wrong and immediately scattered. It is said that fish have a memory of only 7 seconds. Sure enough, after a moment, the fish swam back around, and Xiao Jian caught another one. Fu Guwei had already lit a fire, and Xiao Jian threw the fish to him, not bothering to help. Both were quite skilled at grilling fish in the wild. Xiao Jian looked at the cave on the inner wall of the pool, where part of the entrance was submerged, with a large amount of water flowing into it. Even if the upstream flow was strong, it could not fill this bottomless cave. He circled the cave for a long time and suddenly had an idea. If the entrance were blocked and a reservoir built at the canyon's exit, then the water shortage problem in Xianrenping could be solved. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't help but crawl towards the cave to check the size of the entrance for himself. Xiao Jian lay on a rock by the entrance and looked into the cave. Inside, strange stones stood in various formations, crisscrossing and unfathomable. In this intricate environment, he vaguely seemed to see a passage extending deeper into the cave. He frowned, filled with confusion. How could there be a passage in the cave? Has someone been here before? Xiao Jian carefully observed the passage, trying to see if there were any signs of human presence. It was not far from their camp, and he began to worry about the safety of Zhang Chun and the others. Chapter 35. At the end of the passage, the mysterious stone house suddenly. An unusual sensation surged in his mind. He had experienced this feeling in a strange space before. Immediately, he focused his attention deep within his mind. Sure enough, in that familiar place in his mind, an image of the cave had formed. Xiao Jian concentrated his consciousness on the passage within the cave image, and the image immediately drew a dashed line that overlapped with the passage. The dashed line twisted and turned, extending deeper into the cave. He followed the dashed line forward, not knowing how far he had gone, until he finally reached the end of the passage. The image of the cave in his mind began to blur as he seemed to see a small space, or perhaps a room. But just then, a flash of white light suddenly passed through his mind, and it instantly became pitch black, forcing his consciousness to withdraw. Xiao Jian shook his head. He was still too weak, and his body could not withstand such consumption, causing the image to automatically retreat. At that moment, he felt a splitting headache, and his forehead burned like a scorching coal. He hurriedly poured water on his head to cool it down, and it immediately felt like a pot of boiling water, releasing wisps of white mist. He touched his forehead, still feeling the heat. He simply submerged his head in the pool water to relieve it. Sitting on the rock, Xiao Jian organized his thoughts. It seemed that after his mind was modified by Xia, he had gained a new ability. As long as he focused on an object or scene, a corresponding image would form in his mind. This image seemed to be a super copy, even replicating things that were invisible. Just now, he only saw a very short section of the passage, but in the image in his mind, the entire length of the passage was clearly displayed. This miraculous phenomenon of creating something out of nothing was truly incredible. The ability in his mind had surpassed simple perception and possessed insight. This strange insight should be able to discern the internal relationships between things, seeing the truth hidden beneath the surface. The potential of this ability was limitless, capable of helping him unravel many mysteries and explore deeper realms. Xiao Jian glanced back at the cave, feeling that there seemed to be something in the space deep within the cave. Just as he was about to get up, he saw Fugui approaching with 2 grilled fish for him. Xiao Jian was indeed hungry. He took the grilled fish and had a few bites, finding it delicious. If only there was some salt, it would taste even better. Fugui, I want to go into the cave to take a look. You wait outside. Xiao Jian tossed away the clean fish bones, clapped his hands, and stood up to say to Fugui, Young master, I want to go in too. Fugui was worried about Xiao Jian going into the cave alone, as the two rarely split up. The passage in the cave is narrow, you won't fit. Just wait outside by the fire. I'll be out soon. Fugui was robust, and there were several spots in the cave where he would not fit through the narrow rock crevices. Fugui said no more, gathering some dry branches and grass to make a torch. Xiao Jian took the torch and walked straight into the cave, following the route marked in the image. Xiao Jian walked steadily and safely for a long time, climbing several dozen steps until he finally reached a spot next to a pool of water. The pool was about several dozen steps in size, and in front of him was a sheer rock wall with the end of the passage located within this wall. The entrance to the wall was at the bottom of this cold pool. Xiao Jian crouched down and gently extended his palm into the water. As soon as he touched the water, a chill immediately spread from his palm, causing Xiao Jian to shiver. The water in this pool was comparable to ice, which was hard to believe. He tightened his clothing, hesitating whether to dive into the water with his small frame, fearing he might freeze immediately. Looking down the way he came, he was surprised to find that this cold pool was actually much higher than the entrance of the cave. Just as he was in doubt, a rustling sound suddenly came, and he sensed a malicious intent approaching him. Xiao Jian looked in the direction of the sound and saw 2 green lights moving towards him in the darkness. His heart skipped a beat. He suddenly threw the torch in his hand at the green lights, and the flames illuminated the rock wall ahead. On the wall, a giant python was slithering out from the crevice, flicking its tongue. A snake! Xiao Jian's face turned pale with fear, and he fell to the ground, watching the approaching giant python. He propped himself up with both hands and kept retreating, just as he had nowhere else to back away to. The giant python opened its mouth wide and suddenly lunged at him. Xiao Jian screamed in shock, his body falling backward, and with a splash, he landed in the cold pool. Splash! The giant python relentlessly pursued him, swimming into the cold pool and quickly heading toward Xiao Jian. For a moment, waves rolled in the cold pool and silver light glimmered. Xiao Jian, frightened, forgot about the cold and dove deep into the pool. At this moment, his body was already freezing, his limbs beginning to numb, but the bottom of the pool was pitch black, and he could not find the entrance to the cave. The breath he had just held was exhausted, and an extreme sense of suffocation forced him to surface. As his head broke the surface, it seemed the giant python was waiting for him, opening its mouth to attack. Xiao Jian took a deep breath and quickly sank back into the water. Fortunately, the giant python could not dive. As long as he submerged himself, he would be safe. But at this rate, he would either be eaten by the giant python or freeze to death in the cold pool. He looked at the dark bottom of the pool and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, opening his eyes and focusing on the direction of the rock wall. Soon, an image appeared in his mind. Indeed, even though he could not see the black bottom of the pool, his insight ability could replicate the image of the pool's bottom. After the image appeared in his mind, his body began to warm up and the numbness in his limbs gradually faded. He even felt that the water in the cold pool was no longer that cold. Following the guidance of the image in his mind, Xiao Jian quickly found the entrance to the rock wall. Inside the entrance was a cave that extended upward. He climbed up this cave and surfaced after climbing just a few dozen steps. Seeing the scene before him, Xiao Jian was filled with disbelief. He discovered that he was actually in a square stone chamber. The chamber was obviously man-made, and in the middle stood a stone table. There were two smooth, cylindrical stone stools beside the table, and on the table, a particularly eye-catching, exquisite square box was placed. This box was pure white and flawless, looking as if it was carved from jade, stunningly beautiful. The jade box was 3 inches square, with many exquisite patterns carved on its surface. Patterns that Xiao Jian had never seen before. Xiao Jian explored the box for a while. It felt like a solid object with no seams. After circling the jade box again, he still could not find a way to open it. He gently picked up the jade box and carefully observed the intricate patterns on it, trying to use his insight ability to look inside it. Suddenly, with a crisp sound, the jade box unexpectedly cracked open in his hand, revealing 2 items at the bottom. Xiao Jian's eyes widened in surprise as he stared at the 2 items. One was a crystal, transparent and clear, which turned out to be the core of the soul-eating evil spirit. The other item was a jade pendant. Curiously, as he picked up the jade pendant and examined the patterns on it, it emitted a golden light that shot into his forehead and entered his mind. Xiao Jian was startled and almost dropped the jade pendant, but at that moment, a bright light flashed in his mind and a clear image of a human model appeared. Surprisingly, this jade pendant contained an image of a human model. Xiao Jian was very excited about this and immediately focused his attention on the image in his mind. The human model in the image was a complete acupoint diagram, with each acupoint clearly labeled. From these acupoint labels, he saw astonishing information. Hidden within the acupoints was a factor that could transform the human body. According to the labels, as long as the meridians of the acupoints were opened, the factor would flow into the body through the meridians to strengthen the physique and even transform the body. Of course, each factor in the acupoints was different, and the factors had to be extracted in a specific order to be beneficial to the body. This meant that the order of opening the acupoints determined the combination order of the factors. If the acupoints were opened randomly, obtaining the wrong combination of factors could even lead to deviation in cultivation. Xiao Jian only glanced at it for a moment. The factor combinations were too complex to understand in a short time. He shifted his attention to the hands of the human model, which were holding a soul-eating, evil spirit crystal core. The crystal core was releasing milky white mist that entered the meridians from the palm. The milky white mist flowed along the meridians, gradually purifying to become pure and transparent, eventually converging in the dantian. When Xiao Jian saw this, his eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. This was a cultivation method. He quickly calmed down and focused on observing the flow pattern of the mist. He discovered that when the mist reached the acupoint in the neck, it would separate into tiny parts and enter his mind. The mist entering his mind was precisely the passage that Shuya had opened for him. Xiao Jian suddenly realized that the passage Shuya had opened in his mind was actually a meridian leading deep into his mind. And the end point of the meridian was where the image appeared in his mind. This cultivation method could even cultivate insight. If the level of insight improved, it would bring him great convenience. Just as Xiao Jian was getting more and more excited, the image in his mind suddenly disappeared, and his consciousness instantly withdrew. Xiao Jian picked up the soul-eating evil spirit crystal core on the stone table, and following the method indicated in the image, began to control the mist with his consciousness to enter his body. However, he quickly discovered that cultivation was not as simple as he had imagined. The crystal core in his hand was soon exhausted, but he had not opened a single meridian. The mist could only circulate in a very small meridian. However, he now had a small mass of impure mist in his dantian. Xiao Jian looked at the crystal core that had turned to ash with a sigh. This crystal core was actually a cultivation item. But where could he find another crystal core to continue his cultivation? He then took out the crystal core from the burly man, which was clearly of lower quality than the one in the jade box, and its color was murkier. Just as Xiao Jian was about to continue his cultivation with this crystal core, the stone chamber suddenly began to shake. Oh no, it might collapse. He immediately ran towards the cave, but a torrent surged into the cave, violently pushing him back. The stone chamber was sinking. Boom! With a loud crash of collapsing rock. The water instantly flooded the stone chamber. Boom! Immediately afterward, Xiao Jian felt a jolt beneath his feet, as if the stone chamber had landed from the air, directly shaking him into the water. The rocks could not withstand the downward force, and the stone chamber suddenly cracked open. In an instant, a deluge of water poured in from above, sweeping Xiao Jian away with the rushing current. When Xiao Jian woke up, he was already lying on a pile of hay, next to a campfire, with Fu Guwei adding firewood to the pile. "Young master, you're awake?" Fu Guwei's eyes were red and swollen, probably from crying. Seeing Xiao Jian wake up, he immediately dropped the firewood and helped him sit up. "How'd I end up here?" Xiao Jian only remembered being swept away by the torrent. It seemed that the torrent must have rushed out from the cave entrance. "Young master, what happened in the cave? Why did such a large amount of water rush out? You were washed out by the flood." "Oh, there was a cold pool that collapsed inside." Xiao Jian didn't want to talk about what had happened in the cave. A falling light orb had killed everyone on a mortal flat, and the matter of obtaining the cultivation method must not be revealed. Fu Guwei rubbed his eyes and blinked a couple of times before taking a roasted fish from the campfire and handing it to Xiao Jian. "Young master, you're hungry, right? I've been saving this for you. Please eat." Just as Xiao Jian was about to take the roasted fish, he realized he seemed to be holding something in his hand. When he opened it, he found the jade pendant he had obtained in the cave, along with the crystal core of the burly man. He couldn't help but laugh. At the critical moment of life and death, he hadn't even dropped what he was holding. The next morning, the two had another hearty meal of roasted fish and, armed with wooden spears for spearing fish, headed towards the cliff adorned with a waterfall. Apart from the canyon they had come through, there was no other way out of the pool. They had to climb the cliff. Fortunately, Xiao Jian had brought a hemp rope. If they had arrived here empty-handed, they would probably have to turn back and find another way. Ever since the possession incident on the small flat ground, Xiao Jian's physique seemed to be getting stronger. In the past, he wouldn't have been able to climb this cliff, even with the hemp rope. But now, he felt stronger than Fu Guwei, and with their cooperation, they quickly reached the top of the cliff. Looking up, a winding stream flowed through the towering mountains, rising in puffs of white mist that merged with the clouds of the mountainside. This stream came from the 10,000 Great Mountains in the northeast, while Shangzhou City was directly to the north. They could no longer follow the stream, so Xiao Jian stood on a high ground and observed the surroundings. Everywhere he looked, there were high mountains and deep valleys, densely packed with forests, with no path in sight. After determining the direction, he walked straight into the northern forest. Paths are always made by people. After climbing over mountains and traversing the dense forest for 5 or 6 days, they finally arrived at a small, open flatland. Xiao Jian sat on a rock and took several gulps from a bamboo tube filled with water. This flat area only had low grass and shrubs, and the sun shone unobstructed, making them feel particularly comfortable after days of wandering in the dark woods. Xiao Jian placed the wooden spear and machete beside him, comfortably lying on the rock as the warm sunlight bathed him, and a gentle breeze brushed against his face, making it feel neither hot nor cold. The surroundings were silent. Even the birds that usually chirped all day seemed to have flown away. After days of wandering in the forest, fatigue washed over Xiao Jian, and his eyelids grew heavier. Just as he was about to doze off, he suddenly heard Fu Guwei's frantic shout. "Young master, run. There's a tiger. A tiger." Startled, Xiao Jian rolled over to sit up, but accidentally tumbled to the edge of the rock. In his panic, he grabbed a wooden stick, but it offered no support, and he fell from the over 10-foot-high rock. Fortunately, he landed on a patch of reeds, which prevented him from getting badly hurt, but he was still quite dizzy. "Young master, run! The tiger! The tiger is coming!" In front of him, Fuguwei was running this way in a panic, glancing back frequently. Xiao Jian hurriedly got to his feet and saw a large striped tiger behind Fuguwei, staring greedily at him with its green eyes. Its front paws were slightly extended, gripping the ground, ready to pounce at any moment. Chapter 37. The scene of the black net covering the sun. Xiao Jian was so frightened that his entire body trembled. His limbs went limp, and he froze in place. He gripped the wooden stick tightly, staring at the tiger, instinctively pointing the stick forward. To be honest, Xiao Jian didn't mean to point the stick at the tiger, but the tiger didn't know that. It sensed the threat from Xiao Jian, abandoned its pursuit of Fuguwei, and turned its gaze toward Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian felt his hair stand on end under the tiger's intense gaze. He held the wooden stick tightly with stiff hands and unconsciously stepped back. Roar! The tiger's roar made Xiao Jian's ears ring, and with a powerful thrust of its front paws, it leaped into the air, soaring over a foot high, and pounced toward Xiao Jian. Startled, Xiao Jian leaned back and fell to the ground. The wooden spear that was originally pointing at the tiger now aimed at the sky. This was truly the end. He helplessly closed his eyes, filled with unwillingness, and could only passively accept death. Thinking of his little Ling and Chun Bihua at home, tears streamed from his eyes. In an instant, he felt an immense pressure on his body, as if a great mountain were crushing him. He had no time to resist and lost consciousness. Just as he was losing the last bit of awareness, he seemed to hear Fuguwei's heart-wrenching cry, "Young master." In a daze, Xiao Jian saw the red sun again, with a black net still covering its surroundings. The transparent pipes crossing the net seemed to have a constant trickle flowing through them. At the end of the pipe, a square box emitted a golden liquid that seemed to have increased, as if to remind him that time was slowly running out. "Young master, Wu, young master." Fuguwei's cries finally awakened Xiao Jian. He opened his eyes to see Fuguwei shaking him vigorously. "Young master, you're awake." "That's great. Young master is awake, Wu." Xiao Jian sat up in confusion, quickly patting his body. What happened? Not a single hair was harmed. This seemed a bit embarrassing. Beside him, the large striped tiger lay there like a dead dog, with a broken wooden spear lodged in its neck and bloodstains on its head. There was a bloodstain on the stone wall behind Xiao Jian, with a few yellow tiger hairs stuck to it. The beast had lunged at the wooden spear Xiao Jian was holding and crashed into the rock behind, dying cleanly. As for Xiao Jian, he had been scared unconscious by the tiger. Ha! Ha ha! Xiao Jian suddenly burst into laughter, and Fuguwei, influenced by him, wiped his tears and laughed along. The two laughed until their bellies hurt, and then looked at the dead tiger with gleaming eyes. Tiger meat, now, that was a good thing. Tiger bones and tiger skin should be quite valuable, right? And the tiger whip, that seems even more valuable, right? This one is not for sale, keeping it for ourselves. The two busied themselves, but what to do with all this tiger meat? Several 100 pounds. What to do? Fuguwei said he would carry as much as he could. They first sprinkled a layer of ash on the tiger skin, rubbed it a bit, and then hung it up to dry. Only then would the processed skin become soft. They cut off a large piece of tiger meat to roast and eat. Even without salt, it was incredibly delicious. They worked until dark before finishing their tasks. That night, they slept soundly. It was the tiger's territory, and no animal dared to disturb them. They slept until dawn, and Xiao Jian didn't want to wander in the dense forest anymore. He decided to go down the mountain from here. It was too frightening. If another incident like this happened, it would scare him to death. This time, the wooden spear played a crucial role. Each of them made another one to use as a shoulder pole. Fuguwei carried 2 large pieces of tiger meat, while Xiao Jian carried the tiger skin and other items. Since they were going down the mountain, they moved much faster. Just as the sun began to set, they finally found a small path down the mountain. Following this path for a short while, they arrived at an official road. This official road should lead to Shangzhou City. It passed along the edge of the northern mountain range, with no signs of human habitation, only desolate mountains and wilderness. After crossing a low ridge, They entered a section of dense bamboo forest, and then another problem arose. A group of scrawny bandits suddenly appeared ahead, blocking the official road. At a glance, these bandits looked extremely poor. The leading man seemed somewhat normal. At least he was holding a machete, but the bandits behind him were quite comical. Some held forks, others wooden sticks or machetes, especially the one at the back, who was holding a rock. Was that a ranged weapon? Their clothing was a mishmash of styles, with a few even wearing colorful women's clothes, making Xiao Jian want to vomit. The man wielding the machete was the only strong one among this group of bandits. He stood bare-chested, his muscular build looking formidable. The man spread his legs, standing firmly in the middle of the official road. Xiao Jian felt extremely frustrated. It was truly an unfavorable year for him. He had just been bullied by a tiger and now encountered these trashy bandits, thinking they could easily pick on him. After all, he had killed evil men and fought fierce tigers. Just because the tiger didn't show its power, did they think he was a sick cat? He put down his burden, drew out a wooden spear, and quietly stood across from the bandit, waiting to see what this bandit would say. The man with the machete swaggered forward a few steps, pointed his machete forward, and shouted, "This tree was planted by me, this road. Damn it, no need to say more. I know this phrase better than you." Without saying a word, Xiao Jian suddenly turned around and threw the wooden spear like a javelin at the chattering muscular man. The spear surprisingly pierced right in his chest. Indeed, the elder was right. Bad people always die from talking too much. The bandit could only let out a gasp before collapsing to the ground. Fu Gui, taking a cue from this, also threw his wooden spear, killing another bandit. Then he charged forward with his axe, chopping at the bandit with a machete. The bandit's head flew off instantly, leaving the remaining bandits stunned. Seizing the moment while the bandits were still in shock, Xiao Jian quickly rushed in with a slash. This machete was no ordinary machete. It had a long handle, about 2 meters long, and with one swing, he smashed the bandit's skull into pieces. Xiao Jian was also astonished. What was happening? He looked at the machete in his hand, realizing he had been using the back of the blade. In just one encounter, 4 bandits were taken out, and they were the 4 strongest among them. The remaining bandits were furious. Damn it, they hadn't even finished their lines, and things were already going off script. Was there no code of the martial world? Especially the bandit with the wooden fork, who quickly jabbed at Xiao Jian. However, the fork was too wide, and Xiao Jian's waist was too slim. So it didn't injure him, but instead pinned him in place. Seeing Xiao Jian being forked, Fu Gui thought he was hurt. From a distance, he threw his axe at the bandit with the fork. The axe struck the bandit's mouth, instantly causing blood and teeth to fly everywhere. He involuntarily dropped the fork and raised his hand to cover his mouth, but before he could do so, he collapsed. With no weapon left, Fu Gui grabbed the wooden spear he had thrown and charged forward again. Chapter 38. The plight of the refugees in Shangzhou City. The machete wielder was dead. The machete wielder was dead. The fork wielder had fallen. What was left to fight? The bandits dropped their stones and wooden clubs and turned to flee. Fu Gui rushed up and killed one who was slow to escape from behind. Xiao Jian chased after the fleeing bandit, who ran extremely fast. After pursuing him for more than a mile, he was panting heavily, and the bandit, even more exhausted, finally knelt on the ground, banging his head in surrender. Fu Gui was even more frenzied. He chased out for over 3 miles and killed another bandit before returning. In total, 11 bandits had been killed, 6 were dead, 1 was captured, and they seized 1 machete, along with more than 10 taels of silver from the muscular man. Quite a good haul. After cleaning up the battlefield, they approached the captive, who was tied up like a rice dumpling, and asked, "Do you want to live or die?" The bandit kneeled on the ground, pleading for mercy. "I want to live, I want to live. Young master, you command me. I'll do anything." Xiao Jian sat on a stone and asked, "How long have you been a bandit? Where's your lair?" The bandit, bowing his head, replied, "I just joined the day before yesterday. My parents died of hunger, and I'm the only one left at home. The day before yesterday, Zhang Mang found me, and I joined him out of desperation. Yesterday, we robbed a wealthy family and got some grain. It's in the cave up ahead. How many of you are there?" "Just 11. He pointed to the muscular man. "He's Zhang Mang. Are there many bandits around here?" The bandit answered honestly, "Yes, there are several groups north of Shangzhou City. He pointed to the nearby mountains. There's also a group at Xianren Peak. We plan to finish this haul and then go join them, but they won't accept us without a greeting gift. It seemed that even the bandits had no surplus food. Xiao Jian wiped his sweat. Fortunately, he had come down the mountain early, or he might have run into the bandit den. Upon arriving at the cave mentioned by the bandit, there were only some straw for sleeping and 8 bags of rice, 1 bag of flour, a large iron pot, and some salt. The iron pot and salt were urgently needed items for Xiao Jian. There was little salt, so aside from a bit for food, he sprinkled the rest on the tiger meat. He was hoping to sell this tiger meat, and if he didn't salt it, it would spoil, which would be a pity. But what to do with this grain? He needed to find a place to hide it. But the captive was also a problem. If he left, he would definitely take the grain away. Kill him? Xiao Jian shook his head. There was no enmity, and this was different from fighting on the battlefield. The man had surrendered and was cooperating, so it was hard to act against him. Xiao Jian glanced at the bandit captive, who was still unaware that he was teetering on the edge of life and death, staring eagerly at Fu Ge roasting meat, drooling. Seeing that this bandit was not very old and in decent shape, he asked, "What are your plans for the future? Do you want to continue being a bandit?" The bandit finally realized he was still tied up. "I beg you to take me in. I could be a servant. I have no gifts to offer." "They won't want me." Xiao Jian was speechless. Joining a bandit group still required a gift, and without one, nobody would want you. What a world where people were so worthless. Xiao Jian didn't agree immediately. "How old are you? The drought here isn't too severe, and there's still water in the river. How could you not survive?" He thought that since the Xianren River had water, this river should have some too. "I'm 22 this year." Then he sighed, saying, "You don't know, the river here has long since dried up. Everyone has fled due to starvation." It seemed the drought in Shangzhou City was even worse than at Xianrenping. Sigh. They were all pitiful people. The two chatted for a while longer and learned that his name was Dog Air, which wasn't a proper name, but everyone called him that. Xiao Jian ultimately decided to take in Dog Air. He stood up, untied the ropes from Dog Air, and said, "Follow me for now. I can't guarantee anything else, but I promise you won't starve." He was just blowing hot air. Whether he could ensure Dog Air wouldn't starve depended on fate, and what he, Xiao Jian, said didn't really count. Dog Air knelt on the ground, banging his head several times, repeatedly thanking him. "Thank you, young master, for taking me in." The three of them ate several large pieces of roasted tiger meat, and then moved the supplies to a small cave to hide them. After finishing these tasks, it was already the dead of night. The three of them slept in the cave, and when dawn broke, they cooked some thin porridge to eat before heading toward Shangzhou City. They were not far from Shangzhou City now. As they walked along the way, they saw the fields filled with the dead and desolate scenery stretching endlessly. Ahead was a wide river, its bed full of cracks, the water long since dried up. The banks were covered with withered vines entwined around decaying old trees, presenting a scene of desolation. Under the old tree was a dry well, and the smooth, rounded rocks nearby reflected the joyful scenes of children who once played there. The village was already deserted, with dead branches and fallen leaves covering the ground. A cold wind blew through the bare little woods, howling as if telling the story of past prosperity. Xiao Jian initially wanted to replenish some water here, but upon seeing this scene, he shook his head and left directly. The road was wide, but sparsely populated until they were close to Shangzhou City, where they spotted a lonely figure on the official road ahead. A little girl, even shorter than Chun Wenxuan, had a boy tied to her back. She looked to be around 11 or 12 years old, dressed relatively cleanly, and her clothes were of decent quality, unlike those of an ordinary family-esque child. The weight of the boy on her back bent her frail spine, yet she continued to struggle forward. Xiao Jian quickened his pace, wanting to help her. The little girl sensed someone approaching and alertly took a side path to the right. Just after Xiao Jian passed the side path, she returned to the main road. Xiao Jian slowed his pace, maintaining a distance of 1 arrow's length behind her. When the little girl stopped to rest, Xiao Jian stopped to wait for her, and together they arrived at Shangzhou City. As the sun set behind the western mountains, the tall city gate of Shangzhou was still bustling with activity, with shadows moving about and the sounds of arguments and shouts ringing out. A bit further from the city gate, refugees clogged the road, their faces pale, some lying down, barely breathing, others sitting with dazed expressions, and those standing swaying unsteadily. Xiao Jian paused for a moment, and, once the little girl caught up, he walked in the crowd of refugees. Along the way, skeletal hands reached out toward him. The dog beside him tugged at Xiao Jian's clothing and said, "Young master, don't pay them any mind, or they rob us blind." After glancing around, he lowered his voice and added, "There are no parents' children here. They often go missing for no reason. I've heard that some people eat them." The dog was warning Xiao Jian that this place was dangerous, and he shouldn't let compassion get the better of him. After hearing the dog's words, a wave of nausea washed over Xiao Jian, and his expression darkened, becoming somewhat grim. Not far away, a middle-aged woman who was kneeling suddenly collapsed, and the people around her rushed forward to strip her of her clothes, leaving behind a naked corpse that no one cared to look at again. Xiao Jian felt exceptionally low-spirited, but he could only turn a blind eye. His own situation was hardly better, and the few bags of grain at home wouldn't last long. After a moment, two old men pushed a cart, lifting the woman's corpse onto it, and silently drove away, the cart laden with bodies creaking as it moved. Chapter 39 Ha-u-ye grocery. Nitrate leather solution at the city gate. The line of people waiting to enter was as long as a dragon. A soldier in front of the gate was swinging a horsewhip, striking a boy in the queue, and then kicked him out of the line. The boy fell to the ground and stopped moving. Xiao Jian frowned, a pang of pain in his heart, and said to the dog, "You stay outside the city. Go check on that child, and gather the orphans among the refugees." After a long time, it was finally Xiao Jian's turn to enter the city. The soldier with the whip noticed Xiao Jian's decent clothing and relatively clean appearance, nodded slightly, and began to tap the whip against his palm. Xiao Jian struggled to suppress his displeasure, quickly stepped forward, placed a few copper coins in the soldier's hand, cupped his hands in respect, and said, "Thank you for your hard work, sir." The soldier tossed the copper coins in his hand, glanced at the bag Xiao Jian was carrying, and asked, "What business do you have in the city?" Xiao Jian bent his waist, putting on a flattering demeanor, and replied, "Just to let you know, I was sent by Manager Zhang of the Wang family to deliver some items to their estate." The Wang family was a prominent household in the city with some influence, as the dog had informed him. Upon hearing this, the soldier immediately put on a smiling face. "Oh, since it's on behalf of Brother Zhang, hurry in. Don't keep Brother Zhang waiting." After saying this, he stepped back, clearing the way for Xiao Jian to enter the city. Xiao Jian also stepped back, cupping his hands and saying, "Thank you very much." The little girl who had been carrying the boy on her back had been following closely behind Xiao Jian. When Xiao Jian stepped back to her side, he let Fu Guwei go in first, then gently nudged the girl and walked into the city gate with her. Once inside the city, it was a completely different scene, as if they had entered another world. People were coming and going, carts were bustling, and shops lined the streets. With small vendors everywhere in the open spaces, the sounds of chatter and calls overlapping and continuous. The little girl beside him stopped, untied the cloth strap, and set the boy down. She turned back to Xiao Jian and bowed, saying, "Thank you for your help, young master." Xiao Jian waved his hand with a smile, saying, "It was nothing much. Is this your brother? Do you need me to send you both further? This is my brother, Xiao Chong. I'm somewhat familiar with the city, so there's no need for your assistance, young master." Both Xiao Jian and Fu Guwei were carrying burdens, making it inconvenient to escort her. Seeing her say this, they bid farewell and left. Passing by a stall, he casually bought a folding fan, tapping it in his palm, feeling somewhat familiar with the transaction. Arriving at a grocery store, he looked up at the sign above the door, Huji Grocery. Entering the shop, Xiao Jian tapped on the counter and asked shopkeeper, "Do you buy tiger skins?" The shopkeeper was startled by him and asked wide-eyed, "Tiger skin? High-quality tiger skin. Please take a look." After saying this, he pointed casually outward with the folding fan. Fu Guwei quickly brought in the tiger skin and placed it on the counter, while Xiao Jian opened the folding fan and began to fan himself leisurely. The shopkeeper first felt the skin, looked at the hole in the neck, and rubbed it a few times with both hands, then asked, "May I ask what kind of skill you used, young master, to make the tiger skin so soft?" In this era, the processing of furs was still quite crude. Generally, they were skinned and air-dried directly, resulting in stiff pelts. Xiao Jian's tiger skin had been sprinkled with plant ash and simply rubbed a bit, which wasn't considered well-processed, but was much better than unprocessed furs. Xiao Jian closed the folding fan and said with a displeased expression, "Shopkeeper, you are being too abrupt. This nitration solution for furs is a family secret of mine. How can I easily show it to others? First, tell me how much this tiger skin is worth. If it's not acceptable, I'll go to another shop." After saying this, he pretended to leave. The shopkeeper immediately put on a smiling face and cupped his hands, saying, "I was too abrupt. Please forgive me, young master. Please, let us discuss this inside." The shopkeeper led Xiao Jian to the back hall, where a servant quickly brought tea. The shopkeeper extended his hand, pointing to a chair, and said, "Please sit, young master." Xiao Jian, not being polite, sat down, tapped the folding fan in his palm, and said directly, "Shopkeeper, I also have tiger meat to deliver to Tianranju. Just tell me how much you'll pay for this tiger skin." Xiao Jian was unsure about the value of the tiger skin. The shopkeeper asked excitedly, "Young master, do you still have tiger meat? How long has the tiger meat been stored?" Xiao Jian opened the folding fan and shook his head, answering honestly, "The tiger was hunted the afternoon before yesterday, and the meat was salted just yesterday." The shopkeeper nodded and said, "This tiger skin has a large hole in the neck, but if processed well, it's worth 60 taels. If you sell the tiger meat and bones together, I'll offer 80 taels. What do you think?" Xiao Jian felt a surge of joy. Based on current grain prices, 80 taels of silver could buy dozens of bags of grain, enough for his family to last 6 months if they were frugal. However, he couldn't show his happiness, so after hesitating, he wondered if he could squeeze out a bit more. He shook his head, said nothing, and stood up with a disappointed expression. The shopkeeper had been watching Xiao Jian closely. Seeing that he was dissatisfied and about to leave, he became a bit anxious. There were other grocery stores in Shangzhou City. After a moment's hesitation, he quoted his bottom price, 90 taels, that's all I can offer. Xiao Jian struck his palm with the folding fan and said boldly, "Let us go with what the shopkeeper said. 90 taels of silver," agreed. There was no point in dragging it out further. This price had already exceeded his expectations. After the exchange was completed, the shopkeeper politely said, "Young master, I have an unreasonable request and fear it might trouble you." Xiao Jian was in a good mood, waved the folding fan grandly, and said, "Speak. As long as I can do it, I'll help you." The shopkeeper bowed politely and said, "Young master, you are generous, and I admire you. I'd like to discuss whether you could sell me some of that nitration solution." Fearing that he wouldn't agree, he assured him, "Rest assured, the price is negotiable." Xiao Jian hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, it's not impossible, but I'm still lacking some materials, and it's not something that can be done immediately." The shopkeeper, upon hearing that only materials were needed, reassured him, "Don't worry, young master, just tell me what materials you need. I who can get anything." Xiao Jian remained hesitant, tapping his fan repeatedly against his palm, and the shopkeeper's eyes followed the motion of the fan up and down. "It's not something difficult to obtain, just a bit sensitive. I don't want to cause trouble. Money isn't a concern for me." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's heart sank again, and he cautiously asked, "May I know what kind of sensitive materials you are referring to, young master?" Xiao Jian decided not to keep him in suspense any longer and said, "It's not anything valuable, just some sulfur. The quantity isn't much, but for making nitrate solution, the amount needed is considerable." Xiao Jian needed sulfur to make gunpowder. With fewer people at home, they were all weak and had no self-defense capability. Gunpowder would at least increase their combat strength. After listening, the shopkeeper immediately felt relieved. "Isn't it just sulfur? I thought it was something serious. This is a small matter. You don't need to worry. I guarantee I'll deliver the sulfur to you outside of Shangzhou City." Since sulfur is considered military supplies, purchasing it in bulk and taking it out of the city would be a challenge. If the guards stopped him, it could lead to big trouble. The shopkeeper was willing to help, so this matter was settled. Running a shop in the city, the flow of materials in and out was quite normal. Xiao Jian slapped his palm with a fan, as if making a great resolution, and said, "In that case, I'll help you with this, shopkeeper who. We're like brothers. Let us keep accounts clear. Whatever amount of sulfur you deliver, I'll pay you accordingly, and for the nitrate solution, we must pay upon delivery." The shopkeeper smiled happily. The market for nitrate solution was considerable, and with proper operations, it could bring in a fortune. He quickly bowed and clasped his hands, saying, "Young master, you are righteous. I will definitely make sure this matter is handled beautifully. You will earn money effortlessly." He then glanced outside and lowered his voice, saying, "You must hurry this Shangzhou city." He only spoke halfway, then looked at Xiao Jian and solemnly shook his head, changing to a demeanor as if he hadn't said anything. Xiao Jian was startled and wanted to inquire further, but seeing the shopkeeper's expression, he swallowed his words. After discussing some details, they both stood up to leave. The sky was nearing dusk. Xiao Jian went to a bun shop, bought a bucket of thin porridge and some buns, and had Fu Gui take them out of the city. The dog must be worried. Didn't he know how many orphans he had gathered? Opposite the bun shop was an inn, where he requested a room to rest for the night before buying some supplies to conclude his trip. The guest room faced the street. He opened the window, and as dusk fell, the setting sun caressed the horizon. The noise of the market gradually faded, and the afterglow illuminated the street. Standing by the window, he noticed two familiar figures, and he wondered, aren't those the siblings who entered the city with me? Why were they here at this time? The little girl looked a bit pale. Her head hung low, appearing listless. Beside her brother, Xiao Chong, lay a lotus leaf, and only the last remnants of a pancake remained on the dried leaf. Xiao Chong picked up the leftover pancake, swallowed, and fed it to his sister. She, like a loving mother, patted Xiao Chong's head, shaking her head and saying, "Sister is not hungry. You eat." Saying this, she pushed Xiao Chong's hand with the pancake to his mouth. Weren't these siblings here to find someone? Surely they hadn't failed to find them? Xiao Jian quickly left the guest room and went to the street. As night fell, there were only hurried pedestrians, but the siblings were nowhere to be seen. Looking around, there were many alleys, and he had no idea where they went. The next day, Xiao Jian began to purchase various supplies. Just after leaving his stationery store, a young boy ran past him, and someone shouted from behind, "Hey, don't run." Xiao Jian turned to see a middle-aged man in satin chasing the boy coming out of a pharmacy. The young boy, carrying several cloth bags, suddenly ran across the street as the middle-aged man pursued him. Xiao Jian was stunned. Wasn't that Xiao Chong? Or was his sister? It was the busiest time of the day, and the street was bustling with traffic. A carriage was about to hit Xiao Chong, and the driver urgently pulled the reins, making a sharp turn, causing chaos in the street. Xiao Chong continued to weave through the traffic, and just as he was about to reach the other side, he was struck by a speeding carriage. The middle-aged man dared not chase any further. Xiao Chong, who had been knocked aside, staggered to his feet and picked up the bags scattered on the ground, running into an alley. Xiao Jian frowned at the middle-aged man, wondering what Xiao Chong had stolen from him that was worth such relentless pursuit, almost getting him killed by a carriage. Seeing the middle-aged man still looking for Xiao Chong, he said with a hint of anger, "What did that kid steal from you that you are pursuing him so relentlessly? How much is it? I'll compensate you." Xiao Jian mistook kid for little thief, naturally believing that Xiao Chong had stolen from him. The middle-aged man continued to search across the street, seemingly unaware of Xiao Jian's dissatisfaction, casually replied, "Just some worthless medicinal stones." After saying this, he shook his head and did not speak further to Xiao Jian. Walking back to the pharmacy, the middle-aged man was likely the owner of the pharmacy, and the medicinal stones he mentioned referred to mineral-based medicinal materials, essentially stones mined from the mountains, which indeed were not worth much. These siblings must have been in desperate circumstances to resort to stealing. Having escaped today, would they be so lucky next time? Xiao Jian glanced at the alley where Xiao Chong had disappeared, thought for a moment, and decided to find them first. If they were willing, they could accompany him to Xianrenping. Just as Xiao Jian was about to cross the street to search for Xiao Chong and his sister, a familiar figure hurried out of the pharmacy. To his surprise, it was Chun Ju, the maid by Xu Ya's side. Chun Ju was carrying a medicine bag, her face haggard, hair disheveled, as if she hadn't tea-rested properly in a long time. Xiao Jian's heart sank. Could it be that Xu Ya was ill? He couldn't afford to look for Xiao Chong anymore and quickly walked to the pharmacy. At that moment, Chun Ju also saw Xiao Jian and stopped bowing to him. Without waiting for Chun Ju to speak, Xiao Jian hurriedly asked, "Chun Ju, why are you here alone? Where's Xu Ya?" "Young Master Xiao, the young lady, she's sick." Chunju's voice trembled, and she seemed unable to finish her sentence, tears welling up instantly. Xiao Jian's heart panicked. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and gently asked, "Don't worry, take your time and tell me. What illness does Shuya have?" Chunju cried and said, "The young lady has been in a coma, and the doctor can't find cause. We give her medicine every day, but not only has her condition not improved, it has worsened." While they spoke, they arrived at an inn. The Shu family had not yet purchased a residence in Shangzhou City, so Shuya could only temporarily stay at the inn. Walking into the guest room, Xiao Jian saw Shuya lying quietly on the bed, her face pale and lifeless, as if she had lost all vitality. "Shuya!" Xiao Jian anxiously called out, but she showed no response. An elderly woman sitting by the bed quickly stood up to block him when she saw Xiao Jian enter. Chunju wiped her tear-stained face and handed the medicine bag to the old woman, softly saying, "Wang Ma, he is Xiao Jian." This elderly woman was evidently a senior servant of the Shu household and might have heard about Xiao Jian. She hesitated slightly before taking the medicine packet, then bowed to Xiao Jian and walked out. Xiao Jian approached the bed and carefully reached out to check Shuya's breath, discovering that it was very faint. Chapter 41. When will Shuya leave, and when will we meet again? Xiao Jian touched Shuya's forehead, finding no signs of fever, confirming that she wasn't suffering from a cold. Suddenly, he recalled the martial arts training ground at the Shu residence, where Shuya had nearly fainted after severing General Zhang's arm. He had a premonition that Shuya's unconsciousness might be related to him. When did she fall ill? Please elaborate. Xiao Jian remembered that when he killed the burly man in the study, there seemed to be a flash of golden light, but it was very brief, almost like a fleeting moment. At the instant the golden light appeared, the burly man's saber had paused strangely for a moment. At that time, he thought the light was just a reflection from the saber. The young lady fell ill while on her way to Shangzhou City. We were both in the carriage when she suddenly said something strange and then collapsed. Xiao Jian immediately asked, "What did she say?" Chunju recalled at that time, we were still half a day's journey from Shangzhou City, both dozing in the carriage. She suddenly said, "This is bad," and then fainted inside the carriage. It was my fault for not taking care of her. As Chunju spoke, she began to cry again. Calculating the journey, Huzhou City is indeed farther from Xianrimping than from Shangzhou City, but he was riding faster than their carriage. By the time he reached the study, their carriage must still have been on its way to Shangzhou City, and when Shuya fainted, it was probably just when he was fighting the burly man. Reflecting on that moment, if the burly man's saber hadn't paused, he might have been killed or seriously injured. But it was strange. How did Shuya know he was in danger? Xiao Jian suddenly realized that since she could help him clear his meridians, sensing his safety shouldn't be too difficult for her. A thought suddenly crossed Xiao Jian's mind, given Shuya's familiarity with the meridians and her abilities. Perhaps she could also absorb the spiritual energy from the evil spirit crystal core? The mist emitted by the evil spirit crystal core is referred to as spiritual energy in cultivation methods, a special energy used by cultivators to perform skills. Regardless of whether it would work, Xiao Jian decided to give it a try. He looked at the still weeping Chunju and said, "Stop crying. This isn't your fault. Don't worry, Shuya will get better. Go check if the medicine is ready." After sending Chunju away, he took out the crystal core from the burly man. Xiao Jian speculated that Shuya's unconsciousness was likely due to overexertion of some skill, leading to the depletion of her spiritual energy. He had experienced this himself when using his insight ability, but each time he was about to reach his limit, it would automatically withdraw, preventing him from fainting. He placed the crystal core in Shuya's palm, and sure enough, the core immediately emitted a murky mist, which turned into a fine thread and entered her body. With the replenishment of spiritual energy, Shuya's complexion slowly began to regain its color, and her breathing started to normalize. Just as the spiritual energy in the crystal core was about to run out, a faint golden light flickered above Shuya's head, and the crystal core instantly turned to dust with the appearance of the golden light. He shook his head and sighed, realizing he was almost successful. Unfortunately, the level of the crystal core was too low. It was only enough to preserve her life, but not sufficient to awaken her. Xiao Jian gently brushed aside the messy hair on her forehead, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. Shuya must have paid a great price to save him in the study. At that moment, he heard hurried footsteps outside the door. Xiao Jian stood up and saw Chunju enter with a middle-aged man. He recognized this man from the Shu residence in Huzhou City. He was a servant of the Shu family, known as Old Wang. When Wang the servant saw Xiao Jian, he also recognized him and stepped forward. Cupping his hands and greeting, "Young Master Xiao, I didn't expect to see you here. The master has learned that the young lady is ill and sent me to take her back to Qingsha City." Xiao Jian had learned from manager Hu that there might be major changes in Shangzhou City, and since Shuya was now unconscious, it was definitely not safe to stay there. Has Uncle Shu returned to Qingsha City? Since Huzhou City fell, Xiao Jian had been worried about Uncle Shu's safety. When he left Huzhou City, Uncle Shu mentioned he would come to Shangzhou City, but he didn't know why he hadn't arrived yet. You just left a few days ago, when Lord Shu received the imperial edict summoning him back to the capital. He is currently waiting for the young lady in Qingsha City, preparing to take her to the capital. It seemed that Uncle Shu was already aware of Shu Ya's condition and intended to go to the capital to seek a skilled doctor. Uncle Shu probably didn't know that there was no physician who could treat Shu Ya's condition. Xiao Jian thought it was better to inform Uncle Shu about this matter. After all, with Uncle Shu's background in the court, it would be much easier for him to find the evil spirit's crystal core than it would be for Xiao Jian. The information about the evil spirit was something Uncle Shu had told him, but he seemed unaware that the evil spirit could quickly recover from injuries using the crystal core in its head. Xiao Jian looked at Chunju and the old woman and said, "Chunju, I need to talk to Brother Wang for a moment. You two help keep watch outside." Once the two left, Xiao Jian closed the door, took out paper and pen, wrote a letter, sealed it in an envelope, and then looked at Wang the servant and instructed, "You must personally deliver this letter to Uncle Shu. Make sure it doesn't fall into anyone else's hands." After handing the letter to Wang the servant, he whispered, "Let Uncle Shu be wary of the Shintan sect. The Shintan sect claims to assist the court in subduing demons and eliminating evil, and they should know the weakness of the evil spirit, which is the crystal core in its head. Such important information, yet they conceal it, must be harboring ill intentions. I think these people are to be guarded against." Furthermore, ever since he met the fortune-telling old Taoist in Huzhou City, he had felt a strange sensation, always sensing that the old Taoist was not a good person, though he couldn't articulate why. And this fortune-telling old Taoist was indeed a member of the Shintan sect, and his status should not be low. Wang the servant nodded, took the letter, stored it safely, and then opened the door to let Chunju and the others in. "Oh, young Master Xiao, the young lady seems to be much better than before." Chunju approached Shuya's bedside, seeing her rosy complexion and smoother breathing, excitedly said to Xiao Jian. She looked at Xiao Jian in amazement, as the physician had no way to help, and this son-in-law seemed to have used some method to make the young lady better. Xiao Jian nodded and said, "Yes, take good care of your young lady. If she rests for a while longer, she might wake up." Xiao Jian spoke ambiguously, and Chunju didn't ask further. She and the old woman then carried Shuya to the carriage. Wang the servant cupped his hands to Xiao Jian before driving the carriage out of the city, where there were likely other servants waiting for them. Xiao Jian watched the carriage grow distant, a deep sorrow welling up in his heart. He was overwhelmed with emotions, and the moments of meeting Shuya in Huzhou City flashed through his mind. Xiao Jian couldn't help but ask himself, after this farewell, when would they meet again? Chapter 42. The procurement plan for Shangzhou City. After Shu Ya's departure, Xiao Jian began to plan his procurement in Shangzhou City. The dog was still outside the city, collecting orphans, and there would definitely be many people to bring back this time, and he needed to build houses at home. Thinking back to the previous experience of constructing simple huts was painful, all due to the lack of tools. This time, carpentry and tiling tools must be prepared. Salt is a long-term necessity and a key item for procurement. Several sets of kitchen supplies like iron pots also needed to be purchased. He also needed to buy several bags of vegetable seeds and various fabrics and threads. Thinking of Xiaoling, he also needed to buy some malt candy as a gift for her. Xiao Jian and Fugue began to wander the streets, purchasing the necessary items. Passing by a meat stall, Xiao Jian was surprised to see beef displayed on the counter. As beef was considered a rare commodity since the government prohibited the slaughter of cattle. "Hey there, want to buy some beef?" just freshly slaughtered, very fresh, the butcher, a man with a full beard, said as he threw a piece of beef onto the counter in front of Xiao Jian. This cow, is it slaughtered? Xiao Jian swallowed hard, looking at the bearded man in shock. He actually dared to say the cow was slaughtered. In the past, there have been people who secretly slaughtered cows, but they always did it discreetly and had to report to the authorities, claiming the cow had died from falling or illness. No one dared to openly say it was slaughtered, not to mention slaughtering working cows. Even just walking past with beef could lead to an inquiry from the authorities. The butcher seemed to sense Xiao Jian's concerns and smiled as he explained, "Don't worry, brother, the authorities have stopped caring about this. The government has allowed the slaughter of cows?" Xiao Jian still felt very puzzled. Did working cows suddenly become abundant, allowing them to be slaughtered for meat? Haha, if the fields can't be farmed, what's the use of keeping a cow that can't be slaughtered for meat? It's not affordable to keep them. Seeing that Xiao Jian had no intention of buying meat, the butcher stopped engaging him and turned to call out to others. Indeed, not to mention whether working cows were still useful, how to feed them was a huge problem. Year after year, droughts made the land barren. Where could one find food for the cows? Of course, there were still some in the depths of North Mountain, but not everyone dared to venture there. Not to mention the bandits on Immortal Peak. Even the fierce beasts in the mountains were not something ordinary people could handle. Not far behind this meat stall was the livestock market, where there were many cows and sheep waiting for buyers, but customers like Xiao Jian were rarely seen. As soon as he entered the market, he saw an old farmer with a wrinkled face, gently stroking the head of a working cow, his lips quivering as if he were talking to the cow. The cow was also harnessed to a cart and seemed to sense the old farmer's sadness, gently rubbing its head against the old man's face. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jian felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He approached and patted the still relatively strong working cow, softly asking, "Old man, is this cow for sale?" The old farmer wiped his eyes and looked up at Xiao Jian. Seeing he was just a child, he said with disappointment, "Young master, if you buy the cow, you intend to slaughter it, right?" Shaking his head, the old farmer squatted down, holding his head in silence, indicating his inner struggle. Xiao Jian could understand the old farmer's feelings. His longtime companion, the working cow, was about to leave him and would be slaughtered. It was heartbreaking for anyone. In this agricultural world, everyone treated their working cows like family. "Old man, are there others in your family?" The old farmer looked up with swollen red eyes and said, "There's still my daughter-in-law and grandchildren at home. Our family really can't go on like this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of selling it." "Old man, I'm not buying the working cow to slaughter it. I want to use it to haul goods." The old farmer stood up, grasped Xiao Jian's hands, and asked excitedly, "Is what you said true? If you just need it for hauling, I will give you this cart." Xiao Jian wouldn't really take the old farmer's cart for free. In the end, he gave the old farmer 20 taels of silver for the working cow and cart. Considering the current price of grain, just over 2 taels, it would be enough for their family to get by for half a year. Xiao Jian spent the money generously. The working cow could not only pull the cart, but his family was about to start farming, and it would be a great help then. With so many supplies purchased, it would be difficult to transport them out of Shanzhou City. Having the cow cart made it much more convenient. The cow cart could only go on official roads. So he also bought 2 donkeys, which were suitable for mountain paths, equivalent to 2 strong laborers. The key was that these livestock were very cheap. There were many animals being sold in the market, but very few buyers, causing prices to drop sharply. It was actually very cost-effective to buy large livestock now. Making a trip to Shanzhou City was not easy, and he didn't know when he would return next time. Taking silver back was useless if he just spent it all. After a few busy days, Xiao Jian just kept spending money while Fu Guei took care of deliveries to the inn. By the end, he even forgot what he had bought. His silver was almost spent, and the inn's backyard had piled up into a small mountain. There were still several bags of rice seized from bandits in the cave. And with the supplies he purchased this time, it was clear that the 3 of them alone couldn't transport everything back. Farming and house repairs at home required manpower. Relying solely on a few weaklings could accomplish nothing. Xiao Jian decided to recruit a few strong laborers from among the refugees to take back with him. Having spent a few days buying supplies in the city, Xiao Jian hadn't left the city yet. During this time, he had Fu Guei send some food to the dog, but he didn't know how they were doing now. Just as he stepped out of the guest room, he saw Fu Gui and the dog coming up the stairs. The dog walked quickly to Xiao Jian, hoarsely asking, "Young master, are you planning to go out?" Xiao Jian noticed the dog's lips were dry, evidently having suffered a lot outside the city. He turned and opened the door, saying, "Yes. I was just thinking of going out to take a look. Dog, since you're here, tell me about the situation outside the city." The three of them entered the guest room, and Xiao Jian poured a cup of tea and handed it to the dog, asking, "Dog, how many children have you gathered?" The dog took the cup with both hands and drank the water in one go. "Young master, there are only 11 children outside the city, without parents. The oldest is not yet 13, and the youngest is only 6. They have all been arranged in Wangjia village." Wangjia village was an uninhabited village not far from Shanzhou city. Xiao Jian frowned. He found it strange that there were so few orphans among the refugees. This was far from his estimate. There were tens of thousands of refugees here, right? How could there only be a dozen or so orphans? The dog's expression instantly darkened, and his eyes began to redden. "Young master, children outside the city go missing every day. I've searched everywhere among the refugees and only found these." Although the dog didn't say what happened to the missing children, he knew. Xiao Jian slammed his fist on the windowsill and sighed helplessly. At this moment, he suddenly remembered Xiao Chong and her sister. He wondered how they were doing now. Chapter 43. Reunion with Xiao Chong and his sister. This chapter is a bit tragic. I apologize in advance. Please forgive me. In fact, Xiao Chong will come back to life. He becomes very important in the later plot. Now, let us continue with the main text. Dog, you should be familiar with Shanzhou City, right? The dog nodded. "Fairly familiar. Young master, please give your orders." Having completed his own matters, Xiao Jian planned to find the siblings to talk. "Do you remember the siblings we encountered on the road? Find them as soon as possible. The little girl seems to be sick, and her brother is named Xiao Chong." At this time, Xiao Jian was still unaware that the Xiao Chong he mentioned was lying in front of the bun shop across from the inn, suffering a beating from the shop owner. At this moment, the bun shop was in disarray, with steamers overturned and buns scattered everywhere. The shop owner was a burly man with dark, rough skin and thick eyebrows that arched like swords. He was known as Black-Faced Tiger, a notorious thug on this street. Xiao Chong, having fallen into his hands, was not going to fare well. Black-Faced Tiger kept kicking Xiao Chong with his feet, muttering, "Letting you steal my buns, letting you topple the steamer. I'll beat you to death, you little thief." Xiao Chong curled up on the ground, having already been beaten black and blue. He didn't cry out at all. Black-Faced Tiger kicked at the buns and Xiao Chong's arms several times, but he blocked them with his frail body. Black-Faced Tiger continued to kick Xiao Chong, even targeting his head, but Xiao Chong still desperately protected the buns in his arms. At that moment, in the alley next to the bun shop, a haggard girl was leaning against the wall, stumbling toward this side. The girl is Xiao Chong's sister. She is clearly gravely ill, her pale face twisted in pain, her dry lips cracked open slightly, and her eyes dull like wax balls. She arrives at the corner of the Baozi shop, but in front of her is an open area with no support for her to lean on. This short distance feels insurmountable, like a chasm. She extends her trembling arm towards Xiao Chong, raises it slightly, then weakly lets it drop. She opens her mouth but cannot produce much sound. She hopes someone will help her, yet no one around notices her. The girl gasps for breath, then bends forward, desperately pushing against the wall with all her might. Her body stumbles forward a few steps, then she trips again and finally collapses beside Xiao Chong. She crawls in front of him, her lifeless eyes looking at the black-faced tiger, continuously shaking her head, hoping he will spare her brother. What a sickly wretch. "Get out of my way." The black-faced tiger kicks the girl in the face, leaving a bloody mark, yet she clings tightly to Xiao Chong, allowing the blood to flow freely from her face without letting go. Lying in her arms, Xiao Chong, upon seeing his sister, seems to forget his predicament. He struggles to take out a Baozi from his pocket, breaks off a small piece, and extends his trembling hand to feed it to his sister. "Sister, eat the Baozi quickly. Once you finish, you'll get better." The girl spits out the Baozi from her mouth, her voice hoarse and weak. "I won't eat your stolen food. If you steal again, I won't recognize you as my brother." Xiao Chong, who had not cried even when beaten, suddenly bursts into tears upon hearing his sister say she no longer wants him. Sister, don't abandon me. I will be scared. I will miss you. I want you to get better quickly so we can find Mom together. I miss Mom so much. His sister extends her weak hand, wanting to stroke her brother's swollen face, but ultimately gives up, trembling as she asks, "Does it hurt? It's all my fault for being useless." Saying this, the girl also begins to cry. Seeing his sister cry, Xiao Chong hurriedly stops his own tears and uses a trembling hand to touch his sister's bleeding face. "Sister, don't cry. Xiao Chong is fine." Xiao Chong isn't in pain. At that moment, Xiao Jian finally hears the commotion outside. He pushes open the window and looks out, just in time to see blood trickling from the corner of Xiao Chong's mouth. Meanwhile, the black-faced tiger, seemingly displeased with the siblings embracing each other, kicks Xiao Chong away from his sister, sending him rolling several steps. Not good. It's Xiao Chong and his sister. Xiao Jian's heart tightens, and he rushes downstairs frantically, fearing that Xiao Chong might be seriously hurt and that he must stop the black-faced tiger immediately. Just as Xiao Jian rushes down, Xiao Chong struggles to get up from the ground, takes 2 steps towards his sister, but suddenly collapses without warning. The Baozi he had protected with his body also falls from his embrace, blood flowing profusely from his ears and nose. "Xiao Chong!" The girl cries out in agony, desperately crawling toward her brother. She manages to crawl half a step before suddenly collapsing. At the moment Xiao Chong falls, a vague gray figure flashes past him, silently taking away his soul. No one at the scene notices this anomaly. The black-faced tiger, seeing the siblings both down on the ground, feels something is off and quietly slips away while everyone is focused on them. Xiao Jian rushes out of the inn towards the siblings lying on the ground. At that moment, the owner of the medicine shop, who had been chasing Xiao Chong, squats beside him, examines Xiao Chong's eyes, shakes his head with a sigh, and then picks up the girl, heading toward the medicine shop. Xiao Jian is filled with rage, looking around but finding no trace of the black-faced tiger. His anger has no outlet. Seeing the medicine shop owner carrying his sister away, he is consumed by fury and grabs the owner, his eyes flashing coldly as he shouts, "Are you not even going to spare his sister?" Tears cover Xiao Jian's face. He is heartbroken, filled with hatred for his own powerlessness, for the heartless medicine shop owner, for the cruel black-faced tiger, and for this cannibalistic world. The medicine shop owner stumbles slightly, turns to look at Xiao Jian, and calmly says, "Young master, don't misunderstand. If we don't save her soon, she might lose her life." At this sudden turn, Xiao Jian is somewhat taken aback. This medicine shop owner is genuinely kind? Still feeling uneasy, he approaches and picks up the lifeless Xiao Chong, following him into the medicine shop. In front of the counter in the medicine shop, there's a sickbed. The medicine shop owner sits to the side, intently checking the girl's pulse, and after a moment, instructs his assistant to prepare medicine. Xiao Jian is confused. The medicine shop owner relentlessly pursued Xiao Chong for some medicine, yet now he is treating his sister. The girl has no money to pay him. Seeing that he is indeed sincerely trying to save her, his mood calms slightly. As long as there are still kind-hearted people, there is hope in this world. The assistant brings in the prepared medicine, and Xiao Jian raises the girl's upper body with a pillow, carefully feeds the medicine into her mouth. The medicine shop owner gives the girl a few injections and says, "You are indeed a kind-hearted person. My surname is Chu. May I ask your surname?" Xiao Jian stands up, sincerely bows, and says, "Xiao Jian from Xianrimping. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Chu. I was reckless earlier. I will cover her medical expenses, and I will also compensate for the things her brother took. I didn't know this girl." Mr. Chu waves his hand and says, "It's just a misunderstanding. No need to take it to heart. The medicine stones he took are not worth much, but there are red, green vitriol, arsenic, all of which are toxic. I was afraid he would use them recklessly. Do you really know this brother and sister?" Chapter 44. The True Identity of the Black-Faced Tiger. The Black-Faced Tiger is actually from the Shintan sect. Xiao Jian briefly tells Mr. Chu about encountering the girl. He continues, "I have taken in the orphans outside the city. This girl has no means of living in Shangzhou City. If she has nowhere to go, I will take her back with me." Mr. Chu stands and bows, saying, "I didn't expect young Master Xiao to have such a broad mind at such a young age. On behalf of these children, I thank you. As for the medical expenses and compensation, please don't mention it. This amount of money is nothing. He firmly refuses to accept the medical fees, and Xiao Jian no longer insists. The medicine stones Xiao Chong took from you were likely meant to treat his sister's illness. They should still be here. Once the girl wakes up, let her return them. Although Mr. Chu is accustomed to life and death, he still feels somewhat sad. To help his sister recover, he took risks, which can be seen as a good deed. In a child's mind, any medicine can cure illness. And fortunately, he didn't give those stones to his sister. He sighs and shakes his head, saying, "If only I had caught up to him at that time. Perhaps this wouldn't have happened." He then looks at Xiao Jian, waves his hand, and says, "No need to trouble yourself sending the medicine stones. They're all mixed together now and can no longer be used. Just throw them away." Xiao Jian also feels a bit regretful for not sending Goer to look for them earlier. It was also because Shuya fell ill that he neglected the matter of these siblings. They fell into a life and death situation, and he was completely unaware. Both Xiao Jian and Mr. Chu feel a sense of guilt and fall into silence until a boy dressed as a scholar brings in tea, rekindling the conversation. Mr. Chu introduces, "This is my son," then turns to his son and says, "This is young Master Xiao." His son respectfully bows and says, "I am Chu Junyan. Pleased to meet you, young Master Xiao." Chu Junyan appears to be around 12 or 13 years old, looking somewhat like an old scholar. Xiao Jian politely returns the gesture and sits down to drink tea. Seeing that the little girl won't wake up anytime soon, he decides to bury Xiao Chong on a hill outside the city and instructs Goer to stay at the Baozi shop to look for the whereabouts of the black-faced tiger. The little girl woke up the next day, and Xiao Jian took her to a hill outside the city. The girl cried until she fainted again, and Xiao Jian carried her to Wangjia village. Coincidentally, Go was here too. Xiao Jian asked, "Have you found Black-Faced Tiger?" He went back to the bun shop through the back door today, but left quickly, heading to a small courtyard in an alley across the street. As he spoke, Goer took out a piece of paper and handed it to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian took the paper and looked at it. It was a map of the route. Xiao Jian nodded and patted his shoulder in approval. Black-Faced Tiger killed Xiao Chong. He should pay with his life. Such a vicious person cannot be spared if he wants to quell his anger. At night, under the cover of darkness, the three of them arrived in front of Black-Faced Tiger's small courtyard. Xiao Jian observed the courtyard, which looked dilapidated and desolate, with bricks falling off the walls. There's a pile of garbage and debris under the wall, and the wooden bench that used to be for resting was already worn out. The courtyard wall was not high. Xiao Jian stood on a stone and peered inside. There was a tall tree in the yard whose leaves had all fallen, and the trunk seemed to be covered in knife marks. The houses in the courtyard were arranged in a line from east to west, and only the room at the east end had light shining out. Through the window, three swaying shadows seemed to be talking. "Young Master Zhang, I accidentally killed a little thief. I probably shouldn't show my face for a few days." This slightly hoarse voice belonged to Black-Faced Tiger, a voice Xiao Jian was familiar with from buying buns a few times. "Brother Black Tiger, don't tarnish your reputation over just killing a little beggar. Is it really necessary to be this cautious, young Master Zhang?" Xiao Jian was suddenly taken aback. Wasn't he this the scholar in a hat? He recognized the voice and wondered why he would call Black-Faced Tiger his senior brother. "Young Master Zhang, you're too modest. I'm just an outer disciple. How could I dare to call myself your senior brother?" From Black-Faced Tiger's words, it seemed that the scholar's status was even higher than his. What was this outer disciple nonsense? Then he heard Black-Faced Tiger sigh and say, "Who knows what kind of deity is watching my bun shop?" Xiao Jian frowned. It seemed that Goa might have been discovered by Black-Faced Tiger while watching the bun shop. "Your bun shop can be closed. Elder Wang sent me to Shangzhou City this time for the matter of Beishan." Xiao Jian was shocked again. This scholar was also here for the matter of the falling light sphere? Who was this Elder Wang he mentioned? He suddenly recalled the fortune teller in Huzhou City. Could the scholar have been taken as his disciple? Did this scholar also have excellent cultivation qualifications? Young Master Zhang has just joined the sect and has been entrusted with an important task, being a personal choice of Elder Wang. His future is limitless, and I hope young Master Zhang will take care of us in the future. Indeed, Xiao Jian quickly confirmed his guess from Black-Faced Tiger's words. He was sure that the Elder Wang they spoke of was the fortune-telling old man. So, this meant that the scholar had actually joined the Shintan sect? This was truly unpredictable. Xiao Jian had never thought much of the scholar, but now that he had joined the Shintan sect, he would likely become a formidable opponent in the future. He had seen the fortune teller's amazing skills, casually summoning a fireball. This was no trick of the Jianghu, and the Shintan sect was definitely not simple. That's easy to say. Zhang Dasha, you cooperate with Brother Black Tiger to investigate the bandits on Xianren Peak and see if they have any recent abnormalities, especially those who have gone to the south side of Beishan. There was indeed a third person in the room, from the scholar's tone. It seemed that Zhang Debo was likely a guard he brought along. Young Master Zhang, what exactly happened over at Beishan? This was Black-Faced Tiger asking. And Zhang Debo seemed to have been silent. The task personally issued by the sect leader states that an important object has fallen into Beishan. What it is, even Elder Wang does not know. They talked about other things, but Xiao Jian had lost interest. He had originally intended to take care of Black-Faced Tiger today, but with the addition of the scholar and Zhang Debo, he had to give up on that idea. Just based on Black-Faced Tiger's nickname, it was clear he was not simple, and among the three of them, Goer had no combat power at all. If a fight broke out, relying on just himself, and Fu Gui might not yield good results. Xiao Jian was determined to avenge Xiao Chong. He just needed a suitable opportunity. After returning to the inn, the group discussed for a while, and all felt that if they didn't take care of Black-Faced Tiger this time, they probably wouldn't get another chance. Since Black-Faced Tiger was a member of the Shintan sect, he likely wouldn't stay in Shangzhou City if any changes occurred. In the end, Xiao Jian decided to linger in Shangzhou City for a few more days and let Goer continue to monitor Black-Faced Tiger's movements. Chapter 45. Fu Gui is subdued in one move. Black-Faced Tiger is a martial artist. Xiao Jian almost capsized in the gutter. Ger was monitoring Black-Faced Tiger in the city. While Xiao Jian was not idle, he and Fu Gui went to Wangjia village outside the city. The orphans Goer had gathered were all here, receiving thin porridge and buns to eat every day. Although they were all skin and bones, their spirits were still relatively good. Xiao Jian's mood improved again. In chaotic times, countless people die every day, and feeling pity for them is meaningless. Protecting those around him so that they could survive was what he needed to focus on now. He had already discussed with manager that he would send sulfur out of the city tomorrow, and today Xiao Jian planned to recruit people among the refugees. Most of the refugees were young. The elderly, weak, sick, and disabled were rare, as those with poor health had either starved or died of illness. Xiao Jian stood with his hands behind his back, while Fu Gui carried Xiao Jian's machete as they walked around the refugees, asking, "Are there any blacksmiths or carpenters among you?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a stir around them. Soon, 5 people stood up, 3 young ones, probably in their 20s, and 2 middle-aged men, both of large build, but very thin. Xiao Jian pointed directly at the 3 younger ones and said, "You 3, wait at that intersection." After saying that, he didn't even look at the 2 older men again. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded. If he showed even a hint of sympathy here, the surrounding refugees would immediately overwhelm the 2 older men. He scanned the surroundings expressionlessly and asked again, "Is there a Tyler?" This time, more people stood up with over 10 coming forward, including quite a few young people. This put Xiao Jian in a difficult position. Given the current situation, even 2 Tylers seemed excessive. However, Tylers could also farm, so he pointed at the 2 youngest-looking ones and said, "You 2, go over there." He also recruited a kiln worker and a rattan weaver, making a total of 7 people. He recruited all craftsmen because hiring craftsmen was more cost-effective than recruiting ordinary farmers. Craftsmen could farm during busy seasons and do other work during the slack seasons. Taking these people back to Wangjia village, he fed them some thin porridge and said, "We need to go to a relatively far place. If anyone doesn't want to go, they can back out now." The group had no reaction and looked straight at Xiao Jian, waiting for him to continue speaking. Seeing that no one was willing to back out, Xiao Jian continued, "Follow me, and I can guarantee you 1 starve to death. That's all." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone changed slightly. 2 of the more astute ones knelt down and said, "I'm willing to follow the young master. Whatever the young master says to do, we will do." Seeing this, the others understood it was time to pledge their loyalty and also knelt down one by one. Xiao Jian nodded, indicating his satisfaction. They still needed to wait for manager, who, and had to spend the night here. Fuguwei and Dog Air instructed the people to cut straw and set up makeshift beds, and also gathered firewood to light a fire. The next day, Manager Hu personally delivered 50 pounds of sulfur, and Xiao Jian paid him 5 taels of silver. The two exchanged pleasantries, which completed the handover. That afternoon, Dog Air returned to inform Xiao Jian that the Confucian-capped youth and his bodyguards had already moved into the small courtyard. It seemed unlikely to sneak in and take out the black-faced tiger in the dark of the courtyard. All supplies in the city had already been moved out. So Xiao Jian instructed Dog Air to scout in the city for another 2 days, and if no opportunity arose, they would head back. During these 2 days, Xiao Jian didn't want to waste time. He ordered Fuguwei to chop down some tree trunks, and each person made a wooden spear, setting up several straw dummies in the open space to practice stabbing. Although they were not far from Shangzhou City, and the refugees did not dare to openly cause trouble, they still had to maintain appearances, at least to let others know that their group was not to be trifled with. After waiting for 2 more days, just as Xiao Jian was about to give up, Dog Air hurried to Wangjia village, panting and informing Xiao Jian that the black-faced tiger had left the city. Xiao Jian had been waiting impatiently. He selected the 5 strongest craftsmen from those recruited and sent them with Dog Air towards the gathering place of the refugees. It was much easier to deal with the black-faced tiger outside the city. If they brought these people into the city and made too much noise, it would definitely attract the attention of the authorities. Outside the city, small-scale fights were happening all the time among the refugees, and there were only a few dozen officials dispatched by the government who couldn't manage these matters or perhaps didn't want to. A few miles from the city gate, by a public road, the black-faced tiger was talking to a refugee. Although the refugees here were sparse, there were still quite a few. When Xiao Jian and the others arrived, they did not attract the black-faced tiger's attention. The refugee talking to the black-faced tiger wore tattered clothes, but unlike other refugees, he did not look pale. Although he was thin, he walked steadily. This person did not seem like a refugee at all. He looked more like a bandit. Recalling what the Confucian-capped youth had said in the small courtyard, the black-faced tiger was likely looking for clues about the fallen celestial sphere, and the person he was speaking with was probably a bandit from the Xianren Peak whom he had bribed. Regardless of who he was, since he was with the black-faced tiger, he was certainly not a good person. Xiao Jian waved his hand, and the 5 people with Dog Air quickly surrounded the two. The person talking to the black-faced tiger saw the situation and tried to run away. Fuguwei was about to chase after him when Dog Air rushed ahead, charging with his wooden spear, which pierced through the man's back. The man was impaled by the wooden spear and fell to the ground, convulsing twice before becoming still. The surrounding refugees, whether lying down or sitting, panicked and immediately scattered away from this place of trouble. The black-faced tiger, however, remained calm. He casually glanced at the person Dog Air had killed, then turned back to quietly watch Xiao Jian approach him. Xiao Jian stopped 10 steps away from the black-faced tiger, remaining silent as he raised his wooden spear, pointing it directly at the black-faced tiger's throat. Fuguwei stood beside the black-faced tiger, wielding a long-handled machete. The machete Fuguwei had taken from the bandit was too conspicuous, so Xiao Jian did not let him carry it, instead giving him a long-handled machete while he himself held a wooden spear. Seeing that the other side seemed unwilling to speak, the black-faced tiger calmly cupped his hands and asked, "Friend, may I ask when I, the black-faced tiger, have offended you?" Xiao Jian coldly stared at the black-faced tiger, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Black-faced tiger, you killed Xiao Chong. Today is the day you pay for his life." Before Xiao Jian could finish his words, Fuguwei's machete had already swung toward the black-faced tiger's head. The black-faced tiger was clearly a skilled fighter. Despite his large size, he was not clumsy at all. He twisted his body to dodge Fuguwei's downward strike, and Fuguwei, unable to stop his momentum, let the machete fall just half a foot from his chest. Before Fuguwei could retract his blade, the black-faced tiger swept his left leg toward Fuguwei's lower body while his right hand seized Fuguwei's wrist holding the machete. Although Fuguwei was strong, he had never trained in martial arts, and while his strength was on par with the black-faced tiger's, his technique and agility were no match. Before Fuguwei could react, the black-faced tiger's other hand had come around from behind, choking Fuguwei's neck. The entire movement of the black-faced tiger was fluid, and in just one move, he subdued Fugue. At the instant the black-faced tiger choked Fugue, Xiao Jian's wooden spear shot forward like lightning toward the black-faced tiger. Ever since the incident in the flatlands of Beishan, where he experienced the possession by an external soul, Xiao Jian's physique had been continuously strengthening, and his agility had improved significantly. The wooden spear he thrust out was merely a blur to ordinary eyes, but the black-faced tiger, being a trained fighter, could clearly see the spear's trajectory. However, at that moment, both his hands were occupied with Fugue, leaving him no choice but to release Fugue and jump backward. At this time, Fugue had already reacted. As the black-faced tiger released him, he grabbed hold of the black-faced tiger. The black-faced tiger was suddenly alarmed. He did not have time to shake off Fugue's grip, and his leaping body was pulled back down by Fugue. Just as Xiao Jian's wooden spear was about to pierce his chest, he squatted down, tilting his head back to evade the deadly thrust. But he was still a step too slow. Ugh! The black-faced tiger let out a muffled groan, feeling a tearing pain in his right eye, which suddenly turned pitch black. The spear tip grazed his face and pierced his eye, causing his eyeball to be impaled. The black-faced tiger covered his empty eye socket and fell to the ground, blood gushing from between his fingers. His other eye widened like a copper bell, fearfully staring at the incoming wooden spear that was once again thrusting toward him. He supported himself with one hand while his legs frantically kicked against the ground, continuously retreating. His retreat was far slower than the speed of the spear's thrust, and in that moment, he felt the terror of death, as if he could sense the pain of the spear piercing through his chest. Tap, tap, tap. Just as the black-faced tiger was in despair, suddenly a horse-drawn cart came rushing in, heading straight for Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian could no longer focus on killing the black-faced tiger. He forcefully pressed down on the wooden spear in his hand and used the momentum to leap sideways. Hiss! The cart brushed past Xiao Jian, and his clothes were caught by the cart's edge, tearing off a large piece. By the time Xiao Jian regained his balance, the cart had already sped away, and the black-faced tiger had also vanished without a trace. The cart sped toward the city gate, and as it reached the entrance, the driver, a burly man, glanced back at Xiao Jian. The person who drove the cart to rescue the black-faced tiger was likely Zhang Dashan, the bodyguard of the Confucian-capped youth. Watching the cart gradually disappear into the city gate, Xiao Jian sighed and shook his head. The plan to kill the black-faced tiger had failed, and the likelihood of taking him out in Shangzhou City again was slim. However, blinding one of his eyes was still a form of vengeance. Having spent quite some time in Shangzhou City, Xiao Jian was very worried about Zhang Chun and the others. He had to go back. Returning to Wangjia village, Xiao Jian glanced at Shangzhou City, turned back, waved his hand, and said, "Let's go." Before dark, the group arrived near the previous bandit's cave, retrieving the 8 bags of rice hidden there and dividing them into 5 loads, carried by 5 young craftsmen. Following the official road, they reached the downhill path where the ox cart could not enter the mountain, so they found a place to hide it. Some lighter items from the cart were shared among the orphans, and a bit of weight was added to the 2 donkeys, while a few bags of flour were carried by the other 2 craftsmen. Xiao Jian, Fugue, and Dogger also carried their loads, and the group returned home fully loaded. This time we returned along the original route, just making some simple adjustments in the more difficult areas, so next time we go to Shangzhou City, it should be much easier. A large group of people suddenly appeared at the creek's exit, startling Zhang Chun and the others who were clearing the land. Xiao Ling looked up and saw Xiao Jian. She dropped the grass in her hand, pushed aside the little sheep surrounding her, and quickly ran towards him, exclaiming, "Brother is back! My brother is back! Baba!" The 2 sheep bleated in extreme dissatisfaction. Xiao Jian put down his burden, walked over with big strides, grabbed her small arms, and spun her around quickly, making Xiao Ling soar into the air like an acrobat, her silver bell-like laughter echoing in the mountains. The air was filled with laughter and joy. After putting Xiao Ling down, he took out a paper package wrapped in cowhide containing candy and handed it to her, saying, "Don't eat it all by yourself. You have to share with your friends." He pointed to the group of orphans behind him. Xiao Ling took the package, kissed him on the cheek with a smack, and happily said, "Thank you, brother." She then bounced off towards the group of orphans. Chen Bihua and Zhang Chun also put down their hoes and came over. Behind them, the plot of wasteland had been leveled nicely, with drainage ditches arranged in an orderly manner. Around the plot, several piles of rich soil were still emitting green smoke. Xiao Jian grabbed Zhang Chun's hand and noticed his palms were calloused, feeling a bit pained at his heart. He gently patted Zhang Chun's shoulder and said, "Zhang Chun, you've worked hard." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Chun Bihua walking towards them, and after a few glances, he noticed her brother Chun Wenxuan following her. Xiao Jian's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he opened his arms and walked briskly towards Chun Bihua. "Chun Bihua, you've lost weight and gotten a bit darker, but I like it even more." Behind her, Chun Wenxuan's eyebrows shot up, and his eyes bulged out as he stood in front of his sister, raising his chin and saying, "Xiao Jian, what do you want?" Xiao Jian stopped in his tracks, surprised, and glanced at Chun Wenxuan. He casually pulled out a folding fan and waved it, pretending to be nonchalant. He shrugged and spread his hands. "Little brat, we had an agreement from the start. If I can't answer your difficult questions within 6 months, I can make a move on your sister." After folding the fan, he looked at Chun Wenxuan and said, "It's been over a month. Don't you think I should collect some interest?" Chun Wenxuan's confidence immediately faltered. His face flushed, and his gaze became uncertain as he didn't know how to respond. We'll see. I'll definitely stump you." Xiao Jian waved the folding fan, looked up at the sky, and said, "Unnecessary worries and seeking grievances sometimes makes one foolishly mad. Even if one has a good appearance, the inside is just a mess." Saying this, he flicked Chun Wenxuan with the fan and disdainfully walked past him. The crowd of dozens watching the spectacle burst into laughter at Chun Wenxuan's predicament, and for a moment, there was no trace of chaos to be found. While Xiao Jian was away, Zhang Chun had already built the kitchen and in front of Straw House. A large flat area had been leveled, with the weeds cleaned up thoroughly, equivalent to a small square. Piles of wood were stacked at the edge of the square, likely brought back from work. Next to the kitchen, 2 small straw shelters had been built, one for sheep and the other filled with firewood. Zhang Chun came to Xiao Jian's side, and the two stood at the edge of the square. In front of the square was a gentle slope, rising dozens of feet above the flat area, allowing one to enjoy a clear view of the entire small flatland, which was refreshing. In the center of the square, a bonfire was burning, and the newcomers were gathered around it, bustling with excitement and laughter. The two remained silent for a long time, feeling the warmth of home. Reluctant to awaken from this dreamlike state, Xiao Jian spoke as if to himself, "Don't get too lost in the present. We are still too weak to withstand even the slightest setback." Zhang Chun quietly replied, "Cousin is right. This place is not far from Xiaojia village, and the bandits just don't know about it yet. This peace probably won't last long." Xiao Jian did not turn around but looked into the distance and said, "As the number of people increases, so does the pressure. It is already the end of May, and the rice should be seeded, but we still don't have any paddy fields. Relying on purchasing food is not a long-term plan, and the situation in Shangzhou City is also not optimistic." Zhang Chun asked in surprise, "Are you saying that there might be a problem in Shangzhou City?" Xiao Jian, looking worried, said, "There are tens of thousands of refugees in Shangzhou City, and no one is caring for them. It's precarious. I must quickly procure another batch of supplies." Zhang Chun frowned, feeling troubled. "Where can we find money? The last time we encountered a tiger, it was just a tiger that came to its own demise. Things like that are rare." Xiao Jian sighed. "Going to Shangzhou City again will probably be 100 times more dangerous than encountering a tiger. Just focus on helping me with the land preparation and planting." Taking advantage of the early evening, Zhang Chun directed everyone to build some straw shelters as temporary housing for the newcomers. After dinner, the sky was completely dark, with only the bonfire in the center of the square still glowing. The 7 newly hired craftsmen had already become familiar with their names on the way, but Xiao Jian still needed to ask each of them what they could do, hoping that the heavens would grant them some treasures. He first asked the 2 blacksmiths, "Zhuzi, Shiwa, what kind of iron tools can you forge?" Zhuzi replied, "Young master, we can make all kinds of farming tools." Xiao Jian was not concerned about farming tools. He asked if they had ever forged weapons or gunpowder. Seeing them shake their heads, he signaled for them to sit down. Everything was normal, and nothing fell from the sky. Craftsmen who were not from the military were unlikely to have forged gunpowder. He turned to the carpenter and asked, "Zhang Erlang, what woodworking skills do you have?" Zhang Erlang stood up and said, "Young master, as long as we have tools, we can repair houses and make furniture." This was also a normal person, not someone who fell from the sky. He then looked at the Tyler. "What about you two? What's your situation?" Xiao Jian yawned. Feeling a bit lethargic, he was just going through the motions. Lu Shan and Zhang Dazhu both stood up at the same time, with Lu Shan glancing at Zhang Dazhu before sitting back down. Zhang Dazhu said, "Young master, I can build walls, dams, and stone bridges." Xiao Jian nodded. Zhang Dazhu was also a normal person. Tylers couldn't do those things. What kind of Tyler was that? Not impressive. He then looked at Lu Shan and casually asked, "Can you do these things too?" Lu Shan replied, "Yes, I have also built iron furnaces with my father. There's an iron furnace at the Zhelongshan Iron Factory, which my father and I built using refractory bricks. This was good. It finally sounded like a treasure." He asked, "How are refractory bricks made? Can you do it?" The refractory bricks from Zhelongshan were made from yellow earth mixed with sand. But Lu Shan didn't seem to know what kind of sand was mixed in. Xiao Jian pressed his hand down and casually praised him. You're not bad." Then he looked at the kiln worker. "Zhang Xiong, what kilns have you fired?" Zhang Xiong stood up and said, "Replying to young master, my family fires porcelain kilns. And I understand porcelain kilns. This can be considered a common treasure, essential for firing kilns, and will definitely be useful in the future." Finally, there asked the wicker worker. Xiao Jian didn't even bother to ask, and just turned to look at him. Xiangzi quickly got up to answer, "I can make all kinds of wicker goods, like the scoops for carrying soil and the baskets for carrying things." He is an ordinary person, but he is needed right now. It seems that talent has to be cultivated on our own. Relying on random luck from above is unreliable. Xiao Jian somewhat insincerely praised, "You are all doing well. Let us work hard together to maintain our home." After a brief pause, no applause followed, and fell a bit flat. They didn't seem to be into that. And Xiao Jian awkwardly sat down. Next, Zhang Chun arranged the tasks. The terrain here is flat, so creating fields isn't too difficult. But the water level in the creek is low, requiring a dam to divert water from upstream. He asked Xiangzi to stay home and specifically weave scoops, as creating fields and building dams would require carrying soil and stones. The wicker worker's role became evident. Without the scoops, it would indeed be troublesome. The remaining people were divided into two teams, with two individuals cooperating to use a large hammer to clear land and build the field embankments, while everyone else was led by Lu Shan to construct the water dam. Time was tight, and the requirements for the dam weren't high. It just needed to hold water. It could be reinforced or rebuilt during the slack farming season. This year, at least dozens of acres of rice must be planted. Otherwise, they would go hungry in the second half of the year, which is quite a pressure to create fields. After arranging the tasks, Zhang Chun approached Xiao Jian and pointed towards the east mountain, saying, "Cousin, there's a family of 4 fleeing over there. They used to be your family's tenants." Xiao Jian was somewhat surprised. How they find this place? Zhang Chun explained, "A few days ago, they saw the smoke from the soil and fertilizer being burned here. So they came over seeking help. Sister Chun gave them some rice." Xiao Jian nodded solemnly. This place indeed wasn't safe, but there was no better option, so they could only leave it to fate. He glanced at Qin Bihua and asked, "How much food is left now? Can you estimate how long it will last?" Qin Bihua thought for a moment. Not counting the grain and flour brought back this time, there are still 12 loads of food at home, with 13 orphans, 7 craftsmen, plus Xiao Jian, Xiao Ling, Zhang Chun, Fu Guwei, Chun Wenxuan, Dog Air, and herself, totaling 27 people. Qin Bihua looked up at Xiao Jian, feeling a bit pained for this little man. A family of dozens depended on him for sustenance. She softly said, "It should last for about 2 more months." Xiao Jian looked at Zhang Chun and said, "If they can't make it, let them move over. We're all from the same village. We should help each other." In the evening, Xiao Jian entered his bedroom, which was a separated room from the thatched house. Just as he lay down to rest, he suddenly heard a strange voice. "Congratulations! Your team has exceeded 20 members for the first time and officially become a guardian. You are about to enter an unknown space to participate in a resource collection mission." Chapter 48, Mysterious Unknown Space. This is a transitional chapter. You will see a brand new world later, and I hope everyone won't be disappointed. Xiao Jian was startled and almost jumped up, but he quickly realized he was no longer lying on his bedroom bed. Instead, he was standing in a sea of white mist. His feet were also on the white mist, and his whole body seemed to be floating in the air. Am I dreaming? Xiao Jian looked around, but couldn't he find the source of the voice or anyone to talk to. The voice was devoid of emotion. With a pitch so flat, it was maddening, completely unlike a normal person's tone. In the unknown space, you need to ensure your survival and seek resources to exchange for contribution points to upgrade your base. The speaker seemed indifferent to whether Xiao Jian was listening and continued to speak slowly. Hey, who are you? Xiao Jian turned around in the white mist, his voice echoing in the void. Even though there was no solid ground beneath his feet, he could still move his body within a small range. No one responded to Xiao Jian's question, and the strange voice continued mechanically. In this space, you may encounter other competitors. You can form alliances with them or plunder each other's resources for your own use. There are no laws in this space, and you need not worry about death. But if your base is destroyed, you will be eliminated, and your soul will not be able to return to your body. You will permanently sleep in reality. Good luck. Immediately after, a ring suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The mechanical voice ceased to sound. Xiao Jian then realized that there was no one present. The voice was likely recorded here by some means. He knew nothing about the guardians and the maintenance system mentioned by the mechanical voice, nor did he care. What he was most concerned about now was whether his soul could return if he didn't participate in this collection mission. Would he end up like the voice said, never waking up again? Xiao Jian felt extremely unwilling. Dozens of people at home were counting on him. If he didn't wake up for a few days, Zhang Chun and the others would be frantic. He wandered around in the white mist for a few more circles. The more he turned, the more depressed he felt. It was like a closed cage with no way out. Xiao Jian understood that since the other party could bring him here, they weren't afraid of his disobedience. From beginning to end, there was no other choice. He looked up at the ring in front of him and steeled his resolve. Since he was definitely not getting out, he might as well accept this mission first. Otherwise, staying locked up here wasn't a solution either. He reached out and grabbed the ring, examining it closely. The ring was just a very simple milky white circular band, and its smooth surface was covered with many complex and mysterious patterns. Xiao Jian even had the illusion that the inside of the ring was like a bottomless pit, unfathomable. Could this ring be connected to the so-called base? Or could it be the base itself? Just as he put the ring on his finger, a blinding white light suddenly lit up around him, and Xiao Jian immediately felt a strong dizziness. Cough, cough. Xiao Jian coughed violently and then started dry heaving. This dizziness made him feel as if his internal organs were about to be ejected, an extremely painful experience. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a milky white room. Calling it a room was somewhat forced. It was more like a circular corridor. The shape of this room seemed somewhat familiar. Xiao Jian raised his hand to look at the ring on his finger, and as he expected, the ring had vanished. This circular corridor was the milky white ring. This ring was his base. The circular corridor inside was empty and covered in dust and unknown debris. Ugh, what a crappy base, not even a single chair. And it's so dirty. After the dry heaving stopped, Xiao Jian angrily cursed. What a load of nonsense about being a guardian. I almost died just now. His voice echoed in the circular corridor, and no one responded to his complaints. He was all alone. Just as he caught his breath, an image suddenly appeared in front of him, and that emotionless voice sounded again. Xiao Jian, ID number 0001, congratulations on successfully crossing over to this place. This time, 1,000 people crossed over, with 800 survivors. Xiao Jian trembled, his face paling. 200 out of 1,000 people actually died? All right, they weren't considered dead, but eliminated. Soon after, a string of data appeared in the image, including statistics on the number of survivors. At the bottom of the image, there were also 2 buttons, each about the size of a button. One green button had an upward arrow, labeled as the base upgrade button. The other blue button had a wide-open mouth, labeled as the chat button. Chat button? When Xiao Jian saw this label, he was somewhat confused. What does chatting mean? Could it be that he could talk to other guardians? Xiao Jian's heart stirred, and he clicked on the chat button. Suddenly, a large amount of text began to scroll continuously in the image. Ah, so much sand. Is this a desert? Boo-hoo. I'm surrounded by water. This broken base is leaking. I'm about to drown. I think I saw a metal man. What is this? The person talking about the metal man was obviously trembling. When Xiao Jian saw this message, his heart trembled too. Metal man? What kind of place is this? How could there be a metal man? He leaned out to look out the window and thankfully saw that he was on flat ground. There are no dangerous objects around, so it should be safe for now. Xiao Jian turned back to continue watching the footage, and the number of survivors in the image quickly dropped by dozens. These people must have been eliminated at the start, but he wondered if their souls could return to their bodies. Xiao Jian clicked on the base upgrade button in the footage, and a series of texts immediately popped up. Base level is 0. Upgrade condition. Must be transported here next time without being eliminated to upgrade. Seeing this message, his mood lifted immediately. Does this mean he can go back? Xiao Jian pushed open the door and stepped outside, taking a deep breath of fresh air. Feeling comfortable all over. Compared to the world he lived in, it was much warmer here. He turned to observe the environment around the base and saw a desolate landscape, with a few undulating gray mountains shrouded in white mist in the distance. Looking around, he saw no trace of green, only black soil and a ground covered in sand and stones, making the whole world look like a black and white ink painting. Xiao Jian felt disheartened, with nothing in his hands. How could he survive here? He wandered around in frustration, but found nothing of value. What kind of things were they supposed to collect for this task? As the sky gradually darkened, Xiao Jian began to feel uneasy. There was no green vegetation here. Could there be wild beasts lurking? Xiao Jian picked up a sharp rock and tapped it against the base's white shell, but it didn't even leave a scratch. The material of this shell looked like jade, but was harder than steel, definitely capable of withstanding attacks from beasts. He tossed the stone away and retreated back into the base. It was better to be cautious before fully understanding the situation here. Chapter 49, Mysterious Battlefield. Steel soldiers, unknown space, a battlefield ruin. Why did they engage in large-scale war here, and what were they fighting for? Xiao Jian wandered around the base and finally found a box in a corner. Inside the box was a bottle of water and a few hard biscuits made of unknown ingredients. His stomach was growling from hunger, and he picked up a biscuit, biting down hard. It tasted like chewing wax. Xiao Jian struggled to swallow the food, opened the bottle cap, took a sip of water, looked at the transparent bottle, and carefully put it back. With only this little food and water, if he didn't conserve it, he would struggle to last a day. He didn't know when he would find more food and water. Feeling bored, Xiao Jian opened the chat channel again and saw that the number of survivors in the footage had suddenly decreased by dozens again, leaving only 720 people. In less than a day, nearly 100 people had been eliminated. How did so many people get eliminated? In the chat channel, Xiao Jian didn't see any valuable information anymore. He was tired and laid down on the smooth floor, falling into a deep sleep. The next day at noon, Xiao Jian was awakened by hunger. Today, he had to go find food and a water source. Once he used up the food and water he had, he would either starve or die of thirst. Xiao Jian climbed up a small hill and looked around, discovering that there seemed to be a swamp not far away. He speculated that there might be a water source near the swamp. After carefully observing and confirming there were no dangers, he stood up and walked towards the swamp. Arriving at the swamp, he looked at the remnants of dead grass inside and felt a glimmer of hope. This indicated that plants could potentially grow here, giving him some hope for survival. Not far from him, a tree stump as thick as an arm was exposed above the ground. Xiao Jian crouched down, and just as he pulled the stump out without examining it closely, he suddenly felt a sense of malice. A rustling sound came from behind him, and when Xiao Jian turned around, a scaly crawling monster with red eyes was staring at him intently. The creature resembled a crocodile he had seen before, but with a sharp horn on its head and sharp claws on its limbs. Xiao Jian instinctively tightened his grip on the tree trunk, locking eyes with it. At that moment, the monster suddenly charged at him, using its sharp horn as a weapon. Xiao Jian quickly jumped aside to evade its direct attack, and with a swift motion, he swung the tree trunk at its waist. The monster let out a terrible scream, actually getting split in two as it flew away. Xiao Jian warily watched the severed monster, feeling a slight doubt in his heart. Did this creature have a trick up its sleeve? How could he have split it in two with just one hit from the tree trunk? Moments later, a large amount of green liquid began to flow from the monster's body, and it fell silent. Xiao Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the wooden stick in his hand and suddenly widened his eyes. What he was holding was not a stump, but a sword. The sword's shape was not much different from the familiar swords he knew, with a sharp tip and sharp sides. However, the entire sword was black. Even the edges were dull. The middle part of the sword was thick, making the whole sword look more like a stick. Nevertheless, despite its appearance, the sword was surprisingly lightweight, allowing Xiao Jian to wield it effortlessly. Xiao Jian glanced at the spot where he had pulled the sword from, where a bit of white light was still flickering. He walked over, dug through the soil, and pulled out a silver metallic arm from the ground. This metallic arm also had 5 fingers, and the joints were very flexible. The entire metallic arm was thicker than an adult's thigh, and the break point showed clear signs of high-temperature melting. Holding these 2 metallic items, Xiao Jian was filled with astonishment. He couldn't imagine what kind of weapon could melt such thick metal in an instant. Remembering that someone in the chat channel mentioned seeing a metal man. Could it be that this place was once a battlefield where the soldiers were all metal men? Are metal men still considered human? Everything before him had completely exceeded Xiao Jian's understanding. Were these metal men all manufactured, making people out of metal? It was simply unimaginable. Even legendary deities would find it difficult to achieve, right? Back at the base, the chat channel and the footage was in chaos. It seemed that everyone had gone out today. Haha, brothers, do you know what I found? A box full of dried biscuits. I'm so hungry. Why don't I have any dried biscuits here? I did find a big knife, but what good is that? It can't be eaten. The brothers above shouldn't show off. Weapons are for survival. I'm the unfortunate one. I walked a long way and only found a broken shovel. I also found a box, and it's full of bottled water, dozens of bottles. Help! I just walked around outside, and all I see is sand. I'm about to die of thirst. The person who found water didn't respond to his message. The person in the desert was probably so thirsty they were losing their mind. Now, no one knows where anyone is or how far apart they are. Even if someone was willing to give him water, could he get it? The chat channel fell into a brief silence. The previously rolling messages suddenly stopped, and the pleas for help from the desert brother remained at the top. Desert brother, the base should send us back soon. Hang in there. Finally, a kind-hearted person comforted him, but he had not responded for a long time. Xiao Jian glanced at the number of survivors, which had decreased from 720 to 719. Everyone noticed the decrease in the number of survivors, and someone said, "This person in the desert is probably eliminated. I wonder if his soul has returned to his body." No one picked up on his words. Who knows? This topic was a bit heavy. If Desert Brother's soul did not return, he would be in eternal sleep, and it would be better for him to be dead. Everyone started discussing. Is this collection task just about gathering this trash? Soon, they found a new topic of interest. Hey, even if we find useful supplies, how do we recycle them? Do we just pile them up in a base? If that's the case, how can a base upgrade? Damn, brother upstairs. Haven't you seen the upgrade prompt? Next time we come back here, the base will automatically upgrade, and new functions will definitely appear. As soon as this information was shared, many people agreed. Xiao Jian strongly agreed. Since it was a collection task, the base must have a recycling method, and after the base upgrades, this function should be available. In fact, as of now, the collection task had not officially begun. As for what exactly to collect here, it could only be known after the base activated the recycling function. Chapter 50, The Independence of Time Between Two Worlds. The time the real world and the unknown space is independent of each other. Yes. I'm actually a bit looking forward to it. I wonder if the base will surprise us after the upgrade, hopefully with some supplies. The brother upstairs hasn't woken up yet? Looking at the shabby state of this broken base, I feel like this damn guardian is even poorer than us. This person saw clearly. There was only a pack of dry cakes and a bottle of water in the base. If it weren't for being at the end of the road, how could it have come to this? Of course, there might be other reasons too. Xiao Jian no longer paid attention to the information in the chat channel. He knew that as long as he spoke in the chat channel, it would be converted into text and published, but he hadn't sent a message yet. He concluded from the chat channel's information that the supplies everyone had found so far were only 3 types: weapons, tools, and food. Among these 3 types of supplies, weapons should be the most important. There are no laws here. It's survival of the fittest. Having a weapon is like having an advantage. The second should be tools. With tools, production and construction are possible, which is essential for long-term survival. As for food, although it's precious right now, it can only solve immediate hunger. And once it's eaten, hunger will return. This was just Xiao Jian's opinion. No one could determine the actual situation. For example, a person with a weapon might want to become a robber, but if he can't find a target for days, he might end up starving on the road. In such a case, the weapon would be less valuable than 2 dry cakes. Besides these, there must be many undiscovered things here. But before the base activates the recycling function, no one knows which items are useful. Just as Xiao Jian was thinking about this, an image displayed a progress bar. And at the bottom of the progress bar, there was a line of text, countdown to return. The chat channel fell silent for a moment, then suddenly became lively. Haha, congratulations to the brother who found dry cakes and water. This person was clearly mocking them. Everyone was about to return, making the value of food and water diminish significantly. I threw away the remaining half of the dry cake. When I get home, I want to eat a whole cow. Next time I come back, I won't have to eat this disgusting thing. This person also had a point. It was just 2 days, right? As long as I feast at home before coming. I can endure these 2 days without starving to death. Me too. I tossed the dry cake away, and I finished the remaining water in one go. It felt so good. I haven't had a satisfying drink in 2 days. Seeing others drink water so satisfyingly. Xiao Jian swallowed hard and took out his water bottle from the box. He had only taken a sip this morning and was so thirsty that his lips were about to crack. Just as he unscrewed the bottle cap and saw that the progress bar had moved past halfway, he tightened the cap again. He estimated that in another half an hour, he would return to Beishan New Village, so there was no need to waste the water here. Xiao Jian carefully wrapped up the leftover dry cake and stored it with the water bottle in the box. At this point, the progress bar was almost complete, and Xiao Jian stood up to close the doors and windows of the base. He carried the box to the innermost room of the base and placed it in the corner. He turned around to close the door and leaned against the wall, preparing to wait for the return time to arrive. Just as he squatted halfway down before he could sit on the floor, the entire base suddenly lit up with a white light. In the bedroom of the thatched hut in Beishan New Village, Xiao Jian sat up. He looked outside. It seemed that it had just gotten dark not long ago, and there were still a few people in the square talking in low voices. He suddenly realized that this was the scene just before he lay down, right? Did he spend 2 days in the unknown space while time here had not changed at all? Or is the time in this world completely independent of the time in that unknown space? He instinctively raised his hand to look at his fingers, and a crystal clear round ring was on his finger. Everything that happened before was definitely not a dream. This kind of ring actually came back with him. How is this possible? Xiao Jian was shocked, and a trace of fear arose in his heart. What kind of existence is this that can even control time? To confirm he wasn't mistaken, Xiao Jian found Zhang Chun, who had not yet rested, by the bonfire in the square. Zhang Chun stood up immediately upon seeing Xiao Jian, puzzled, and asked, "Cousin, why are you up again so soon? Is there something going on?" Xiao Jian waved his hand, appearing nonchalant. "Nothing. I just came out to take a look. You should rest early too." He would never dare to mention the bizarre experience of entering the unknown space to anyone unless absolutely necessary. The next day, when Xiao Jian got up, his family had already gone to work. He went to the kitchen and suddenly smelled an unusual wine fragrance. Following the scent, he found several bamboo tubes emitting aroma. He picked up a bamboo tube, looked at it, pulled out the wooden cork, and the fragrance spread throughout the room. The bamboo tube was filled with alcohol. He remembered that he had brought back 2 jars of wine from Huangguan's place at Jilong Mountain Mine, but no one had drunk the wine, and it seemed that Chen Wenxuan had distilled it into alcohol. Xiao Jian looked at the bamboo tubes placed in the corner. They were likely used for distilling alcohol, and they were bent but showed no signs of damage or cracks. To prove that there are gaps between molecules, he had mentioned to Chen Wenxuan that if half a cup of water and half a cup of alcohol were poured together, the volume would be less than a full cup. Chen Wenxuan had even distilled the alcohol to verify this hypothesis. Just as Xiao Jian was about to put the bamboo tube back, Chen Wenxuan and Chen Bihua walked in, right at lunchtime, and the square began to liven up. Holding the bamboo tube filled with alcohol, Xiao Jian tossed it back and forth, looking at Chen Wenxuan with a smirk. Kid, did you validate the gaps between molecules? How'd it turn out? Chen Wenxuan looked at him with disdain. Self-righteous. You just read a strange book, right? I don't believe that a book can encompass everything. Today, I'll expose your true nature. What is the thunder and lightning in the clouds? Xiao Jian said that his silly poetry had already spread widely, and even children could recite lines from it. When these children spoke, they would even look at his belly, and some would directly call him Grassland Brother. Several teachers have been driven away by him, which shows that Chen Wenxuan is extremely arrogant. This poem by Xiao Jian has made him very embarrassed. At this moment, everyone is present, and he raises the question of lightning in front of everyone, intending to make Xiao Jian awkward and lose face in front of the crowd. Only by doing this can he regain his own dignity. He has already anticipated that Xiao Jian would bring up the topic of the Thunder God, and he has prepared his rebuttal words, just waiting for Xiao Jian to fall into his trap. Chen Wenxuan achieved his goal, as everyone's attention was drawn to him, and the doorway to the kitchen was crowded with onlookers. Xiao Jian was initially taken aback, secretly pleased, knowing that the issue of electricity would have to be resolved sooner or later, but he didn't have the energy to study generators. Chapter 51. Chen Wenxuan's puzzling question. In the real world, a group of helpers needs to be cultivated to support the development of the unknown space. Xiao Jian knew the importance of electricity from the images in the strange space. The refinement of many materials must use electricity. Xiao Jian initially wanted to lure Chen Wenxuan into raising the question of lightning, but unexpectedly, he brought it up himself. Truly a case of a pillow arriving just when one feels sleepy. This kid's hands-on ability is even stronger than his own. He must be tricked into the world of electricity to study and manufacture generators. Xiao Jian suddenly produced a folding fan, as if performing a magic trick, fanning it leisurely while glancing at Chen Wenxuan with a smirk, asking, "Want to know?" Chen Wenxuan was driven crazy by him, as if he were genuinely seeking his advice, and disdainfully replied, "Stop pretending. If you can't answer, just admit defeat." Xiao Jian swiftly closed the fan, clapped his hands, and said seriously, "This question is somewhat valuable. I generally wouldn't tell just anyone, but for your sister's sake, I might as well tell you." With a sly grin, Xiao Jian approached the square where everyone was gathered at the kitchen door, which would affect Chen Bihua's cooking. Just as he came out, he glared at Chen Wenxuan, saying, "Move the table out and get some paper and ink. You don't even understand the basics of respecting teachers. I wonder how your teacher taught you." As Chen Wenxuan moved the table and chairs, Lu Shan found paper and ink from inside the house and placed them on the table. Xiao Jian pointed at Lu Shan and said, "Look how proactive he is. After I win over your sister, I'll have to teach you a good lesson, little brother-in-law." Chen Wenxuan was finally provoked and shouted, "Who is your little brother-in-law? I want to let my sister lose to you. I want to let her marry you." Xiao Jian ignored him, pointed at the sky with the fan, scrutinizing it closely, and asked in the sky, the Thunder God and the Thunder Master, "Which one do you think is male or female?" He paused, looking at Chen Wenxuan, whose heart began to race, and his eyes brightened. It was indeed a glitch. "Let us see how I can make you embarrassed." Without thinking, Chen Wenxuan casually answered, "It should be male, right?" He hoped Xiao Jian would continue speaking. He could hardly wait. Xiao Jian suddenly tilted the fan down, pointing at Chen Wenxuan, mocking, "Wrong. They are merely products concocted by fools and children. So you're just as naive?" Feeling caught off guard, Chen Wenxuan realized he had just said the Thunder God and Thunder Master were male. Xiao Jian no longer looked at him, shaking the fan as he elaborated, "Everything has its principles. Do not easily believe in the words of gods and spirits. Simply put, when air flows and rubs against each other, it generates static electricity. When it rains, different clouds collide, resulting in discharge phenomena, which is lightning." He then looked at Chen Wenxuan with a disdainful gaze, saying, "You can understand the concepts of lightning, air, and static electricity, right? If you don't understand, go read a book. I don't have time to teach you these. Just say it. I can understand. But how do you prove that friction generates static electricity? Don't just make empty claims." The term electricity already existed, referring to lightning. Since Chen Wenxuan usually read a lot of miscellaneous books, he naturally understood these concepts. Taoists say that electricity is produced by the dual forces of yin and yang, which is actually quite close to the truth. As Xiao Jian spoke, he tore some paper scraps and placed them on the table, then took bamboo chopsticks and rubbed them on silk a few times. Miraculously, the bamboo chopsticks attracted the paper scraps. When he touched the tip of the chopsticks with his finger, the scraps fell off again. Xiao Jian explained, friction generates static electricity. Static electricity attracts paper scraps, and it disappears through discharge when it touches the finger. If this static electricity reaches a certain level, it will produce lightning when discharging, along with light and sound. Chen Wenxuan also picked up the bamboo chopsticks to try, his eyes shining as he exclaimed, "Sparks when taking off clothes are actually caused by static electricity. It's similar to lightning." But what exactly is static electricity? Chen Wenxuan was so immersed in the concept of static electricity that he completely forgot the purpose of his question and just wanted to understand what static electricity truly was. He pondered silently for a while, but still couldn't figure it out. So he had to ask, what is static electricity? Asking questions until the end is Chen Wenxuan's consistent style. He wouldn't feel satisfied until he clarified the issue of static electricity. At this moment, Chen Bihua had already prepared the meal, and Xiao Jian's stomach was growling with hunger. Today's session ends here. As for what static electricity is, you can ponder on your own. If you can figure out electricity thoroughly, the world will change because of you. By then, I want to only stop having designs on your sister. Even if your sister has designs on me, I want to resist. There wasn't even a magnet at home, let alone insulated copper wire. He was currently unable to teach him the working principle of generators. Lu Shan, who had sat down beside Xiao Jian with paper and pen, was recording everything. Xiao Jian glanced at him appreciatively, thinking that this person might be useful in the future. The next day, just after Xiao Jian finished washing up, he saw Chen Wenxuan come out of the kitchen with 2 dark circles under his eyes. He curiously asked, "What happened to your dark circles?" Chen Wenxuan glanced at the sky, then looked around, ignoring Xiao Jian. After Xiao Jian had thrown out the concept of static electricity without further explanation, Chen Wenxuan couldn't sleep all night, and now seeing Xiao Jian made him angry. Xiao Jian didn't care, and just as he was about to enter the kitchen, he turned back and asked, "Have you found out why the creek water is bitter?" Last time, Chen Wenxuan had asked Xiao Jian why the creek water was bitter, and Xiao Jian told him to find the answer himself. He wondered if he had tried. Chen Wenxuan turned back, moved out a clay jar from the house, and tossed it in front of him, saying irritably, after boiling the water dry, "All that is left are these white crystals. I don't know what they are. See for yourself." Xiao Jian casually took a bit and put it on his tongue. It tasted salty and bitter. He said, "If you mix some plant ash during distillation, it might turn out quite differently." Chen Wenxuan looked at Xiao Jian skeptically, thinking he was deliberately trying to mess with him. What is so special about plant ash? After thinking it over, he decided not to argue. He would just let him mess around, and once the water in the clay jar was boiled dry, the truth would be revealed without much effort. After Xiao Jian finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Chen Wenxuan and entered the kitchen. He raised his eyes and saw several familiar cloth bags. How did the medicinal stones that Xiaoqiang took from the pharmacy end up here? These medicinal stones are toxic, and if they were taken by mischievous children to play with, the consequences would be unimaginable. In Shangzhou City, Xiao Jian had forgotten to instruct Go to dispose of these medicinal stones, so he had brought them back with him. He opened the cloth bags and found that the yellow mineral inside was realgar, the red mineral was cinnabar, also known as crane-top red, which is highly toxic, and there was a green mineral that should be copper, sulfate. Xiao Jian carried the medicinal stones around, unsure where to store them, but saw Chen Wenxuan sitting motionless at the table, his eyes fixed on the 2 piles of white crystals. Chen Wenxuan, who was familiar with the house, was organized in his work, and since he rarely went out, it was most appropriate to entrust the medicinal stones to him for safekeeping. Chapter 52. Mixing yellow and black gunpowder. Xiao Jian walked into the room, and surprisingly, Chen Wenxuan didn't notice him. He seemed to be lost in thought. Xiao Jian stepped forward, picked up the 2 types of crystals on the table for comparison. Although both were white, there was a clear difference in color and texture. Chen Wenxuan then noticed Xiao Jian rub his eyes and stood up, saying, after adding plant ash to the creek water, 2 types of white crystals appeared during cooling, crystallizing into 2 different substances. Is it true that there was only one crystallization when there was no addition of plant ash? Xiao Jian asked calmly. Chen Wenxuan answered without hesitation, affirmatively. Without adding plant ash, there was only one crystallization, which is the kind of crystal that looks like salt. He pointed to the 2 piles of crystals on the table and said, these 2 types of crystals should not be the same substance. Their colors and tastes are clearly different. Chen Wenxuan's tone was indifferent, but under Xiao Jian's influence and request, he also began to use some new terms. Xiao Jian licked both types of crystals with the tip of his tongue. The fine crystal had a strong, salty taste, likely belonging to the salt category, while the coarse crystal tasted bitter with a slight hint of salt. He picked up the coarse crystal and looked at it thoughtfully, saying, this should be niter, right? He recalled that there would be a chemical reaction between realgar and niter, so he took out some realgar from his bag to test it. As he stood up, he said to Chen Wenxuan, these medicinal stones are toxic, especially realgar, which is very dangerous. You should store them away and keep them out of reach of other children. He went to the square, found a stone with a depression, placed a realgar on it, crushed it with another stone, and then added some niter to mix. Suddenly, there was a bang. Due to the collision of the stones, niter and realgar reacted rapidly, causing a violent explosion. The stone he held was blown away, and he was knocked to the ground by the tremendous shockwave. Chen Wenxuan, who was standing behind Xiao Jian and watching him work, was also knocked down, seeing stars from the fall. Fortunately, the depression in the stone's surface was not very deep. If the explosion had happened in a confined space, it could have been deadly. Zhang Chun and Fu Gui, who were digging a water channel to the east, heard the explosion and saw Xiao Jian being knocked down, and they hurried back in a panic. Xiao Jian got up and saw that Chen Wenxuan was in a worse state than he was, and suddenly burst into laughter, realizing that these coarse crystals were indeed niter, indicating that the experiment was successful. The people around him stared at him blankly. No one joined his laughter. Xiao Jian quickly put away his smile and said seriously, this experiment tells us that messing around really doesn't work. Seeing that he was not injured, everyone started laughing. Xiao Jian then mixed sulfur, niter, and charcoal to make some black powder, found a long bamboo pole to ignite it from a distance, and with a whoosh, the powder was ignited, but compared to the realgar powder, its power was much weaker. Zhang Chun excitedly asked, cousin, does this mean we can make gunpowder now? Xiao Jian nodded, then shook his head and said, making black powder is not very useful. We can't make gunpowder yet, so we can't use it for now. Zhang Chun felt a bit dejected and then pondered, wasn't he what just knocked you down black powder? If we packed in a bamboo tube and mixed in some stones, it would definitely work. Xiao Jian pointed to the realgar beside him and said, what you're talking about is realgar powder. This powder is extremely unstable. It exploded just because I wasn't careful while mixing. Zhang Chun bent down to pick up the realgar he had dropped, looked at it, and said, I know this. It's in realgar wine, which is very safe. Then he picked up the niter and said, this niter isn't supposed to be very dangerous, right? As he spoke, he was about to put the niter and realgar together. Xiao Jian was horrified, his face going pale, as he snatched the niter from his hand and said, are you trying to get yourself killed? When these 2 substances come into contact, they will explode. Zhang Chun was also startled. He had seen Xiao Jian get blown down just moments ago. He quickly dropped the realgar and kept rubbing his palm on his clothes, afraid of any residue. As he rubbed, his movements slowed down, and he continued the motion unconsciously, frowning as he looked at the realgar on the ground. Xiao Jian did not disturb him. After a moment, Zhang Chun muttered to himself, they only explode when they come together. What if we keep them apart usually? Zhang Chun suddenly looked up at Xiao Jian and said, cousin, we can use cowhide paper to keep the realgar separated. When the black powder explodes, it will destroy the cowhide paper, and then the realgar will come into contact with the niter. Chen Wenxuan was even more excited than Zhang Chun. He looked at the niter from left to right, constantly following Xiao Jian around, wanted to ask something but swallowing his words several times. Chen Wenxuan felt a sense of urgency, and Xiao Jian, seeing his discomfort, said, If you have a question, just ask. Twisting and turning is tiring. Isn't it? Chen Wenxuan stopped being coy and asked, is it really just with a bit of plant ash that niter crystallizes? Isn't niter usually mined from niter mines? Xiao Jian was waiting for Chen Wenxuan to fall into his trap. The niter solution that his shopkeeper wanted was actually plant alkali, and making alkali from plant ash would require an experiment that he didn't have time for at the moment. Although making alkali is a complicated process, it is not dangerous. It just requires a lot of energy and time. It was just right to fool Chen Wenxuan into doing this, and he might even thank him for it. He patiently explained, plant ash contains plant alkali, which is what does the work. By soaking the plant ash in water, filtering it, and then evaporating the water, you can obtain plant alkali, which is also called potassium carbonate. He then pointed to the salt crystals that were first distilled from the creek water and said, the creek water dissolves the niter, making it bitter. The main component of niter is nitrate, while niter is called potassium nitrate. Indeed, Chen Wenxuan casually said a thank you, just as he turned to walk a few steps. He remembered a new question. But how does nitrate turn into potassium nitrate? Xiao Jian suddenly had a folding fan in his hand, opened it with a swoosh, and waved it while saying, this question is a bit complicated. I need to use your sister as an analogy. Is that okay? Zhang Chen, standing aside, smiled knowingly, realizing his cousin was up to something. Chen Wenxuan hesitated for a while, thinking it was just an analogy, and if he disagreed, Xiao Jian would definitely not continue. So he gritted his teeth and said, you can say it. Xiao Jian closed the fan, pointed to himself, and said, I am called nitric acid. He then pointed at Chen Bihua and said, your sister is called salt. I and your sister are the happy nitrate, which is niter. He then pointed at Chen Wenxuan and said, you disapprove of me being with your sister, so you sent potassium carbonate, which is plant ash, to create trouble and break us apart. As he spoke, Xiao Jian even tapped the ceramic jar containing the alkali powder. He then shook his head and sighed. You got your wish. Your sister was taken away by carbonic acid, forming carbonate, while the potassium from potassium carbonate was kicked out of the house and had nowhere to go, so it formed potassium nitrate with me, which is niter. This analogy was a bit hurtful, and Chen Wenxuan almost cried, pounding his chest and stamping his feet. Don't say that. I would send anyone to harm my sister. Chapter 53. Niter Workshop and Plant Alkali Workshop. Chen Wenxuan turned around to find plant ash, grabbing potassium carbonate, which had taken his sister away. At that moment, Chen Bihua walked over to him, her eyes slightly red, and she looked at Xiao Jian, wanting to say something but hesitating. Xiao Jian then suddenly realized that this analogy was not very appropriate and apologized. I'm sorry, I spoke without thinking. After explaining that it was just an analogy, the few of them put it aside, but no one expected that his casual remark would turn out to be prophetic. Zhang Chen was still laughing nearby, clearly observing Xiao Jian's every move. Xiao Jian glanced at him and said, Zhang Chen, making niter is somewhat dangerous. After all, Chen Wenxuan is too young, so you should take charge of it. Once the dam is completed, you can start working on making niter. He explained the niter-making process again and finally said, the concentration of water in the creek is still too low. You need to dig for niter, dissolve it in water, and then use it. The wastewater from making niter is excellent fertilizer. Collect it, as it will be very useful in the future. Let Chen Wenxuan design the process. When Xiao Jian got up in the morning, Zhang Chen and the others had already gone out early, leaving only Chen Wenxuan still tinkering with something in the kitchen. Xiao Jian walked over to him and saw that he was heating a ceramic jar, likely distilling plant alkali, and asked, haven't you extracted the plant alkali yet? Chen Wenxuan turned around, picked up a ceramic jar, poked it toward Xiao Jian, and without saying a word, turned and walked out. Xiao Jian glanced into the and was surprised to find half a jar of white powder inside. Could this guy have not slept all night? When he looked up, he saw Chen Bihua walking in, accompanied by a somewhat familiar little girl. The girl approached him, bowed, and said, my name is Xiao Ying. Nice to meet you. Young master. Xiao Jian looked at Chen Bihua in confusion and asked, who is this Xiao Ying? Chen Bihua realized, you probably don't know her name. She's called Xiao Miaoying. This girl was indeed Xiao Chang's sister, but Chen Bihua did not mention Xiao Chang. The girl poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Xiao Jian. It was only then that Xiao Jian realized, having not recognized her in her coarse cloth clothes. He nodded to Xia Miaoying and said, "Thank you, Miss Xia. From now on, you will assist Chen Bihua." Xia Miaoying bowed again and said, "I will follow your arrangements, young master." She did not mention Xiao Chong or express any gratitude, as they all seemed to be avoiding painful memories. With the ready, it was time to test its nitration effect. Xiao Jin casually took a piece of rabbit skin, soaked it in warm water, and added a bit of. Once the leather softened, he kneaded it for a moment, then stood up and told Chen Bihua, "Let the leather dry in the room." He pointed to the remaining white powder and said, "This alkali powder will be needed in many places in the future. Produce as much as you can. For the manufacturing process, consult Chun Wenshuan." The water dam on the east side of the creek had taken shape. The cliffs on both sides of the dam had a protruding section, which reduced the amount of work and made the dam less likely to collapse. The bottom of the dam had a considerable flat area, where a water mill or other hydraulic facilities could be built. Most of the west bank of the creek was lined with rock walls several feet high, with gentle soil layers only at the mid-slope. Digging a water diversion channel in the rock was extremely challenging, and the channel could only be excavated where the soil was present. The elevated terrain of the water diversion channel increased the amount of work needed for the dam's construction. If the water level had to be higher than the channel, they could only raise the dam's height. Once the dam was completed, it stood impressively tall and could hold a substantial amount of water. Fortunately, the downstream creek was wide and deep, so even if the dam collapsed, it wouldn't flood the rice fields on both banks. The dam was overseen by Lu Shan, so Xiao Jian didn't need to worry about it. He simply stood on the hill, surveying for a moment without alarming anyone, then turned and left. Passing by the bamboo craftsman's shed, he took a look inside. The shed was built by the craftsman himself, located on the east side of the square, near a bamboo grove. Inside the shed were piles of winnowing baskets. The craftsman worked quickly, producing not only enough for his needs, but also some surplus. Xianzi was making bamboo water pipes, presumably preparing for the workshop, as both the nitrate and alkali workshops needed curved bamboo pipes for water diversion. His method of making curved bamboo pipes opened Xiao Jian's eyes. First, he cleared the nodes inside the bamboo pipe, filled the bamboo tube with sand, then heated and bent the bamboo pole into shape, preventing it from cracking. This reminded Xiao Jian of the bamboo pipes Chun Wenshuan used for distilling alcohol. He wondered if Qiangzi learned this method from Chun Wenshuan. Xiao Jian only paused for a moment before moving on, heading towards the sweet potato seedling area. Between the stumps surrounding the seedling area, bamboo strips had been woven, with a small door open in the middle. He tiptoed to look inside. The sweet potato seedlings were thriving, with each sweet potato sprouting over a dozen green shoots, nearly a foot long, ready for transplanting soon. The sweet potato shoots were like leeks, able to be cut and regrown continuously until autumn. Back at the square, Zhang Chun and the others had returned from work. The two were talking when Chun Bihua walked over, waving a rabbit skin in her hand, excitedly saying, "Young master, it's so soft." This rabbit skin had been treated with alkali powder the day before. Xiao Jian took the rabbit skin, rubbed it a few times with both hands, and found it very soft. In this era, it could be considered top quality. The nitration experiment was a success. This had solved two products at once, making Xiao Jian very excited. He tossed the rabbit skin into the air triumphantly, shaking his fist. His fist almost hit Chen Bihua, who dodged in time, leaving the fist awkwardly hanging in the air. He needed to make up for this. This will be our first flagship product. Chen Bihua, you need to speed up. I want at least 30 pounds of alkali powder in half a month. Chen Bihua, not noticing the direction of his fist, nodded excitedly. Yes, I'll do my best. Selling the nitration solution was part of the deal with manager Hu, and only when he had enough stock would Xiao Jian set off for Shangzhou City. The production speed of the alkali was slow. Relying solely on small-scale operations wouldn't meet the demand. Time was pressing, and expanding production was urgent. After dinner, Chen Bihua directed the workers, using torches to dig out the mixing and filtering pools for alkali production overnight. In the fields, there was ash everywhere from the clearing and burning, and at dawn, she led a group of children to collect ash and straw across the mountains. Zhang Chun, overseeing the nitrate workshop, also used the evening's free time to dig out the dissolution and sedimentation pools. Carpenter Zhang Erlang worked late into the night every day, rushing to make various wooden barrels and steaming barrels. Seeing this, Xiao Jian simply had him stay home to create urgently needed items. The new home was still in its early stages, and they didn't even have a bathtub or a bucket for carrying fertilizer. Meanwhile, Xiao Jian continued to study various gunpowder formulas, and with Zhang Chun's reminders, he finally made some progress regarding the stability of yellow gunpowder. Chapter 54. Completion of the Water Dam Project. If the real world could support unknown spaces, the development here would be crucial. At the firearms testing site, the explosions grew louder by the day, until the small wooden cabin used for experiments was blown to smithereens. The Creek Dam Project, overseen by Liu Shan, was finally completed. When the diversion channel was opened, Liu Shan invited Xiao Jian to pull the gate open, marking the official commissioning of the dam. As they approached the dam, Xiao Jian felt a bit embarrassed. The entire dam resembled a shoddy construction. The outer side of the dam was built with variously sized, irregular rocks, and the dam itself stood straight across the creek without a more stable arch shape. When they reached the top of the dam, the water inside the creek rippled, and Xiao Jian asked in confusion, "Has it filled up so quickly?" Liu Shan replied, "We blocked the cave at the end of the creek with wooden planks. So all the water flowed into the creek, filling the reservoir quickly. The gate of the diversion channel was just a small wooden board. Xiao Jian casually lifted it, completing the opening ceremony without even a round of applause. Water from the reservoir rushed into the diversion channel, creating splashes of white foam. Although there were no cheers, everyone's faces beamed with hopeful smiles. Opening the diversion channel marked the first celebratory event in their new home. Fugue, accompanied by a few blacksmiths and kiln workers, ventured deep into the mountains and surprisingly returned with a wild boar, along with a family of 4, the same family Zhang Chun had mentioned before. Fugue encountered the wild boar, and as they chased it, they happened to arrive at the cave where this family of 4 lived. The head of the family, surnamed Zhang and appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, had a cloth wrapped around his head and a towel tied around his waist, which was actually a vine. Originally a tenant farmer from Lijia's Wang, upon seeing Xiao Jian, he broke down in tears, repeatedly calling him young master, as if he had finally found his organization. Xiao Jian felt embarrassed to ask for his name and simply called him Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang repeatedly insisted he couldn't accept such a title and bowed his head continuously, eventually succumbing to Xiao Jian's insistence. "Uncle Zhang, you could be considered one of our family's elders. Haven't you ever come here before?" Uncle Zhang knelt down and replied, "Young master, the North Mountain is also your family's property. When you were very young, some strange things happened here, but I'm not very clear on the details. Later, the master declared this place a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to step in. After the incident at Xianrenping, I had nowhere else to go, so I hid here. It was the old servant who broke the rules. Please punish me, young master." After saying this, Uncle Zhang kowtowed several times on the ground, causing his forehead to bleed. Xiao Jian had heard some stories about this when he was young, but he never cared about family matters. His father only mentioned that Beishan was very dangerous, so he never dared to come here. In fact, he had long since thrown the so-called forbidden area out of his mind. If Uncle Zhang hadn't brought it up, he wouldn't have remembered it at all. He quickly helped Uncle Zhang up. This was an honest man, and if he didn't help him feel relieved, he might feel guilty for a lifetime. Uncle Zhang need not blame himself. Ever since I came here, this place has not been a forbidden area anymore. Uncle Zhang must have come after me, so it doesn't count as breaking the rules. Hearing Xiao Jian's words, Uncle Zhang seemed to have unburdened his heart and called the maid and his son to kowtow to the young master. The maid, named Ru Hua, didn't seem like a flower to Xiao Jian. She was 16, had a round face, a thick waist, and strong legs, and after fleeing for so long, she showed no signs of thinning out. His son, Lai Fu, looked silly and was 14. After kowtowing to Xiao Jian, he became very close with Fu Gui, even linking arms and swaying back and forth. Aunt Zhang, Uncle Zhang's wife, looked relatively clean and fresh, probably having tidied up before moving here. After greeting Xiao Jian, she took Ru Hua to the kitchen. Ru Hua quickly became very close to Chen Bihua. In the village, Chen Bihua was the only mature woman, and it was hard to find someone to talk to. After Ru Hua arrived, Chun Bihua finally had a companion. After the brief introduction, everyone happily feasted to celebrate the completion of the dam. Once they were full, they began discussing matters. Just as Xiao Jian was about to sit down, Chun Bihua brought over a wooden stool made from a log, placed it beside him, and quietly handed him a lotus leaf package. Upon opening it, wow, it was pork cracklings, wild boar cracklings. This is what I like. As a reward, he pinched Chun Bihua's smooth little hand, smiled, and blew her a kiss. Chun Bihua's cheeks suddenly flushed red. Her shy expression made Xiao Jian captivated. With her slender willow-like eyebrows, charming eyes, luscious lips, and snow-white skin like jade, her voluptuous figure was soft and graceful. Since meeting Chun Bihua, Xiao Jian had never really looked at her closely. Now that he did, he couldn't take his eyes off her. When Chun Bihua pulled her hand back, she pinched him hard and quickly ran away. This pinch brought Xiao Jian back to reality. He looked around like a thief, relieved to find no one noticed his little action. He hurriedly put on a serious expression, sat on the stool, and cleared his throat to signal the start of the meeting. Xiao Jian first introduced Uncle Zhang's family before shifting to the main topic. After the dam was completed, personnel needed to be readjusted. The fieldwork would still be overseen by Zhang Dachui, and now with Uncle Zhang's family of 4, the manpower was much more sufficient. Zhang Chun would need to focus on refining saltpeter. The carpenter Zhang Erlang would not participate in field work either. He needed to make necessary tools and furniture for the home, including bathtubs and manure buckets, and also prepare building tools and framework for windows and doors. Once the seedlings were ready, they would need to construct housing. There weren't many matters to discuss, and they were wrapped up quickly. Finally, Uncle Zhang stood up and said, "Young master, I saw we have a plowing ox. But why haven't I seen a plow?" When they bought the ox, Xiao Jian had also thought about buying a plow, but after seeing the plows on the market, he abandoned the idea. Plows from this era were straight plows, just a large wooden frame at a 90-degree angle, requiring someone to carry it, which seemed impractical. Xiao Jian looked at Zhang Erlang and asked, "Zhang Erlang, have you ever made a curved plow? The kind that is bent at the front?" Saying this, he picked up paper and pen, drew a design of a curved plow, and handed it to Zhang Erlang. Zhang Erlang took a look and said, "Young master, I haven't seen this kind of plow before. It's much lighter than a straight plow. This curved shape must be made from a curved tree, right?" Xiao Jian nodded and replied, "There are plenty of curved trees in the forest like pine and camphor trees, which are great for this." Uncle Zhang came over to take a look and exclaimed, "This is something you came up with, young master? This plow looks good. It seems much easier to use, and it's convenient to turn. Using this plow will speed up plowing a lot. The ox will save energy too." Xiao Jian rubbed his nose and vaguely said, "As long as it's useful." Zhang Erlang, "Make it by tomorrow. Plowing with oxen is much faster than digging by hand." Early the next morning, Zhang Erlang cut a curved log and completed the curved plow in half a day. After getting the curved plow, Uncle Zhang started working early and late, and the speed of field preparation improved dramatically. It seemed that accepting Uncle Zhang's family was indeed a good decision. With Uncle Zhang leading, tasks like field preparation and planting became orderly, and Zhang Chun and Xiao Jian no longer had to oversee them. What Xiao Jian was now concerned about was transplanting sweet potatoes, a new crop that he needed to teach them first. The land for planting sweet potatoes had already been prepared, and Xiao Jian had people bring the large manure from the toilet to mix into the compost pile as the base fertilizer for the sweet potatoes. Since there were only a few sweet potato seeds, the seedlings only covered a little over 2 mu of land, and once the sweet potato seedlings grew, they could continue to transplant more. Various affairs at home were running smoothly, but the food supply was running low. Everyone was exhausted every day, their appetites increasing, and with the addition of 4 more people, it was estimated that at this rate, they would struggle to last a month. A trip to Shangzhou City was necessary to fulfill the promise of saltpeter and chemicals to manager Hu. It had been so long, and he must be getting anxious. Not to mention Xiao Jian was curious about how much alkali powder Chun Bihua and the others had produced. Chapter 55. Returning to the unknown space. Looking forward to the day when resources from the real world and the unknown space complement each other. Many unexpected results will appear then. The following text begins. Arriving at the grass alkali workshop, Chun Bihua was sitting in front of the distillation stove. adding wood to the fire. The chubby hands were smeared with a bit of charcoal, making them look even whiter. The branch she held had been bent a few times, but was still intact. The red flames in the stove were heating her cheeks, causing beads of sweat to flow down her neck like rain. She rolled up her sleeves to wipe her face, which was smeared with charcoal and sweat, making her look as dirty as a calico cat. Xiao Jian sat beside her, took the branch, broke it, and tossed it into the distillation stove. He then held her hand and noticed her palm was slightly reddened from rubbing. Chen Bihua was also a young lady from a wealthy family. She had never done such work before and asked, "Didn't T have Hua and the others help you?" Chen Bihua lowered her head and didn't T pull her hand back, softly saying, "They are busy too. I came over to add some fire temporarily. Look at your face. It's covered in black soot, and your clothes are soaked. Hurry up and wash up and change your clothes. Don't get sick," he said, then suddenly thought, "How could she wash off all that sweat?" Xiao Jian suddenly remembered something and pulled Chen Bihua towards the kitchen, saying, "Let me show you a magic trick." When they reached the kitchen, he suddenly remembered he hadn't bought cooking oil when he returned from Shangzhou City last time and asked, "Do we have any oil at home?" Chen Bihua didn't understand and pointed to the cupboard, saying, "Last time, Fu Gue hunted a wild boar and rendered out 2 big jars of lard, but we've been saving it. Do you want to use it, young master?" Xiao Jian took the lard from the cupboard and poured it all into the pot. As he busily lit the fire to heat it, he said, "Just wait. I'll make you something delicious that you'll definitely like." After the lard melted, he added a small amount of grass alkali, water, salt, realgar powder, flour, and then took a wooden stick to stir continuously in the pot. Chen Bihua watched in pain and stomped her foot, saying, "Young master, that lard was saved for you to eat. Now that you've mixed it with this, you can't eat it anymore." Xiao Jian touched some soot on the stove and grabbed both of Chen Bihua's hands, rubbing them, making her hands completely black, and then reached for her face. Chen Bihua quickly pushed away his mischievous hand, shyly exclaiming, "Ah, young master, you're so naughty. Don't mess around. It's hard to wash off if it gets on your face." He pointed at the pot and said, "You've ruined the oil, look." Xiao Jian looked at the solid matter floating in the pot and said, "It's fine, just watch me." He scooped the solid matter into a bamboo tube with a spoon and tossed it into the water to cool. Once it hardened, he took it out and cut it into small round pieces. Chen Bihua looked at him in surprise. It was just a pot of lard, and in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into translucent little round pieces like magic. Xiao Jian pulled Chen Bihua to the side of the basin, rubbed a round piece on her hand, and then held her hand to rub it. Chen Bihua's face turned red. Her whole body felt weak and tingly, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at him, allowing him to knead her small hand without any resistance. "All right, look up," Xiao Jian whispered in her ear. Chen Bihua's ears tingled, and she shyly looked at him, embarrassed. "Look at what?" Xiao Jian pinched her smooth face and said, "Look at your hand. Why would you look at me?" Only then did Chen Bihua notice that her once dirty hands had been cleaned thoroughly, and she asked in surprise, "Is this something you made specifically for washing hands, young master?" Xiao Jian held the round piece up to her eyes and said, "This is called soap. It's good for washing hands, face, clothes, anything really. If you add some flower petals, it will have various floral scents. Do you like it?" Chen Bihua exclaimed happily, "Really? Thank you, young master, I like it." Seeing that Xiao Jian's gaze towards her had changed, Chen Bihua quickly snatched the soap from his hand and turned to run. There were no outsiders here, and she couldn't linger. Xiao Jian wanted to chase after her to tease the little girl some more. But suddenly a progress bar appeared before him. Sighing in frustration, Xiao Jian thought, "Here we go again to that godforsaken unknown space." He felt a strong attachment to Beishan New Village. Xiaoling, Zhangchun, and Chen Bihua were all here, and this was their shared home. The dam and the creek had been built, the fields were being cultivated, and sweet potatoes were about to be planted. These were all their hopes for the future. In the unknown space, he and T even found a drinkable water source yet, and he constantly faced unknown dangers. Perhaps one day, he might be devoured by wild beasts or have his base destroyed by competitors, becoming a vegetable that couldn't wake up. Every night, lying alone on the base's floor, Xiao Jian missed everyone and everything here, but he had to bear all this alone. He couldn't share it with anyone. Yet, he also understood that whether he went to the unknown space was not up to him. no matter how reluctant he was once the time arrived. He would be forcibly sent away. Thinking of the food and water in the unknown space, he had a sudden idea. What if he could bring the supplies from here to the unknown space? What if he could use the manpower and commercial advantages of this world to acquire a large amount of minerals and other resources to complete the collection tasks in the unknown space? He began to feel excited, while also sensing the urgency of time. There were other competitors in the unknown world, many of whom were powerful figures in the real world. Once that day really arrived, the competition would not just be about the development of the unknown space. The development of the real world would also become crucial. When that time came, only by complementing the advantages of both worlds could they achieve rapid, synchronous development. He firmly believed that day would definitely come. Xiao Jian looked at the progress bar. There were still nearly 2 hours left. Looking at the sky, he estimated that he would have to wait until night to cross. There was still enough time. He needed to prepare for new challenges. Back in Xiao Jian's bedroom, just as the progress bar was about to finish, he looked at the ring on his finger. Suddenly, the ring emitted a white light, enveloping him in an instant. Xiao Jian instinctively closed his eyes, seemingly not feeling the passage of time as the white light flashed by. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself sitting down suddenly, startled. He jumped up and looked back. It was the familiar milky white wall, and beneath his feet was the smooth floor of the base. Had he returned to the base? Compared to his last journey, this time was calm. It seemed that only the first trip was dangerous. The room he was in was the innermost part of the base that he had chosen before leaving. Xiao Jian suddenly remembered that last time he had intended to sit against the wall and quietly wait for the return time. Maybe he had miscalculated the timing, as just when he was halfway down, the base had emitted a white light and instantly sent him back. He had just sat down on the floor, continuing the action he had taken last time. Did the time of returning here seamlessly connect with the time he left? There would be one more chapter. Everyone please help with a high rating. I promise the following will be even more exciting. Chapter 56, Base Upgrade and Mysterious Visitor. Xiao Jian instinctively touched his dry lips and empty stomach. Before coming this time, he had made ample preparations. But looking at himself now, thirsty and hungry, he was just like when he left here to return. Xiao Jian shook his head with a bitter smile. It seemed that no matter how full he ate or how much water he drank at home, it had nothing to do with his current self here. Because time here was seamlessly connected with the time before he left to return, and his previous state continued completely. Everything here remained the same. Food and water were still in short supply, and thinking of those who wasted food and water when they left, their lives must be tough. Xiao Jian opened the chat channel, and sure enough, it was filled with complaints. Oh no, I'm so hungry. The cow at home was killed for nothing. I was just so full I could hardly walk, and now I'm starving. This person probably had a big meal before the teleportation, thinking that once they arrived here, they wouldn't feel hunger, but it turned out not to be as he imagined. Everything here was still exactly the same as before returning. Wah, the half-dry biscuit I threw away. Why can't I find it? Didn't time here stop? This person must have been the one who threw the biscuit away before returning. However, if time here had truly stopped, then the biscuit he threw should still be here, right? Could it be that there are animals here that are not affected by the time stop? Or perhaps local animals are not restricted by the time freeze? If that's the case, planting crops would be a bit troublesome. He would have to find a way to ensure that local animals wouldn't destroy them while he was away. Water, I've drunk it all. How am I going to get through the days ahead? This person brought it on themselves. They had drunk all the water before returning, and now they were dumbfounded, right? However, it seemed that many people were in the same situation. There were likely a lot of people without water now. Cute and charming little fairy. Stop complaining. Quickly upgrade the base. The base has new features now. You can set nicknames. Upon seeing this message, Xiao Jian's eyes lit up. This was the first time a nickname had appeared in the chat, and if it continued like this, it would be clear who sent each message. I've been in the water. Thank the heavens, thank the earth. The legendary teleportation device has finally appeared. We can also teleport supplies to each other, so no one will starve if they have water or die of thirst if they have biscuits. This person might just be the one who found a box of water. Please call me the Garbage King. The recycling system is shining in. Haha, it's simply amazing. From now on, please call me the Garbage King. I'm going to become the richest in the space. Why am I hungry again? What the heck is this auction house? Wow, everyone look, the auction house has things for sale. Xiao Jian was also very excited. He clicked the upgrade button, and a new image appeared. The area that originally only had the chat button and the upgrade button now had several new buttons. The newly added buttons are Item Transfer, Material Recovery, Auction House, the top right corner of the image, and Data Inquiry function. Xiao Jian immediately clicked on the auction house, and an item panel appeared in the image. A large area with only 4 sparse lines. Dry cakes cost 2 contribution points for 1 pack, bottled water 0. 5 contribution points for 1 bottle. Unknown seeds, 10 contribution points for 1 bag. Terminal box, 150 contribution points for 1 piece. In the bottom right corner, there is also an account button. Xiao Jian clicked in, and there was unexpectedly a personal status data. The first item is his physical status, 100. If he gets injured, this value should decrease. And if it drops to 0, he would die. The second item is cultivation level, level 1. Experience points 30. And 300 points are needed to level up to level 2. This level should have been attained after obtaining the cultivation technique from the cave in Beishan. And level 1 can only be considered entry-level. Cultivation requires the crystal core of the soul-eating evil spirit. Without the evil spirit crystal core, there is no way to continue cultivating, so he has remained at level 1. Seeing the experience points, Xiao Jian was stunned. It actually requires 300 experience points to level up to level 2. He had previously used 1 evil spirit crystal core, leaving only 30 experience points. Doesn't that mean he needs to consume 10 evil spirit crystal cores to level up to level 2? Isn't that a joke? Where is he going to find 10 evil spirit crystal cores? The third item is contribution points. 5 contribution points. There are already 5 contribution points. These 5 contribution points should be a gift from the system. Everyone should have them. The fourth item is strength, 12. There is an explanation that the maximum strength of a normal person is 8. According to this calculation, he has already exceeded the normal person's strength by 4 points, which should be due to the gradual enhancement of his body after absorbing the external soul. The fifth item is agility, 15. The maximum agility of a normal person is 8, so he is twice as fast as a normal person. Xiao Jian felt this himself. When he was outside the city of Shanzhou, the black-faced tiger couldn't dodge the wooden spear he threw. At that time, his agility should have been less than it is now. The sixth item is special ability. Insight level 1, experience points 10, and 100 points are needed to level up to level 2. Insight is upgraded from perception ability, and being able to upgrade insight from perception should still be thanks to Shuya. Cultivating the insight ability also requires evil spirit crystal cores. There is no way to cultivate for now, so Xiao Jian exited his account. At this time, the chat channel was already boiling like boiling water. The old monk with the name Save Me said, Umitba, the old monk won't starve or die of thirst here. The 5 contribution points are enough to buy 2 packs of dry cakes and 2 bottles of water. At least this time, he doesn't have to worry about food and water being insufficient. The cute and charming little fairy said, Unknown seeds. What kind of seeds are they? They cost 10 contribution points, so expensive. The silly one called, The cute girl upstairs, you got scared by 10 points. Didn't you see that terminal box behind? It's 150 points. The cute and charming little fairy said, This thing seems really powerful. What is it for? The silly one called, Look at the introduction. It seems like, oh, I understand with this thing you can chat and joke around anywhere. Hey, the functions in the base are all here. Although the terminal box has many functions, it is not an urgent need at the moment. Its main function is just a communication tool. The hungry chief said, The terminal box doesn't have a transfer device. The transfer device is inside the base. By the way, how does this transfer device work? I didn't see any new devices added in the base. After the base upgrade, Xiao Jian had also checked. Apart from a new bed and chair, he really didn't notice any other changes. He was also very curious. The transfer device is very important, and the system item recovery and exchanging items with others should all require this device. Xiao Jian clicked on the transfer button, and a green light beam suddenly shone down from the ceiling onto the floor. An operation interface also popped up in the image, where the position of the light beam could be moved, even to a place several meters outside the base. This green light beam is emitted by the transfer device. As long as the transfer is confirmed, the items covered by the beam will be transferred out. Chapter 57. Upgraded Terminal Box. The upgraded terminal box is quite a good treasure. This device is also very convenient to use if transferring large objects. They can be placed outside the base, avoiding the awkwardness of objects being too large to move into the base. In the operation interface, you can select the transfer target, but currently, the selection box is still blank. Only friends added will appear here. The excitement of the system upgrade quickly passed. And now, there are only 5 contribution points in the account. If he doesn't make money quickly, he will soon fall into trouble. Xiao Jian got up. Just as he was about to go out, a message box popped up in the chat channel. Someone added him as a friend? Xiao Jian looked at the nickname in the message box in confusion, pretending to be a little fairy. Who is this? Xiao Jian was baffled. Does he know anyone here? He hasn't sent any messages in the chat channel. So how did she find him? After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Jian still clicked to agree. Soon, pretending to be a little fairy sent a message. There's a chance to make a fortune. Do you want it? Don't ask me how I found you. And don't ask me why I'm looking for you. This person is quite direct. She seems to know that he would ask her these questions. But her manner made Xiao Jian even more curious. Xiao Jian also entered a nickname. If we don't agree, I'll draw my sword. And then sent a message. Can I ask why I can't ask? The other party quickly replied. That's a lie. Do you want to hear it? This person, who is unknown whether male or female, is quite uninteresting. Xiao Jian no longer teased them and directly replied. Just tell me what the opportunity to make money is. I want half of the money earned. If you agree, I'll tell you the specific location. You're responsible for getting the items for recovery. Pretending to be a little fairy's reply speed seemed very fast. As soon as Xiao Jian sent his message, she replied. Xiao Jian no longer dithered with her and directly asked, First tell me how much money I can make. If it's too little, then forget it. No less than 10,000 contribution points. Are you in? Seeing the reply from pretending to be a little fairy, Xiao Jian was immediately shocked. 10,000 contribution points. He could get 5,000 points. 5,000 contribution points, if he only eats dry cakes, would be enough for him to live here for 10 years. This temptation is indeed too great. Xiao Jian immediately decided, okay, I'll do it. No matter what the other party's intentions are, he felt it was worth a try. After all, he is currently empty-handed, with nothing worth others coveting. The other party quickly sent 2 numbers, and Xiao Jian stared at these 2 numbers in a daze. What does this mean? Coordinates, right? You don't have a terminal box. I can sell you one for 500 contribution points. Do you want it? Wasn't it just 150 points? This person is really too shady. Something that costs 150 at the auction house. She actually wants 500, higher than usual. This terminal box is an upgraded version. This is just the cost price. Take it or leave it. Xiao Jian was puzzled. How did she get something that hasn't even appeared in the system? What does she mean by cost price? Could it be that she got it directly from the manufacturer? Thinking about the other party's indifferent demeanor, even if he asked her, she probably wouldn't tell him anything. So Xiao Jian simply chose to play dumb. I want it. 500 contribution points will be deducted from the money I earn. You have no objections, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the green light beam in the base suddenly lit up, and where the beam passed, a black box the size of a palm suddenly appeared. Xiao Jian was about to send a message to thank the other party when the nickname pretending to be a little fairy turned gray, and the other party unexpectedly logged off. Well, it seems she didn't want to engage with him too much. Xiao Jian found the usage instructions for the terminal box in the base's database, which was vast but largely locked. Following the instructions, Xiao Jian quickly bound the terminal box to the base. He carefully pressed the power button on the terminal box, and the image of the base immediately disappeared, replaced by a brand new image. This new image had many differences from the base's image, and it seemed that item recycling and item transmission were available in the terminal box's image. The system manual specifically stated that the terminal box did not have a transmission function, and item recycling or transmission could only be completed within the base. But this terminal box had its own transmission function. Could this be the difference of the upgraded version? He was very curious and tried pressing the transmission button. Sure enough, a green beam shot out from the terminal box. Xiao Jian felt as if he had struck gold. Spending these 500 contribution points was absolutely worth it, as just the wild transmission feature alone was worth 5,000. He pressed the off button on the terminal box again, and the outside 3D image vanished. But a smaller image appeared on the terminal box. Clicking the map button in the image, he entered the coordinates given to him by pretending to be a little fairy, and an indicator arrow appeared on the screen. Following the map's guidance, Xiao Jian arrived near the swamp where he had found the sword last time, but the arrow on the terminal box pointed deeper into the swamp. He tried to take a few steps into the swamp, but his feet were immediately swallowed by the mud and sank deeper. He hurriedly struggled towards the shore and narrowly pulled his legs out of the mud. Looking at the endless swamp and his legs covered in black mud, Xiao Jian still felt apprehensive about how to reach the location indicated by the arrow. He sat on a rock, propped his chin on his hands, and stared blankly at the swamp, thinking of a way to enter. After staring at the swamp for a while, a flash of inspiration struck his mind, and the image of the swamp appeared in his mind. He had completely forgotten about his insight ability. Xiao Jian immediately focused his attention inward, and soon he discovered anomalies in the swamp through the image. Through the image, he saw a huge elongated box buried deep in the swamp. This elongated box was not straight but twisted like hemp rope, and it was covered in wheels, looking like a crawling caterpillar from a distance. Just as Xiao Jian was about to focus on the box to see what was inside, his vision went dark, and his insight ability faded. He shook his head helplessly. He was too weak, and his insight ability could only last for a moment. Xiao Jian didn't know what this box was. Perhaps it was something like a wagon since it was covered in wheels. Regardless of what this long box was, it was certain that the item pretending to be a little fairy had him retrieve was inside this box. Without any tools, not even a plank or a rope, trying to retrieve items from the bottom of the swamp was simply a fantasy. Chapter 58. Mutated Spirit Little Dumpling. Mutated spirits are an extremely rare species in the universe, characterized by the fact that their offspring inherit mutated genes from their ancestors, but are otherwise completely different from their parents. Each mutated spirit has a unique special ability. The item was confirmed, but he could only look at it without touching it, so he simply lay back on the rock, hand behind his head, staring at the sky while thinking of a solution. Just then, the ground trembled, followed by a rumbling sound. Xiao Jian quickly got up and looked towards the source of the sound. Two black objects were rapidly approaching him. Xiao Jian's heart tightened, and he jumped off the rock, instinctively feeling around him, but found nothing. He then remembered that he had left the sword he found here back at the base. At that time, he had unconsciously come here following the map and had forgotten to bring the sword for emergencies. Just as Xiao Jian was trying to escape, a figure quickly appeared in front of him. Xiao Jian felt at a loss. The speed of the other party was several times faster than a warhorse, and even if he exerted all his strength, he could never shake them off. Fortunately, he didn't sense any malice from them. These two unknown creatures seemed completely indifferent to his existence. Xiao Jian gazed at the figure rushing past him, and with his keen eyesight, he could barely capture an image. However, this image left him deeply shocked, not because of its size, which was larger than a rhinoceros, but because he saw a little girl's face from its mouth. Even more bizarre was that the little face was streaming with tears. She was actually crying. Only the rumbling sound of running drowned out her cries. The creature that resembled a rhinoceros had just desperately dashed past Xiao Jian, and right after that, another ferocious beast followed closely. It looked like a giant leopard with strong, muscular limbs and sharp fangs dripping with blood from a piece of meat. When this beast ran past Xiao Jian, it didn't even glance at him. Its large, round eyes fixed on the animal in front, flashing by him. Xiao Jian watched the black dot fade into the distance, patted his racing heart, and breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that they didn't pay attention to him. If they had casually bumped into him, he would probably be done for. However, before Xiao Jian could recover from his relief, the rumbling sound returned. In Xiao Jian's eyes, the two black dots that had just disappeared in the distance quickly ran back along the same path. Xiao Jian was filled with anger, almost unable to restrain himself from cursing. What were these two creatures doing, running back and forth in front of him? His fragile heart couldn't handle their fright. Even more frustrating for Xiao Jian was that the large rhinoceros-like creature suddenly stopped in front of him. At that moment, he finally saw its appearance. A large chunk of flesh was bitten off from its neck, and its smooth black fur was covered in blood. Its limbs were short and stout, resembling 4 wooden stumps. Its face was dominated by a large mouth, with the remaining space occupied by a pair of round, shiny eyes that looked like bright gemstones. On either side of its head stood a pair of rabbit-like pointed ears. Judging by its neatly arranged teeth, it was not a carnivorous animal. Its appearance was a complete mishmash, lacking any coordination. After the mishmash creature stopped in front of Xiao Jian, it suddenly knelt down, an unexpected move that surprised him. Xiao Jian thought to himself, is it bowing to me? Isn't that a bit too much? With my build, I'm in trouble. How could I possibly protect you? Just then, its head leaned closer, seemingly trying to approach Xiao Jian, which scared him into retreating, but his back hit the rock. Before Xiao Jian could dodge, the mishmash opened its mouth wide and actually spat a furry meatball into his arms. It was only then that Xiao Jian realized the creature knelt down to lower its height, fearing the meatball would be damaged. Xiao Jian extended his trembling hands to embrace the meatball, but the mishmash did not leave. Instead, it looked deeply at Xiao Jian. Its eyes filled with tears and a pleading expression. It let out a few soft whimpers, then gently nudged the lump of flesh in Xiao Jian's arms with its lips, seemingly begging him to protect it. Xiao Jian was moved by its actions and nodded naturally without thinking too much. Upon seeing Xiao Jian's response, the lump of flesh jumped up and let out a roar, charging towards the fierce beast that was approaching from this direction. The fierce beast, resembling a leopard, seemed to have its sights set not on the lump of flesh, but on the meat in Xiao Jian's arms. Ignoring the lump of flesh's interception and heading straight for him, this fierce beast was actually targeting the lump of flesh. Seeing that the fierce beast had avoided its interception, the lump of flesh lunged forward, biting down on the beast's tail, and began dragging it step by step towards the swamp. Although the fierce beast had a strong and agile body, the lump of flesh's massive size and sturdy limbs gave it a clear advantage in the struggle. The fierce beast's limbs clung desperately to the ground, but was still being dragged step by step into the mud pit by the lump of flesh, leaving deep claw marks on the ground. In the mud pit, the lump of flesh's body began to slowly sink, but it still did not let go of the fierce beast's tail. The fierce beast struggled and roared in the mud pit, even biting at the lump of flesh's body, but still could not break free, eventually sinking into the swamp along with the lump of flesh. In the end, only a series of bubbles surfaced. Xiao Jian, holding the already asleep lump of flesh, gazed at the swamp, lingering for a long time. No matter the race, no matter the world, a mother's love is the greatest. Back at the base, Xiao Jian placed the lump of flesh on the bed. The lump of flesh felt the soft comfort and stretched out its body. Realizing that it actually had legs and feet, they were just hidden when it curled up into a ball. It looked like a mini little girl with a fluffy head of brown hair, a round and smooth face, and was extremely cute. Its slightly erect ears made it very perceptive, occasionally turning towards sounds, even alert to the surrounding movements in its dreams. Surprisingly, it seemed to dream of something happy, even managing to smile like a human. Its smile was very sweet, especially the adorable dimples, making one unable to resist wanting to pick it up and kiss it. Its body was covered with a layer of soft, fine fur, making it even more charming. The little cutie and the lump of flesh that desperately protected it had almost no similarities aside from both having short legs. Xiao Jian couldn't help but feel puzzled about their relationship. Chapter 59. The mischievous little lump. When Xiao Jian got up, the little lump was still sound asleep. He left behind some dry cakes and a half-full bottle of water and walked out of the base. He planned to look for something to replace the wooden boards and ropes, and then find a way to enter the swamp to retrieve the long rectangular box. After wandering for a while, he found no usable items and unconsciously returned to the swamp, staring blankly at it. At that moment, his terminal box suddenly beeped. When Xiao Jian picked it up, it turned out to be a message pretending to be a little fairy. Is the little lump something you picked up? It's not an ordinary matter. Don't tell anyone else. Xiao Jian immediately replied. What species is it? How could it have a human face? The message from the little fairy continued. The little lump is a mutated sprite. Its mother must have seen humans, so it looks like one. There's information in the system. Check it yourself. By the end, her tone was clearly impatient. Hey, don't hang up yet. How do you know about it? Xiao Jian knew her temperament. She would definitely not say another word to him. He would find out when he returned to the base. To his surprise, she replied unexpectedly. But the little fairy had already turned gray and logged off. Xiao Jian shook his head with a wry smile. This little fairy acted as if she had a grudge against him, never even saying goodbye when she logged off. He opened the terminal box and indeed found the introduction to mutated sprites in the database. Mutated sprites, a rare species in the universe. They only inherit the mutation abilities of their race, with appearance and body shape generated randomly, not inheriting their parents' looks. Therefore, their groups are diverse and varied, making it hard to find two similar mutated sprites. Each mutated sprite has at least one special ability, and like their appearance, their special abilities are also different, even unique within the entire race. If other species consume a mutated sprite, they have a chance to gain its special ability, which is why mutated sprites are hunted to near extinction. After reading this introduction, Xiao Jian was stunned for a long time. Indeed, the universe is full of wonders. He also understood that the fierce beast resembling a leopard was desperately chasing the little lump's mother because it wanted the little lump's special ability. No wonder the little fairy warned him not to reveal the little lump's secret. This little one was like Tang Seng's meat, and once exposed, everyone would want to cook it. Through this incident, Xiao Jian felt a bit more fond of the little fairy. Although she was cold, she didn't seem to have a bad heart. From her last reply, it seemed something had happened in the base. Xiao Jian hurriedly got up and headed back to the base. When he returned, he saw a fluffy white ball standing on a chair, chattering away about something. Perhaps the chair was too high for it to see the image, as it was also covered with a layer of soft fabric, and it surprisingly held a terminal box in its hands. The chair was draped with a yellow cloth that seemed somewhat familiar. It looked similar to the color of his bedding. He glanced at the bed and was instantly dumbfounded. The legs and edge of the bed were gone, leaving only a bedboard collapsed on the floor. The fabric on the chair had indeed been torn from his bedding. "You come down here. Did you do this?" Xiao Jian pointed at the bedboard on the ground, his voice a bit raised, with a hint of anger. The little lump cried out, causing Xiao Jian to feel a loss. He wiped his hands on his clothes, approached, picked up the little lump, gently patted its back, and offered a piece of dry cake to its mouth. The little lump completely ignored him, using its agile little hands to push the dry cake away while continuing to cry. Xiao Jian didn't know how to comfort it, so he brought over the water bottle that had rolled into the corner. The little lump's eyes lit up at the sight of the bottle. It licked its slightly dry lips and stopped crying. However, when it took the water bottle and saw it was empty, it began to cry again. It seemed it was thirsty. Xiao Jian hurriedly bought 2 bottles of water from the system, twisted the caps open, and handed them to it. The little lump took the bottle, gulped it down in one go, then looked longingly at the water bottle in Xiao Jian's hand. Seeing that Xiao Jian didn't give it the bottle, tears began to well up in its eyes again. Xiao Jian quickly handed it the water bottle, then bought 2 more bottles from the system. The little lump drank 3 bottles of water in one go and finally lay in his arms, satisfied and asleep. Xiao Jian stared at the 4 empty water bottles in a daze. In less than half a day, it had drunk all 4 bottles clean. He truly felt he had picked up an ancestor. Not to mention food, he couldn't even afford to provide enough water. This mutated sprite drank water so voraciously. How did it survive normally? Right, it must know where there are water sources. Holding the little lump, Xiao Jian carried the 4 empty bottles back to the swamp and, along the edge of the swamp, walked for over an hour before the little lump finally woke up. Xiao Jian used all his strength to communicate with the little lump through gestures. Finally, the little dumpling understood Xiao Jian's meaning. It led Xiao Jian to the foot of a mountain, stopping in front of a cave. A cool breeze blew from the cave, carrying a humid scent and the sound of trickling water. Xiao Jian picked up the little dumpling and walked deeper inside. In a crevice, he discovered the source of the water. Water flowed slowly from the crack, forming a clear pool. Xiao Jian felt immense surprise and excitement. This was the first water source he had encountered in an unknown space, and it held significant meaning for him. He carefully approached the pool. gently touching the water's surface with his hand, feeling its moisture and coolness. This water source gave him hope and comfort. With it, not only could he solve his drinking problem, but he could also plant various crops. He remembered that there were seeds for sale at the auction house, and, currently, no one had purchased them. However, the seeds were expensive, costing 10 contribution points for a pack. He only had a few contribution points gifted by the system, and he had already spent 2 points to buy water for the little dumpling, leaving him without enough money to buy even 1 pack of seeds. Thinking about the water in the system, which cost half a contribution point per bottle, was quite profitable. Could he also sell water? Xiao Jian opened the chat channel, finding only a few messages. Many people should still be out since it was daytime. Ghost King, I ate 5 kids, and I'm still hungry. Do you have any food? I have no contribution points left. I can trade with a machete. Ice Emperor Alien. This ghost weather is so hot. The water in the system is ridiculously expensive. If anyone find a water source, get me some. I'm dying of thirst. Everyone, please give a good review. Click to rate, choose good looking, and leave a message in the book review. There will definitely be rewards later. You know what I mean. Chapter 60. Metal Monsters in the Swamp. Xiao Jian immediately posted a message stating, selling water, 0, 2 per bottle. Please bring your own water bottles. Serious inquiries only. Ice Emperor Alien. Wow. Big shot. Did you find a water source? Quickly give me 11 bottles. I have 11 empty bottles. Where's this guy from? It doesn't feel particularly hot, yet he has already drunk 11 bottles of water. Is he that afraid of the heat? Okay, send me the water bottles. Xiao Jian quickly replied, and soon he received a dozen friend requests. Lowly Soft Sister. Big shot, I want 3 bottles. After completing a transaction with the Lowly Soft Sister, another dozen people added him as a friend, all wanting to buy water. Aside from the Ice Emperor Alien buying 11 bottles at once, others bought 2 or 3 bottles. Probably because they also didn't have extra water bottles. Xiao Jian sat in the cave for just 1 hour and sold over 100 bottles of water, earning more than 20 contribution points. He immediately bought a pack of seeds at the auction house. This business was really good. Unable to contain his joy, Xiao Jian picked up the little dumpling and gave it a kiss on its forehead. It was all thanks to the little dumpling. After sitting for a moment and seeing no one else contacting him, Xiao Jian put away the terminal box and got up to return to the base. Just a few steps away, he suddenly stopped and stared at the terminal box in his hand. It could transport minerals, could also transport sludge. He set the transport target to himself and aimed the light beam at a pile of rubble, clicking the transport confirmation button. Instantly, the rocks disappeared, filling him with confidence. He placed the little dumpling on his shoulder and quickly returned to the swamp. Adjusting the transport device's light ring to the maximum, he pressed the transport button. Within the coverage of the green light beam, all the sludge instantly vanished, revealing a hard surface. Xiao Jian looked at the terminal box happily, forgetting that the transport destination was his own base, and just kept transporting towards the swamp. Soon, he had opened up a safe passage in the swamp, and unexpectedly, he discovered a ground full of robot wreckage. However, Xiao Jian did not recover these robot remains. Instead, he transported them along with the sludge. The passage he had opened could be submerged by sludge at any time, and he needed to maintain the transport mode. He couldn't frequently open the recovery system to collect these low-value items. His target was the elongated box ahead. When Xiao Jian saw this elongated box, even though he had already seen it in his mind, he was still shocked. This elongated box was made up of several rectangular metal boxes connected together, each rectangular box exceeding 30 feet in length and over 20 feet in height and width. The rectangular boxes were connected by 2 hemispheres, resembling movable joints. The entire elongated object looked like a centipede that could twist and turn, with a sharp conical head engraved with spiral grooves. The surroundings of the elongated object were filled with serrated metal wheels, and there were many metal claws between the wheels, resembling steel shovels used for digging or the legs of a centipede. Upon seeing this metal monster, the little dumpling's eyes lit up. It stretched out its nimble little hand, pointed at it, squeaked a few times, jumped down from Xiao Jian's shoulder, and joyfully ran over. Its short legs made it bounce like a fluffy ball on the ground, causing Xiao Jian to chuckle. When it reached the side of the box, it bounced up like a rubber ball, reached out, and one will instantly disappeared. Xiao Jian stared in astonishment at its actions, unable to recover for a long time. How did that wool just suddenly vanish? Then, the little dumpling removed a dozen more wheels before happily running back and jumping onto Xiao Jian's shoulder. Xiao Jian was very curious. He felt around the little dumpling, but found nothing unusual. Where did it put those wheels? The little dumpling swayed its body, strongly resisting Xiao Jian's impolite behavior, and chattered at him for a while before jumping down from his shoulder in dissatisfaction. Seeing the little dumpling looking unhappy and being unable to communicate with it, Xiao Jian had to give up on further exploration. He circled around the box, preparing to enter and obtain items of recovery value. But the entire elongated box was tightly sealed, showing no signs of doors or windows. The terminal box in Xiao Jian's hand remained in transport mode, continuously sending out the surrounding sludge. But the sludge was still rushing into the passage, gradually filling the space, and it was getting faster. The transport speed of the terminal box couldn't keep up with the flow of sludge. If he waited any longer, it would become increasingly troublesome. Xiao Jian didn't have time to think more. He quickly switched the transport mode to recovery mode and aimed the green light beam directly at the box to recover it. The beam was insufficient to cover the entire elongated box, and with each recovery operation, a segment of the box would disappear, as if a sharp knife was cutting through tofu. In just a short while, the entire box was completely recovered. He couldn't check the recovery results, so he grabbed the little dumpling and quickly retreated. As soon as they returned to the shore, the passage they had walked through was once again filled with sludge. At this moment, the sludge in the swamp had become thinner. The flow speed of the thin sludge was several times faster than before, and the transport speed of the terminal box would definitely not be able to keep up with this flow. Xiao Jian patted his chest, thankful that he had run fast. Otherwise, he would have been stuck in the swamp. Back at the place where the base was located, looking at the mountain of accumulated sludge in front of him, Xiao Jian was completely dumbfounded. He circled the sludge several times before confirming that the base was buried beneath it. At this moment, the terminal box beeped twice, and when Xiao Jian opened it, he saw a message pretending to be from a little fairy. Got it. The other party seemed to never say anything extra. Speaking very concisely, Xiao Jian was shocked by her message. Could she be hiding nearby? Otherwise, how could she know so quickly? Little Tawanzi saw a picture pretending to be a little fairy and happily pointed at it, chirping nonstop. Xiao Jian didn't understand what it was babbling about. He climbed to a high spot to look around, but didn't find anything unusual. After thinking for a moment, he gave up on searching further. The terrain here was quite complex, with towering rocks everywhere, and if she was deliberately hiding nearby, it would be difficult for him to find her for a while. So far, Xiao Jian hadn't felt any malice from her. She probably didn't have any ill intentions towards him. The base was still buried in the muck, and without a place to go, Xiao Jian casually found a rock to sit on. Chapter 61, Daodu Spring. A bit sweet after recovering a long rectangular box in the swamp, he hadn't had time to check the recovery results. Xiao Jian eagerly opened his account and was shocked to find there were actually 15,000 contribution points, although the little fairy had mentioned it before. Seeing that number still made his heart race with excitement. He didn't expect that long rectangular box to be so valuable. To put in perspective, a complete robot carcass only had a recovery value of 15 points. Xiao Jian was very curious about what this long rectangular box was. At the time of recovery in the swamp, the situation had been urgent, and he hadn't looked at the feedback information from the recovery system. The box had wheels on all four sides and was made entirely of metal. If it was a vehicle, how could such a heavy thing move on uneven ground? Xiao Jian shook his head, deciding not to dwell on these questions any longer. If metal robots could run all over the mountains and serve as soldiers, it wouldn't be surprising for a metal box to move as well. There were many things he couldn't understand, and he didn't mind adding this one to the list. Perhaps he would gradually figure them out in the future. Thinking of his own world, compared to these items here, it felt like he was in the Stone Age. Just imagining being able to create these things was exciting. Xiao Jian chuckled self-deprecatingly at the absurdity of his thoughts. Wasn't he just daydreaming in broad daylight? He transferred 8,000 contribution points to the little fairy, of which 500 points were for purchasing a terminal box. This had been agreed upon from the start, The coordinates were provided by the little fairy, and the recovery profits were to be split evenly between them. After transferring the points, he suddenly remembered that little Tawanzi also had a terminal box. He looked at little Tawanzi, pointed at the terminal box in its hands, and asked little Tawanzi, "Where did you get this from?" "Chirp, chirp." Little Tawanzi seemed only able to say chirp, or sometimes chatter. It looked like it was trying to talk, but Xiao Jian couldn't understand what it was saying. When little Tawanzi saw him shake his head, it opened its terminal box, pointed at the picture of the little fairy, and continued to chirp. Seeing that Xiao Jian still didn't understand, it took the terminal box from Xiao Jian's hands, skillfully added him as a friend, and then started chirping into its own terminal box. Chirp. Xiao Jian took back his terminal box and couldn't help but laugh. "Little Tawanzi, this little box is a gift from my sister." It turned out that the chirp it mentioned was supposed to mean sister, but it just sounded like chirp. Looking at the message sent by little Tawanzi, Xiao Jian admired the power of the base, which could even translate the language of mutated spirits. With the base acting as a translator, it would be much more convenient for future communications with little Tawanzi, and they wouldn't be speaking different languages anymore. Thinking of the messy bed that little Tawanzi had made in the base, he asked through the terminal box, "Little Tawanzi, where did you put the bed we sleep on?" "Hungry tasty," little Tawanzi said, smacking its lips as if still wanting more. Xiao Jian understood. No wonder it hadn't eaten the dry biscuits he had left for it. It turned out that it actually ate metal. Xiao Jian's heart sank again. What kind of species was this? What couldn't it eat? It actually needed to eat metal. How could it digest that? Looking at little Tawanzi's tiny white teeth, could it really chew metal? If he told people back in his world about this, they probably wouldn't believe it at all. Recalling the dozen or so metal wheels he had lost in the swamp, could it be that they were all eaten by it? That was quite a lot. "Did you eat those wheels?" Xiao Jian asked, gesturing with his hands to make a circle and then pointing to little Tawanzi's mouth. Little Tawanzi shook its little head and patted its round, fluffy belly, replying here. Saying this, it suddenly produced a wheel and placed it on the ground, which was several times larger than little Tawanzi's body. "Wow, this little one is too strange." Xiao Jian picked up little Tawanzi and looked all around, still not understanding where the wheel had been hidden. He asked little Tawanzi again, but it told him that it only knew how to put things away and take them out, and it didn't know where things went. Since little Tawanzi itself didn't know, Xiao Jian could only give up for now, compared to the base S ability to transport items. Little Tawanzi's skill wasn't that surprising. Xiao Jian looked at the muck in front of him and started to feel troubled. This muck had to be dealt with. Otherwise, they would have to live outside. The system's data had warned that the nights here were extremely unsafe. "Little Tawanzi, does your terminal box have a transmission function?" Xiao Jian suddenly thought of a solution. He could send the muck to little Tawanzi's terminal box. Little Tawanzi misunderstood Xiao Jian's meaning, hurriedly hiding the terminal box behind its back, looking at Xiao Jian with a face full of vigilance, and tears began to well up in its eyes. "Don't take my terminal box, it's a gift from my sister." Xiao Jian was speechless. This little one was hopeless. Just by looking at its expression, he could tell it had become obsessed with the chat channel. "I'm not taking yours, I just want to borrow it for a moment." Seeing little Tawanzi was about to cry, Xiao Jian hurriedly explained. "Really not taking mine?" Little Tawanzi hesitated, taking out the terminal box with its big eyes fixed on Xiao Jian, afraid he would take it and not return it. "Just give it to me. I have my own. Who wants yours?" Xiao Jian opened little Tawanzi's terminal box, moved the transmission beam to a lower area outside the base, then opened his own terminal box to transmit the muck from inside the base. Instantly, the muck began to transfer out in piles, just like animal waste. Xiao Jian was very happy. This thing was truly useful. Little Tawanzi also found it fun, bouncing around with its terminal box and picking up a large pile of robot scraps from the muck. These scraps had been transmitted over while clearing the muck. Finally, the base was cleared of muck, but it was still dirty inside, making it uninhabitable. Xiao Jian picked up little Tawanzi again and returned to the cave with water, continuously transferring water from the pool to the base, working all night. Little Tawanzi also stayed awake all night, sitting on the side with its terminal box, busy with something. As long as it didn't cry or make a fuss, Xiao Jian didn't bother with it. Back at the base, Xiao Jian worked for several more hours before finally cleaning it up. He was so tired from today work that he decided to stay at the base to rest. He opened the chat channel and unexpectedly found a pinned advertisement from a user named Little Sweet Bean. Doubt his spring a bit sweet. Who was this Little Sweet Bean? They had even found a water source. Xiao Jian didn't pay much attention. He no longer cared about the income, and it was fine if someone else was selling water. He was happy to have some free time. Chapter 62. Stockpiling seeds and terminal boxes. Please call me Garbage King. Huh? I'm rich. 500 contribution points in hand. I should be the first millionaire, right? Fried cute. Oh, Garbage King, what good stuff did you find? Share a little. I scoured the area and only found 2 robot scraps, earning just 30 points. The recycling device can identify the name of an item simply by aligning the green light beam with it during the recycling process. Therefore, people no longer refer to it as a metal person. Everyone knows it's a robot. Please call me Garbage King. Little cutie, there's no energy box in your robot, right? Fried little cutie. Nope, the place for the energy box is just a pile of powder. Once the energy box is depleted, it automatically shatters. And this is all explained in the system documentation. I don't know how long this battlefield has been here. If the robot isn't completely destroyed, even a tiny portion still consuming energy will deplete the energy box. So, it's hard to find usable energy boxes among the robot wreckage. Please call me Garbage King. So it's all used up, and the robot wreckage isn't worth much. An entire robot wreckage is only worth 15 points. From head to toe, cool. I found a large group of robot wreckage, and there was only 1 energy box left, but that's still pretty good. I earned 300 contribution points. Everyone started showing off their gains, perhaps due to becoming more familiar with the area, as their activity range began to expand, and the harvest over the past 2 days was quite decent. The highest gainers were indeed Garbage King, with the closest being from head to toe cool, with just over 300 points. Of course, there might be hidden treasures. Both Xiao Jian and the one pretending to be a little fairy already had several thousand points, but neither of them showed off their gains. Xiao Jian opened the auction house again and inadvertently discovered that the terminal boxes were continuously decreasing, one at a time, with a very regular time interval. It was obvious that one person was buying them. The auction house has a rule that one person can only buy one identical item within a certain time frame. The key point is that the terminal boxes are limited, with 719 in total, 1 for each survivor. If someone buys an extra 1, then definitely someone else will be left without one. Xiao Jian immediately understood that someone was stockpiling them. Without hesitation, he also participated in a rush to buy. He first rushed to buy terminal boxes. Seeds are also limited items, and there were still more than 700 packs in the auction house, which cost 10 points per pack. So Xiao Jian bought 1 pack whenever the time was right. Soon, Xiao Jian noticed that the rate of decline in the number of seeds was accelerating. It seemed that another stockpiler had arrived, probably due to insufficient funds, as they only bought seeds and not terminal boxes. Xiao Jian glanced at the dry cakes and water. These 2 items are unlimited, and he couldn't tell if anyone was buying them at the moment. Since dry cakes and water wouldn't earn any money, he didn't purchase them. After a busy night, Xiao Jian finally used up all his 7,000 contribution points, spending 6,000 points on 40 terminal boxes and 1,000 points on 100 bags of seeds. Looking at the auction house, there were still over 600 terminal boxes left. If he wanted to make money by selling terminal boxes, he needed to clear the stock, which was no small amount. Xiao Jian began to doubt whether he had been too rash this time. Looking at his empty account, he felt like he had become a pauper again. He needed to earn contribution points quickly. Since he had already started stockpiling, there was no reason to give up halfway. He thought of the robot wreckage in the swamp. Now that he had 2 terminal boxes, recycling the wreckage would be much easier. Before leaving, Xiao Jian adjusted the light beam of the base's teleportation device to a low-lying area outside, as he didn't want the base to be submerged again. With the little dumpling on his shoulder, they returned to the swamp. Looking at the endless swamp, Xiao Jian felt incredibly small. The path he had opened when recycling the long boxes had long been submerged by the muddy water, leaving no trace. He focused on the depths of the swamp, and soon an image of the swamp appeared in his mind. Xiao Jian's attention quickly searched through the image. The entire swamp looked like a giant funnel, with the mud getting deeper as he approached the center. When his consciousness reached the central position, he surprisingly discovered a dark cave entrance. The entrance was about the size of a small hill, and the cave was bottomless. Xiao Jian even felt that the entire swamp was the outer edge of this cave entrance. As soon as his consciousness probed slightly into the cave, his insight ability automatically withdrew. In the deep cave, he saw many long rectangular boxes and other items, but due to the cave's depth, he couldn't clearly see their specific shapes. This deep cave was far from the shore and very deep. With his current abilities, he couldn't reach that place. Fortunately, there were many robot wreckages on the shallow shore of the swamp. Salvaging these wreckages would also yield a significant harvest. This time, with the little dumpling's terminal box. The operation was indeed much easier than last time. He handed his terminal box to the little dumpling, letting it ride on his shoulders specifically for recycling robot wreckage. While he took the little dumpling's terminal box, responsible for clearing the path, the two were having fun and unknowingly walked deeper and deeper. At that moment, Xiao Jian felt the surroundings suddenly darken, and he looked up in confusion. The clear sky had been covered by dark clouds. Thunder rumbled. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, breaking the tranquility and comfort of the moment. Not good, it's going to rain. Xiao Jian tightened his grip on the little dumpling on his shoulder and immediately turned to run. The little dumpling felt like it was flying and excitedly clapped its hands and screamed. Just a few steps later, a torrential downpour poured down, and Xiao Jian's face turned pale with fear. He quickly instructed the little dumpling to hold tightly to his neck. He freed his hands, holding one terminal box in each hand, continuously clicking the teleport confirmation button, transporting mud while running towards the shore. The ground was wet and slippery, and he fell several times, not even having time to wipe his face before getting back up and charging forward. The mud behind Xiao Jian surged like a wall, rushing towards him to completely engulf him. Just as the mud wall was about to reach him, the mud on both sides of the path suddenly collapsed and merged with the mud wall. Combined with the dilution from the heavy rain, the mud became even more turbulent, forming a massive mud wave several meters high. The howling wind pushed the mud wave, crashing violently against Xiao Jian's back. He felt as if he had been struck by an iron hammer. His body lifted into the air, crashing onto the shore, sliding several meters forward before finally stopping. At that moment, the mountain torrents surrounding him roared with thunderous force, rushing towards him. Xiao Jian clung tightly to a rock, struggling to maintain his balance to avoid being swept into the swamp. The little dumpling, which had been happily shouting just moments ago, now clung tightly to Xiao Jian's head. Its short legs wrapped around his neck, becoming terrified, its eyes wide open, stunned by the scene before it. Chapter 63. Food prices suddenly soared. Xiao Jian looked back and saw that the path in the swamp had long disappeared, and the entire swamp had turned into a lake filled with muddy water. He let out a long breath. If he had been even a moment slower, even with the teleportation function of the two terminal boxes activated, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the raging mud. The teleportation function of the terminal boxes isn't continuous but intermittent. No matter how fast his hands were, clicking the confirmation button takes time. The system also has a brief pause after each item is transported. Upon returning to the base, the original low-lying area had turned into small hills of mud, with sewage flowing everywhere. Fortunately, the base was situated at a higher elevation. Otherwise, it would have been buried in mud again. The weather here changes like a child's face, unpredictable. This torrential rain showed no signs of stopping. Xiao Jian opened his account system to check his harvest for the day. It was pretty good, with over 3,000 contribution points added to his account. When he opened the auction house, he was stunned to find that the price of dry cakes had already risen. What used to cost 2 contribution points was now up to 20 points and was still climbing. Xiao Jian immediately purchased 10 packs of dry cakes. Both dry cakes and water could be purchased in units of 10 at a time. At this moment, the price of dry cakes suddenly rose to 21 points. He widened his eyes at the price of dry cakes. Without needing to look at the system prompt, he understood that dry cakes were unlimited. But for every 10 packs sold, the system would increase the price by 1 point. Xiao Jian then looked at the price of water, which remained at 0. 2 contribution points, but next to it, a number 1,500 appeared, and this number was continuously decreasing. Although the price of water had not increased, it had started to be supplied in limited quantities. Xiao Jian quickly bought 10 bottles of water. Although he didn't lack drinking water, the bottles might come in handy later. After purchasing water, it was time to buy dry cakes. At this point, the price of dry cakes had risen to 25 points, and Xiao Jian did not hesitate to buy another 10 packs. It was still uncertain when crops could be planted here. Although dry cakes were not tasty, they were currently the only food available, so it was better to be prepared. After buying dry cakes, he quickly purchased seeds. With food prices rising like this, it was uncertain how high they would go. Ultimately, he still had to rely on growing his own food. The auction house did not categorize the seeds, and Xiao Jian did not know what kind of seeds he was buying. He could only continuously buy one pack at a time. At this moment, the chat channel was buzzing with activity, various messages flooding the screen as everyone was cheering for the heavy rain. Most people did not notice the anomalies in the auction house. Of course, some people must have noticed, but no one would be foolish enough to mention it here. If everyone knew, the price of dry cakes would surely skyrocket. I've been in the water. Thank heavens, it finally rained. Heavens, what does it matter to me? Not a drop of rain has fallen here. Senior cute. Brother Water, haven't you been in the water all along? Are you still short on water? I've been in the water. Nonsense, I'm on a deserted island, surrounded by the vast sea, and seawater is not drinkable. Otherwise, I would have sold water long ago. How to eat enough? Looks like little Sweet Bean-s water selling business might be going down. I bought dozens of bottles from her. I wonder if I can get a refund? Sleeping to cook on Earth. She must have made thousands of contribution points. Even if she doesn't sell water, she won starve. I semper alien. What you said upstairs is not appropriate. Everyone should be grateful. Dodo didn't sell at a high price, so how could there be a reason to ask for a refund? This Ice Emperor alien was indeed right. In fact, you should have bought the most water. You actually like the sea because you like the waves. I've also bought over 10 bottles from her. This business is really easy money. Why don't I have this luck? At this point, Xiao Jian had spent all his contribution points, purchasing 40 packs of dry cakes, costing him 1,000 contribution points. He also bought 200 packs of seeds and 50 bottles of water, clearing out his contribution points again. He glanced at his account and found he had 15 points left. In the chat channel, someone finally noticed the anomaly in the auction house. Not pretty, not cute, yet still cool. Hey, everyone, quickly look. Did something go wrong in the auction house? Please call me Trash King. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Wasn't he the dry cake 10 points per pack? How did it become 40 points? Dragging a milk bottle around. The price of this bottled water hasn't changed, but what does that number 1000 next to it mean? I've been in the water. Heavens, are we still allowed to live? The price of dry cakes increases by 1 point for every 10 packs bought. And in the blink of an eye, it has risen by 5 points. Please call me Trash King. Oh no, that's old news. It has now skyrocketed to 55 points. I just snatched up 10 packs, and it rose by 15 points. The channel was instantly filled with cries of despair. How to eat enough? Oh my god, my contribution points are not enough. I only bought 1 pack of dry cakes. How am I supposed to live? Sleeping to cook on Earth. Woo, I just bought a terminal box and have no contribution points left. Could some kind person lend me some? Trading 10 packs of dry cakes for a terminal box is also fine. As soon as this message was sent, the price of dry cakes had already soared to 100. In the channel, apart from a few people lamenting their lack of funds, no one paid him any attention. Everyone was busy snatching dry cakes. It wasn't until the price of dry cakes exceeded 200 points that the rate of increase slowed down. It wasn't that people didn't want to buy them. It was that their contribution points couldn't even buy a single pack. It was evident that people had earned quite a bit of contribution points over the past few days. Otherwise, the price of dry cakes wouldn't have skyrocketed so quickly. Please call me Trash King. This rain, why won't it stop? If it keeps raining, the base will start flooding. Xiao Jian glanced outside. The heavy rain showed no signs of stopping, and the area surrounding the base had turned into a vast ocean. In the chat channel, no one was concerned about the auction house anymore. It was all pleas for help. Single eyelid cricket. Help. My base is flooded. Woo-woo, I'm gonna drown in there. Invincible little rice porridge. Ah, my base has been washed away by the flood. I semper alien. Damn it, there's a landslide here that bury my base. I've shared my coordinates. Anyone nearby, please come help me. This Ice Emperor alien, Xiao Jian had sold water to him before. and they had added each other as friends, so they were somewhat familiar. Xiao Jian opened the shared location and indeed saw his position, which was not far from him. Given his current stamina and agility, he estimated he could reach him in less than 2 days. However, sharing his location with everyone made Xiao Jian feel uneasy. He quickly sent a message to the Ice Emperor alien. You remove the location sharing. I'll help you after the rain stops. Just hang in there for 2 days. Ice Emperor alien. Thank you, boss. I can hold out for 2 days. From now on, you are my boss. I'll follow you. Everyone, please help recommend or give a good review. Thank you all. Chapter 64. The heavy rain awakens the underground beast the next day. The rain finally lightened, but the sky remained overcast with not a hint of sunshine. This little rain had little impact on Xiao Jian. He got up early and set off with the little dumpling towards the direction of the Ice Emperor alien. Before leaving, Xiao Jian sent a message to the Ice Emperor alien. I'm setting off to help you now. Are you okay? Ice Emperor alien. Boss, I'm fine. My name is Han Xiao, a person from Ice Emperor Star, Ice City. From now on, just call me Han Xiao. Seeing this message, Xiao Jian was quite surprised. Where was Ice Emperor Star? He had never heard of it before. Could it be that the people who came to this unknown space were all from different planets? Han Xiao, do you know about Earthstar? The planet he lived on was called Earthstar, and everyone from his world knew about it. Ice Emperor alien. Is Earthstar also a planet? I haven't heard of this planet. Boss, are the people here from different planets? Earthstar is the planet where you live, right? Xiao Jian had never actively contacted anyone in the chat channel, so he naturally did not know where these people came from. Han Xiao's message shocked Xiao Jian significantly. Who exactly were these guardians? How did they gather thousands of people from various planets here? What was special about the people gathered here? Why were they brought together? Was it really just for resource collection? Such a grand scheme to gather everyone from various planets together. Xiao Jian couldn't believe it was merely for resource collection. He pondered along the way, his footsteps never slowing. He had a good impression of Han Xiao and did not wish for any mishaps to befall him. After more than half a day, Xiao Jian's terminal box beeped twice. He quickly opened it to find a message from Han Xiao. Ice Emperor alien. Boss, I'm about to be harmed by someone with green light in their eyes. He directly entered my. The message abruptly cut off, clearly indicating he hadn't finished his sentence. What he meant to say was that he had directly entered his base. Xiao Jian looked at this message, his mouth agape in shock. Soul-eating evil spirits. How could there be soul-eating evil spirits here? He quickly sent a message. Hey, Han Xiao, are you still there? I'm on my way, you have to hold on. The soul-eating evil spirits could likely penetrate the outer walls of the base and directly enter inside. But how did it find Han Xiao's location? Could it be among us? Thinking of the soul-eating evil spirits, Xiao Jian's eyes began to bloodshot. It was they who killed his father, who killed the villagers of Xian Rimping, who caused his family to be shattered. He would kill one whenever he saw one, and sooner or later, he would exterminate them all. Xiao Jian did not slow down. Instead, he quickened his pace, sensing that Han Xiao might have already been harmed. It was already dark, and Xiao Jian continued to rush forward, running nonstop. Just as dawn was approaching, he finally reached Han Xiao's shared location. Not far ahead, half of the mountain had collapsed, with rocks and mud strewn at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Jian took out his terminal box, set the transfer target to the little dumpling's terminal box, and quickly transported himself forward, soon seeing the base buried in the mud. The base was tightly locked, with its windows and doors intact. Xiao Jian looked inside through the window and saw a complete set of clothes lying on the smooth floor. He took out his terminal box and pointed it at the base, which immediately popped up a message. Unclaimed base detected. You can reclaim this base, and your base will be upgraded to level 4. On the control panel, there were 2 buttons, Open Base and Reclaim Base. Xiao Jian clicked to open the base. Went inside and took a look around. There were no signs of a struggle. Only in Han Xiao's resting room did he find dozens of bottles of water and half a pack of dry biscuits. Xiao Jian used the terminal box to reclaim the base, which transformed into a ring that he wore on his finger. The soul-eating evil spirit that killed Han Xiao should not have purchased the terminal box among them, so it couldn't take Han Xiao's base away. Xiao Jian chose not to reclaim this base to upgrade his own, fearing that if Han Xiao had returned, reclaiming the base at that moment might harm him. If there was a chance to meet Han Xiao in the future, he would return the ring to him then. The sun rose, casting a radiant glow on the earth, bringing warmth and hope to all things. For the unknown space, the sunshine after heavy rain might not necessarily bring hope, but perhaps danger. Where the sunlight shone, tender sprouts began to emerge from the ground. At first, Xiao Jian did not pay much attention, but he soon noticed something was off. The growth rate of these sprouts was astonishingly fast. The sun had just risen a little over a foot, and these sprouts had already turned into half-foot tall green grass. Moreover, they were rapidly extending at a visible speed. Soon, the mountains were covered in lush greenery, resembling a vibrant spring meadow. As Xiao Jian stared blankly at this lively land, he suddenly felt a wriggling sensation under his feet, as if worms were stirring beneath the ground. Startled, Xiao Jian jumped back. Soon, small mounds of earth began to bulge up from the surface, growing larger until they ultimately burst open. A gaunt, emaciated monster slowly crawled out from the broken mound. Its body resembled that of a pangolin, covered in dry, cracked scales, giving it a lifeless appearance. Its limbs were short and frail, slightly bent, as if ready to spring forward at any moment. Long toes bore eagle-like sharp claws. Its head was triangular, with sharp angles dominating its entire face, covered in sharp edges like a razor. On either side of the sharp angles were small eyes that looked like dead fish, as if just awakened from slumber, dazedly observing its surroundings. Its mouth was at the base of the sharp angles, resembling a crack from which two fangs protruded, revealing its fierce nature. As time passed, more and more monsters broke through the ground. They paused for a moment before noticing the surrounding green grass. Suddenly, their limbs exerted force, and their bodies shot toward the grass like arrows, frantically devouring it. They gulped down the green grass without even chewing, as if fearing that eating slowly would cause them to miss something. The roots of the green grass were torn out from the ground, thicker than fingers and covered in root hairs. Once the roots were pulled out, they withered at a visible speed. The sharp-angled monsters would swallow the roots along with the soil, as if the roots themselves were a great delicacy. After consuming the green grass and its roots, the originally emaciated bodies of the sharp-angled monsters swelled up like balloons. Their limbs became plump, and their scales began to shine. Chapter 65. Life and Death Struggle with the Monsters. After the monsters had eaten their fill of green grass, one of them suddenly let out a low growl at its companions, opening its fang-filled mouth and charging at one of them. Soon, they were entangled in a fierce struggle. When one companion fell, the surrounding ones immediately pounced on it, tearing it to pieces. After devouring their companion, the monsters became stronger and more agile. The bulging muscles displayed their formidable strength. Their fangs gleamed, sharp as blades. Their eyes turned dark and spirited, revealing a ferocious glint. At this moment, they seemed to notice Xiao Jian, the anomaly. The surrounding monsters began to turn toward Xiao Jian, greedily staring at the little dumpling on Xiao Jian's shoulder, growling softly. Xiao Jian drew the sword at his side, and as one monster charged at him, he did not dodge or evade, but instead charged forward to meet it head-on. This sword was one Xiao Jian had picked up from the swamp, incredibly sharp. Just as the monster's sharp angle was about to stab into Xiao Jian's body, he sidestepped and swung the sword. The monster, unable to adjust its direction in time, brushed past Xiao Jian, and the sword instantly carved a huge wound on its body, shedding a large patch of its scales. Howl! The monster let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground. This scream immediately attracted the attention of more monsters, who all turned to look in Xiao Jian's direction. When they saw the little dumpling on Xiao Jian's shoulder, their eyes lit up as if they had discovered a delicious prey. They abandoned their infighting and turned to pounce on Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian continued to swing his sword, and in an instant, green blood sprayed everywhere, the nauseating smell filling the air. Xiao Jian felt the sword in his hand growing heavier, while the surrounding monsters kept multiplying. He had multiple wounds from the monster's sharp angles, and blood stained his clothes. At that moment, a monster that was clearly taller and stronger than its companions let out a low growl and slowly approached Xiao Jian. The monsters surrounding Xiao Jian heard this roar and moved aside, creating a path for the towering creature. Xiao Jian's heart sank. seeing the authoritative aura of this monster. It must be their leader. Judging by its size, it had probably devoured countless companions. Xiao Jian was already at his last gasp, barely able to deal with these low-level monsters, let alone this leader. Just as Xiao Jian was contemplating a strategy, he suddenly sensed a wave of malice emanating from the monster before him. Previously, surrounded by dozens of monsters, Xiao Jian had not sensed their malice because they were all after the little dumpling. Only this leader monster had locked onto him as its target. It knew that only by killing him could it obtain the little dumpling. When a monster leader was still a few meters away, it stopped, twisted its body, and suddenly exerted force with its legs. Just as the leader monster was about to spring into the air and shoot toward Xiao Jian, an image flashed instantly in his mind. At a critical moment, Xiao Jian's inside ability activated, and the predictive image clearly displayed the attack patterns of the monster leader. Xiao Jian was also taken aback when he saw the image. The monster's attack trajectory was not a straight line, but rather a curved shape. Moreover, unlike other monsters that only charged forward with their sharp horns, this monster was using its limbs and claws to the fullest. As it charged, its front claws swung left and right, and its body twisted accordingly, forming a shadow several feet wide. Even with Xiao Jian's keen eyesight, he could hardly see its real form. The monster leader seemed to be dancing wildly, lacking any pattern, yet nearly blocked all of Xiao Jian's escape routes. If it weren't for his perception ability, allowing him to foresee its attack route and moves, he would have definitely been unable to evade its claws after avoiding its sharp horn. Even though Xiao Jian already knew its moves, he still couldn't find a space to dodge. He could only fight desperately, swinging the sword in his hand and striking at the anticipated location of the sharp horn. In fact, when Xiao Jian swung the sword, the monster leader's sharp horn was still a few feet away from where he aimed. It was as if the monster leader presented its horn to him. As soon as Xiao Jian's sword came down, it eagerly thrust its horn right under the blade. Ding! A metallic clashing sound rang out, and a tremendous impact force instantly transmitted from a sword, forcing Xiao Jian to step back several paces, almost losing grip of the sword in his hand. Where the sword met the horn, sparks flew as if a hammer had struck an iron ingot. The monster leader was also shaken by Xiao Jian's strike, staggering a few steps to the side, nearly falling to the ground. Xiao Jian glanced at its horn, which surprisingly remained unscathed. The sword in his hand could slice through ordinary monsters like cutting vegetables, yet it left no mark on the horn. The monster leader was stunned. How did its invincible moves fail today? Moreover, coincidentally, its horn had collided with the opponent's weapon. Although its horn was tough, it still ached from the impact. After a moment of contemplation, the monster leader charged at Xiao Jian again. This time, Xiao Jian discerned from the predictive image in his mind that its horn was merely a feint. As its horn approached his body, its two front claws suddenly gripped the ground, and its body flipped over, using its hind claws to strike at his chest and back. This monster leader was truly becoming clever. Such a tactic was impressive. If he were to follow his previous strategy and swing his sword at the horn, his body would definitely be pierced by its hind claws. In fact, at this moment, Xiao Jian was also unable to swing his sword to deflect its horn. If the monster leader did not play tricks and charged at him head-on like before, Xiao Jian would have no way to withstand it. This current move seemed unsolvable, yet it actually provided Xiao Jian with an opportunity. Just as it was about to reach Xiao Jian, its front claws firmly grasped the ground, and just as its body was about to roll, Xiao Jian lunged forward, suddenly seeming to trip over something, his body diving down while his sword accurately pierced toward a point. At that moment, the monster leader's head was angled downward, nearly in an upside-down position, and its left eye happened to collide with the tip of Xiao Jian's sword. Ack! The monster leader let out a shriek, its body instantly losing balance and crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. In truth, if it weren't for this monster leader charging in boldly, Xiao Jian would have had no way to fend off the attacks of dozens of monsters. After the monster leader arrived, the other monsters hid nearby, watching the commotion, afraid to join in. With his foresight, Xiao Jian found it much easier to fight alone. The monster leader lay on the ground, wailing in agony, while the surrounding monsters began to stir restlessly, If they attacked again, Xiao Jian would definitely be torn to shreds. Just as they hesitated, Xiao Jian quickly pulled out the terminal box from his pocket and scanned his ring with his finger. The terminal box immediately displayed the base control panel, and Xiao Jian clicked to expand the panel. With a loud boom, the ring flew off his finger and instantly unfolded into the base. Many monsters nearby failed to dodge in time and were crushed under the base, while the other monsters were still in shock. Xiao Jian swiftly entered the base and locked the door behind him. At this point, the monsters finally reacted, rushing to the base and continuously ramming their sharp horns against the outer wall, the sound echoing like firecrackers. Xiao Jian let out a sigh of relief. He had tested the outer wall of the base and knew it was definitely not something these monsters could shake. It was not yet dark, but the chat channel was already buzzing with activity. I'm hungry again. What kind of grass is this? It grows so fast. I wonder if it's edible. Bang! So many monsters. They're fighting. Call me Trash King. I have a lot of monsters here too. They seem to have come up from underground. Thankfully, I didn't go out today because of the rain, or I would have been done for. Vegetarian mosquito. Oh my god, my light was eaten by a monster, and it followed me into the base. Woe is me. My location is 213,438. Can someone help me? Even a machete would do. I want to kill it. As soon as this message was sent, the chat channel fell silent. This vegetarian mosquito didn't even have a knife and would surely not last long. Indeed, after that, no more messages from him were seen. Xiao Jian glanced at the number of survivors, which had surprisingly dropped to 712. He remembered that the last time he returned, there were still 719. Among these people, most likely, many had died after the downpour. After the storm, it seemed everything had changed. Food prices were rising, and suddenly there were so many monsters outside. The days of comfort might be gone for good. Xiao Jian thought for a moment and decided to send a reminder in the chat channel, but he did so anonymously. There are soul-eating evil spirits that devour souls. The outer wall of the base may not hold them back. They could very well be among us, so please do not casually share your locations with others. The chat channel fell silent immediately. Even though they were not together, the heavy atmosphere could still be felt. After a long time, someone finally sent a message. Teasing ghosts in front of graves immediately asked, "Who are you? How do you know about the soul-eating evil spirits?" Xiao Jian ignored this person. Sending that reminder was actually a bit risky. If the soul-eating evil spirit saw this message, it could easily deduce that he was not far from the base he had just mentioned. It was even possible it would come nearby to check. After this message, there was again a long silence before everyone began discussing the soul-eating evil spirit. Some people here knew about it. At that moment, his terminal box beeped twice. Xiao Jian opened it to find a private message from someone pretending to be a little fairy. "You discovered the soul-eating evil spirit?" Xiao Jian did not deny it and replied, "The Ice Empire people were harmed by it. If we kill this soul-eating evil spirit, can we bring back its crystal core?" Xiao Jian had been worried about Shu Ya's situation, not knowing how she was doing. If he had an evil spirit crystal core, he was confident he could wake her up. Xiao Jian felt that the person pretending to be a little fairy was quite knowledgeable, so he asked a question. This time, the little fairy did not reply immediately, but waited a moment before responding. "Currently, it can't be taken. You can't provoke the soul-eating evil spirit. After you return, don't think about it either. Wait for my news." Xiao Jian also knew his own capabilities, the last time he killed the burly man. If it weren't for Shu Ya sacrificing herself to help, he would have been dead long ago. From her tone, it seemed she could help him obtain the evil spirit crystal core. She is indeed not simple. With her help, there is a bit more hope in waking Shu Ya. "All right, I'll wait for your news. Is there anything else you need from me?" Pretending to be a little fairy. "I can make some money, but it's a bit dangerous. Are you willing to go? Can I say no? Even if she is willing to help me get the evil spirit crystal core. Just because of the favor she did by giving me the terminal box, I have to go." "Go? How can I not go? It's my mission. There's no reason not to accept it. By the way, how much can I earn?" Xiao Jian answered very straightforwardly, even flattering a bit. But the last sentence still revealed his desire to make money. The other party replied immediately. "An energy mine worth 50,000 contribution points." Xiao Jian immediately perked up. In fact, even 5,000 contribution points, he wouldn't refuse. He replied without hesitation, "Go. Even if it means going through fire and water, I have to go." Xiao Jian indeed needs money now. Regarding stockpiling, the seeds for the auction house haven't even been bought out, and there are still hundreds of terminal boxes. If I just give up like this, previous investments might go to waste. However, there's no rush on this matter. After the price of grain increased, everyone's contribution points were basically exhausted, and no one was buying seeds and terminal boxes. After pretending to be a little fairy sent the coordinates, she sent another message. "Don't bring the little dumpling." Then she went offline. It seems that this time there might really be danger. Otherwise, she wouldn't specifically remind me not to bring the little dumpling. Just as Xiao Jian was considering when to set off, a progress bar suddenly popped up in the image. The return time was up. Fortunately, this time there was Han Zhao's base. Otherwise, he wouldn't know where to leave the little dumpling. A base with an owner will return with its owner. Only a base without an owner will not disappear from here. Xiao Jian instructed the little dumpling to stay well in the base and wait for him to come back. Upon hearing he was leaving, the little dumpling instantly burst into tears. Xiao Jian hugged the little dumpling, coaxing and patting, and repeatedly assured it that he would be back soon, which finally calmed it down. In Beishan New Village, Xiao Jian returned to his bedroom. Here, it still looked like when he crossed into the unknown space. He lay on the bed, sorting out his thoughts. The nitro powder he agreed to deliver to manager who must be sent. The next morning, Xiao Jian called Zhang Chun and Chun Bihua, asking, "Chun Bihua, how much straw alkali do we have on hand?" During this time, Chun Bihua had been continuously producing straw alkali, taking her children to cut grass and burn the ashes everywhere. They didn't spare the places Zhang Chun and the others had cleared, working hard every day. "Young master, we have over 40 pounds. Chun Bihua felt she was not idle, and even though she was busy every day, she was still very happy. Xiao Jian praised Chun Bihua and then discussed with Zhang Chun before setting off for Shangzhou City with 35 pounds of straw alkali, along with Fugui, Laifu, and Go-Er. In Shangzhou City, as Xiao Jian's group passed through the refugee camp and just arrived at the city gate, Go-Er leaned close to Xiao Jian and said mysteriously, "Young master, guess who I saw?" Xiao Jian turned to look at Go-Er. Go-Er quickly said, "It's that bandit who ran away with us last time." Xiao Jian was puzzled. The bandit who ran away was originally from Shangzhou, so what was strange about encountering him here? Go-Er continued, "I saw him sneaking around, so I followed him. There were more than 10 of them, and I didn't dare to get too close, but I vaguely heard them say something about blending in." The tens of thousands of refugees in Shangzhou City went unnoticed. There used to be wealthy households giving out porridge, but no one could sustain such consumption. And now there were fewer and fewer people giving porridge. With no way out for the refugees, trouble was brewing. They couldn't stay in Shangzhou City for long. They had to complete the transaction quickly and return. Just as Xiao Jian arrived at the city gate, a soldier came over to inspect. He pointed at some bamboo tubes on the ox cart and asked, "What are these?" On the ox cart were dozens of bamboo tubes, each the size of a small bowl. One end of the bamboo tube had a wooden handle, and the tail of the handle had a thin bamboo tube tied with scraps of cloth. Xiao Jian immediately handed over a piece of broken silver and respectfully said, "Sir, these bamboo tubes are specially used to hold potions. Look at those 2 big clay jars. They're filled with potions." The soldier stepped forward, opened the clay jar, took a pinch of powder, put on his tongue, and immediately spat it out while waving his hand as if to shoo away flies, letting them hurry into the city. Upon arriving at the grocery store, manager who was attending to customers and didn't recognize Xiao Jian at first. With a professional smile, he asked, "Sir, would you like to buy something?" Xiao Jian tapped his folding fan and said unhappily, "Manager who? How long has it been that you've forgotten me?" Manager who immediately reacted when he saw Xiao Jian tap the fan, bowed, and said, "Oh, it's you, young master. I was just joking. Even if I forget someone, I would never forget you. It's really not that I'm blind. Your change is just too great. Please forgive me." After some pleasantries, Xiao Jian and manager who went to the backyard, with Fugui carrying the goods behind Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian took out a piece of rabbit skin from Fugui's load, shook in his hand, and said, "Manager who, this piece of rabbit skin is made with dry salt nitrate. You can take a look." Manager who took the rabbit skin, rubbed it a couple of times, and said, "I trust your nitrate secret recipe young master. The last tiger skin was very well received by the owner, who specifically instructed me to wait here for you before leaving. Xiao Jian looked at Manager Hu in surprise and asked, Manager Hu, are you planning to leave Shangzhou City? Manager Hu peeked outside as if afraid of being discovered, then moved a bit closer and said in a low voice, It seems something is going to happen here. The owner told me to retreat to Jinjiang. Then he quickly returned to a casual demeanor and asked, I wonder if you brought the nitro powder this time? Manager Hu definitely knew some insider information. He probably had already sensed the unusual activity outside the city. Xiao Jian cupped his hands in thanks for the information and thought to himself that even if he didn't say so, he was aware that there were many long-staying places in Shangzhou City. He pointed at the clay jars Fuguwei had set aside and said, This is the concentrated powder for preparing potions. After exhausting all the materials, this is all I got. Don't underestimate this little bit of powder. 10 pieces of rabbit skin only need a small spoonful, and 1 pound of powder can nitrate hundreds of skins. Manager Hu took a pinch of the powder from the clay jar, examined it carefully. It was a pure white powder he had never seen before. He crushed it with his fingers and smelled it under his nose. I've never seen this kind of potion, young master. It's truly exquisite. Xiao Jian understood what he meant. He was still not at ease. He tapped his folding fan and said, Manager Hu, feel free to bring a few pieces of dry skin over. I can demonstrate for you to reassure you. Manager Hu politely replied, How could I doubt you, young master? Having you demonstrate will also help understand the usage of the potion. He casually brought over a few pieces of dry, hard skins. Xiao Jian didn't care what kind of skin it was, letting Fuguwei soak the skins in warm water. Then took a bit of powder from the clay jar and added it to the water, kneading it for a while before rinsing it clean with clear water. He said, The more you knead, the better the effect will be. It's normally supposed to air dry, but we won't fuss about it. Direct sunlight will work too, though the feel will be a bit worse. Manager Hu took the skin, shook it, and found it floated like fabric, much softer than raw skin, and said with great satisfaction, Indeed, the young master's nitrate potion is extraordinary. Please, come inside for tea. Now it was time to discuss the price. After Xiao Jian sat down, he tapped the folding fan in his hand and said, I won't hide it from you, Master Hu. The production of this potion is complex and tedious, requiring a lot of materials, including many precious herbs. We used over 30 people at home and worked hard for more than a month to produce this amount of powder. I brought all of it to you, Master Hu. A total of 35 pounds. Xiao Jian was not wrong. The materials were indeed numerous, and the burnt weeds could pile up into a mountain. Collecting the ashes from the plants was also very cumbersome. Master Hu stood up, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, Young master has put in a lot of effort. Just give me a price, and I won't bargain. 35 pounds of potion could yield thousands or even tens of thousands of skins, whether sold or kept for personal use. It was worth a lot. Xiao Jian extended 4 fingers and said, For taels of silver per pound. This is the lowest price I can offer you, Master Hu. I won't inquire about how much you sell it for. However, I suggest you dilute the powder before selling. It's simple to dilute, just mix it with water. Fu Gui, standing by, was dumbfounded when he heard Xiao Jian quote the price of 4 taels of silver. Just with Chun Bihua and some children, they made over 100 taels of silver. How is it so easy for our young master to make money? He's truly a genius. Master Hu's eyes lit up. This 35 pounds of potion, once diluted, could yield over 1,000 pounds. Generally, customers wouldn't buy too little powder as it wouldn't sell well, and too much would be unnecessary. If he sold diluted potions, there would be no such issue. Thinking of this, Master Hu's face bloomed with a smile, and he bowed at a 90-degree angle, saying, Thank you for your guidance, young master. The price will be as you said. Selling 35 pounds of potassium carbonate powder for over 100 taels of silver in this world is not considered a high price. It's unique worldwide. After agreeing on the price, Master Hu didn't even bother to thank him. He directly had his assistant bring the silver to Xiao Jian. Kaiamping let Fu Gui take the silver, tapped the folding fan, and seeing Master Hu's reaction, realized there was still more to discuss. He quickly picked up the teapot and refilled Xiao Jian's tea. Xiao Jian said, Master Hu, I also brought a new item this time. I wonder if you're interested. Saying this, he had Fu Gui bring over a piece of soap and handed it to Master Hu, saying, This is the latest soap developed at home. It could be used for washing hands, faces, bathing, and laundry. Master Who can try it out. Chapter 68. Material Procurement Plan. Master Who took the soap, examined it in his palm, noting its white, semi-transparent appearance. Habitually, he brought it close to his nose and sniffed. It had a slight orpiment scent. Again, it was something he had never seen before, and he asked, "I wonder what this is." "Oh, soap, right? How is it used?" Xiao Jian smiled and said, "Master Who, just use it as you normally would. This soap is not comparable to soap pods or lye." Master Who had his assistant bring a basin of hot water, put his hands in it, rubbed some soap, and lathered it up. The foam was rich and dense. After rinsing his hands in the basin, he felt particularly refreshed. He then rubbed some soap on his face, and upon seeing the dark water in the basin, he was stunned. "My face is this dirty?" He lifted his hand and touched his face, feeling much cleaner and fresher than usual, exclaiming, "This is truly a masterpiece, young master. How much soap do you have?" "I'll take it all." Soap is not like skin nitro solutions. Its target customer base is the entire upper class. With soap available, who would still use soap pods or lye? Xiao Jian smiled as he looked at Master Who, tapping the folding fan, and said, "Master Who has a good eye. Once this soap is launched, it will be hard for you not to make a fortune." He picked up the soap, tossing it up and down, and said, "Master Who, this piece of soap contains orpiment, which can repel insects and treat sores. This is just one type. We will also launch various fragrant soaps later. I believe the young masters and misses will love them." Master Who was all smiles, his eyes following the soap as Xiao Jian tossed it until Xiao Jian placed it on the table. He then bent down and clasped his hands, saying, "I owe this opportunity to you, young master. Just give me orders, and I will not decline." Xiao Jian, tapping the folding fan casually, said, "I trust your character. Master Who, as long as you are willing to cooperate, there will be many new products to come, each one just as good as this one. This time, the 20 pieces of soap will be given to you at a friendly price of 1 tael of silver each as a trial." Master Who stood up to refill Xiao Jian's tea again, saying, "Thank you for your consideration, young master. After I return to Jinjiang, I will certainly convey your intentions to the owner." With that, without any hesitation, he took out 20 taels of silver and handed it to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian took the silver but did not hand it to Fu Gui. Instead, he placed it on the table and asked, "I still need to procure some items this time. I wonder if Master Who can provide some convenience?" Master Who stood up and clasped his hands, saying, "Please instruct me, young master. As long as our store has it, I will definitely give you the best price. If we don't have it, I can help you arrange it." Xiao Jian said, "Orpiment and sulfur are things I always need. The other few items are not rare. One is cowhide paper, another is black oil. And I also plan to buy some grain to take back. I wonder if Master Who has any connections?" Master Who calculated for a moment and said, "The black oil you mentioned could be kerosene? That is not rare. Some people use it for lighting, though it has a strong smell. And wealthy families don't use it." Xiao Jian replied, "Yes, it's kerosene. I'm not using it for lighting. I need it for some rare items at home." Xiao Jian wasn't exaggerating. The use of petroleum was significant. The current fuses require the asphalt from petroleum to create a moisture-proof layer. I don't have much sulfur or orpiment here either. I can arrange for some elsewhere. It won't delay your matters. Cowhide paper is available in our store. That's easy to obtain." After hesitating for a bit, he added, "Grain prices have risen sharply. It's about 3 taels of silver per load now. And I can't purchase it in bulk. How much does young master want?" Xiao Jian lowered his head, slowly tapping the folding fan, while calculating in his mind. The silver from the last transaction had already been spent. This time's transaction was for 160 taels, and he planned to buy a few livestock and some miscellaneous small items and tools, so the money might be a bit tight. If something went wrong in Shangzhou City, he might not be able to procure supplies here in the future. This time, he needed to prepare more of the necessary materials. He needed to buy 25 loads of grain, 100 pounds each of sulfur and orpiment, planned to buy 2 plow oxen, as well as cooking oil, tung oil, black oil, cowhide paper, etc. He estimated he would still be short about 50 taels. Seeing Xiao Jian's troubled expression, Master Who said, "Is young master facing a difficulty? Feel free to tell me. Perhaps I can help you think of a solution." Xiao Jian looked up at Master Who, thought for a moment, and realized they weren't very familiar. Besides, Master Hu was leaving Shangzhou City, and he didn't know when they would meet again. So he lowered his head again, calculating which purchases to forego. The 2 oxen were necessary. Sulfur and orpiment could be reduced to 50 pounds each. Black oil and cowhide paper were not expensive, and he couldn't reduce the 25 loads of grain any further. As for the rest, he would buy as much as he had left. Finally, Xiao Jian raised his head, tapped his palm vigorously, and said, "This time, the materials I need to purchase are a bit much. The rise in grain prices was unexpected. I'm a bit tight on cash, so I need to calculate carefully. I hope Master Hu won't laugh at me. I wonder what the current price of livestock is. If the price of plow oxen rises again, he wouldn't be able to meet his purchasing goals this time." Master Hu said, "Currently, plow oxen are a bit cheaper, around 19 taels, while mules have risen to 17 taels. The price of orpiment has dropped significantly. I wonder how much more do you need, young master?" The drop in plow ox prices was due to fields being unable to be cultivated, while the demand for mules had increased because merchants were leaving Shangzhou City and needed mules to transport goods. The drop in orpiment prices was due to everyone clearing out their stock. Xiao Jian nodded. "This won't be a problem. We need 25 dan of grain. Please help me arrange for it, Manager Hu. We originally planned to buy 100 jin of sulfur and realgar each, but now we'll change it to 50 jin each. We also need 150 jin of black oil and cowhide paper. Manager Hu, could you calculate how much silver we need?" Manager Hu replied, "I'll take the liberty to gift you the black oil and cowhide paper, as I wasn't planning to take them back to Jinjiang anyway. As for sulfur and realgar, I'll still arrange for 100 jin each for you. If there's a shortfall, you can keep it here, and we'll settle it next time. What do you think, young master?" Xiao Jian stood up and cupped his hands. "You really haven't disappointed me, Manager Hu. I will make it difficult for you. After this transaction, you can send a worker to accompany me back to my home to collect the goods for payment. Do you find that suitable?" Manager Hu had been worried about the next transaction. If Xiao Jian found it inconvenient to return to Jinjiang, he could easily find another merchant to cooperate with. Hearing Xiao Jian's arrangement, Manager Hu immediately beamed and patted his chest, saying, "Your arrangement is just perfect, young master. Don't worry about the balance. However, my trip to Jinjiang is quite far, so if it's inconvenient for you to deliver the goods, I can send someone to collect them, and that way, we won't have any worries." Before leaving, Xiao Jian left a deposit and agreed on a delivery address. Then he took Fu Guwei and a few others to a restaurant for a hearty meal, even specifically ordering a plate of pig liver. Chapter 69. Busy training outside, Shangzhou City life at home was indeed a bit tough. In the past, he could eat whatever he wanted, but now he didn't even have any oil to cook with. Having come to Shangzhou City, he definitely wanted to have a good meal. Dog-ear thought pig liver wasn't as tasty as meat, but the young master had ordered it twice during their meals in the city. So he asked in confusion, "Young master, you always order pig liver. Is there a reason for that?" Xiao Jian glanced at Dog-ear and asked, "Do you have night blindness? You know, the condition where you can't see clearly at night?" Dog-ear looked up at Xiao Jian, realizing, "Oh, so that's what night blindness is. I used to have it, but it's much better now. Only a few hunters in our village have this problem." Xiao Jian smiled and nodded. Eating more pig liver will make night blindness disappear quickly. After saying this, he scooped some pig liver into Dog-ear's bowl. Both he and Fu Guwei did not have this condition, but in truth, Xiao Jian didn't particularly like eating pig liver. A small gesture like this moved Dog-ear so much that his eyes turned red, and he almost cried. Xiao Jian wasn't trying to win hearts. If his main subordinates all had night blindness, it would be quite limiting. However, it was a bit strange that Lai Fu didn't have night blindness. He must have hunted quite a bit. Xiao Jian asked, "Lai Fu, you seem to not have night blindness. Do you hunt often? Is it easy?" Xiao Jian thought that after returning home, he would gather everyone to go hunting to improve their living conditions. Lai Fu, with food in his mouth, mumbled, "Young master, hunting isn't easy. My father has never caught anything, and it takes me several days to catch a rabbit." After swallowing his food, he continued, "My father said that the mountains where we live all belong to the Xiao family, and we aren't allowed to hunt there." Xiao Jian was speechless. He had been wandering around and not taking care of business, and his father had never told him about the family's assets. It seemed their family was indeed a big landlord. No wonder the place they were living in hadn't been developed. It turned out to be private land. His father probably didn't even know that the water source here had never run dry. It didn't matter who owned it before. What mattered now was who had the power. Xiao Jian didn't concern himself much about the ownership issue. After finishing the meal, he went to the market to buy plow oxen. There were more plow oxen in the market than before. Xiao Jian chose two that looked stronger and then bought a cart. He spent 10 taels of silver to buy 150 jin of vegetable oil and 50 jin of tung oil, and then went to the iron shop to buy some tools for craftsmen. He gritted his teeth and spent over 10 taels of silver to buy a complete set of blacksmith tools. After checking his money bag, he found he only had over 30 taels left, and he had to reserve over 20 taels to make up for the grain purchase. Having mostly finished the shopping, he didn't linger in the city any longer. He bought a few trays of steamed buns, several large buckets of thin porridge and rice flour, and had Fu Gui and Lai Fu drive the ox cart while waiting not far from the city gate. The number of refugees outside was noticeably greater than yesterday, and their movements were more frequent. Xiao Jian didn't dare to drive the ox cart out just like that. He decided to first recruit some manpower. The first person he sent out was Dog-Ear, who was responsible for gathering orphans among the refugees. After he left with 15 orphans, Xiao Jian finally exited the city. As before, Xiao Jian first took a round among the refugees and found many new arrivals. These newcomers appeared to be better dressed and healthier than most people. There were also a few neatly dressed individuals recruiting laborers. Xiao Jian stood by and watched. They weren't recruiting craftsmen, but were looking for strong middle-aged men, only hiring 3 to 5 at a time. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in bright colors approached Xiao Jian and said, "Looking at you, brother, you must be a guard for a merchant team. Has your caravan teamed up with others?" Merchants generally team up for safety, having more guards to deter small bands of robbers. Xiao Jian glanced at the middle-aged man, whose skin was fair and didn't seem like someone who lived outdoors often. He looked like a shopkeeper. He cupped his hands and said, "We've already teamed up, and I'm going with Manager Hu." The middle-aged man returned the gesture and said, "Is it Manager Hu from the general store? Is he still in the city? With him looking after you, safety won't be an issue." Xiao Jian looked at the workers in front who were hiring and asked, "Are they your people?" The middle-aged man nodded, and they chatted a bit more. Xiao Jian then asked, "Why don't you hire those who look noticeably healthier?" The middle-aged man glanced around and replied softly, "Young brother, you should be careful. These people are likely hard to manage. Those who have survived until now are the ones with good constitutions. They can recover after just a few meals." Though the middle-aged man's words were vague, the meaning was clear. These newcomers might have dubious backgrounds, so it's best not to provoke them. Xiao Jian cupped his hands. "Thank you for the advice, brother." After that, he began recruiting. Just like last time, he specifically sought out young people with skills, and this time he hired a larger number, 30 in one go. He didn't care what kind of craftsmen they were, including carpenters, tilers, blacksmiths, stonemasons, bamboo workers, leather workers, and hunters. He hired all kinds and followed the middle-aged man's advice not to hire anyone who looked healthy. Leading these 30 people to the city gate, Fu Gui and Lai Fu drove the ox cart out. The 30 people surrounded the ox cart, but there were still some who were oblivious and kept circling it. Fu Gui and Lai Fu had a punch and kicked several groups of people away. The current refugees were clearly bolder than before. When they reached the Wang family's village campsite, there were still people peering at them from a distance. It seemed that this return journey would not be peaceful. It was still early, so for safety's sake, Xiao Jian ordered the carpenter to make a large number of wooden spears to place on the ox cart. He also handed out one spear to each person and asked Fu Gui to teach them how to use it, requiring no high standards. Just throw the spear out. And it didn't matter if they hit anything. The farther, the better. Xiao Jian watched from the side and finally noticed a sturdy boy who successfully hit the straw man's chest with all 5 throws. So he went over and asked, "What is your name? What job have you done before?" The sturdy boy knelt on the ground and replied, in response to the young master, "My name is Leopard. I used to be a hunter and practiced spear throwing since I was young." Xiao Jian patted the boy's shoulder and said, "Leopard, you did well. You need to work harder and show your best. Hunters are the best guards. They often fight wild beasts in the wild, are agile, and do not have night blindness. Unfortunately, there are not many young hunters among the refugees." He loudly told these newcomers, "You should learn from Leopard and quickly practice your self-defense skills so you can survive longer with dignity in this chaotic world. Xiao Jian had just finished speaking when a boy walked out from the east end of the team, bowed to Xiao Jian, and said loudly, "Young master, I have also been a hunter, and my spear throwing is not worse than his." The boy had been practicing his spear throw at a distance from Xiao Jian. So Xiao Jian hadn't noticed his skill and replied, "Oh, very good. Come here and give it a try." Soon there was another chapter. Everyone please help vote for a recommendation. Chapter 70. Encountering an ambush on the way back, the boy took the spear and threw 5 strikes, hitting all of them, then looked at the leopard as if to show off. The leopard was quite annoyed. He had just been praised by the young master, and now someone had interrupted. He glared at the boy and said, "Let's compete to see who can throw further." The boy was light and agile, and it would be hard to determine who was more accurate. He was confident he could win in distance. The leopard was much larger than the boy, and Xiao Jian also thought that the leopard would likely be stronger in distance throwing, so he nodded in agreement. The leopard took the spear, bent his body backward at a terrifying angle, like a bow, and quickly launched it forward, almost reaching a full 360 degrees. The spear flew from his hand with a whoosh, leaving Xiao Jian dumbfounded. The newcomer, however, calmly picked up a spear, grabbed a rope, weighed the spear, found its balance point, and tied the rope near the balance point. Xiao Jian watched the boy thoughtfully, realizing he had an idea. The boy took the spear, turned sideways, and spun around at an incredible speed, releasing the spear with a whoosh, and it flew even further than the leopard's spear. The leopard was extremely dissatisfied. Spear throwing was his unique skill, and today he had lost to this unknown boy. He glared at the boy and said, "You cheated. If I had tied a rope too, I would definitely throw further than you." The newcomer looked at the leopard like a monkey and disdainfully said, "That just shows I'm smarter than you. With your bear-like appearance, you'd lose every time no matter how many times we compete." The leopard was so angry he rolled his eyes. Xiao Jian was very pleased and patted the boy's shoulder, saying, "You're not bad, and you're indeed clever. What's your name? Are you also from hunting background?" The boy immediately knelt down and loudly said, "Thank you, young master, for saving my life. My name is Luingjie, which means handsome and outstanding. I have gone hunting with my father for a few years." Xiao Jian asked again, "Have you studied? How old are you this year?" Luingjie replied, returning to the young master, "I am 19 this year and have studied in a private school for a few years." Craftsmen are mainly skilled with their hands, more agile than farmers, and they became proficient in spear throwing in just one afternoon. In the evening, Xiao Jian felt that someone was spying on him nearby. He divided the 33 people into 3 groups for shifts to keep watch, and they managed to get through the night without any trouble. They were not far from Shangzhou City, and if things escalated, the city would send troops to suppress them. The lawless elements among the refugees dared not act too recklessly. The next morning, manager who led a dozen guards, driving 4 ox carts, and delivered all the supplies as promised. After the handover, Xiao Jian still owed manager who over 30 taels of silver. The two exchanged pleasantries, and in the end, 2 of the workers stayed with Xiao Jian, reminding him to be very careful on the road before returning to Shangzhou City. This time, the accompanying personnel were much more abundant than last time, with 33 strong laborers plus 15 orphans taking away all the purchase supplies, along with some spare people for rotation. On the official road, ox carts carried the supplies, while most people followed the carts empty-handed, with dog-air and live foo scouting ahead. Their clothing resembled that of refugees, making it difficult to attract attention. In the afternoon, not far from where they had fought the bandits last time, Dog-Air returned to report that there was an ambush ahead. To avoid drawing attention, Dog-Air had come back through the forest, sweating profusely and panting as he said, "Young master, there are more than 100 people ahead, definitely coming for us." Xiao Jian was not surprised. There had been people spying on them yesterday, and because they were close to the city, the other side did not dare to act. He had anticipated that they would attempt to rob them, and now that they were far from Shangzhou City, it was time for them to take action. Xiao Jian waved his hand to stop the convoy, looked at the surrounding environment, and pointed to a small hill nearby, saying, "Quickly move all the food supplies to the hill." The small hill was not large, only about 10 zhang high, with cliffs on 3 sides and a gentle slope facing the official road. This terrain was favorable for the defending side. In no time, The ox carts and supplies were all moved to the hill. Next, Xiao Jian ordered the carpenters to cut down trees and build a simple wooden wall on the gentle slope facing the official road. The others cleared the weeds on the hill to prevent the bandits from using fire attacks and directly burned areas that were difficult to manage. In fact, it was unlikely that the bandits would use fire. Their goal was to seize supplies, and using fire would mean they couldn't protect the goods on the hill. After finishing the wall, they saw a disorganized group of bandits rushing towards them from the official road, looking fierce and menacing. But they were too far away to see their weapons clearly. This group of bandits was likely the same group that Dog Air had spotted earlier. Realizing their prey had not moved, they had come back to look for them. Xiao Jian calmly took out the buns he had bought yesterday and, while distributing them, began a pre-battle mobilization. Those demons want to kill us and take our food. After distributing the buns, he stood on a high point and shouted, "Do you want to be killed by them? Do you want them to take our food? Tell me loudly." A few voices responded now. Xiao Jian shouted, "Everyone, stand up. Say it loudly." No. This time the response was much louder. Xiao Jian continued, "These demons commit all kinds of atrocities, killing and setting fires. Killing these demons is to act on behalf of heaven. Only by killing them can we survive." Then he shouted loudly, "Follow me and shout, 'Kill! Kill! Kill!' Fugui." Lai Fu and Dog Air led the charge, and everyone followed suit, shouting, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The shouts became louder and echoed through the sky, instantly boosting the atmosphere. Pre-battle mobilization is very necessary for those new to the battlefield. It helps relieve psychological burdens, and they might hesitate to kill. Shouting slogans can bolster their morale, reduce fear, and help them feel the strength of the team, reinforcing their recognition of the group. After eating their fill, the atmosphere became much more lively. Everyone took their positions behind the wall, each with 2 to 5 wooden spears. Xiao Jian, along with core members Fu Gui, Lai Fu, and Dog Air, crouched at the front of the wall with a pile of oddly shaped bamboo tubes at their feet and lit torches in their hands. At that moment, a small boy who was completely black ran over to report, "Young master, there are many bandits coming up behind us too." The child pointed towards the official road leading from Shangzhou City. Chapter 71. The Grenades' power on the hill. The bandits were quite clever, knowing to use a two-pronged ambush tactic. Fortunately, they had moved their supplies to the hill in advance. If they had been blocked on the official road, they would have suffered a great loss. Xiao Jian followed the black child to the north side, where he could see the official road toward Shangzhou City. There were also more than 100 people coming this way, about the same distance as the bandits to the south. He patted the black child and asked, "Good. You're very good. Tell me, what is your name?" Hearing the praise, the black child immediately knelt down, excitedly saying, "Young master, my name is Tan, Black Charcoal. I was born black, so everyone calls me Black Charcoal. Thank you, young master, for saving me." Xiao Jian nodded and ignored the kneeling Haiten, taking a few steps forward to carefully observe the edge of the hill. The slope on this side of the hill was several zhang high, and at the bottom lay the official road. Although the slope wasn't exactly a cliff, it was definitely not easy to climb up by hand. Because of the terrain, Xiao Jian did not arrange for anyone to ambush here. Turning back, he saw that Haiten was still kneeling, so he went forward and pulled him up. He then pointed to the group of orphans by the ox cart and said, "You go over there and pick a few children to keep an eye on this spot. If anyone climbs up from here, report immediately." Haiten shouted loudly, "Young master, don't worry, I will keep a close watch here. If anyone climbs up, I will tell you right away." After saying that, he knelt down again and said, "Please give me a wooden spear, I can use it too. If anyone climbs up here, I will stab him to death." This time, Xiao Jian was too lazy to pull him up again and said while walking, "First go pick people. After you choose well, go get the wooden spears. 1 spear per person." When Xiao Jian returned to the wooden wall, the bandits coming from the south had already arrived at the foot of the hill. They did not rush up directly. A burly man, wielding a mace, shouted for a while and selected more than 30 bandits, who charged up toward the hill with machetes and wooden spears. Their momentum was astonishing, because they were attacking from below and there was a waist-high wooden wall blocking them. The bandits did not throw their wooden spears. The wooden wall was made up of several upright tree trunks with horizontally placed logs, and these upright trunks were supported by leaning trunks. It was impossible to push down this wooden wall with human strength. To attack inside the hill, they had to climb over this wall. On the inner side of the wooden wall, there were also some logs and stones as stepping stones, allowing those inside to stand at a height and stab down with wooden spears. As the bandits began their charge, Xiao Jian loudly ordered, "Everyone, don't rush to throw the wooden spears. When they climb the wall, use the spears to stab them to death." Xiao Jian wanted to use this less intense combat to train the new recruits, letting them see blood. If they threw the wooden spears now, they would have nothing to defend with when a main force of bandits came up. The battle came very quickly, in less than a moment. The bandits rushed to the bottom of the wooden wall. First, they pushed against the wooden wall, found it unmovable, and then started to climb up. A fierce bandit quickly climbed up the wooden wall along an upright trunk, stood on the wall, and swung his machete, trying to cut the ropes binding the tops of the trunks. These ropes were the connection points for the upright trunks. If he cut the ropes, the trunks would fall, and the wooden wall would collapse. Just as Xiao Jian was about to get up to deal with this bandit, the leopard and Lu Yingjie, who were beside him, charged ahead. Lu Yingjie had originally been right behind the leopard. The two rushed forward at the same time, with the leopard in front and Lu Yingjie closely following. Lu Yingjie was slightly shorter than the leopard. Seeing that the leopard was about to get the first kill, Lu Yingjie stepped on a trunk with one foot, and his body instantly sprang up, as if he were flying through the air, hardening his height. He held the end of the wooden spear with one hand and thrust it forward with one hand, the spear piercing through the chest of the bandit above the leopard's head. The bandit let out a piercing scream and fell out of the wooden wall. The leopard gritted his teeth in anger. This kid was deliberately going against him. The target he had chosen was killed by Lu Yingjie. He did not slow down. Stepping on a rock with one foot, he moved laterally to the right where a bandit had just exposed his head. The leopard's wooden spear shot like lightning into the bandit's mouth. The bandit opened his eyes wide, mouth agape, wanting to scream, but ultimately only made a few gurgling sounds before falling down. Influenced by the excellent performance of the two, others with wooden spears also joined the fight, and screams immediately followed one after another. Xiao Jian, along with several corps personnel, retreated to the back, leaving the battlefield. There were only about 30 bandits, roughly the same number as their side. With the wooden wall blocking them and being in a high position, it was impossible for the bandits to attack with just this few people, which was just right for the newcomers to familiarize themselves with the battlefield. The battle came quickly and ended even faster. The bandits rushed to climb over the wooden wall, but as soon as they exposed their bodies, they were stabbed to death by the wooden spears held by those behind the wall. In just one encounter, more than 10 people died, and the remaining bandits scattered and fled quickly. At this moment, the bandits from the direction of Shangzhou City also arrived, with two groups totaling over 300 people. 30 against 300, a ratio of 10 to 1, suddenly increased the pressure on Xiao Jian's side. While Xiao Jian was observing the situation, a 7 or 8-year-old child bounced over, saying in a sweet voice, "Young master, there were bad people climbing the slope over there just now, and they were killed by Haiten and the others. 2 bad guys were killed," pointing in the direction of the north. Xiao Jian felt a pang in his heart, picked up the child, kissed his forehead, and put it by the ox cart, saying, "You are still too small. These are adult matters. Stay here and don't run around." He walked to the north side of the hill, where Haiten and a few others were hiding behind some rocks, each holding a spear, watching the official road. Seeing Xiao Jian approach, they stood up and said, "Young master, while you were fighting fiercely over there, 2 bandits tried to climb up from here, and we killed them with stones." Xiao Jian arrived at the edge of the steep slope and looked down. A rope with an iron hook was hanging on a rock, and at the bottom of the rope lay 2 bandits, one of whose heads was smashed to pieces. White brain matter and red blood mixed together. Xiao Jian patted Haiten on the shoulder and said, "Very good. Haiten, the youth team is officially established now, and you're the first captain of the youth team. This time, your youth team has made a contribution." The 5 boys who followed Haiten to monitor the official road hugged each other and shouted excitedly, while Haiten knelt down again, saying, "Young master, our youth team will definitely not let you down. We will do the tasks you assigned us well." The other children also knelt beside Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian pulled Haiten up and patted his head, looking at the other children who were still kneeling, and said, "Our family does not advocate kneeling. from now on. Don't kneel anymore. Get up. Xiao Jian had not yet thought about how to arrange these orphans. He had taken them in purely out of kindness, allowing them to do some tasks within their capacity, which did not go against his original intention, such as standing guard, which they were very suitable for. Chapter 72. Captured a batch of sticky goods. As they were leaving, Xiao Jian instructed Haiten, "Your youth team can mobilize the other orphans to monitor other areas of this hill. If you notice anything unusual, report to me as soon as possible." Haiten bent down and said, "Okay, young master." Xiao Jian extended his hand, adjusted Haiten's posture, placing his hands at his sides, and said, "From now on, stand up straight. Let your hands hang down and answer loudly with your head held high. Yes." Haiten immediately raised his head and answered loudly, "Yes, young master." Back at the wooden wall, the bandits on the opposite side were preparing to attack again. After their first probing attack, they had already figured out Xiao Jian's strength. As long as their 300 people charged together, it would be impossible to hold the line. The bandits also couldn't afford to waste time. Hundreds of people had to eat, and if they consumed more than they looted, it would be a joke. This time, a fierce bandit wielding a mace led the charge, and a dense crowd followed him toward the wooden wall. When the bandits were less than 10 steps from the wooden wall, Xiao Jian shouted loudly, "Everyone, leave one spear for yourself, and throw all the other spears to me. Throw." With the command given, wooden spears flew over from above the wooden wall, one wave after another. Meanwhile, Xiao Jian and several core personnel picked up strange bamboo tubes, lit the fuses at the ends, and the handles immediately emitted smoke, which they then threw toward the area where the bandits were more numerous. In less than 3 seconds, a series of explosive sounds rang out, deafening. These were the newly developed bamboo tube grenades. In the earliest grenade prototypes, 1 pound of black powder was loaded, producing an incredibly loud sound but with poor effectiveness. The bamboo tube could explode into smithereens, and, aside from those who were scared to death, the chances of being killed were negligible. The second-generation product consisted of 2 bamboo tubes fitted together, with the innermost tube containing 5 tails of black powder, and a large number of small stones placed in the gap between the 2 tubes. In a closed experimental space surrounded by wooden boards after the grenade exploded, very few stones embedded themselves in the boards, most only creating a small pit on the surface. The third-generation product improved upon the second, encasing the black powder in a cylindrical paper bag filled with realgar, maintaining the same 5 tails of black powder, but with significantly better results. Half of the stones penetrated the wooden boards, and some boards were shattered. The fourth-generation product was further optimized based on the second generation. First, realgar was mixed with tree resin to create a layer of resin on the surface, isolating the realgar from direct contact with saltpeter. When the black powder ignited, this layer of resin was quickly destroyed, allowing the realgar to react with the saltpeter instantly. Since the realgar needed to react with the saltpeter, the proportion of saltpeter in the black powder was increased. The final product was capable of completely destroying the experimental wooden hut, and the grenades currently in use are the fourth-generation products, which are much more powerful than wooden-handle grenades. This was still because the grenades used bamboo shells. If they were made of iron, their power would far exceed that of wooden-handle grenades. Xiao Jian didn't care what was happening outside. He just kept lighting fuses and throwing grenades, with explosions continuously occurring outside. After he finished throwing the grenades at his feet, he pushed over the wooden wall and shouted loudly, "Follow me. Let us kill these scoundrels." Fu Guwei and a few others were the first to rush out from behind the wooden wall, followed closely by Lu Yingjie and Baozi. Fu Guwei rushed out and slipped to the ground with a thud. It wasn't even raining, so why was the ground so slippery? It wasn't tea water on the ground. It was a river of blood, with body parts scattered everywhere. The blood flowed below, forming a small stream, and those who rushed out from behind the wooden wall were instantly stunned, quickly starting to vomit. Xiao Jian realized this wouldn't do and shouted urgently, "Charge forward. Kill these demons, kill these scoundrels, kill, kill, kill." His shouts finally awakened everyone. This was a battlefield. If you don't kill, you will be killed. Fu Guwei got up, picked up a nearby wolf-tooth club, and charged toward a group of fleeing bandits. Lai Fu, Dou, Liu Yingdi, Baozi, and others followed closely behind, with a large group of craftsmen behind them, armed with javelins. The bandits had already collapsed. Some had run far away. They were just throwing grenades outwards, with smoke everywhere, making it impossible to see the battlefield situation. Before finishing throwing the grenades, the bandits had already fled. Xiao Jian also rushed out, then saw that the bandits were running everywhere, and his own people were also chasing them, causing chaos. Xiao Jian was too lazy to chase. What would be the point? Killing them or capturing them? It all seemed meaningless. At that moment, on the official road to the north, the young team led by He Tan was escorting 3 bandits over. Upon seeing Xiao Jian, He Tan immediately stood straight, hands at his sides, and shouted loudly, "Young master, the youth team has captured 3 alive." Later, He Tan explained that when Xiao Jian charged out, they slid down the steep slope along the ropes left by the bandits, just in time to block the 3 fleeing bandits. He Tan jabbed the bandit with his wooden spear and shouted, "Kneel down." The bandit fell to his knees with a thud, crying out, "Young master, spare us. We're just refugees from Shangzhou. We were misled by rumors saying there was a lot of food here, so we came." The refugee pointed at a nearby bandit and said, "This person is one of them. He deceived us into coming here for food." He Tan immediately pointed his wooden spear at that bandit, who turned pale with fear and also knelt down. "Hero, spare me. I am just a little lackey from Xianren Peak. It was the big boss who sent us to rob the hero's convoy." The situation was basically clear. It was the bandits from Xianren Peak. Xianren Mountain is the mountain range behind Xiao Jian's news station, with the main peak of Xianren Mountain lying several hundred miles to the northeast of the news station. This group of bandits was located to the north of the main peak of Xianren Mountain, which was whom Daguerre and the others wanted to join. The craftsmen who had gone out to capture bandits returned in groups, bringing back more than 30 prisoners. Xiao Jian really didn't know what to do with these bandit prisoners. The key was that the landlord had no surplus grain, and he couldn't afford to feed so many people. Sending them to the government would require another trip to Shangzhou City, which was currently a powder keg. With his 30-plus people escorting prisoners there, it would be like delivering vegetables. Killing them was also hard to do, as they were just some hungry refugees with no way out. At a loss, he decided to let them go. They could go wherever they wanted. Xiao Jian couldn't understand why the craftsmen were so eager to capture prisoners. He couldn't criticize them either, or it would dampen their enthusiasm. When he decided to release these prisoners, they didn't want to leave, kneeling and bowing their heads, begging Xiao Jian to take them in. In the end, feeling helpless, he picked out 10 young and strong ones and gave the rest 2 buns and a bowl of thin porridge, each to persuade them to leave. Capturing prisoners had turned into a sticky situation for him, and he ended up losing a whole basket of buns. What kind of situation was this? Chapter 73. The planning of Beishan New Village. The battle was won. But aside from gaining 10 more mouths to feed and 3 lightly wounded and 1 seriously wounded, nothing was earned. This scene made the newly recruited craftsmen even more grateful to Xiao Jian. Seeing that even the rogue young master wouldn't take them in, they felt lucky to be chosen by him. Xiao Jian wore a mournful expression, lamenting his hard fate. In his trip to Shangzhou City, he had only bought 25 loads of grain, and even without adding those 10 new mouths, he wouldn't make it to the autumn harvest. Even if he did make it to the autumn harvest, next year's grain wouldn't be enough. He couldn't rely on sweet potatoes, as they needed to be saved for seed. He didn't know which way to turn at the moment. Not wanting to think about it anymore, it was almost dark, so they decided to travel through the night. Many people in this era suffered from night blindness, so they tied a rope for everyone to hold onto to avoid getting lost. They walked for most of the night until they reached the fork between the official road and the mountain path. They divided the remaining buns and thin porridge among themselves. And after that, they were on their own. It was almost June, and it wasn't very cold at night. They'd been working from dawn till dusk, carrying too much stuff, and there was a section of the road that hadn't been repaired, so they had to stop and fix it before continuing, or else the plowing oxen would struggle. After walking and stopping for 7 or 8 days, they finally returned home. Notably, the seriously wounded soldier had miraculously come back to life. This trip took more than half a month, and home had changed so much that it was almost unrecognizable. In the dark green sweet potato fields, dense sweet potato vines had completely covered the wide furrows. The seedlings in the paddy fields were already a vibrant green. When a breeze blew, it created waves of green. Large areas of newly repaired paddy fields were rippling with blue waves, just waiting to be transplanted. Middle-aged men in the fields were waving their ox whips, loudly urging their loyal old oxen. 2 sheep, along with their lambs, were leisurely grazing on the ridge, occasionally bleating a few times. In the square, a 5-room earthen house had been built again, with thin smoke rising from the kitchen on the west side. The children in the square were playing and frolicking, while groups of people were busy on the hillside. From nothing to something, a small mountain village finally had a semblance of life. Xiao Jian and his group stood on the mountaintop, looking at this long-lost scene, and some people started crying on the spot. So many years had passed, and the once peaceful scene, just like the one before them, was a picture that people longed for, finally reappearing today. Seeing those who were crying uncontrollably made him feel that everything he had done was not in vain. Even if it was just a fleeting moment, just a facade of peace in a chaotic world, it was worth it. Xiao Jian changed from his previous frustration and gloom to becoming strong again. If there was no food, he could rob. He couldn't rob from the common people, but there were still bandits and rogues. He would specifically rob their food to maintain this peaceful scene. Suddenly, he felt enlightened, standing on a protruding rock, cupping his hand around his mouth and shouting toward the village, "I'm back." The long echo rippled through the valley. The villagers looked up toward the mountaintop and saw Xiao Jian standing high on a rock, waving his hands as if floating in the air, and the entire village immediately became lively. A group of people quickly ran to the top of the mountain, some pulling cattle, others carrying goods, their faces beaming with happiness amidst laughter. The newly built earthen houses were already completed, with one room reserved as a meeting hall. And now the tables and chairs made by carpenters were all set up. Everyone gathered around the table to report on their family situations. Zhang Chun was the first to stand up and said, "The saltpeter workshop has made many improvements and has now produced over 1,000 pounds of saltpeter. For convenience in transportation, the workshop has been moved to the salt cave." Chun Bihua stood up and said, "The alkali production has never stopped, and many improvements have been made. In the past half-month, we have produced over 80 pounds of alkali powder." Zhang Dachui stood up to report, "Our land cultivation team has created dozens of acres of rice paddy, and these paddies have already been flooded, just waiting for the seedlings to be transplanted." Uncle Zhang stood up and said, "The seedlings can be transplanted soon. We use 600 pounds of rice seeds for seedlings, enough for over 80 acres of land, and the sweet potato seedlings are still being planted and are growing very well." Lu Shan stood up and said, "I'm mainly focused on planting. The irrigation ditches for the rice fields have been connected to the areas where we can cultivate." Xiao Jian said, "We will soon start transplanting seedlings. Before transplanting, we need to fertilize with the wastewater from the saltpeter production. The saltpeter and alkali production will be paused and resumed after the transplanting is finished." He turned to Chun Wenxuan and said, "This trip to Shanzhou City was very successful. Your gunpowder workshop does not need to participate in the transplanting and should resume the production of grenades as soon as possible." Due to the lack of realgar and cowhide paper, grenade production had already stopped, but this time the procurement had gathered all the necessary raw materials. The research and production of the gunpowder workshop were managed by Chun Wenxuan. Although he was young, he was meticulous and had strong practical skills, ensuring that the workshop was in safe hands. After discussing production, they shifted to military matters. Xiao Jian announced the formal establishment of the Xianshan Guard, currently divided into 2 squads, led by Baozi and Luingjie. The squad members consisted of 40 newly recruited individuals, and from this day forward, they would begin training in running, spear throwing, stabbing, grenade throwing, and formation drills. Luingjie and Baozi knelt on the ground and said, "We will never let the young master down." Xiao Jian did not help them up but turned to the door and said, "Haitan, teach them how to respond to their superiors." Haitan first stood tall, placed his left palm against his right fist, performed a standard fist salute, and loudly said, "Yes, young master." Then he helped Luingjie and Baozi up, teaching them how to perform the fist salute. The young ones learned quickly. After Xiao Jian demonstrated once, the youth squad executed the salute perfectly. Xiao Jian looked at Haitan and said, "From now on, the The etiquette for the guard will be guided and supervised by your youth squad, and no kneeling is allowed. He then told Lu Yingjie and Baozi, the food at home will only last for a month at most. Our guard must act quickly to sustain ourselves through combat. Simply put, they needed to go out and seize supplies from the rogues and bandits. If they did not acquire food within a month, the North Mountain New Village would face a survival crisis. He turned to Goer and said, you are temporarily in charge of the scout team. Choose 2 guards to immediately infiltrate Julong Mountain to gather intelligence on the mine and iron factory. Lu Yingjie, Baozi, and Goer all stood up and saluted, answering, yes. Among the orphans, there were many children under 10, and they could not pay attention to them for now. So a children's class was established with Xiao Ling as the class leader and Chun Bihua responsible for daily arrangements. Xiao Ling was unhappy, as others were called teams. But they were called a class. It just didn't sit right with her, and she insisted on changing it to a children's team. Everyone helped vote for a recommendation. The recommendation didn't cost anything. Just reading would earn it, or a good review would also be fine. Thank you. Chapter 74. Seizing food from the tiger's mouth at Julong Mountain. Xiao Jian could not argue with her. It was just a name, and she could call it whatever she wanted. After finally calming Xiao Ling down, he instructed the blacksmith Zhuzi and Shiwa to build the iron smelting furnace during their free time, as the ironworking tools had already been purchased during this procurement. He instructed Zhang Xiong to take time to build a charcoal kiln to produce charcoal for future use. The training of the guard team was managed by Lu Yingjie and Baozi, while the rice planting in the fields was overseen by Uncle Zhang. Xiao Jian did not need to concern himself with these matters, nor did he have the mind to do so. These days were busy with farming, and the guard team was undergoing high-intensity training, so everyone's appetite had increased significantly, and food had already been consumed more than half. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. That day, Goer finally sent someone back with news. What Xiao Jian had been waiting for was the information about Julong Mountain. Currently, the only solution to the food shortage was the iron factory at Julong Mountain. After the rogues occupied the iron factory and mine, they had begun producing iron materials and ores, which was anticipated. There are not many rogues left at Julong Mountain. The iron factory had only a few dozen people, while the mine had around 200. These rogue troops mainly targeted the internal workers. So having too many stationed there was meaningless. 40 against 300 was a huge disparity. Xiao Jian did not want to provoke the rogues. If they discovered the existence of North Mountain New Village, he would have to lead everyone to become refugees. But there was no other choice. There were about 70 or 80 people at home and only a dozen loads of food left, which would be consumed in half a month. If they did not find a way to get some food back, everyone would become refugees again. The merchants in Shanzhou City were fleeing in large numbers, and there was nowhere to sell their goods. The trade routes that had been painstakingly established were now cut off. Last time, it was still due to manager who's mediation that they managed to buy 25 loads of food. Now, even if they had money, it would be very difficult to buy food in Shanzhou City. After receiving accurate intelligence about Julong Mountain, Xiao Jian immediately summoned Lu Yingjie, Baozi, and Zhang Chun to discuss the strategy for attacking Julong Mountain. Once everyone was gathered, Xiao Jian looked at Lu Yingjie and Baozi and asked, "It's been 7 or 8 days. How is the training of your guard team going?" Baozi stood up and said, "Time is still too tight. Everyone has only become familiar with using the grenades, and we train in formation every day, with practice in spear stabbing as well." Lu Yingjie stood up and said, "The training of the guard team is definitely insufficient, but we can't afford to wait. It's just a few hundred rogues. With grenades in hand, I think we can give it a try." Zhang Chun was more conservative but also supported the attack, saying, "To train the guard team well, it would take at least 6 months to see results. If it weren't for the lack of options, I wouldn't recommend taking the initiative to attack Julong Mountain." Xiao Jian nodded and said helplessly, "Once the rogues notice the existence of North Mountain New Village, we will have to abandon this place and flee. If it weren't for having no other choice, I wouldn't want to provoke them." Saying this, he stood up and said seriously, "Attacking Julong Mountain is imperative. The 2 squads of the guard will set out immediately and rush to Julong Mountain." Lu Yingjie and Baozi stood up and saluted. Yes. The guard team, consisting of about 40 people, took the old route through Jinjiling, winding through the woods to Wangjia village. and secretly crossed the Xianren River at night. Around Xianrenping, there was no threat from government troops to the rogues. Their defenses were very lax, and there had not been any stationed troops on the Wangjia village side. After crossing the Xianren River, the guard team entered the northern slope of Jiulong Mountain, resting in the woods at night, while the scouts returning with information made their way up the mountain overnight to contact Goer. The next day, the guard team climbed to the top of Jiulong Mountain from the woods, passing through the Mute Wind Gap, and arrived at a cave about 10 miles from the mine. The sun was setting, and as they turned the bend ahead, they found themselves in a narrow valley. Xiao Jian didn't dare to rush into the dangerous area, so the escort team took a short break here, waiting for the dog to come and report on the situation at the mine before making any plans. Before long, the dog arrived, along with Lu Yingjie and Leopard, the two squad leaders, to listen to the dog's report on the latest situation at the mine and to devise an action plan. According to the dog's observations, there were no guard dogs at the mine, and the bandits lived in thatched houses opposite the warehouse, with a few people residing in the large tiled house as well. The mine had one hidden lookout and two visible lookouts. The hidden lookout was in the cave on the eastern hillside, the same slope where Xiao Jian and Fugue had observed the warehouse last time. The two visible lookouts were stationed at the watchtowers at the front and rear exits, with the three sentinels arranged in a triangular formation, allowing them to see each other. Leopard felt that attacking the mine would be somewhat difficult and suggested, "What if we attack the ironworks first? There are fewer people there, and once we take them out, we can all switch to iron-tipped spears." Lu Yingjie shot a disdainful glance at Leopard and said, "If we get discovered by the mine while attacking the ironworks and they prepare, how are we going to deal with those 200-plus people?" Xiao Jian also agreed with Lu Yingjie's viewpoint, stating that they must first eliminate the mine. If they allowed those 200 people to prepare, their 40 or so men would likely suffer great losses. There were too many bandits at the mine, and in close combat, they were not their match. They could only launch a night raid. It would be best to silently eliminate the 3 lookout posts. So Xiao Jian decided to conduct a night raid on the mine. Lu Yingjie looked at the dog and asked, "Have you observed how often they change shifts?" Xiao Jian glanced at Lu Yingjie, sensing that he had an idea. The dog looked up at Lu Yingjie and confidently replied, "For several consecutive days. The hidden lookout changes shifts every 3 hours, while the visible lookouts change every 2 hours." After saying this, the dog continued to watch Lu Yingjie, waiting for him to elaborate. It seemed that the bandits in charge of arranging the sentries thought that frequently changing the hidden lookout would easily expose its position, so they extended the interval for changing the hidden lookout. Lu Yingjie remained silent for a moment and said, "First, we should take out the hidden lookout. The visible lookout shouldn't notice. As for the visible lookout, can we impersonate the shift changers and take them out early?" Xiao Jian nodded, considering this idea good, and turned to Leopard, asking, "Do either of you have anything to add?" Leopard shrank his head and said, "It's all been said by Lu Yingjie. I have nothing more to say." Leopard could only be considered a capable warrior, good at charging in a battle, but lacking in strategy. Xiao Jian smiled and turned to the dog, who understood the situation at the mine best. The dog gently nodded, agreeing with the plan, and said, "I think it will work. Changing shifts is simple, and it will be hard to see clearly at night. When the actual shift changers come up, we can take them out as well." Lu Yingjie pondered for a moment and said, "We also need to be prepared for a strong assault. If the surprise attack fails, we must block the thatched house exits to prevent them from escaping, trying to kill them inside." Xiao Jian looked around at the others, who were all looking at him, waiting for him to finalize the plan. No one proposed any new ideas. "Since there are no further additions, we will execute this plan." He then said to the dog, "You need to send someone to keep an eye on the ironworks. They will definitely hear the explosion sounds from here." "I have already sent someone over," the dog replied. Chapter 75, Surprise Attack on the Jiulong Mountain Iron Mine. Xiao Jian stood up, assigned tasks to everyone, and finally said, "We will start the operation at dawn. Watch for my signal." Lu Yingjie, Leopard, and the dog also stood up and promptly performed a fist salute. Yes. In this era, kneeling as a form of salute was common, but Xiao Jian felt it was not suitable for the escort team. Military matters were urgent. By the time they knelt to perform the salute, the moment would have passed, and kneeling was not conducive to the cohesion of the escort team. In the dead of night, Xiao Jian and Fugue sneaked in through a corner near the fence, hiding in the nearby grass to observe the shift changes inside. They had already changed shifts 3 or 4 times without any abnormalities. Some bandits announced their shift change, while others, half asleep, were too lazy to say anything and simply walked away. Just after the hour of the pig had passed, when people were most drowsy, Xiao Jian raised his arm toward the eastern hillside, making a chopping motion with his palm as a signal to begin action. A shadow on the hillside stealthily crept into the cave where the hidden lookout was, and in an instant, the shadow retreated. The shadow extended 3 fingers toward Xiao Jian, indicating that the task was complete. It was impressive how keen his eyesight was, otherwise he wouldn't have seen it clearly. These signals were all taught to them by Xiao Jian, but using them at night still had significant limitations. The hidden lookout on the eastern slope was handled by Leopard and Laifu, and the two successfully completed their task, possibly even eliminating that lookout in his sleep. Xiao Jian looked up at the watchtower not far away, where the sentinel had actually leaned against a wooden post and was sound asleep. Xiao Jian raised his arm toward the southern exit and made a chopping gesture to signal the start of action. Lu Yingjie, positioned at the southern exit, raised his palm, forming a circle with his thumb and index finger, signaling that he received the message. After notifying Lu Yingjie, Xiao Jian and Fugue crept out from the shadow of the watchtower. They reached the corner of the building, where he crouched down to hide in the shadows, while Fugue boldly walked toward the watchtower. When Fugue climbed to the top of the watchtower, the sentinel was still sleeping and did not wake up. Fugue effortlessly took him out. Just as Fugue finished his task, several owl hoots came from the south. This was the success signal agreed upon with Lu Yingjie, indicating that both visible lookouts had been eliminated. After waiting for a little over half an hour, a drowsy bandit approached, rubbing his eyes. He was likely coming to change shifts. As the bandit passed in front of Xiao Jian, he suddenly jumped up, covered the bandit's mouth, twisted his hands, and with a crack, the bandit's head was turned around. Moments later, Lu Yingjie and the dog strolled over, and the 2 shift-changing sentinels were silently eliminated. Xiao Jian opened the wooden door to the exit and waved his hand outside. Leopard approached with a dozen bomb throwers who did not suffer from night blindness. The dog led the bomb throwers, with pairs of 2 positioned under the windows of the houses. Fugue, Laifu, Lu Yingjie, and Leopard headed toward the opposite tiled house. Once the dog had positioned the bomb throwers, Xiao Jian clenched his fist and waved it forward. The bomb throwers ignited their grenades and threw them inside the windows, tossing 3 or 4 into each thatched house. The thatched houses were not large, with a row of sleeping areas resembling fire pits inside. When the grenades were thrown in, someone inside shouted, "Who the hell is throwing things around?" That hit me. Before the bandit could finish his curse, the explosion of the grenades drowned out his voice. Dozens of grenades exploded in succession, sounding like a series of firecrackers. The roofs of the thatched houses were blown off, and some of the thatch caught fire, sending flames soaring into the sky. During the subsequent cleanup, there was no fierce fighting. Fugue and Leopard led a few neatly dressed captives over. Leopard asked, "Young master, how should we deal with these people?" Xiao Jian glanced at the captives, noting that General Lu, whom he had seen last time, was among them. He had little interest in the bandit general. After the deaths of tens of thousands at Xianrimping, they were also complicit in that. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You and the dog interrogate them. You handle the rest." Just as Leopard left, Lu Yingjie and Laifu approached again. Lu Yingjie said, "Young master, there's still quite a few people locked up over there, with iron doors and windows. They should be the miners." After finishing, he pointed to the large tiled house. Previously, a few guest rooms and common areas were left, which were likely converted into a prison by the bandits. Xiao Jian replied, "Let's not worry about them for now. Keep them locked inside for the time being. We need to get to the ironworks quickly. The commotion here has likely already caught their attention." He said to Laifu, "You stay here with Lu Yingjie. Pick a few capable hands to stay behind. If anyone comes over, take them out if you can, and if you can't, regroup with us." Xiao Jian walked around the mining area again. The burning thatch huts were still ablaze, and no one was attempting to put out the fire. Xiao Jian didn't know if there were any surrendering bandits. Everyone was clear on the situation. They were struggling to feed themselves, let alone have extra grain to support them. Xiao Jian was also rarely confused. He didn't want to deal with these messy issues, and he couldn't either. If there was a bite to eat, he would rather save a few more children among the refugees. This time they had confiscated a lot of weapons, mainly machetes and iron-tipped spears. The guards each carried a large machete, looking impressive, but in reality, it was useless since they had not trained to use machetes. The bandits from Julong Mountain were not lacking in weapons, but they were limited to knives and spears. They couldn't produce other weapons, and there was no sign of cannons. As they passed by the big tile house, they heard a piercing scream from inside. Xiao Jian walked over to see if they had extracted anything valuable. At the door, two guards at the side raised their hands in greeting, calling out, "Young master." The dog, hearing the noise at the door, came out and said, "Young master, Shangzhou City was captured by bandits more than 10 days ago, and there are still 2,000 to 3,000 people in Ziajia's wing, including 50 cavalry. The fall of Shangzhou City had been anticipated, so Xiao Jian was not particularly surprised. He glanced at the sky. Dawn was breaking, and the day was getting brighter. He did not enter the house, but turned to leave, saying to the dog following him, "Notify Leopard, gather the troops, and head to the iron factory." The iron factory was more than 10 kilometers away from the mining area, built near an open coal mine. With a larger flat area and a stream that hadn't dried up, the conditions were much better than those at the mining area. Just halfway there, scouts monitoring the iron factory returned to report that a dozen bandits were heading towards the mining area, likely having heard the explosions from this side and coming to check the situation. Chapter 76. Ambush at the iron factory's elite. Xiao Jian decided to take out this group of bandits first and ordered Leopard and Fugue to lead a team of elite guards to ambush them in the mountain forest by the roadside. He instructed everyone not to use grenades unless absolutely necessary, to avoid alarming the bandits at the iron factory, as there was a mountain path leading directly to Ziajia's wing on the east side of the iron factory. If the bandits stationed at Ziajia's wing received news of the attack on Julong Mountain, they would surely come in full force, and with only around 40 of them. If they were trapped inside, it would be like fish in a barrel. After Leopard and Fugue entered the forest, Xiao Jian led the remaining troops back towards the direction they had come from, hiding at a bend in the road. This road connecting the mining area and the iron factory was carved out a steep slope halfway up the mountain, wide enough for ox carts to pass, with a cliff on the outer side. Not long after they had retreated, they heard heavy footsteps, and soon a team of elite soldiers emerged from the bend ahead. This group of bandits moved steadily, their formation orderly and cohesive. They looked straight ahead, silent, with only the sound of their heavy footsteps. The bandits held uniform machetes, and at the forefront was a burly man in shiny leather armor, wielding an elongated sword, the blade gleaming coldly like a mirror. Unlike any group of bandits they had encountered before, there were only 13 of them, yet they exuded an invincible aura. This group of bandits was definitely not to be trifled with. Xiao Jian's heart started racing, although he had fought a battle with a horned beast in the unknown space. It was only through his inside ability that he had managed to defeat the unicorn, and his actual combat power had not significantly improved. Moreover, he had not made any progress in his cultivation of martial arts due to the lack of evil spirit crystal cores, leaving him nearly no different from an ordinary person in this regard. As the bandits drew closer, within 50 steps of the bend, Xiao Jian suddenly clenched his fist, waved it forward, and shouted, "Charge! Throw your spears!" The guards, each holding an iron-tipped wooden spear, rushed out chaotically from the corner, throwing their wooden spears in a disorganized flurry. In an instant, the wooden spears were flying everywhere, some even plunging off the cliff. Watching this chaotic formation, Xiao Jian felt an urge to cry. This was no guard team, but clearly a bunch of farmers who had just put down their hoes. The bandits reacted quickly. Upon seeing figures emerge from the corner, they instinctively crouched and moved closer to the inner side of the mountain path. The difference was immediately apparent. The opposing group was clearly experienced, while his side was a rabble. As they ducked to the side, the wooden spears just thrown by Xiao Jian lost their targets in an instant. Out of more than 20 spears, only 2 achieved anything, resulting in a dismal outcome of only 2 enemy casualties from what was supposed to be a surprise attack. Xiao Jian was also quite unaccustomed to this mode of combat. Apart from randomly using grenades or fighting one-on-one, he had no other combat experience. Seeing that the wooden spears had not yielded results, Xiao Jian hesitated. Each guard still had one wooden spear left. If they threw that too, they would have to rely on their machetes for close combat. Xiao Jian even doubted whether they could draw their machetes from their backs, let alone use them to fight. He felt that it would be more reliable to charge with the wooden spears, as the guards had trained the most in thrusting techniques. Therefore, he shouted loudly, "Hold your spears! Charge up and kill!" The group tightly gripped their wooden spears and recklessly charged towards the bandits. After all, the enemy only had 11 people left, while they had more than 20 on their side. They were not afraid of them. Leopard, who was hiding in the forest, just stood up to throw his spear when suddenly, the bandits vanished from sight. The bandits had already moved closer to the inner side of the road, and Leopard could not see the situation below from his elevated position. Fortunately, Leopard had considerable combat experience. Seeing that he couldn't throw his wooden spear, he unhesitatingly held it and charged down directly. Leopard also knew in his heart that Xiao Jian's side was a disorganized crowd, and it would be hard to hold up against this tough enemy. Among the bandits, the burly man in armor, who was leading the charge, first engaged with two guards armed with wooden spears. He twisted his body to evade the thrusts of the two wooden spears, and his large sword swept horizontally. A flash of cold light passing through, blood raining down as two heads flew into the air. Laifu, beside Xiao Jian, saw their side suffer heavy losses in the first clash. He tightly gripped his machete and fiercely glared at the armored man, rushing over like the wind. Xiao Jian couldn't stop Laifu in time and could only follow closely with his wooden spear. He knew that Laifu was definitely no match for the armored man. The armored man, having killed the two guards, slowed his advance, but a bandit following closely behind him charged ahead, colliding directly with Laifu. Laifu saw that this bandit blocked his path and swung his knife at him. The bandit showed no fear, countering with his own blade, and the two machetes clashed. Sparks flying. Following closely behind Laifu, Xiao Jian thrust his wooden spear through Laifu's armpit, feeling the spear tip momentarily pause before stabbing into the bandit's heart. Once this bandit was dealt with, Laifu had no obstacles in front of him and faced the armored man directly, with less than 10 paces between them. At this moment, Leopard, Fugue, and the others charged in from behind the bandits, and Xiao Jian's side also rushed in from beside Laifu, attacking the back of the armored man. The three groups of people immediately became entangled in a chaotic battle, completely disrupting the formation of the bandits, forcing them to fight individually. The sound of clashing weapons erupted behind the armored man as he attempted to turn around to support his teammates, but Laifu's blade came cutting towards him, leaving the armored man no opportunity to extricate himself. The armored brute was indeed fierce. When he saw Laifu charging at him with a machete, he did not dodge, but directly swung his knife to meet it. The two blades clashed with a crisp sound. Laifu's machete was instantly chopped into 2 pieces, and the remaining half flew out of his hand, leaving him stunned on the spot. The armored brute let out a roar, quickly redirected his large knife, and slashed down at Laifu, the blade glinting with a chilling light. If this blow landed, Laifu would undoubtedly die. In a critical moment, Xiao Jian, who was following behind, kicked Laifu's leg with all his might and shot a wooden spear towards the brute's face. Laifu stumbled from the kick, fell sideways to the ground, barely avoiding the large knife, but his arm was still grazed, leaving a trail of blood. Seeing the wooden spear coming straight at him, the armored brute had no choice but to abandon Laifu. He swiftly angled his heavy machete to swipe at the spear. With a crack, the wooden spear snapped, and 2 pieces flew into the sky. Chapter 77 almost turned the tables. Xiao Jian was now empty-handed, with no weapons left. The knife skills of the armored brute had reached a level of perfection. After severing the spear, the blade instantly flipped and slashed towards Xiao Jian's waist at lightning speed. The rushing leopard's eyes turned red with urgency, but several bandits were still between him and the armored brute, and he could not reach in time. Just as Xiao Jian was about to be struck by the machete, Leopard shouted, "Young master!" In that moment of extreme danger, a phantom suddenly appeared before Xiao Jian's eyes. its motion trajectory mirroring that of the armored brute's next move. The insight image activated automatically at a critical moment. But this time the image appeared not in his mind, but right in front of him. The phantom he saw was the three-dimensional image of the armored brute from the insight image. Xiao Jian had no time to think. He quickly realized from the image that if he did not dodge the blade in time, he would be cut open. However, he only needed to retreat 2 inches, and the brute's machete would not harm him. Just 2 inches. Xiao Jian immediately bent down and tightened his stomach, then clenched his right fist and punched the path the brute's arm would take. The armored brute's blade just swept past Xiao Jian, tearing his outer garment, while Xiao Jian's fist landed precisely on the brute's arm. With a crack, the brute's arm broke into 2 segments, bending into an unbelievable shape, and the machete slipped from his grasp, flying into the air. Xiao Jian's left hand was perfectly positioned to catch the flying machete. He gently closed his palm and grasped the handle. This fluid motion seemed as if he had practiced it with the armored brute many times, not missing a beat. The brute was momentarily stunned. He clearly had the opportunity to severely injure his opponent with a single blow, yet he had missed. And how had his machete ended up in the opponent's hands? Before the armored brute could feel the pain of his broken arm, the machete in Xiao Jian's hand flashed with cold light and had already sliced across the brute's neck. The brute's head immediately flew up, his expression still one of surprise, unable to comprehend what had just happened. With the armored brute gone, the battle quickly came to an end. Leopard knelt beside Xiao Jian, crying, "I let the young master fall into danger. I deserve to die." Xiao Jian pulled him up. "What are you crying for? I'm Yufine." In this battle, their sides suffered 3 injuries and 6 fatalities, while more than 40 faced 13 enemies, almost allowing the opponents to turn the tables, which counted as a heavy loss. After many smooth victories, there would always be moments of stumbling. Fortunately, everyone was a fugitive and had long been accustomed to life and death. No one paid much attention to these casualties. Xiao Jian took off his coat, tore it into strips, and used it to bandage the wounds of the injured. His clothing was still relatively clean, and using excessively dirty clothes as bandages could more easily lead to infections. However, those around him did not share this thought. They felt grateful, and some even secretly wiped away tears. Who had ever regarded them as human before? After a battle, everyone was already famished. After cleaning up the battlefield, they ate some fried rice to replenish their strength. Xiao Jian, Dog, and Leopard sat together, summarizing the lessons learned from this battle and discussing the upcoming confrontations. The recently eliminated group of bandits was too fierce, leaving Xiao Jian feeling uneasy. If the ironworks were filled with such elite fighters, the next battles would indeed be tough. Leopard said, "This time I did not grasp the timing for the attack well. I should have thrown the javelin earlier. Please punish me, young master." Xiao Jian shook his head. "It's not your fault. Summarizing experiences is not about assigning blame." Dog said, "The wooden spear was too long as a javelin and too short as a stabbing spear. Moreover, our training is severely lacking, and there is a lack of coordination among the guards. Those dozen or so bandits coordinated extremely well." Xiao Jian nodded. "Indeed, if we hadn't occupied a favorable position, once they closed in for close combat, even with grenades, we wouldn't be able to beat them." The 3 fell in a deep thought. Leopard suggested, "Should we wait until night to attack?" Dog shook his head. "The group we defeated today hasn't returned. They will surely send someone to inform the Xiao family." Leopard hesitated for a moment and said, "It takes at least 4 days for the Xiao family to travel here and back. Should we hide the supplies first?" Xiao Jian waved his hand, feeling they were getting off topic. "Transporting supplies is a later matter. We'll plan after taking the ironworks." He then looked at Dog and asked, "Are there archers or any long-range units like fire throwers in the ironworks?" Dog replied affirmatively. "I didn't see those 2 types of troops." Suddenly realizing something, he said, "Are you planning to launch a coordinated attack? I think that plan should work." Leopard also had a revelation and added, "Using wooden spears for defense around the perimeter, while the people in the middle throw grenades, we can blast our way in. It would be even better if we had shields to guard against their thrown spears." When it came to combat experience, Leopard was the most knowledgeable among the 3. Xiao Jian stood up and said, "Dog, take a few carpenters back to the mine and make some long spears and shields to bring back." Let Lu Yingjie also bring people over. The mine doesn't need guarding for now. He and T expected the bandits here to be so fierce. Had he known, he would have left Lu Yingjie and Fugui at the mine. Fortunately, this place was not far from the mine, just a little over half an hour's journey. So there was still time to remedy the situation. While Dog was at the mine, Xiao Jian divided the 30 or so people into two groups, assigning 10 strong individuals to handle grenade, throwing, and javelin launching, while the rest were divided into 4 teams to defend the perimeter. He found a flat area to conduct temporary drills, not expecting them to be too orderly, just hoping they wouldn't throw grenades at their own feet. 2 hours later, Dog and Lu Yingjie returned with long spears and shields. Xiao Jian distributed the shields to the guards responsible for defense and taught them how to use them. There were 2 main ways to use shields, either to stand them on the ground to guard against close combat or to hold them overhead to defend against thrown spears and arrows. Just after noon, everyone set off again, heading towards the ironworks. Within an hour, they arrived at the ironworks. When the bandits at the ironworks saw them, there was no sign of panic. Over 60 bandits had already stationed themselves at the entrance, wielding iron-tipped wooden spears and machetes, forming a neat square formation. Seeing this, Xiao Jian finally smiled and quickly arranged his troops into a somewhat orderly square formation, as practiced. At this moment, a giant clad in iron armor, with a round shield hanging from his arm and a broadsword in hand, stood at the front of the formation and shouted loudly, "Which mountain are you from? How dare you attack our righteous army's ironworks? Don't you know how to write the word death?" Chapter 78, Battle of Formations. Xiao Jian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him, standing in the center of the formation, commanding it to move forward. The shield soldiers around the formation held their shields in one hand and their machetes in the other. In the middle, the bombers held grenades in one hand and a fire stick in the other, with long spears and short spears strapped to their backs, and more grenades hanging at their waists. The heavily armored man, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, also commanded his formation to attack forward, moving much faster and more orderly than Xiao Jian's side. When Xiao Jian saw the enemy attacking, he shouted loudly, "Stop! Raise!" Everyone stood still, and the shield soldiers raised their shields. When both formations were about 30 steps apart, the bandits also stopped, preparing to throw wooden spears. Xiao Jian immediately shouted, "Grenades twice! Throw!" The bombers in the formation immediately lit the grenades and threw them into the enemy formation. Just as the bombers took out another grenade from their waists, the enemy formation erupted in explosions. The bombers ignored this, lit another grenade in their hands, and threw it out with all their might, then drew out their long spears, ready to charge. The bandit formation was shattered by more than 20 grenades, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The heavily armored man at the front was blown into pieces. After the explosions, all that could be heard in everyone's ears was a buzzing sound. Xiao Jian shouted, "Charge! Kill! Kill!" But no one heard his shouts. Even he couldn't hear himself clearly, so he waved his big knife forward. The corps members around him, such as Fu Gui, Lu Yingjie, Baozi, and Daguerre, rushed past the shield soldiers and charged at the bandit formation. At this moment, the others realized it was time to charge, and they surged forward like a swarm. The battle ended quickly. Just the 20 grenades had killed more than half of the bandits. Those who were not killed were still dazed, and when everyone rushed over, they had not reacted yet. The overseer and manager of the iron factory were captured by Daguerre. Upon seeing Xiao Jian, the manager immediately knelt down. He cried out, "Young master, these scoundrels have captured my son. I had no choice but to follow the bandits. When my master left in a hurry, I didn't know you were still safe. If I had known you were well, I would have followed you even if it meant abandoning my family." Xiao Jian stared fiercely at this manager, Zhang, who had always been the manager of the iron factory and was often seen in the village, considered a trusted aide of his father. Xiao Jian hesitated on how to deal with him. The situation was indeed as he said. The Xiao family village was destroyed. His father was killed in battle, and he was also missing. His wife and children were captured by the bandits, and what else could he do but comply? Manager Zhang continued to kneel and cry, and Xiao Jian glanced at the 2 overseers and asked, "Do you have anything to say?" The 2 overseers knelt on the ground, loudly pleading for mercy. "Young master, spare our lives. We will be your dogs from now on. Whoever you tell us to bite, we will bite. Manager Zhang, kneeling aside, shouted, Young master, you cannot. These two are the bandits' confidants. They must not be spared. Xiao Jian glanced at Dog Air and said, Take them down for interrogation to see if anything can be extracted. Then he stood up and helped Manager Zhang to his feet. Since he decided not to kill him, he should treat him with courtesy. There were too few people under his command, especially lacking in management personnel. Manager Zhang knelt again and said, Thank you, young master, for sparing my life. I beg you to take me in. I will never betray you. Xiao Jian nodded and said, Just work hard in the future. What's the situation with your family now? Manager Zhang knelt down again, crying heartbreakingly. Young master, my son has been captured by the bandits at Lu Family Village, and my daughter and wife have also been harmed by the bandits, dying tragically. After saying this, he banged his head on the ground hard, and Xiao Jian, standing beside him, felt the vibrations from the ground. Then he hugged Xiao Jian's leg and pleaded, I ask the young master to help me take revenge. To avenge my master, and to avenge the villagers who died tragically in Xianrenping. I am willing to sacrifice everything without regret. His daughter, Xiao Chui, did some menial tasks in the village and was one of Xiao Jian's main companions in the village. He had seen Manager Zhang's son and wife following him. It was easy to imagine that the two women captured by the bandits would face a grim fate, especially since Xiao Chui had just turned 12. Xiao Jian pulled up Manager Zhang, looking at him with red eyes. It is unworthy of a gentleman not to take revenge for this grudge. I will definitely eradicate these beasts. With Manager Zhang's inclusion, the cleanup of the iron factory went very smoothly, and the sea supplies were astonishing, especially over 100 loads of grain, which made Xiao Jian ecstatic. There were more than 5,000 pounds of iron materials, mountains of coal and ore, 10 oxen, 2 pigs, 5 piglets, more than 20 chickens, 3 donkeys, 5 goats, and over 50 taels of silver. This was much better than the hard work of farming and commerce. When Xiao Jian saw these, he felt as if he were robbing from his own father, as these things had actually been there before the bandits arrived. After the bandits occupied the area, they did not cause large-scale destruction, and Manager Zhang had played a certain role in preserving what was originally there. There were many old workers at the iron factory, and the technicians for iron smelting were all former workers, totaling over 80 people. After the cleanup, Xiao Jian had a pig slaughtered, and everyone at the iron factory had a hearty meal together. Xiao Jian, Luing Jia, Baozi Dog Air, and Manager Zhang sat together to discuss their next actions. During the cleanup of the iron factory, Dog Air had already investigated Manager Zhang, proving he was not lying. So Xiao Jian included him among the core personnel. This was Manager Zhang's first time participating in a collective discussion, and he was unwilling to sit down. After much persuasion, he only sat half on a wooden bench, looking ready to get up and take orders at any moment. It was likely that he had never spoken while sitting in front of Xiao Jian's father. Xiao Jian ignored him and directly spoke after sitting down. The primary goal of Jiulong Mountain has been accomplished. Next, let us discuss what to do. Share your thoughts first, then we can formulate a plan. Manager Zhang was suddenly at a loss. The young master actually let the servants share their ideas and formulate strategies together, which was disregarding hierarchy. If the master were alive, he would have beaten the young master to death. Dog Air said, Young master, we need to start spying on Xiao Family Village immediately. I am not familiar with Xiao Family Village. Can we pick a few clever locals from the workers at the iron factory for me? There were many young people familiar with Xiao Family Village in the iron factory, and Dog Air probably had someone in mind. Xiao Jian nodded and said, The iron factory still needs to resume operations. We cannot afford to lose the skilled workers. Let you choose the rest, including the miners from the mine. Dog Air's reconnaissance team only had 3 people, so it indeed needed to be strengthened. Chapter 79. Expanding the guard team to protect the iron factory. Baozi said, Young master, our team also needs to increase manpower. Right now, there are only over 30 people in total across the 2 squads. Xiao Jian looked at Luing Jia, wanting to hear his thoughts. Luing Jia said, With our current manpower, we definitely cannot hold Jiulong Mountain. The iron factory cannot resume operations for now. We need to have a plan for how to arrange these people. Xiao Jian took over the topic and said, The house cannot accommodate so many people. Transfer the skilled workers and those who are older or in poor health back first. The rest will all be supplemented into the guard team. Bowsy reminded, "Young master, there are still many miners at the mine. What will happen to them?" Dog Air said, "We won't need the miners for now. It might be better to just dismiss them all." Luingjie agreed with Dog Air's suggestion. The situation at Julong Mountain won't take the bandits too long, as long as they don't know our background. It won't matter much to dismiss the miners. Xiao Jian said, "Many of these miners have already lost their homes. We can keep some who are willing to follow us and give a little travel money to those who don't wish to stay." Seeing Zhang Zhanggue staring blankly, Xiao Jian said to him, "Zhang Zhanggue, do you have any thoughts?" Zhang Zhanggue immediately got up and knelt on the ground, saying, in response to the young master's inquiry, "The old servant does not understand the young master's current situation and does not dare to speak recklessly." Zhang Zhanggue had just joined the team, and there were many things Xiao Jian had not had the chance to explain to him yet. Xiao Jian helped him up and briefly introduced the family situation, including grain planting, product output, and business dealings with Hu Zhanggue in Shanzhou City. After listening to the introduction, Zhang Zhanggue knelt down again, but this time not to Xiao Jian, but in the direction of the Xiao family village. He clasped his hands together, continuously bowing while muttering, "The old master can rest in peace. Congratulations to the master. The young master is talented and capable of managing the household. The revitalization of the Xiao family is in sight." Xiao Jian and the others could only watch him foolishly and did not try to help him up. After Zhang Zhanggue finished bowing, he got up and bowed with his hands cupped, saying, "The young master has created such a large enterprise, but there is not a single steward. The old servant is willing to bring technicians back and manage a few things for the young master." This was a self-recommendation for the position of steward. With Zhang Chun and Chun Bihua managing at home, would Zhang Zhanggue's return conflict with their management? Keeping Zhang Chun to manage the saltpeter workshop would be wasting his talents. The family mainly consisted of farmland and workshops, which followed a certain model and did not require too much effort. Zhang Chun should not waste time on trivial matters, while Chun Bihua could handle some minor affairs, but was not competent enough to manage the entire family business. Xiao Jian supported Zhang Zhanggue and said, "From today on, you will be steward Zhang. When you return, have Zhang Chun transfer the saltpeter workshop to Chun Bihua and have him come here as soon as possible." Steward Zhang was about to kneel to accept the order, but Xiao Jian quickly supported him, saying, "Beishan New Village is different from Xiao Family Village. There are no servants here, and there is no need to kneel." Steward Zhang does not need to kneel, yet he still did not manage to stop him, as Steward Zhang insisted on kneeling, and then said, "Thank you for your kindness. Young master, the old master was very generous while he was alive, but we cannot become arrogant just because our master was generous. There must still be a distinction between upper and lower." Xiao Jian did not want to get entangled with this old stubborn man over the kneeling etiquette, so he thought, "If you want to kneel, then kneel. Just don't say I didn't help you." He then turned to Leopard and said, "Leopard's team, be responsible for hiding the remaining grain from the iron factory on site." He also said to Luingjie, "Luingjie's team will return to the mine, collect and organize the materials, and find a place to hide them." He then addressed everyone. "Julong Mountain is our team's hiding place. Steward Zhang will take back 30 loads of grain, and the rest will be hidden here. All livestock must be taken away." He then said to Fugue, "You take 3 people to escort them back, and take the injured along as well. Be careful on the road, and don't let the bandits find out." The group stood up, raised their hands in salute, and said loudly yes. With great vigor, Steward Zhang bowed and said slowly, "I will obey the young master's orders," with a heavy tone. Luingjie, Leopard, and Steward Zhang began selecting personnel to expand the team, while Xiao Jian and several technicians from the iron factory went to the side of the iron smelting furnace. The iron smelting furnace was less than 3 meters high and less than 1 meter in diameter, resembling a chimney that was narrow at the top and wider at the bottom, with a 2-foot-high platform at the bottom on which the cylinder was built. An older technician pointed to the round opening at the bottom of the cylinder and said, "Young master, this round opening is the iron outlet." He then pointed to a ceramic pipe on the side of the iron outlet, saying, "This is the air inlet pipe, and the air from the bellows is sent into the furnace through this pipe." On the opposite side of the iron outlet, there was a small square door, which was much higher and wider than the iron outlet, Before Xiao Jian could ask, the technician said, "This small door is the slag outlet. The iron material from the ore melts and sinks to the bottom of the furnace, and what remains here is the unmelted slag." On the reverse side of the iron outlet, there was a platform built of stones, which was level with the iron furnace, and the platform was connected to the ground by steps. Xiao Jian climbed the steps to the platform to see the inside of the furnace, but the technician stopped him, saying, "Young master, don't look. The furnace has just been extinguished, and the charging port is still very hot. Don't get hurt, young master." Xiao Jian asked, "When smelting iron, is the iron ore added from the top?" The technician cupped his hands and said, "The young master is correct. Both coal and iron or powder are poured in from here." After looking at the iron smelting furnace, Xiao Jian found a rock to sit on and said to the technician, "Please explain the iron smelting process in detail. Do not leave out any materials or order." The technician was about to kneel to answer, but Xiao Jian pointed to a stone and said, "Don't kneel. Sit down and speak slowly." According to this technician, they first need to fill the furnace from the top with coal until full, then light it and blow air. Once the furnace temperature reaches a certain level, they begin to add or powder. When the coal in the furnace burns out and the upper layer of coal drops, the workers add a new layer of coal on top and spread a layer of or powder. This process is repeated until the smelting is complete. The smelting process can take several days, and the air-blowing work cannot stop for a moment, so several groups of people need to take turns blowing air. The technician did not mention adding any other materials throughout the process, and Xiao Jian asked, "Before smelting, did you add limestone powder to the ore powder?" The technician looked confused and said, "What stone is the limestone that the young master speaks of?" "Before smelting iron, we just crush the iron ore and pick out the impurities. We don't need to add any other materials." Xiao Jian picked up a piece of iron and examined it. The iron was loose in texture and mixed with many impurities. No wonder the big knife in Lai Fu's hand was cut in half by the leather-armored man with one stroke. The quality of the iron material here was too poor. Unless the smelting process is improved, it simply cannot be used. Chapter 80. The bandits' counterattack at Julong Mountain, not far away. There were many yellow bricks piled up. Xiao Jian walked over, picked up a brick, and examined it closely, asking, "This is a refractory brick, right? Is there still material for making refractory bricks?" The technician immediately replied, "The one you are holding is the refractory brick used for building the iron furnace. The iron factory still has materials for making refractory bricks." He knocked two refractory bricks together, and when they broke, it indicated that the density and hardness were very low. This type of refractory brick can withstand temperatures of at most 1200 degrees Celsius. The matters at the iron factory were handled by Leopard, and that day Xiao Jian returned to the mine with Lu Yingjie, Dog Air, and the others. In the warehouse of the mine, aside from various tools, there was even more grain than in the iron factory. It seemed that the bandits placed a high value on the iron factory, with the combined grain from both locations totaling about 300 loads. Lu Yingjie opened the cell where the miners were held, and over 200 miners inside looked miserable, each one emaciated with skin and bones, most of them without clothes, just bare-bodied. Strangely, not a single injured or sick person was found inside. It was later discovered that the bandits did not keep idle people. Anyone who was injured or ill was thrown into a mass grave, and those who could not mine had to die. After hearing this, Xiao Jian felt a surge of nausea. This was too cruel, right? They really did not treat them as human beings, even less than livestock. Most of these miners were captured soldiers, and Xiao Jian had people find clothes for them to wear, and after providing them with good food and drink for a few days, he finally let them go. These people were not locals. Many had families, and each person who wanted to leave was given 20 pounds of grain. The remaining more than 120 people either lived too far to return or had nowhere to go. Xiao Jian simply mixed the more than 50 people from the iron factory with those here to form a third squad and a direct small team. The direct small team was divided into two classes, each with 16 people, led by Fu Guwei and Lai Fu. Each of the three squads had more than 60 people, with the first squad leader being Lu Yingjie, the second squad leader being Leopard, and the third squad leader being Zhang Chun. Each squad was further divided into classes of 10, with selected backbones serving as class leaders. Dog Air's scout team expanded to 15 people, divided into three classes, each with 5 people, led by the original Old Scouts, with Dog Air concurrently serving as the class leader for one class. Thus, the entire team totaled more than 250 people. The equipment of the guard has been readjusted. Each person is equipped with 2 short spears, 1 long spear, and 1 large knife. The shield soldiers are additionally provided with a shield, and the grenade soldiers are given 5 grenades each. Both the shield soldiers and grenade soldiers are versatile troops. When the shield soldiers discard their shields, they become long spear soldiers. When wielding the large knife, they can engage in close combat or use the short wooden spear as a javelin. After the reorganization of the guard, training began immediately, with a focus on the coordination between shield soldiers and grenade soldiers, and a secondary focus on practicing grenade throwing, spear throwing, and stabbing with spears. Once the bandits from the Shao family village learned that the ironworks had been attacked, they would surely send people to reclaim it, which could lead to a tough battle. To quickly enhance the combat effectiveness of the guard, training continued even at night. When Zhang Chun and Fuguei returned to Jiulong Mountain, they brought back over 400 grenades. Steward Zhang did not disappoint. The gunpowder workshop must have supplemented enough manpower. Also returning to the mine was the hurried Dog Air and 2 scouts, who had been monitoring the movements of the Shao family village. Dog Air reported that the bandits had sent a 1,000-man detachment that was heading towards the mine and had already reached the top of Jiulong Mountain, expected to arrive near the mine in 4 hours. The Shao family village still had over 3,000 bandits remaining, and this time they sent over 1,000 to Jiulong Mountain, leaving about 2,000 behind in the village. Xiao Jian looked at Dog Air and asked, "In this area, your reconnaissance team should be the most familiar. What do you think it would be best to ambush this group of bandits?" Without hesitation, Dog Air replied, "Of course, in the one-line sky. As long as the bandits enter the one-line sky, we can block both ends and just throw grenade from the mountain to blow them up." Lu Yingjie disagreed, saying, "The one-line sky is only a little over a yard wide, while the open area is several hundred yards. Throwing bombs from the hills on both sides would have limited effect. If we attack, there are dangers everywhere, and we could easily suffer losses, especially since they outnumber us by 4 times. Zhang Chun, not very familiar with Jiulong Mountain, asked, "The one-line sky you mentioned is that canyon over 10 kilometers away, right? Are there any other paths to bypass the one-line sky?" Dog Air replied, "From a Yafeng Pass to the one-line sky is a single road. There's a small path outside that can reach the back mountain of the mine, but it's quite far, and there are also many dangers on that road." Zhang Chun thought for a moment and asked Dog Air, "How much food are they carrying?" Dog Air's eyes lit up as he said, "Right? They brought 5 pack donkeys." Zhang Chun nodded and asked, "Is there a drinkable water source from the one-line sky to the Yafeng Pass?" Doe excitedly replied, "No." When our reconnaissance team ran out of water, we searched for a long time, but couldn't find a water source. The first sniper position was built within the one-line sky, in a narrow area just over a yard wide. A few hundred meters ahead of this narrow area was an open space that originally was an unobstructed wide road, but had narrowed here to just over a yard, resembling a funnel. The sniper fortifications were simple, constructed using tree trunks to create a wooden wall blocking the narrow path. With various craftsmen and tools in the team, the fortifications were completed in just 2 hours. Xiao Jian and Leopard walked from the steps behind the fortifications to the wooden wall platform, where there was a breastwork with holes for long spears to poke through. Looking down from the breastwork, the entire wooden wall was over a yard high, but it was not easy to climb up by hand. Just as Xiao Jian and Leopard were about to step down from the wooden wall, a scout rushed over from the north side of the canyon, reached the bottom of the wooden wall, and reported the bandits' 100-man advance team is still over 4 miles away, estimated to arrive here in about a stick of incense. After finishing, he saluted Xiao Jian and turned back to run the same way. The time units in this era are too rough, and the length units are frustrating. It must be standardized, especially for scouts who need to use more precise units. A stick of incense is roughly half an hour. On the platform of the wooden wall, the first sniper team was already prepared for sniping. The sun, tilted to the west, was like a fireball, and not a piece of clothing was dry. It clung to the skin, making one feel uncomfortable all over. Leopard unbuttoned his shirt and waved it vigorously, saying, "This damn place has no wind at all. It feels like a fire cage." Saying this, He took out a bamboo tube and gulped down a few sips of water, saying, "Young master, let us go down and find a cooler place to wait." Xiao Jian also felt a bit uncomfortable from the heat, nodded, and went down from the city wall, saying, "Tell the workers constructing the fortifications to build a shade shelter so everyone has a place to rest." Chapter 81. The defense of Julong Mountain. The bandits' advance team arrived quickly. Upon seeing the wooden wall, they immediately retreated to the open area. In this position, even if there were people on the hills on either side, it would be hard to harm them. They then sent out a dozen men to launch a probing attack. But as soon as they got within 30 steps of the wooden wall, several wooden spears suddenly flew out from above, causing a few bandits to be lost. And they retreated without further attacking. It wasn't until the main force of the bandits arrived that they sent a 100-man team charging toward the wooden wall. As they approached the wooden wall, a large number of wooden spears flew out simultaneously from the slopes on both sides and from the platform of the wooden wall. Before the bandits could even touch the wooden wall, they had already lost a dozen men. At that moment, a signal sounded from the rear, and the remaining men quickly retreated. The bandit captain looked at the wooden wall and felt it was a bit tricky. He had visited Julong Mountain many times and was very familiar with the situation here, with the one-line sky blocked. Taking it down would likely come at a great cost. If the enemy had ambushed troops nearby and cut off the retreat from the one-line sky, it would become even more passive in a fight. Therefore, he said to the vanguard commander beside him, "Take 300-man teams back to guard the Yafeng Pass for me. If bandits appear behind us, we will flank them." The bandits believed that the ones attacking Julong Mountain were local robbers, so they referred to Xiao Jian and his group as bandits, while calling themselves righteous troops. The bandits retreated to the open area, and the people on the mountain could do nothing about them. Once they attacked the narrow wooden wall, the people on the mountain would throw wooden spears and stones, and the bandits, for the moment, had no good ideas. As night fell, the bandits set up camp in the open area and did not launch a surprise attack. The night passed peacefully. The next day, just after noon, the bandits brought a large amount of dry branches and wood and, under a barrage of wooden spears and stones, piled them at the base of the wooden wall. A fire arrow shot into the pile of firewood, igniting the dry branches, and a fierce flame lit up half the sky. Although the tree trunks used to build the wooden wall were damp, they could not withstand the high temperature of the scorching fire. It did not take long before the entire wooden wall began to burn. The first wooden wall fortification was declared breached, and everyone retreated to the second line of defense. The fire continued to burn into the night, making the surroundings even hotter. The bandit captain wiped the sweat from his brow, watching as the flames gradually weakened in the narrow area, finally letting out a sigh of relief. But at that moment, his vanguard general came back in a sorry state, reporting that the Yafeng Pass had been blocked. This news struck the bandit captain like a bolt from the blue. The cold sweat that had just dried on his body broke out again. The weather was hot, and in the furnace-like valley, his clothes had never dried. He initially didn't notice. He just drank water whenever he was thirsty, only to realize at noon that the army had run out of water. On the second day, at dawn, the captain, feeling unbearably thirsty, arrived early at the narrow area to check the situation. The fire had completely extinguished, and the surrounding stones had changed color from heat. A wave of scorching air hit him, forcing the captain to take a few steps back. His hair was curled from the heat, and he inhaled the scalding air, taking away the little moisture left in his mouth. In the scorching June heat, with the sun blazing, his throat was already dry and burning. It felt unbearably uncomfortable, yet his sweat flowed out like it was free. Once this place cools down completely, it will probably take until noon. The defense line has been breached. As long as they reach the mine, everything will be fine. The captain turned and walked back. They waited until afternoon before the bandits forced their way through the still hot road. The captain couldn't help but feel anxious the longer they delayed, the more unfavorable it was for them. In a few days, they wouldn't just die from fighting, they could also die of thirst in this fire barrel. Just after turning a few bends, they encountered another stone wall blocking their path. Seeing this, the captain sat down on the ground, his eyes staring blankly. This time, they might really be doomed. Both front and back were blocked, and the choke point was in a perilous position, no easier to attack than here. There was no choice but to press forward recklessly. The entire army had no water left, and they couldn't afford to waste time. 200-man teams in front carried wooden ladders, followed closely by more than 20 archers, firing arrows to suppress the guards on the wall, who began to suffer casualties. With the defending guards suppressed by arrows, the 200-man teams of bandits immediately charged forward, placing the wooden ladders against the stone wall and climbing up recklessly. They knew that if they didn't fight desperately, they would die of thirst. Fighting hard still offered a glimmer of hope. Just as they reached the top of the wall, the soldiers hiding beneath thrust their long spears, and the bandits screamed as they fell from the wall, followed by new bandits climbing up courageously. The guards on the wall were continuously hit by arrows, and the battle grew increasingly intense, with rising casualties on both sides. Seeing a hope for breakthrough, the bandit captain sent out 2 more 100-man teams to charge forward. He had no choice but to go all in, with no retreat left. Breaching the stone wall offered a chance for life. If they couldn't breach it, the narrow gap would be their grave. Either die of thirst here or starve to death. Xiao Jian stood on the hillside to the west, and seeing the bandits start to fight desperately, he raised a small red flag and waved it. Suddenly, dozens of people appeared on the hillsides on both sides of the gorge. Some were busy throwing grenades down at the bandits, while others were cutting the ropes of the rolling stones. The dozens of grenades thrown from both hillsides exploded in the crowded masses, shaking the ground and sending blood and flesh flying. The rolling stones broke free from their restraints like wild horses, thundering down the hillside with a roar, kicking up dust and blocking out the sun. The bandits' infantry and archers were torn apart, bloodied and mangled, for 100-man teams crowded together, suffering heavy losses in a short time, leaving very few remaining. The bandits instantly collapsed, crying out as they fled backward, wishing they had wings to escape this hell. The torrent of fleeing bandits knocked the captain to the ground, and the rushing crowd continuously trampled over him. After a moment, when the crowd had dispersed, the ground was covered in blood, staining the earth red, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. The captain, who had been knocked down, was now trampled beyond recognition. The leopard was about to rise and pursue, but Xiao Jian placed a hand on his shoulder, shook his head, and said, "Forget it. In 7 days, those who are still alive can stay behind as miners." He felt a bit soft-hearted. Everything before him wasn't the fault of these bandits. It was the world that was devouring people, and it wasn't his fault either. He couldn't save the whole world. Until noon the next day, a group of disheveled bandits stumbled back, each covered in blood, their faces marked with evident panic. Upon seeing the towering stone wall at the choke point, they retreated without even attempting a probing attack, as their general had been trampled to death by their own men, and no one organized an assault. Readers, please help by giving a few recommendation votes. Click the top right corner. A menu will pop up, then click on More, and at the bottom, many options will appear, mainly to vote for must-read tickets. If you have real name authentication, you can also reward with coins. Coins are not RMB. Only if you read novels on Qimao will you receive coins. I want hope for rewards in RMB. No one's money comes from the wind. Chapter 82. Promoting technological development. Zhang Chun and Lu Yingjie were also too lazy to pursue. They blocked the area for 7 days before sending a squad in to clear them out. Most of the bandits inside had already died, leaving more than 200 who looked as withered as sticks. The surrounding leaves had been eaten clean, and the lack of water was the main reason they struggled to survive. After the encirclement, there wouldn't be any major battles at Jiulong Mountain for the time being. There were only over 2,000 bandits left at Xiao Family Village, and they had no ability to attack Jiulong Mountain again. Xiao Jian also had no ability to reclaim Xiao Family Village. Several core members sat together to discuss future action directions. Lu Yingjie said, "We need to expand our guerrilla area to Xianremping. Whenever a small bandit force comes out, we'll take them out. If there are too many, we'll retreat." "Dog," Air lamented. "It's a pity that Xiao Family Village has archers and cavalry to support. Otherwise, we could directly attack Xiao Family Village. We lack long-range attack weapons." Zhang Chun smiled and said, "With this little manpower, a strong assault against bandits with archers and cavalry is like hitting a stone with an egg. Regarding the guerrilla area, we should operate around the southeastern exit, which is more valuable." Xiao Jian nodded and looked at Lu Yingjie and the leopard. You two will operate in the southeast, focusing on the southeastern exit, waiting for an opportunity to cut off the bandits' contact with the outside world. The southeastern exit of Zion Rimping is at the eastern end of Jiulong Mountain, allowing for a quick retreat to Jiulong Mountain. He then looked at Zhang Chun and said, "You are from Zhangjiazhuang, so operate around Zhangjiazhuang. If you can't win, retreat to the back mountain." Wang Jiazhuang had never had bandits stationed there, and Zhangjiazhuang had plenty of room to maneuver, which could also contain the bandits of Shao family village. Just as he finished speaking, a guard came in to report that Lai Fu and a few injured soldiers had returned to report in, saying they had something to report. Xiao Jian instructed the guard to bring Lai Fu in and asked, "Is there any news from the direction of Beishan New Village?" Lai Fu said, "Young master, there are insufficient materials at the new village, and the gunpowder workshop has already stopped working. This time, I only brought back over 100 grenades. That's all." Xiao Jian nodded. Needless to say, they had run out of sulfur. After the fall of Shangzhou City, the nearest place to buy supplies was Jinjiang City, which required at least over a month for round trip. Xiao Jian stood up and said, "After I return to the new village, I will quickly go to Jinjiang City. Dog-ear, take 2 scouts with me. I will also take my direct troops. The safety of Zion Rimping will be entrusted to you 3. Beishan New Village. Standing at the creek's exit, one could see nothing but lush green. A gentle breeze blew, causing the seedlings in the rice fields to roll like waves. Children were happily playing in the creek, but when they suddenly saw Xiao Jian and his group, they got scared and scattered, running while shouting, "Captain, bad people are coming! Captain, bad people are coming!" A faint smile appeared on Xiao Jian's face. This was the pure land he was determined to protect at all costs. Hearing the shouting, a large group of villagers came out, and Xiao Ling quickly ran over, calling out loudly, "Brother! Brother!" Xiao Jian stepped forward and picked up Xiao Ling, spinning her around, saying, "I can barely hold you now. You become a little fat pig." Xiao Ling laughed and said, "When I grow as tall as Sister Bihua, I'll be able to hold you, and then it will be my turn to carry you." Xiao Jian couldn't help but smile, pinching her little nose. "You're talking nonsense. You're not ladylike at all." Upon learning that Xiao Jian had returned, Steward Zhang also came to welcome him with the crowd. Chun Wenxuan and Chun Bihua stood to the side, with some managers and craftsmen behind them. After a round of pleasantries, they surrounded Xiao Jian and walked towards the village. The lush green rice fields along the way made Xiao Jian feel incredibly cheerful. Steward Zhang pointed at the large rice fields and introduced, "We have 85 acres of rice, plus over 200 acres of empty fields. Dry land has also been cultivated over 100 acres. Passing by the sweet potato field, the steward said, "This patch of sweet potatoes is less than an acre. They were just replanted later, so their growth isn't very good." He then pointed to the direction of the northern dam and said, "Over there, we dug a fish pond, and the dam has already been equipped with a shelling and grinding machine." Arriving at the village entrance, several new earthen houses have been built nearby. Steward Zhang said, "The brick kiln has produced 2 batches of bricks. Soon we will be able to build brick houses." Beishan New Village finally looks like a real village. With Steward Zhang around, many things no longer required Xiao Jian to think for himself. He turned to Chun Bihua beside him and asked, "Is the niter extraction and alkali production going smoothly?" After Zhang Chun was reassigned, niter extraction and alkali production were managed by Chun Bihua and Xiam Yaoying, with Huahua assisting her, along with 2 stewards handling specific matters. Chun Bihua replied softly, "We have over 8,000 gene of saltpetre and more than 2,000 gene of alkali powder. The wastewater from the niter extraction has been used as fertilizer for the rice and sweet potatoes twice. Its nutrient content is very strong." Xiao Jian was about to tease her when Zhang Xiong approached and said, "Young master, the porcelain kiln has been built, but there isn't enough clay here to start work. I also need clay. Have you looked around?" Xiao Jian planned to experiment with making fireproof clay bricks and redesign the iron smelting furnace. Zhang Xiong produced a ceramic jar and said, "I found this bit in the creek. I've searched the area, and there's very little clay." Xiao Jian took out a lump of clay from the jar. It was pure white, like a ball of flour. He rubbed it with his finger. It was very fine and felt greasy on his fingers. Clay, also known as high-age soil, is available in Wangjia village. I'll have Zhang Chun dig some up. He set down the clay and called Chun Wenxuan, Lu Shan, and Zhang Xiong together, saying, I have a task for you, to experiment with making a high-temperature fireproof clay brick. Turning to Zhang Xiong, he asked, how do you control the temperature when firing ceramics? In this era, there were no temperature measurement units, only vague concepts. Zhang Xiong said, my father taught me to read the flame to gauge the temperature. Xiao Jian handed Zhang Xiong a chart, saying, this is a chart of flame colors and their corresponding temperatures, along with characteristic temperatures of several materials for your reference. The characteristic temperatures included boiling water, melting iron, and the firing temperatures of ordinary ceramics and celadone, which could be used for rough temperature estimation. Lu Shan asked, is the fireproof clay brick you're talking about more heat-resistant than the fireproof bricks used at Jilong Mountain? Xiao Jian nodded. The fireproof bricks at Jilong Mountain can withstand temperatures of only 200 degrees Celsius, while the clay fireproof bricks can withstand 700 degrees Celsius, if properly mixed. They could even reach over 2000 degrees. Lu Shan's eyes widened in surprise. Clay fireproof bricks could withstand nearly double the temperature of the ordinary fireproof bricks used at Jilong Mountain. This was a world of difference. The main materials for these fireproof bricks were clay, with a small amount of talc, mica, limestone powder, and quartz sand added. As Xiao Jian spoke, he took out another chart and handed it to Lu Shan, which detailed the material ratios for the new fireproof bricks. Chapter 83. On the way to Jinjiang City and Heiyun Mountain, Lu Shan carefully accepted the chart. He had built an iron smelting furnace before and had a better understanding of fireproof bricks. The Jilong Mountain Ironworks suffered from poor quality iron materials due to insufficient heat resistance of their fireproof bricks. The others, seeing Lu Shan's serious expression, didn't understand what it meant, as they had no concept of the temperature tolerance of fireproof bricks. Seeing everyone looking puzzled, Xiao Jian said, don't underestimate fireproof bricks. To produce high-quality steel, we need to increase the temperature of the iron smelting furnace, especially for steelmaking, which requires extremely high temperatures. Lu Shan was so focused on the process chart that he didn't catch Xiao Jian's words. Otherwise, he would have been surprised and excited, as large-scale steelmaking was still not possible in this era. Chun Wenxuan asked, are there any special requirements for making fireproof bricks? His attitude toward Xiao Jian had changed significantly. Likely due to his sister Chan Bihua's influence, she must have said something to him. Xiao Jian no longer deliberately provoked Chun Wenxuan, saying, of course there are requirements. The brick blanks must be made using high-pressure pressing. Chun Wenxuan took the process chart from Lu Shan, glanced at it, and said, so we need to have a blacksmith make an iron mold, put the materials in the mold to press into shape, and then fire them. The chart contained a specific manufacturing process for fireproof bricks, which Chun Wenxuan understood at a glance. Zhang Xiong looked at the chart and said, young master, the firing temperature needs to reach 400 degrees, which is even higher than the temperature for firing blue and white porcelain. Our porcelain kiln cannot achieve this temperature. Xiao Jian asked, does the porcelain kiln also need a bellows to blow air into it? With a bellows, the temperature will be higher. Without it, it will be lower, Zhang Xiong replied. Xiao Jian smiled. Heating the air produced by the bellows before sending it into the kiln can raise the temperature of the porcelain kiln. Heating the air to several hundred degrees is quite easy. Lu Shan's eyes lit up, saying, young master, we can use this method to increase the temperature in the iron smelting furnace too. Xiao Jian nodded. The iron smelting furnace must also be improved. We need to increase its height and add an air heating device. You can experiment with these gradually. He then said to Steward Zhang and Chen Bihua, this matter is crucial. You must fully cooperate. When I return from Jinjiang City, I hope to see research results. Chen Bihua didn't dare look at Xiao Jian, lowering her head and softly saying, what should I do? If you need materials, ask for them. If you need people, ask for them. And for materials, have Zhang Chun transport them from Jilong Mountain. Looking around again, he said, without iron and steel, we cannot produce firearms. Without firearms as ranged weapons, we could easily suffer a great loss. Everyone nodded. When it came to the safety of the new village, they had to take it seriously. Steward Zhang also expressed his full support for the fireproof brick experiment and then asked, young master, when do you plan to set off for Jinjiang City? Xiao Jian replied softly, I'll leave tomorrow. If anything unexpected happens, you all should abandon the new village in Jiolong Mountain and retreat deeper into Beishan. Chen Bihua, who was nearby, suddenly looked up, pained as she gazed at Xiao Jian, her eyes slightly red. A teenager of just over 10 years old bore the responsibility for the lives and deaths of hundreds. You must take care. We will wait for your return. Saying this, she took out a pair of cloth shoes and placed them in Xiao Jian's hands, saying, "This is my first attempt. If it's not good, don't laugh at me." Xiao Jian held Chen Bihua's small hand and gently squeezed it, saying, "I will definitely come back. Everyone please help with a good review. Click to rate, choose good, and then leave a comment. There will be rewards later," omitting the review approval section. Chen Wenxuan looked up at the sky, and Zhang Heng followed his gaze, noticing the clear blue sky without a cloud in sight. Looking around, he saw several people seriously staring at the sky. Zhang Heng scratched his head and asked Brother Wenxuan, "What you all looking at?" Zhang Heng was his assistant, always helping in the gunpowder workshop. Chen Wenxuan shot a sidelong glance at Zhang Heng and walked straight ahead. The next day, Xiao Jian and 32 direct team members, along with Go Air and 2 reconnaissance guards, a total of 36 people, set off from the back mountain with 2 plowing oxen. Upon reaching the official road, each person carried a hand grenade and a machete. Other supplies were loaded onto the ox carts. The ox carts were the same 2 brought from Shanzhou City last time, which had been hidden in a cave near the official road. Following the official road, they traveled southwest for several days, with no signs of life along the way. Only after passing a fork in the road did they see a horse-drawn carriage and a group of guards heading west in the distance. Finally, they encountered a convoy traveling the same route, perhaps due to the difficulty of the official road. That horse-drawn carriage remained in sight for 3 consecutive days until it turned into the mountains along the official road. They would have to cross mountains again. Xiao Jian felt faint at the sight of the mountains. This official road connecting to Qingsha City still had merchant teams and travelers. But the area was mountainous and densely forested, a prime spot for bandit activity. Xiao Jian asked, "Go Air, do you know anything about the big mountain ahead?" Before departing, they had gathered information about the entire route. This mountain was called Heiyun Mountain, about the same size as Jiulong Mountain. The previous fork led to Qingsha City. Go Air and the others could only inquire about some conditions along the way. Xiao Jian nodded and said, "You take the shortcut and follow the car in front. Try to hide your presence." He then told Fu Gue and Lai Fu, "Speed up and stay close. The cart has 7 guards and 1 rider, and their combat power is not weak, so keep close to them for mutual support." Fu Gue slapped the ox, and the cart moved much faster. The road was uneven, and the cart creaked, feeling like it was about to fall apart. Once they entered the mountain's belly through the gap, the official road began to wind and become rugged, sometimes spiraling around the mountainside and sometimes dropping into the valley. Fu Gue and Lai Fu, shouldering burdens, used all their tricks to make the cart slowly crawl forward. After crossing a slope, they arrived at the ridge. This should be the highest point of the entire official road. After the ridge, the road would follow the mountain's contour, curving westward. After climbing mountains and crossing ridges, they were exhausted and could hardly walk. Xiao Jian decided to take a short break and eat something before continuing. Just as he sat down and took a sip of water, the grass in the forest suddenly rustled. Fu Gue and Lai Fu drew their big knives, staring intently at the thicket, and only relaxed when they saw a dog come out. "Young master, something happened up ahead. Over 60 bandits are fighting with the guards of the cart," the dog said softly while squatting beside a big tree. As expected, if there were no bandits lurking here, what would this chaotic world be? Truly, one fears what one fears. Xiao Jian asked urgently, "What's the situation? Can the cart's guards handle the bandits?" The dog shook his head. "There are too many bandits, and the cart's guards only have 8 men. They probably can't win. That mounted guard has been shot in the chest by an arrow and has fallen off his horse." Xiao Jian was taken aback. These bandits were not weak. They even had archers. Chapter 84. Picking up a little girl with just over 60 bandits and over 30 on Xiao Jian's side. It shouldn't be too difficult to eliminate them, but he worried they might call in reinforcements from their lair, rather than face them alone later. It was better to wipe out this group of bandits while the cart's guards were still holding up, and then continue together. Xiao Jian hesitated no longer and told Lai Fu, "Your group stays back. Find a suitable position to defend and guard the cart." He turned to Fu Gui and said, "Your group, take the javelins and wooden spears and follow me." With the dog leading the way through the woods, it wasn't long before they heard screams. But no shouts of battle. The cart's guards must be in danger. Xiao Jian made a quiet hand signal to advance and quietly climbed to the back of the battlefield. Here, it was only a few hundred meters from the official road, and he could see the situation on the road. Sure enough, the cart's guards had been completely wiped out. The bandits were surrounding the cart, staring at it. A bearded man walked up to the cart and opened the curtain of the cart door with his big knife. Inside, a maid appeared, standing defiantly in front of the door. Fearless, a maid dared to step forward, risking her life to save her master, which was admirable. They could not let the bandits capture the people inside the cart. Otherwise, once the fighting broke out, they would be restrained. "Dog, you three go to the front slope and throw grenades down at the official road." Xiao Jin instructed. Fu Gui led your direct team to charge down and force the bandits away from the cart. Yes, the dog and his companions each took 3 grenades and dashed towards the front slope. Fu Gui's direct team charged down towards the official road. Xiao Jian held a javelin and also leaped down. The few hundred meters distance, plus charging down from above, caught the bandits off guard, and they quickly reached the slope beside the official road. On the official road, in front of the cart, the bearded man was reaching out with his claw-like hands towards the maid blocking the cart door. Xiao Jian aimed the javelin at the bearded man and threw it with all his might. In an instant, the javelin pierced through the bearded man's back. "Ah!" The bearded man screamed, stumbling and slowly kneeling on the ground. Xiao Jian's javelin was a signal. Immediately after, over a dozen javelins from the direct team were also thrown out. After throwing the javelins, they gripped their wooden spears and charged down without hesitation. Most of the bandits were facing the cart, unaware of the danger coming from behind. Suddenly, the dozen javelins flying from the slope struck 6 bandits in an instant. Screams erupted one after another. After Fu Gui and his team reached the official road, they brandished their wooden spears and charged forward from both sides of the cart. The bandits were taken by surprise. Those who weren't killed retreated in front of the cart. In front of the cart, a large number of bandits were densely packed together. Xiao Jian was still on the slope. He took out a grenade, lit the fuse, and threw it into the dense crowd of bandits in front of the cart. Boom! The grenade exploded among the crowd, sending several bandits flying. The horses pulling the cart were startled and raised their front hooves, about to bolt, but then fell heavily to the ground, their heads blown to bits. The explosion forced the bandits to retreat desperately, while those behind remained oblivious to the situation ahead, causing a large number of bandits to crowd on the official road. The dog and his 2 companions had just reached the edge of the front slope when they immediately lit their grenades and threw them into the crowd of bandits. Boom! 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 3 consecutive explosions sent the bandits flying, crying out in panic. They didn't understand the power of grenades, and even less did they know to disperse. With so many bandits clustered together, one explosion took out a large area. The dog and the 3 of them, along with Xiao Jian, continued to throw 2 more grenades down, completely breaking the bandits' morale. Just a bunch of refugees, seeing the horrific sight of bandits blown to bits. Will be crazy not to run. Fu Gui and the others pursued the fleeing bandits until they disappeared into the forest before retreating. Xiao Jian walked over to the cart, glanced at the overturned vehicle. The horse pulling the cart was pinned under a broken yoke, which had already snapped, and one wheel was also damaged. The cart was unusable. Xiao Jian circled the cart, but didn't see anyone coming out from inside. Were they scared silly? He knocked on the cabin and said, "Hey, is it the lady or the young miss inside? Is it the gentleman or the young master? Shouldn't you come out and say something?" After a rustling sound, the door opened. It was the maid who had been blocking the door earlier. She poked her head out and looked around, momentarily stunned when she saw Xiao Jian. The maid did not jump down from the cart, but said to Xiao Jian, "Thank you for your rescue, young master. There are differences between men and women. It is inconvenient for my young miss to come out and speak. Please forgive me. Differences between men and women." Xiao Jian's mouth twitched. With the cart broken and the horse dead, they still didn't know how to go back. He sarcastically said, I'm very forgiving. Your young miss must be quite something. If she is as beautiful as a flower, I would be in trouble. I get so flustered around beautiful women that I don't even know which leg to step forward with. After saying that, he ignored them, drank some water, ate something, and at that moment, Fu Gui and Lai Fu arrived with the ox cart. Xiao Jian walked back to the cart, knocked on the cabin again, and said, "Beautiful lady, we really are leaving. If another wave of bandits comes, you could just say there are differences between men and women. We are all reasonable people and won't do anything to you." Seeing there was still no response, he added ominously, "There are many corpses here. You must not come out at night, or it will be haunted." He couldn't really leave them here unattended, so he decided to scare them a bit. Otherwise, he would have to plead with them to follow him. After another rustling sound, the maid emerged, protecting a little girl. The girl looked about 12 or 13. Her chest barely developed, her bottom not rounded, and she wore a small handkerchief covering her face. Just a little kid. Xiao Jian curled his lip. She really thought of herself as a woman. He had no interest in a girl who hadn't fully developed. After the little girl got down from the cart, she obediently bowed to him. She spoke earnestly, "Thank you for saving me, young master. I wonder if you could take me back to Jinjiang. My father will surely reward you handsomely." Xiao Jian felt his teeth ache. She was clearly just a little kid, but she was acting all mature and even had a whole set of formalities. Bending down to examine her feet closely, they looked like they belonged to a heavenly being. So he let her walk alongside him. Noticing the other party sneaking glances at her feet, the little girl took several steps back. Xiao Jian said impatiently, "I'm not interested in your gratitude. Just walk behind the ox cart." Not long after they started walking, the little girl exclaimed and squatted down on the ground. The maid quickly supported the little girl's arm, and after limping a couple of steps, she squatted down and began to cry. No need to look. She must have sprained her ankle. The ox cart was loaded with various supplies, so many that they piled high, and the rough road had already taken its toll on the cart. There was no room for anyone to sit on the cart, and even if they did, it was extremely unsafe. Chapter 85. The reserved little girl Xiao Jian decided to carry her on his back. What else could he do? He bent down and said to the maid, "Help her up." When the maid helped the little girl up, she cried even more pitifully, refusing to get up from the ground. It was a case of no physical contact between men and women. After waiting for a while with no movement, Xiao Jian got angry, grabbed the little girl's arm, and pulled her up onto his shoulder. Still, he couldn't lift her up and shot a glare at the maid. "Help a bit." The maid, startled, quickly supported the little girl from behind, placing her on Xiao Jian's back. The little girl lay on Xiao Jian's back, still sobbing. Xiao Jian, feeling annoyed, said, "Stop crying. You're just a little kid. What are you pretending to be mature for? My little Ling, when we get home, lets me carry her, and she hasn't lost any weight." After walking for a while, the little girl seemed to have resigned herself to her fate and stopped crying. Feeling that the girl might fall off his back, Xiao Jian grabbed her legs and lifted her up a bit. "Hold on tighter, this is quite strenuous for me." This time the girl cooperated well, wrapping her arms around his neck and hugging his shoulders, while the maid supported her from the side. As it was getting dark, Xiao Jian set the girl down in a sheltered spot and began to set up camp for rest. Fu Gui started a fire and made a pot of thin porridge. Xiao Jian brought a bowl of porridge to the little girl and then examined her feet. The little girl grumbled a bit, but still complied without resistance. Her feet were swollen like buns, and when Xiao Jian gently pressed on them, the girl let out a whimper of pain. "Does it hurt a lot?" Xiao Jian asked softly. The little girl nodded, tears streaming down her face. A wealthy young lady had never experienced such hardship. Xiao Jian continued gently, "Try to move it a bit." The little girl moved her foot, cried out in pain, and began to sob even harder, this time with particular sorrow. Xiao Jian carefully checked her foot again and said, "Your foot needs to be put back in place quickly, or you'll end up limping. Bear with it. I'll help you straighten it out." He then said to the maid behind the girl, "Hold her steady." The maid nodded in agreement. Xiao Jian took off the little girl's shoes and stockings, supported her ankle with one hand, and held her foot with the other. "Just gently move your foot a few times. It won't hurt too much." The girl cooperatively flexed her foot a few times, and then Xiao Jian pulled her foot outward and gently tugged at it. At a moment when the girl was not paying too much attention, Xiao Jian suddenly pulled hard, and with a cracking sound, the joint was put back in place. The little girl gasped in surprise, but then realized it wasn't as painful as she had imagined. This time she didn't cry again. As Xiao Jian helped her put her shoes back on, he asked, "Now try moving your foot. See if you can." The girl softly replied, "I can move it. Thank you, big brother. It doesn't hurt as much as before." Xiao Jian took a handkerchief from the maid, folded it into a square, soaked it in cold water, and placed it on the girl's injury, telling the maid, "Change the handkerchief every half hour." After finishing all this, the little girl finally started to eat the porridge. Xiao Jian also took a bowl of porridge and sipped it slowly, asking, "Are you heading to Jinjiang City?" The little girl nodded and answered softly, "My father is in Jinjiang City. I've always been by his side, but recently, I'm going back to my hometown in Qingsha City. When I left, there were no bandits here. A few months ago, Shangzhou City had not yet fallen. This area was still under government control, so it was definitely more stable." After carrying the little girl for 5 days, they finally exited the Black Cloud Mountain. The swelling in the girl's foot had gone down, and she could move around on the ground. She seemed to have gotten used to being carried by Xiao Jian. Whenever he squatted down, she would unhesitatingly climb onto his back. Xiao Jian didn't say anything. Carrying her was fine. If she sprained her foot again, it would still be troublesome for him. Anyway, he had a good constitution, and carrying her didn't feel too tiring. After crossing the Black Cloud Mountain, it opened up into a flat plain, and the official road became much smoother. The creaking of the ox cart had also lessened considerably. They continued west for several days, and gradually noticed that crops were beginning to grow in the fields, and smoke was rising from the villages. After rounding a small hill, they finally saw the tall city walls of Jinjiang City in the distance. Towering high, it was impressive. Jinjiang City was built by the Jinjiang River, which was wide and led directly to the sea, making water and land transportation convenient and commerce frequent. Goods transported here by water radiated east to Huzhou City and Shangzhou City, and southeast to Qingsha City. Because of its unique position, Jinjiang City was set as a directly governed prefecture, equal in rank to a government, under the jurisdiction of the provincial administration. Upon reaching this place, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were close to Jinjiang City, and Goer quickened his pace to scout the situation near the city. Xiao Jian set the little girl down from his back and said to her maid, "You help her a bit. Don't let her sprain her ankle again. The journey isn't far now. Let her walk a bit for exercise." He also lectured the girl in a big, brotherly manner. "You need to exercise more. Don't just sit in the cart all day. You're already in your teens, yet you're so delicate." When they reached the city gate, the sun was setting. Xiao Jian said to the little girl, "You go into the city and go home first. I still have matters to attend to outside the city, so this is goodbye." Xiao Jian wanted to see the situation of the refugees in Jinjiang City. Now that food supplies were a bit relaxed, he wanted to bring back some manpower. The girl stood beside him, her head down, nervously rubbing the hem of her clothes, not saying a word. Xiao Jian was half a head taller than the little girl, so he reached out and ruffled her hair, messing up her shiny locks. The little girl looked up at Xiao Jian with a resentful expression, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, and her bright, clear eyes were filled with tears of grievance, making one feel a pang in their heart just by looking at her. Her deep eyes seemed to draw one in. Fortunately, she had a small handkerchief hanging on her face. Otherwise, it would have truly overwhelmed Xiao Jian. He averted his gaze and said softly, "I'll return home soon after I finish my business in Jinjiang City. Stay at home and don't run around. You've seen it. The outside isn't very peaceful." The little girl spoke softly and a bit shyly. "If I want to find you, where can I find you?" Seeing Goer approaching, Xiao Jian laughed heartily. "Still thinking of thanking me? No need. It was just a small effort. Go back now." After saying this, he waved goodbye to the girl and turned to walk towards Goer. The maid, seeing that the young lady was reluctant to leave, hurriedly said, "Miss, the city gate is about to close." After they had entered the city some distance, the little girl suddenly remembered something and said, "Xiao Hong. I forgot to ask him his name." Saying this, she pulled the maid to run back, but the maid stopped her, saying, "Miss, the city gate has already closed," and mumbled, "He didn't even ask you your name. Please help by giving a good review. Click the rating and select good, then leave a message in the comments. And there will be rewards later, you know what I mean." Chapter 86. Arriving at Jinjiang City outside Jinjiang City, Goer glanced at the already closed city gate and said, "Young master, there isn't in near the dock. Let us stay there. Many merchants travel by water there." Xiao Jian nodded. He needed some special supplies, and establishing a good relationship with water merchants would be beneficial for the future. The dock is not far from Jinjiang City. From the dock, one can even vaguely see the cannons on the city wall, which can cover the entire surface of the Jinjiang River. There are no neat streets at the dock, and the buildings of varying heights are scattered throughout the area. Close to the dock, the flow of people is dense, with porters unloading cargo ships and small vendors setting up stalls, along with many idle individuals. Xiao Jian passed by a fruit stall, picked a large, red peach, wiped it, took a bite, and then remembered he hadn't paid yet. He smiled apologetically at the old man selling peaches and said, "The peach is very sweet." Turning to Fu Gui, he added, "By some take back, let go air and Lai Fu try it too." He raised the peach in his hand and said, "Don't forget this one." After speaking, he strolled to the riverbank while eating the peach. Various boats of different sizes and shapes were docked on the river, with masts standing tall like a forest. The most common was a type of cargo sailing boat, characterized by its flat bottom, spacious deck, and square bow and stern, as if cut by a knife. Many of these sailing boats had been idle for a long time, with some left unattended, accumulating stagnant water, and the mooring ropes rotting over the years. It presented a scene of desolation. Xiao Jian stood by the riverbank for only a moment when several idle people began to wander nearby, occasionally approaching to peek and then nonchalantly walking away. This place harbored hidden dangers. Just as he was about to leave, a commotion suddenly erupted behind him. "Old Zhang, where have you hidden Xiao Yun? If you don't hand her over, don't even think about setting up a stall here again. Brothers, let us smash his stall first." Crash! Xiao Jian turned around to see a group of ruffians surrounding the old peach vendor, peaches rolling all over the ground. The old vendor was squatting on the ground, trembling hands picking up the peaches one by one. The leader of the ruffians, an ugly-looking man with small, rat-like eyes, particularly had a missing piece from his mouth, making him look quite lewd. Seeing the old man still trying to gather the peaches, he became furious and kicked the old man, shouting, "Ungrateful old fool! My brother has taken a liking to your granddaughter. That is her fortune from 8 lifetimes." He then stomped on the peaches on the ground, saying, "Let you pick them up, let you be ungrateful. I'll burn your peach grove. Let us see where you get peaches to sell." Behind the toothless ruffian followed a man with equally small eyes. He was thin and had some yellow hair on his face, his age indeterminate. Likely the brother the ruffian had mentioned. Xiao Jian suspected he might actually be an ugly monkey. Just as he was about to step forward, 3 constables arrived. The leading one walked up to the old peach vendor and took a bite out of a peach from his arms. "Spit, spit." This constable spat several times, violently throwing the peach on the ground, cursing, "Old fool, how dare you sell such peaches? If they make someone sick, I'll take your whole family." Any discerning person could see that the constables and ruffians were in cahoots. The old man would likely not dare to sell peaches anymore. As long as the ruffians played around and blamed it on his peaches, the old man's family would face legal troubles. Xiao Jian shook his head helplessly. This world has become rotten to the core. He looked up at the sky. The sun was setting, the dying sun like blood, and he decided it was best to find an inn to stay for the night. There were many inns around the dock, all 2- or 3-story wooden buildings, with a string of round lanterns hanging on the side, displaying the names of the inns. From the scale of the inns, one could tell of the past prosperity here. Xiao Jian casually glanced around and walked towards a nearby inn named Shunlai Inn. The Shunlai Inn was built by the river, offering a wide view, allowing one to see the comings and goings of people on the street and the boats at the dock. Upon entering the Shunlai Inn, there were temporary resting areas with chairs and tea tables on both sides of the lobby, and inside was a row of counters where the innkeeper stood listlessly. When he saw Xiao Jian enter, the innkeeper immediately brightened up and came forward, bowing slightly in greeting. He warmly welcomed, "Are you here to rest or stay? Our Shunlai Inn is the largest at the dock. Please, gentlemen, come in." He then shouted to someone behind the counter, "Kai, hurry out to serve the guests." Xiao Jian waved his folding fan and leisurely walked to the resting area in the lobby. Calmly, he said to Goer, "Go and greet them. Open a few rooms." and get some food. Let S order one of each of the signature dishes. He closed the folding fan and casually pointed to the chairs opposite the tea table, saying, "No need for formality, innkeeper. Business at the dock has really declined, hasn't it?" After speaking, he sat down by himself, seeing the young master being generous. The innkeeper's face broke into a smile, and he took a seat opposite Xiao Jian as well. The waiter brought the tea set, and the innkeeper poured tea for Xiao Jian. He expressed with a contented look, "This place used to be a hub for goods, with merchants setting up warehouses here, bulk deliveries taking place. It was once so prosperous." But with a sigh of disappointment, he continued, "The trade routes from Shangzhou and Huzhou have been cut off, and the trade from Qingsha City is also gradually declining, causing this place to fall into decline as well." Xiao Jian took a sip from the teacup and slowly said, "Back then, merchants gathered here, and it was bustling with activity. Now it's so desolate. It's truly lamentable. I'm afraid this time I will disappoint my father." Fu Gui, on the side, curled his lips. The young master could lie so easily. When has he ever been to Jinjiang City? And how could he worry about disappointing his father when he is no longer around? Xiao Jian shot Fu Gui a glare and then turned to the innkeeper with a contemplative look, asking, "Innkeeper, you have traveled widely. Are there any merchants specializing in minerals here?" The innkeeper pondered for a moment and replied, "Merchants specializing in minerals are rare, but there are some general merchants dealing with minerals. I just don't know if you're looking to sell or buy. Both buying and selling. If it's convenient for you, could you introduce me to a few merchants?" he said, pulling out 5 taels of silver and pushing it towards the innkeeper. The innkeeper discreetly accepted the silver. "You should settle in first. I'll send someone to contact them right away to discuss with you." 5 taels of silver is not a small amount. Xiao Jian only brought a little over 60 taels of cash this time, all obtained from the iron factory and the mine. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Xiao Jian then stood up and returned to his room. Inside the guest room, Go'er was hiding by the window observing the street. When he saw Xiao Jian come in, he said gravely, "Young master, someone is watching downstairs." Xiao Jian went to the window and looked down. The idlers wandering on the street were the same few who had been peeking by the riverbank. Keep an eye on them. Chapter 87. The third entry into the unknown space. Just as he returned to the guest room, the progress bar appeared in his mind again. This time, it seemed like a long time had passed in his own world. When returning from the unknown space, it had rained heavily there, causing strange green grass to grow rapidly, awakening the spiked beasts hidden beneath the ground. Xiao Jian was attacked by the spiked beasts, but managed to escape into the base left by Han Xiao, thus avoiding this disaster. He wondered if those spiked beasts were still near the base. Upon returning, Xiao Jian had left the little dumpling in the base. Didn't he know how it was doing now? Xiao Jian opened his eyes and found himself lying on the bed in Han Xiao's base. Having learned from the last time when he nearly fell to the ground, this time he was lying on the bed during the return. He got up and looked beside him and was instantly stunned. Where did the little dumpling go? He clearly remembered that the little dumpling was also lying on the bed at that time. He searched around the base, but still found no trace of it. And Xiao Jian became anxious, going to the window to look outside. There was no green grass or spiked beasts outside anymore. After their return, did everything continue here? And were they only restoring their physical condition by coming here? None of this was important. The question was how much time had passed in the unknown space during these days since their return, and where had the little dumpling gone? It wouldn't have gone back to its own base, would it? Xiao Jian instinctively glanced at his fingers, his eyes widening in shock. His base ring was still on his finger. He quickly opened the terminal box, and a system message popped up, "Base upgraded to level 3. Please choose an empty space to place the base as soon as possible to avoid bodily harm." Not deploying the base could cause physical harm? Xiao Jian couldn't understand the reason behind this, nor did he have the mindset to delve into it. Instead of choosing a placement, he opened the chat channel, and sure enough, the little dumpling had left him a message. "Brother, I found my kin." What did the little dumpling mean? If it found its kin, would it no longer follow him? Just as Xiao Jian was about to send a message back, he hesitated and closed the terminal box again. Perhaps this was for the best. It couldn't stay by his side forever, right? Xiao Jian stepped outside the base. The lush green grass he had seen before was now nowhere to be found. It had turned into a desert. He looked forlornly at the empty base and took out the terminal box, but after a moment of hesitation, he put it away again. If the little dumpling returned and found the base gone, it would probably cry again. It was better to keep the base here for now. Xiao Jian kept his base in the original spot. The terrain was relatively high, and heavy rain wouldn't flood it. Behind him was a tall mountain, and the cave with a water source was at the foot of the mountain. The straight-line distance to the cave was only a few dozen miles. The base was situated at the midway point of a low hill, where there was a flat piece of land extending out. The terrain around the flat land was lower, so even the heaviest rain wouldn't flood the base. The front of the flat land was open, with vast plains that seemed endless. The mud brought from the swamp had accumulated in the low-lying area of this plain. The mud from the swamp was fertile, making it the best soil for planting crops. Xiao Jian arrived at the area where the mud had accumulated. It had become a flat piece of land, and the continuous heavy rain had washed the mountain of mud smooth. Among the flat mud, there were several footprints of wild beasts. It seemed that green grass had grown here before. The footprints were likely left by beasts grazing. Xiao Jian picked up a handful of dirt and rubbed it. It still felt damp. He returned to the base and rummaged through a large pile of seeds, but there were no names on the packaging, so he had no idea what kind of seeds they were. Based on their appearance, he could distinguish different types. After sorting through more than 300 packs of seeds, he finally found only 5 different varieties. The most numerous were seeds that looked like grains of rice, with each pack containing 100 seeds. Next was a mixed pack with many small seeds, also 100 seeds per pack. The remaining 3 types had larger seeds, with fewer seeds in each pack. The most contained 20 seeds, and these seeds were the smallest among the 3 types. The next pack had 10 seeds, and those were also mixed seeds, resembling fruit pits, likely from fruit trees. The least number of seeds was in packs containing only 5 seeds, and these seeds are the largest, resembling round balls with very hard shells. Moreover, this type of packaging was very rare. Among the more than 300 packs of seeds, only 3 packs were found, making up just 1% of the total. Without any tools, Xiao Jian couldn't even dig a hole or prepare the land. The mud was damp enough to plant. He took out 1 pack of each type of seed, scattered them across the mud according to their types, and marked them. Finally, he looked at the pack with only 5 seeds, feeling the quantity was too small. So he opened another pack and tossed a total of 10 seeds into the mud. Xiao Jian felt like he was opening a blind box, wondering what would eventually grow from the mud, leaving it all to fate. The seeds bought from the auction house were purely consumables, and the fruits produced could not be replanted. Xiao Jian opened the auction house to take a look. There were still 230 packs of seeds left. Just as he was about to close the auction house, he noticed the number of seeds had changed to 229. He stared at the seed count in confusion, and soon it changed from 229 to 228. Moreover, every so often, the seed count decreased by 1 pack, which was very regular. Clearly, someone was continuously buying them. Could it be that someone was hoarding seeds? Didn't everyone spend their money on dry cakes? Who was it that still had spare cash to buy seeds? Looking at the 15 contribution points in his account, Xiao Jian sighed. Once these seeds were sold out, their prices would surely soar, just like the dry cakes. He needed to make money quickly. If he could successfully obtain the energy mine mentioned by the fake little fairy, he would have the funds to go on a shopping spree. He no longer hesitated, inputting the coordinates she gave him into the terminal box, grabbing his sword, dry cakes, and water bottle, and set off towards the mountain behind the base. According to the map, the destination was within this mountain. From the base to the foot of the mountain, the path was strewn with strange rocks, and there were even 2 places where he had to pass through a short cave. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Jian looked back at the way he came. Without the guidance of the map, he would never have found this place. Standing on a hill, he surveyed the surroundings. Feeling very familiar, the water cave was not far ahead. He had been here twice before, but each time he had approached from the edge of the swamp, and he had not expected the cave to be so close to the base. Xiao Jian added a few bottles of water in the cave and continued deeper into the mountains. Chapter 88. The cunning invisible monster. After passing through a canyon filled with strange rocks and climbing over a high mountain, Xiao Jian stood on a ridge, stunned by the scene before him. It was as if he had entered another world. Lush green trees with dense foliage swayed in the wind, and the wild grass and wildflowers on the ground danced, presenting a vibrant scene. This was a basin covering several hundred acres, surrounded by high mountains, resembling a gigantic volcanic crater or a blast pit created by some terrifying force. In the center of the basin was a sizable pool of water, its surface rippling gently, with the towering mountains reflecting in it, creating a fairyland-like view. The surroundings were quiet, with only the gentle breeze rustling the leaves, making a soft sound. Just as he was admiring this patch of green in the desert, he suddenly sneezed. In that instant, he clearly felt a pair of sharp eyes watching him from the shadows. Xiao Jian immediately became alert, turning his head to look. The grass parted suddenly, forming a narrow passage that approached him at an astonishing speed. His heart began to race as he tightly gripped his weapon, staring wide-eyed at the ever-closer passage. However, he could only see the grass continually collapsing on either side, with dry leaves flying, but he couldn't see any moving objects within the passage. Yet the sound of footsteps reaching his ears told him that an invisible creature was closing in on him. Without hesitation, Xiao Jian jumped onto a nearby rock, staring fearfully and curiously at the grass that continued to collapse. What kind of ghostly creature had he encountered? Could this monster actually be invisible? Just as he was pondering how to force the creature to reveal itself, his insight ability suddenly activated, and the image appeared vividly in his mind. In the image, he saw a gigantic monster, its body hunched low, moving forward with heavy pressure, step by step towards him. Its hands bore long claws, as hard and sharp as steel. Its skin was as black as ink, rough like a thick layer of old tree bark, without a hint of luster. A pair of fierce and menacing eyes fixed on him like a predator, exuding a cold and cruel light. The broad and twisted corners of its mouth curled into a sinister grin, revealing an endless desire for its prey and a cruel pleasure. The entire face was filled with muscular textures, showcasing its ferocious nature. The monster's entire body was enveloped in a suffocating aura of evil, sending chills down people's spines. The invisible beast seemed to sense Xiao Jian's gaze upon it and realized it might have revealed its form. It suddenly charged forward at high speed, swinging its sharp claws toward Xiao Jian's forehead. With the powerful force of its legs, dust was kicked up behind it, and broken branches and leaves flew everywhere. In Xiao Jian's mind, he had already seen the anticipated image of the beast's actions and was fully aware of what it was about to do. Just as the monster lunged at him, Xiao Jian instantly dodged its attack path and raised his sword in response. It appeared to be a meaningless strike toward the sky, but the comical scene unfolded as the beast's claws happened to hit the sword, as if it had delivered itself to the blade. With a crack, the sharp claws were largely sheared off. The claws were its personal weapon, and losing most of them in a single move caused it great pain. With a howl, it suddenly threw its head back and let out a piercing cry before retreating like lightning into the woods. It realized its invisibility seemed ineffective against this guy and fled without hesitation. Xiao Jian looked disdainfully at the vanishing shadow. This was just a bully who feared the strong, and it was particularly cautious, fleeing as soon as it realized it couldn't handle him. Its invisibility truly made it hard to guard against. If it weren't for the grass revealing its movements and his insight ability allowing him to see its figure, he might have truly suffered a loss. But before Xiao Jian's contemptuous gaze could disappear, the surrounding grass suddenly began to roll and surge like waves, quickly filling his vicinity with various wild beasts. Among them, the most conspicuous was the horned beast he had encountered at the Hanqiao base, which he knew to be troublesome. Xiao Jian's expression darkened. If it were just one leader-level horned beast, he would have confidence in fighting it even with his predictive imagery, perhaps even killing it. However, there were hundreds of them. Even if they valued martial ethics and came in one by one, he would be worn out and still wouldn't be able to finish them off. Not to mention the many wild beasts he hadn't seen before. If they all rushed at him, he would be torn to shreds in an instant. He stood on the rock, looking around from a high vantage point. In front of him was the direction the invisible beast had fled, where the wild beasts were most numerous. On both sides, there were towering mountains, and he estimated that before he could climb the ridges, he would be caught and killed by the beasts, and there were many on those sides too. The only path left was behind him. Xiao Jian had previously observed the environment here and remembered that there was a cliff behind him, with a pool of water at the bottom. Only on this side were there almost no wild beasts. Just then, The escaped invisible beast, hiding somewhere, howled again, and the surrounding beasts seemed to receive a command, suddenly charging toward Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian had no time to think. Once surrounded by these beasts, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. He jumped off the rock and ran toward the cliff with all his speed. He had to use maximum inertia to jump into the pool below the cliff. Otherwise, he would be smashed into a meat pie. Reaching the edge of the cliff, he hesitated not at all, pushing off with his legs, his body soaring into the air, rapidly falling toward the cliff. With a splash, Xiao Jian accurately landed in the pool, sending water splashing several feet high. He plunged to the bottom, his head buried in the mud. The cliff he jumped from was dozens of feet high, and fortunately, the pool was deep enough to cushion his fall. Even so, Xiao Jian still felt pain all over, as if his head had taken a heavy blow. He pulled his head out of the mud and saw the clear water of the pool sparkling, with unknown fish leisurely swimming around. The pool was large, surrounded by towering cliffs, and the nearest cliff had a dark cave. As Xiao Jian surfaced near the cave, he clearly felt the water temperature was lower than at the bottom of the pool. Xiao Jian guessed that the water in the pool must be flowing out from this cave. Surfacing, he saw a small island in the center of the pool, bare of any vegetation, as if someone had cleaned it up. He climbed onto the small island, leaned against a rock, gasping for breath, pulled out a water bottle, drank while surveying the surroundings, and took in the situation on the island. This was a circular island, about dozens of acres in size, with no rocks, just dark soil. Chapter 89. A strange seedling. He was suddenly attracted by a small tree in the center of the island. The island was devoid of any grass. Yet there stood a less than 2-foot-tall green tree, appearing particularly conspicuous. Approaching the small tree, Xiao Jian discovered it bore a few green fruits, each about the size of his thumb, with wrinkled skins, clearly not yet ripe. He smiled happily. This was a native fruit tree, and the seeds of native fruit trees could be replanted. Xiao Jian seemed to envision vast, lush orchards surrounding the base, filled with bright red fruits. He carefully loosened the black soil around the tree with his sword and gently lifted it, roots and all, just as Xiao Jian began to dig up the small tree. The beast that had been attacking him on the cliff suddenly appeared from who knows where, surrounding the edge of the pool. In an instant, numerous beast heads surged around the pool. Some circled it, while others fixated on Xiao Jian on the island. Xiao Jian proudly raised the small seedling in his hand, laughing and taunting, "Ha, come bite me. Afraid to get in the water? Can't come over, can you?" The invisible beast seemed enraged by Xiao Jian's actions, continuously roaring, its voice echoing in the valley, filled with murderous intent as if it wanted to tear Xiao Jian apart. To Xiao Jian's astonishment, the previously lingering beasts by the shore, as if greatly intimidated, all jumped into the pool, swimming toward the small island. In an instant, countless white waves surged on the water's surface, quickly approaching the island. "Oh no, these beasts can swim." Xiao Jian jumped 3 feet high. What to do now? The island was tiny, and once the swarm of beasts reached it, they could instantly crowd it to the point of overflowing. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the cave at the bottom of the pool. He didn't know where it led, or if there was a spot above the water level inside. However, even if he drowned in the cave, it would be better than being torn apart and eaten by the beasts. Xiao Jian had no choice left. The cave at the bottom of the pool became his only destination, and he jumped into the pool without hesitation. Just then, a few smooth-skinned amphibians, resembling ferrets, rushed toward Xiao Jian at high speed. Xiao Jian took a deep breath, used all his strength to stroke downward, and dove into the water, quickly swimming toward the cave at the bottom of the pool. The amphibians above him suddenly lost their target, circling in the water as if realizing something, then dove into the water after him. By the time Xiao Jian entered the cave, the amphibians stirred up mud at the bottom, clouding the water and obscuring Xiao Jian's figure, prompting them to swim back to the surface. As Xiao Jian swam into the cave, he was hit by a bone-chilling current, making him shiver all over, but to his delight, the cave clearly began to ascend. Just as he was about to drown, he finally saw a glimmer of light above him. As he surfaced, his hair stood on end. He had actually seen several robots. Xiao Jian had no time to think further and quickly sank again, exposing only his eyes to observe the situation inside the cave. On the cave walls, several large pipes were inserted into the pool water, extending toward the cave's exit. Not far from the water's surface, 5 robots stood neatly on one side of a pipeline, seemingly guarding something. The body shape of the robots was very similar to that of humans, except that their limb joints were round, disc-shaped hubs. These robots were intact, standing motionless as if they were asleep. After observing for a long time, Xiao Jian understood that their energy had been depleted, and they were essentially no different from a pile of wreckage. Xiao Jian climbed out of the water and pushed one of the standing robots. It fell to the ground like a tree stump, raising a cloud of dust. On the rock wall they were blocking, a small door appeared. Xiao Jian pushed open the small door, revealing a stone room inside, equipped with several oddly shaped machines. However, these machines had already stopped functioning. Xiao Jian walked around the machines and found a box. This box should be where the energy ore was installed, but unfortunately, the energy ore in the box had long been exhausted, reduced to a pile of powder. Xiao Jian did not recover these machines. He knew that scrap metal was not worth much and was better left there. He closed the small door, looked at the fallen robots, and helped them up again. Their dedication to duty deserved his respect. Following the cave to the exit, although he had already anticipated it in his heart, the scene before him still left him in shock. The cave entrance where he stood was high above a steep rock wall, and below the rock wall was a flat area scattered with many broken buildings. The walls of the buildings bore deep cracks and signs of damage, with rubble strewn about, and towering smoke billowing on the ground, emitting a decaying odor. Here, it seemed to have experienced a terrible war. Countless pipes hung down from the ruined walls, pressing above the broken giant machines, still dripping with black liquid. The spherical tank, shaped like a hill, had exploded from the inside, with wide cracks resembling the open fangs of a ferocious beast. The mechanical arms, heads, and bodies of the robots were scattered all over, some twisted and deformed, while others were shredded by unknown forces. Xiao Jian's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open in astonishment as he stared at the bizarre scene before him. After being stunned for a while, he finally came to his senses, and then he remembered the purpose of his trip. He took out the terminal box and checked the instructions on the map. To his surprise, the energy he was looking for was right in the ruins before him. Xiao Jian's expression became complex. He could sense that this ruin was not as calm as it appeared on the surface, just from the wreckage of these robots. Xiao Jian felt something was not quite right. No matter how fierce the battle was, it was impossible to destroy all parts of the robots so thoroughly. Almost none were intact. Moreover, he also noticed that these wrecks had obvious signs of having been moved. He began to carefully observe all the buildings and every corner of the ruins. Suddenly, from the bottom of the cliff, there was a faint sound of commotion. From his position, he could not see the base of the cliff, and it felt inappropriate to go down recklessly. Xiao Jian thought of his insight ability. He began to concentrate and focus on the foot of the cliff. In fact, he had not yet practiced the skill of insight ability. Most of the time, it activated automatically when he was in crisis. Currently, the only way he could independently activate his insight ability was to focus intently on a single point, which was very time-consuming. Chapter 90. The destroyed industrial ruins. The technique obtained from the cave in the North Mountain included a part for practicing insight ability. But it only enhanced the insight ability, not the skill itself. Just as Xiao Jian was lost in thought, the insight image finally appeared in his mind, containing the area at the bottom of the cliff. At that moment, Xiao Jian discovered that there was a well-preserved building in an inconspicuous depression at the bottom of the cliff. This building was relatively low, and its outer wall was distinctly different from the other buildings, reflecting a metallic sheen, seemingly constructed of an unknown metal. Inside the building, there was a faint glow emanating, and Xiao Jian's heart tightened. Could there be living creatures inside? He immediately shifted his awareness to the interior of the building, which was a spacious hall. In the center of the hall stood a massive cylindrical machine with a circular doorway at each end. The light Xiao Jian saw was coming from the doorways of this machine. To his surprise, he discovered 5 robots wielding swords moving about the area. These 5 active robots were divided into 2 groups. 3 were patrolling inside the building, seemingly guarding the safety of the cylindrical machine. while the other two patrolled from inside the building to outside, and then back in again, surveying the surroundings. At that moment, two robots entered from outside, one behind the other, carrying a damaged robot to the front of the cylindrical machine, placing it into one of the doorways. Following that, they also placed some robot limbs inside, and soon, a complete robot walked out from the other doorway of the cylindrical machine, which then closed, and the light from the doorway disappeared. The newly repaired robot did not join the patrol, but opened a door and walked inside. The room the robot entered was slightly smaller than the hall, filled with intact robots. This should be a storage room for robots. The newly entered robot also joined the ranks, and then stopped all movement. Roughly estimated, there were no fewer than 100 robots in the storage room. This cylindrical machine was specifically for repairing robots. No wonder the wreckage of robots in the ruins was either twisted and deformed or simply in pieces. It seemed that those relatively intact wrecks had all been collected here and reassembled into complete robots. Repairing robots surely required energy, and the energy, or that was supposed to be taken away by pretending to be a little fairy, must be the one currently being used by this machine. Xiao Jian surprisingly felt a twinge of reluctance. Taking the energy or from here would mean destroying their last hope. Without energy replenishment, these robots would soon become completely paralyzed. However, upon further thought, he realized that he had not yet determined whether the robots were enemies or friends, and he had no reason to worry about them. But with 3 robots inside the building and 2 outside patrolling, it would not be easy for him to take the energy or, with his current strength, recklessly entering the metal building would definitely not end well. The terminal box's transmission device would not work on these active robots. The system, probably considered safety, as a transmission device, does not transport dangerous items, including all living things, and active robots were also included. At this moment, Xiao Jian's inside ability had automatically faded, and he needed a rest for a while before he could activate it again. He simply leaned against a rock wall to rest, planning to observe the robot's activity patterns at night to see if he could find any defensive loopholes. Just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly saw that strange red sun again. The same black net was draped around the red sun, and a transparent pipe crossed the net, with golden liquid slowly flowing into a square box. He remembered the last time he saw this scene was when he was knocked unconscious by a tiger on the North Mountain. At that time, the liquid in the square box was clearly much less than it was now. He did not know what would happen once the liquid in this box was filled, but every time he saw this box, he felt a sense of urgency. When Xiao Jian first entered this space, he had seen a long corridor filled with many images. However, this time he searched all around but couldn't find that corridor. Instead, he came across a clearing with a puddle in the middle, where there was a mound of earth with a small tree growing on it. A small tree? Xiao Jian suddenly remembered the small tree he had dug up on the island in the center of the pond. He clearly recalled that he was still holding that seedling when he jumped into the water, but it seemed that he no longer had it while swimming through the pond. When did he lose that seedling? He had no memory of it at all. The small tree in this puddle was less than 2 feet tall. It felt strangely familiar. Xiao Jian stepped over the puddle and approached the small tree, which bore 2 green fruits with wrinkled skins. Wasn't this the small tree he had dug up on the island? How could it be here? Could this also be an existing space? What excited him even more was that this strange space seemed capable of storing items. If he could use it to bring things from his world into this strange space and then transfer them to an unknown space, wouldn't he become wealthy very quickly? He searched his body for an item to place here, but unfortunately, apart from his clothes, even the pendant he always carried was not with him. However, Xiao Jian was not disappointed. Since the small tree could come in, it indicated that this place could store items. Perhaps he just hadn't reached that level yet. Xiao Jian wandered around this space a few more times. Although there was still only this one small tree, the space seemed to have expanded significantly compared to before. When Xiao Jian awakened from the space, it was already night. The cave was exceptionally cold at night, and Xiao Jian curled up, using his insight to observe the movements of the robots in the metal building. They seemed to conserve energy by having 5 robots active during the day, while at night, only 2 robots responsible for patrolling the surroundings remained active. The 3 robots inside the building had already entered the storage room and had not come out since. The 2 patrolling robots would always make a round inside the building and then another round around the perimeter, repeating this process continuously. However, they were very alert. Even the slightest rustle of the wind would prompt them to investigate before resuming their patrol. Chapter 91. The robot maintenance machine robots do not get tired. And Xiao Jian felt that waiting any longer was meaningless. Not far from the cave entrance was a metal gate, presumably leading to a passage beneath the cliff. Xiao Jian approached the gate and touched its surface. Suddenly, a bright light flashed from the top of the gate, startling him to take a few steps back. This light was fleeting, and after that, there was no further movement. Xiao Jian took a breath. The light just now was very similar to the one emitted by the terminal box during scanning, likely a form of identity recognition device. He approached the gate again, but no matter how he knocked or pushed, the light did not reappear, and the heavy gate remained unmoved. It seemed that the gate could not be opened without verification from the identification system, so he had no choice but to climb down the iron ladder outside the cave. When Xiao Jian reached the foot of the cliff, the patrolling robots happened to enter the building. He hid behind a damaged machine, holding a stone in his hand, and looked at the building's entrance through the dim moonlight. Soon, two robots emerged tirelessly, and Xiao Jian waved his hand, throwing the stone to the other side of the building. Clang! The stone struck a piece of scrap metal, producing a clear sound. The two robots turned their heads toward the source of the sound and ran over without hesitation, their heavy footsteps crunching on the metal debris, breaking the night silence. Taking advantage of this distraction, Xiao Jian slipped into the building, the noise created by the robots covering the sound of his footsteps. He arrived in front of a cylindrical machine and found a box for storing energy ore. This box was somewhat similar to the one he had seen in the stone house of the cave, only much larger. Opening the lid, he found a black object about half a foot square inside, its surface covered with tiny holes. Through these holes, he could see a faint red glow coming from within. Xiao Jian took out the terminal box and pointed it at the black object, which immediately displayed a message, discovered a low-level energy or currently in use. Xiao Jian quickly pressed the recovery button. He needed to recover the energy ore as soon as possible and leave immediately, as the patrolling robots could return at any moment. However, the terminal box seemed to not understand his urgency and displayed a message indicating recovery failure. It appeared that the energy ore in use could not be directly recovered. So Xiao Jian quickly lifted it out of the box. The energy ore was extremely heavy. The half-foot square ore weighed at least 300 pounds. Fortunately, Xiao Jian had good physical strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to move it. As soon as he moved the ore out, the red glow inside disappeared. Xiao Jian placed the ore on the ground and activated the terminal box's recovery function again. A flash of white light passed, and the ore on the ground vanished without a trace. This time, there were no unexpected events, and the energy ore was successfully recovered. Just as Xiao Jian finished recovering the energy ore, a noisy commotion suddenly erupted from the robot storage area, and he also heard the sound of robots running outside the building. Xiao Jian's heart raced. It was likely the light emitted during the energy ore recovery that had alerted them. He knew that robots could run extremely fast, and trying to escape through the front door now would likely mean running into the patrolling robots. He glanced around. Apart from the cylindrical machine in front of him, the hall was empty. The running sound from outside grew closer, and Xiao Jian looked toward the storage room door, where the noise was now right at the entrance. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a small door next to the storage room. This small door looked extremely inconspicuous. So much so that Xiao Jian hadn't even noticed it when using insight to check the area. Without a second thought, Xiao Jian dashed toward the small door. If he didn't leave the hall soon, he would surely be trapped between the two groups of robots. Based on his observations, the door lock here was not a traditional mechanical lock, but rather an advanced smart lock, likely rendered inoperative due to energy depletion. Xiao Jian gently pushed it, and the small door slowly creaked open, as if it hadn't been opened in a long time. He quickly slipped into the room, shivering from the extreme cold emanating from the place. Ignoring the chill, he quickly shut the door behind him, pressing against it while listening cautiously to the sounds from the hall. Outside, heavy footsteps approached, and soon more footsteps gathered in the hall, likely indicating that the robots from the storage room had also emerged. After a noisy commotion, they seemed to find nothing unusual and the hall gradually quieted down. Xiao Jian let out a long sigh of relief, feeling fortunate. Thankfully, the box that held the energy ore had closed automatically when he took the ore, preventing the robots from noticing him. This room seemed to have something special. They patrolled every corner of the hall, but did not enter this room to check. The room was spacious, only slightly smaller than the hall outside. Strange patterns were carved on the walls, resembling a complete star map. The patterns were intricate and complex, like a beautiful piece of art. Stars and planets danced on the walls, emitting a faint glow, shining brilliantly, with delicate lines outlining their trajectories, evoking awe at the vastness of the universe. It gave off a mysterious and solemn feeling. On the side against the cliff, there was a door deeply set into the wall, resembling a thick and tightly sealed metal gate. The door here is identical to the one at the exit of the cave, smooth as a mirror, with no handles or mechanisms to open it. Xiao Jian stepped forward and pushed the door hard, but remained as solid as the door in the cave, not budging an inch. In the center of the room was an object with two ends shaped like spheres with a diameter of 10 feet. The two spheres slowly shrank, until they were only about 3 feet in diameter in the middle. It appeared to be carved from a single piece of white jade, crystal clear, with an overall length exceeding 5 zhong, resembling a giant long gourd. The gourd was covered with bizarre patterns made up of many dots, which were constantly rotating, causing the patterns to change continuously. Some of the dots in the patterns radiated light, while others were dull, and some black dots resembled bottomless abysses, distorting and consuming light that passed nearby. After observing for a moment, Xiao Jian felt that its interior was vast, like a moving star map, condensing the universe into this gourd. He gently touched the surface of the gourd and immediately felt a bone-chilling coldness. The icy aura in the room emanated from this gourd. As he circled the white jade gourd, he was pleasantly surprised to find an energy box beside it, identical to the one on the cylindrical machine. The energy crystal in the box emitted a faint glow, and just as Xiao Jian was about to take the energy crystal out of the box to recycle it outside, the white jade gourd suddenly cracked in two, and a giant man, standing 15 feet tall, emerged from within. This man's features were very similar to those of a human, like an enlarged version of a human. His long, unkempt golden hair made him look disheveled. His face was covered in grime, making it difficult to discern his skin color or determine his actual age. Chapter 92. The giant in the Star Universe military symbol, he wore a long robe seemingly made of a special metal, with a thin film covering the surface of the fabric, radiating an ethereal glow, giving off an extraordinary and otherworldly feeling. However, there was a large hole in the center of his chest, through which one could even see his bloodied and mangled organs. Xiao Jian stared in disbelief at the giant's massive wound. This person had endured such a serious injury, yet still retained life, indicating that this white jade gourd was not simple. Just as Xiao Jian looked at him in astonishment, the giant slowly opened his bell-like eyes, revealing confusion and unease. When he saw Xiao Jian foolishly holding the energy crystal and staring at him, the giant's eyes suddenly flared with anger, and he immediately stood up. With a wave of his hand, the split gourd transformed into 2 meteor hammers and flew into the giant's hands. "Beast, you dare to come out and disrupt my great undertaking instead of staying in the forbidden area? When I break into the forbidden area, I will definitely annihilate you." Xiao Jian was stunned by his words. There was actually a forbidden area here. Could it be that everything here was being destroyed by the creatures of the forbidden area? But before Xiao Jian could gather his thoughts, one of the meteor hammers flew toward his chest and, with a bang, sent him soaring into the air. At the moment the meteor hammer struck his chest, the pendant around his neck suddenly emitted a beam of light, counteracting most of the force of the hammer. Despite this, Xiao Jian was still thrown into the air by the immense power, and before he could sort out the situation, he was knocked unconscious by this powerful force. All of this happened almost instantaneously. Xiao Jian didn't even have time to sense the malice, let alone formulate a response. The giant was very surprised. This guy only sustained a bit of injury. Could it be that the white light from earlier was his protective treasure? Although he didn't understand what had blocked the fatal blow, his hand showed no sign of pausing. Before Xiao Jian hit the ground, The second meteor hammer shot toward his forehead like lightning. The giant stared at Xiao Jian with a gaze that seemed to see through him, saying, "Even if you have a protective treasure, it won't stop my meteor hammer from striking your crown." The meteor hammer spun through the air, while energy continued to converge around it. In an instant, countless energy light points, like meteors, traced bright trails in the small space, illuminating the entire room. Under the immense energy boost, the meteor hammer became like a fiery red steel ball, with flames erupting from it. However, the room became even colder, as if all the heat had been absorbed by the meteor hammer. If Xiao Jian were to be struck by this hammer, even if the pendant helped him again, he would be reduced to a pulp, with no chance of survival. In the blink of an eye, the meteor hammer was above Xiao Jian's head, and the hot air waves scorched his hair, curling it up. The next moment, his entire body was about to become a mist of blood. At this moment, Xiao Jian's body was still falling, his brain still in a daze, completely unaware that he was about to face death. Just at this critical moment, a woman suddenly floated in front of the giant, wearing a light gray long dress, her curly hair swirling like dark clouds, resembling a celestial maiden from the heavens. She gently waved her arm, and a strange scene unfolded. Everything around them suddenly froze. The meteor hammer halted in midair, and the energy light points that were gathering hung in the air, leaving long trails of light. At this moment, time ceased to move forward. Only Xiao Jian, who was falling, did not stop. He crashed heavily against the wall with a loud bang, then fell onto the smooth metallic floor. After Xiao Jian landed, everything around him instantly returned to normal. The meteor hammer continued on its original trajectory and struck the metallic floor with a resounding crash. It was like a high-energy bomb, blasting a massive pit in the incredibly hard metallic floor, sending flying debris that knocked the small door leading into the hall off its hinges. Soon after, the gathering energy light points vanished, and the two meteor hammers suddenly merged into a black token. The black token continued to flicker with red light, penetrating walls and all obstacles, casting its glow into every corner of the ruins. The gray-clad woman looked at the token, muttering, "Star Universe military symbol?" She had an instinctive reaction to the name of the token, but she couldn't recall where she had seen it before. Since she had become a soul state, she had lost most of her memories. Everything she did seemed to be instinctual, a deep-seated instinct engraved in her soul. At this moment, the giant stared blankly at the gray-clad woman, his eyes revealing complex emotions. Bloodied tears rolled down the corners of his eyes, leaving a bright red mark on his face. It seemed he had exhausted his essence. His body swayed unsteadily, and his lips trembled violently. "Why you? Who are you? How do you possess time skills? What is your relationship with the Guardian?" From his tone, one could hear his extreme agitation, as if he had finally found a long-lost companion after countless years. At this time, from the collapsed small door, it could be seen that the hall was now filled with robots, all staring at the giant in the room, seemingly waiting for his command. The gray-clad woman did not answer his questions, but instead asked, "Who are you? How did you get here? Where did you obtain this Star Universe military symbol?" The giant struggled to turn his head, looking at the military symbol not far away. The symbol leaped into the air and flew into his hand. He gently caressed the symbol as if it were a cherished possession, but his hands were already too weak to hold it up, and with a clang, the symbol fell to the ground. Before the giant collapsed, he spoke in an extremely faint voice, "I was ordered to guard the mine here. The forbidden area has been destroyed." His words were intermittent, and with each word he spoke, blood spurted from the wound on his chest. Before he could finish, he fell straight to the floor. Suddenly, the red light on the military token disappeared, and the robots in the hall gradually dispersed, constantly looking back at the room as if they were filled with endless reluctance. The woman in gray saw that the heavily injured giant was on the verge of exhaustion, and she immediately reached out to grab the energy ore from Xiao Jian's hands. But her palm passed right through it. She was stunned for a moment, seemingly realizing that she was only in a soul state and couldn't physically touch anything here. After hesitating for a moment, the woman in gray walked towards Xiao Jian. Her figure gradually became blurry and slowly disappeared into Xiao Jian's body. Subsequently, Xiao Jian suddenly stood up, placed the energy ore back into the energy box, and the starry military token quickly unfolded, returning to the shape of a white jade gourd, wrapping the giant's body inside. Chapter 93. The gray-clad fairy saves Xiao Jian at this moment. Xiao Jian still had his eyes tightly closed. He walked with stiff legs, step by step, to the gate and awkwardly tapped a few times on the wall with his fingers. A beam of light shot out from the gate, sweeping across Xiao Jian's body, followed by a buzzing sound as the gate opened. He turned his body and said to the white jade gourd that emitted colorful light, "Don't worry, I will find a way to wake you up." After saying that, Xiao Jian walked into the gate, and throughout the process, he never opened his eyes. Xiao Jian experienced a long dream in which he seemed to have turned into a zombie, constantly traversing mountains and rivers, and repeatedly falling. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a bed in the base, feeling weak and sore all over, with a dull pain on his forehead. He reached out to touch his forehead and immediately winced in pain, taking a sharp breath. There was an actual lump on his forehead. Getting out of bed, his legs felt weak, and he plopped back down onto the bed. Lifting his pant leg, he saw that his legs were covered in bruises. Xiao Jian was stunned. How did he get all these injuries? He recalled that he was supposed to be in that metallic building in the ruins. How did he end up back at the base? He vaguely remembered getting punched by the giant inside the white jade box, and after that, he recalled nothing. Quack, quack, quack. The base's door was only ajar, and suddenly a series of quacking sounds came from outside. Then a small ball of fluff pushed the base door open, poked its little head inside, and when it saw Xiao Jian sitting on the bed, it bounced in, quacking excitedly. From a distance, it kicked off with its little legs, and its body, like a furry ball, jumped onto Xiao Jian. "Ah, little Tuanzi, are you trying to crush me?" Xiao Jian, who was sitting, was knocked down onto the bed by little Tuanzi. Only then did little Tuanzi notice the numerous injuries on Xiao Jian's body. "Quack, does it hurt?" Little Tuanzi lightly touched the lump on Xiao Jian's forehead, clearly enunciating the word hurt. Xiao Jian couldn't help but smile. It turned out that its quacking meant brother, which it must have learned from the chat channel. Strangely, after little Tuanzi gently touched it, a cool sensation spread from his forehead, and when Xiao Jian touched it, the previously fiery pain from the lump had surprisingly disappeared. Could it be that little Tuanzi had healing abilities? Xiao Jian looked at little Tuanzi. Little Tuanzi was also in a daze, wondering how the lump had disappeared after its touch. Xiao Jian quickly rolled up his pant leg, and little Tuanzi touched the bruises on his legs. Indeed, the bruises were visibly fading at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. He picked up little Tuanzi and spun around a few times in the air, making little Tuanzi laugh happily, its silver bell-like laughter echoing in the base. "Little Tuanzi, how did you know I was back?" Xiao Jian was still puzzled about how he had returned to the base. Could it be that little Tuanzi dragged him back? Sister said. Although little Tuanzi's pronunciation was still off, Xiao Jian could guess the general meaning. However, it pronounced the word sister very clearly. The sister mentioned was the one pretending to be a little fairy. The little fairy was somewhat mysterious when she successfully retrieved the long rectangular box in the swamp. She had known immediately, so it was not surprising that she knew about the energy or this time as well. "Tuanzi, did you just arrive at the base?" Xiao Jian asked to confirm if he was dragged back by little Tuanzi. Little Tuanzi nodded repeatedly and made a sound of agreement. It seemed that he was not dragged back by little Tuanzi, but how did he return to the base? And how did he get all these injuries? Perhaps the little fairy knew these things? He opened the terminal box and first checked his account, which had increased by 58,000 contribution points. Then he transferred 29,000 points to the little fairy. As soon as he completed the transfer, the little fairy came online. Xiao Jian hesitated for a moment, unsure how to address her, but ultimately decided to call her little fairy, as that was the nickname she had chosen herself. And even if it was somewhat offensive, he couldn't blame himself. "Little fairy, you told little Tuanzi that I was back, right?" As soon as Xiao Jian sent the message, she replied, "This time I misunderstood the situation. I only need 20,000, and the excess is a compensation for you." Soon, Xiao Jian received a transfer of 9,000 from her, and she didn't mention anything about Xiao Jian's inquiries, seemingly ignoring them entirely. Xiao Jian realized he had asked in vain. Even if she knew how he had come back, she wouldn't say. It seemed that this matter couldn't be clarified in a short time, so he could only put it aside for now. With 38,000 contribution points left in his account, he could once again embark on his stockpiling venture. Opening the auction house, Xiao Jian's eyes widened. There were only 190 packs of seeds left, and the number was still decreasing. The terminal boxes had 573 remaining, which had also decreased by several dozen. But the pace of their reduction was much slower than that of the seeds. The water consumption was also significant. With less than 300 bottles left in the auction house, many people were likely after the water bottles, as buying water from Little Tiendo required them. The speed at which the seeds were depleting was too fast, and Xiao Jian immediately began purchasing. After buying 1 pack of seeds, he bought another terminal box. For these 2 items, he could only buy one at a time, and there had to be a gap of time before he could buy again. By the time night fell, he had managed to grab 40 packs of seeds, and with the remaining contribution points, he bought over 200 terminal boxes. At this point, there were only 120 terminal boxes left in the auction house, and the seeds had completely sold out. Xiao Jian stretched his body and smiled happily. Once the terminal boxes in the auction house were sold out, it would be his chance to get rich. At this moment, most of the people who had gone out had returned to the base, and the chat channel began to buzz again. Idiot teammate, I've searched around the base and found no recyclable items. What should I do? Ugly and picky. Can't you take things from the base and find a new place? Scrap collector demon. Haha, I found a good place. There are a lot of robot remains nearby, and I also discovered a weird thing called a drilling car. It looks like a centipede. Idiot teammate, brother, is this drilling car valuable? Scrap collector demon. Haha, it's just a small matter worth over 6,000 contribution points. At once, the channel was filled with ridicule at his boasting. 6,000 contribution points was still considered a small matter. Xiao Jian immediately understood that the drilling car the person had recycled was the same type he had retrieved in the swamp. However, his drilling car probably still had energy boxes or other items inside. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth over 10,000. Where are you, chicken? Congratulations, big brother. You really struck it rich this time. I also changed places, but I only found some robot remains and earned over 2,000 contribution points. Mainly because I was lucky and found 2 energy boxes. Finding cow dung to stick flowers. The 2 upstairs are really lucky. My base has moved several times, and I only earned a little